Yifan, the top scorer in Pingqing Middle School's entrance exams, was assigned to the regular class because his beast taming talent was rated as level. This news dropped like a bombshell, causing quite a stir at Pingqing High School. As he walked through the high school corridors, Yifan was surrounded by the chatter of his classmates. Look, that's Yifan. He scored first in the exams but ended up in the regular class. I heard his beast taming talent barely made it to D level. Such a pity. The principal said he would become a powerful beast tamer. Yifan ignored these comments and headed straight to the regular class. At the classroom door, Yifan paused, his gaze lingering on the number on the door, a slight smile playing on his lips. This was the starting point of his past life. No one knew that this seemingly ordinary boy had once become a king-level beast tamer, ranking among the top 10 in the Eastern nation. It was due to betrayal and a fierce battle with an emperor-level beast that led to his rebirth. Yifan glanced at his wrist, where a mysterious dragon-shaped mark resided. Time-space dragon. My rebirth must be linked to you, he murmured to himself, then turned to look at the elite class across the hallway, a glint of coldness in his eyes. The one who had betrayed him was there, unaware that the wheels of fate had begun to turn. Yifan, why are you so late? Come over here, a familiar voice called. It was his childhood friend, Li Pengzi. The two sat in a corner of the classroom, soon discussing the upcoming beast selection. When are we going to choose our beasts today? Yifan asked casually. It should be any moment now. Li Pengzi replied excitedly. Have you decided which beast you want? They're all low grade, it doesn't really matter. Yifan responded calmly. Soon, the announcement came, and the students flocked to the field. Amidst the array of low-grade beasts, Yifan used his past life experience to recommend a sun snake to Li Pengzi. Pengzi, this beast is one of the best among the low-grade ones, with natural poison. Combined with your poison enhancement talent, reaching silver rank in the future won't be hard. Overjoyed, Li Pengzi immediately chose the sun snake. However, when he saw Yifan selecting a seemingly useless fire dog, he was puzzled. Yifan, why did you choose that beast? Li Pengzi asked, frowning. This fire dog is practically useless. It's the worst among the low-grade beasts. Yifan remained calm and simply nodded. I know, but if you know, then why? Li Pengzi was cut off by Yifan. Yifan raised a finger, signaling for silence. His gaze was deep and his tone steady as he said, Pengzi, there are no weak beasts, only weak beast tamers. There are no weak spirit beasts, only weak spirit beast masters. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Pengzi stood frozen, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. In an era where talent in spirit beast mastery was highly valued, this statement had a profound impact on him. Yifan did not elaborate further. He simply patted Li Pengzi on the shoulder and turned to recall his firehound. He understood well that the most fundamental requirement between a spirit beast and its master was mutual familiarity, which required continuous cultivation of their synergy. In high school, there wasn't much theoretical knowledge. The curriculum was primarily focused on practical combat. The task for the first day was merely to select a spirit beast, after which students were free to familiarize themselves with their new partners. Yifan did not linger at school. He found an excuse to take leave and headed straight back to the dormitory assigned by the school. As the only high school in Pingqing, student accommodations were arranged in single rooms. After entering his room, Yifan cautiously closed the door and ensured no one was around before sitting cross-legged. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and silently chanted, Spirit Beast Space. The next moment, Yifan's vision swirled, and the scene before him opened up dramatically. He found himself in a place that resembled a paradise. Clear mountains and waters, with a small house standing quietly. The firehound he had just chosen was dozing outside the door. It's a success. Seeing the firehound here, a gleam of joy flashed in Yifan's eyes. He scanned his surroundings as a mark on his arm began to glow, flooding his mind with a wealth of information. Moments later, Yifan opened his eyes, unable to conceal his excitement. This was the legendary Spirit Beast artifact he had risked his life to obtain years ago. It had merged with his Spirit Beast space and the Time-Space Dragon during a great explosion, forming this treasure land. The mark on his arm was his Spirit Beast space, which had just conveyed everything about this space to him. The energy here was abundant, making it an ideal environment for spirit beasts to live and grow. The space contained various mysteries that would gradually unfold as the spirit beasts grew stronger. And now, the most crucial aspect of this space had already manifested. The time flow ratio between the inner and outer worlds was 30-1. Spending 30 days here would only equal 1 day outside. Such a treasure deserved to be called a supreme artifact, a spirit beast artifact. With such a treasure, cultivating spirit beasts would be twice as effective with half the effort. Yifan stroked the firehound beside him, feeling the warmth from its affectionate nuzzling, a natural effect of its high body temperature. He thought to himself, the firehound was far from useless. Its bloodline often contained a trace of the high-level spirit beast, the hellhound. Although awakening this trace was difficult, even without awakening, it could control flames and unleash terrifying destructive power as it grew. More importantly, due to its bloodline heritage, the Firehound's growth wasn't limited by low-grade bloodlines. As long as he persevered and found enough rare treasures, cultivating it to the eternal level or even the glory level wasn't out of the question. Yifan had his reasons for choosing the Firehound. Whether it was the various cultivation methods he knew or the rare treasures from ancient ruins, they all ensured that this Firehound would showcase formidable strength in the future. And now, knowing the power of this space, Yifan was even more convinced that his choice was wise. For Yifan, the capabilities of this space meant that the greatest limitation on the fire dog was lifted. In this unique beast-taming space, there was energy most suited for nurturing beasts. Coupled with his various techniques, one day of training here equaled 100 days outside. This previously overlooked fire dog would soon astonish everyone. Yifan shifted his gaze from the fire dog to a patch of empty ground beside a small house. An idea struck him. If he could bring beasts into this space, then surely he could also transplant spiritual herbs and medicines. His eyes lit up with excitement at the thought. In his previous life, he had become a king-level beast tamer and had seen many rare treasures. Each of these treasures required a long time to mature and had to be harvested sparingly, sometimes taking years or even centuries to regrow. But if he could find spiritual herbs and transplant them here, beast-taming artifact, truly formidable. Yifan marveled, patting the fire dog's head before closing his eyes. The scene shifted, and when he reopened them, he was back in his dorm room. It was still early evening outside, only a short while had passed. After estimating the time he had spent in the space, Yifan confirmed that the time ratio was indeed 30-1. Looking at the quiet dorm room, he exhaled deeply, his gaze becoming resolute. With this artifact, Yifan's strength would increase rapidly. He could now aim for things that were beyond his reach at this stage in his previous life. For instance, the upcoming Freshman Secret Realm trial in 3 months. The Freshman Secret Realm was vastly different from the ancient secret realm he had explored in his past life. It was a low-level micro-secret realm constructed by the school, containing nothing particularly valuable. But having experienced it once before, Yifan knew that this year's micro-secret realm held a rare treasure. 3 months is enough time for me to strengthen myself. That treasure will be mine. Yifan took a deep breath, calmed himself, and sat cross-legged, his breathing becoming rhythmic. Breathing techniques were methods used by beast tamers to enhance their own strength. The higher the level of the breathing technique, the more beasts one could control. Most people practiced the common breathing technique provided by the school, which was highly versatile but had a low ceiling, offering limited enhancements and beast-taming capabilities. Yifan, however, was different. In his past life, he had encountered hundreds of advanced breathing techniques, many with astonishing effects. The one he was using now was the pinnacle of these techniques, the saintly method, renowned as the most domineering breathing technique in the world. The saintly method was divided into 4 major realms: whale swallowing, silkworm devouring, dragon inhaling, and ant biting. It allowed the practitioner to convert all energy into their own. When mastered, it could transform one from mortal to saint. As the breathing technique circulated, Yifan suddenly took a deep breath, like a whale sucking in water, instantly draining the surrounding air into his mouth. The abundant energy around him caused his body to glow with just one breath. First level. With his past life experience, Yifan easily entered the initial stage of this breathing technique. He exhaled slowly, his eyes snapping open, glowing with determination. The power of the sage method is truly formidable. The first level of devouring is just like opening a mouth. It converts both energy and air into one's own use. This single breath is equivalent to the results of several days of regular breathing techniques. Yifan stood up, feeling the nearly overflowing energy within him. The key to devouring lies in its sheer volume, and he had not yet advanced to the second level, assimilation. At this moment, he needed some time to digest this surge of energy. I feel like I could punch a bull to death, Yifan said, swinging his arms with a grin, his eyes shining with determination. With an extraordinary breathing technique and a unique beast mastery space, his starting point in this life was already maxed out, bolstered by the experiences of his previous life. Drank? So what if it's drank? Yifan declared confidently, ready to make his mark. After spending a long time in the beast space, Yifan finally exited after running the whale swallow technique for the second time. He opened his eyes to find that it had only just gotten dark outside, even though he had spent 7 or 8 days in the beast space. Standing by the window, just as he was about to savor his recent gains, his phone rang urgently on the table. Yifan glanced at the caller ID and frowned slightly. Fatty, he muttered to himself. Isn't he supposed to be cozying up with his blazing sun snake? After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. Yifan. Li Fatty's anxious voice came through immediately. Deng Chong and Ji Feng are trying to steal my beast. Steal your beast? Yifan's brow furrowed deeper. Beast selection is voluntary. What right do they have to steal? They said they saw it first, but I got it before they did, Li Fati explained hastily. They've gathered 7 or 8 people and want to challenge me to a beast duel. If I lose, I have to give them my beast. Where's the teacher? Won't they intervene? The teacher is in class. I'm trapped in the school building. Li Fati's voice quivered with a hint of fear. I'm hiding in the restroom next to the school building. Yifan, come quickly, or I'll lose my beast. Stay in the restroom and stall them, Yifan said decisively, hanging up and hurrying towards the school. Fuming with anger, Yifan cursed under his breath, Deng Chong, Ji Feng, you bastards. I wasn't going to come after you, but you dared to provoke me. You're asking for it. In an empty classroom of the school building, Deng Chong and Ji Feng, along with 7 or 8 others, surrounded Li Fati. Ha, hiding in the restroom thinking we wouldn't find you? Deng Chong mocked. Scared, aren't you? A beast master without the guts to duel? You call yourself a beast master? You might as well go home and raise pigs. Li Fati's face turned red, and his fists clenched tightly. Noticing Li Fati's reaction, Deng Chong sneered and gave him a hard shove, nearly knocking him over. Stop pretending to be tough, Deng Chong said, looking down at Li Fati. Back in middle school, with that so-called theory master friend of yours, we might not have dared to touch you. But now it's different. Your friend is just a D-level loser, just like us. Who's afraid of him now? Grabbing Li Fati by the collar, Deng Chong snarled, be smart and hand over your blazing sun snake. I asked around, and it's the best beast in this batch. Do you think someone like you deserves it? Hand it over. With that, Deng Chong punched Li Fati hard in the face and threw him to the ground. The group closed in again, and Deng Chong looked down at Li Fati. I'm giving you a choice. Either duel me like a man or give me your beast. If not, don't blame us for being rough. As Deng Chong raised his fist again, Li Fati finally couldn't hold back and spoke. I'll duel. What? Deng Chong sneered. What did you just say? The crowd burst into laughter. Deng Chong stepped on Li Pengzi's chest, leaned down, and brought his ear close to his mouth. What did you just say? I couldn't hear you. Li Pengzi struggled for breath under the weight, trying to speak. I said, he said. Let me take his place. A calm voice suddenly cut through the noise. Deng Chong paused and turned his head, only to see Yifan stepping into the clearing. Yifan? Deng Chong's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Are you trying to stand up for him? What's wrong with that? Yifan replied calmly, his gaze cutting through the crowd like a knife. The intensity in his eyes, reflecting the fury of a king-level beast master, made people instinctively step back. Although Deng Chong was momentarily intimidated, the presence of so many people around him gave him a renewed sense of confidence. Fine, you want to take his place, then go ahead, he said, releasing his foot from Li Pengzi's chest and standing up. But if you lose, you have to hand over your beast. My beast isn't something just anyone can take, Yifan replied, narrowing his eyes. What if you lose? Me lose? Deng Chong laughed loudly. Yifan, you're stuck in the past. It's not just about theory anymore. I haven't stayed in the past, Yifan said calmly. I'm asking what happens if you lose? Yifan's nonchalant attitude infuriated Deng Chong. He waved his hand dismissively. If I lose, I'll give you my beast. I have no interest in your trashy beasts. Yifan shook his head. I want a seed of the fiery fruit from Baichao Hall. Hearing this, Deng Chong hesitated. The fiery fruit seed was worth 10,000, not a small amount. But soon, his hesitation turned into confidence. Deal. With a grand gesture, Deng Chong summoned his beast, a creature resembling a pangolin, which appeared in a flash of light. A cloud armor beast, Yifan noted to himself. No wonder Deng Chong was picking on Pengzi. His beast counters Pengzi's sun snake. But that's all it is. Yifan waved his hand, and a firehound appeared before the crowd. A firehound? You dare bring out such a worthless beast? Deng Chong laughed louder, then raised his hand again. Beast, sharpened teeth. Light gathered around the cloud armor beast, and its teeth visibly grew sharper. Yifan remained unfazed. He raised his hand as well. Beast, ascend. Under the glow, the firehound's size increased slightly, its form subtly changing. Calling that an ascension? Are you trying to make me laugh? Deng Chong mocked even more arrogantly. Cloud armor beast, use charge. The cloud armor beast charged at the firehound with astonishing speed. Yifan watched and let a faint smile play on his lips. Firehound, step right and headbutt it. Yifan commanded just as the cloud armor beast was about to collide with the firehound. The firehound swiftly dodged to the right, causing the cloud armor beast to lose its balance. Before it could react, the firehound let out a howl and rammed its head hard against it. Thud, thud, thud. The cloud armor beast was knocked over, rolling 4 or 5 times before its eyes flipped, and it lay there with its legs in the air. The air froze instantly, and everyone was stunned. Deng Chong was even more dumbfounded, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened. One hit and it was KO'd? Yifan walked over to Deng Chong and looked down at him. The cloud armor beast is called that for a reason. It has decent defense. But you don't even know that, thinking only its belly is a weak spot. Little did you know, the only part not covered by its cloud armor, besides its belly, is its head. In that way, your beast is quite similar to you. Deng Chong looked up blankly and saw Yifan's mocking smile. So, are you going to give me the fiery fruit seeds now, or should we just settle in cash? Deng Chong gritted his teeth and glared at Yifan with a face full of anger. He couldn't help but threaten, Yifan, don't get cocky. My cousin is Deng Li from the elite class. Do you dare touch me? Upon hearing the name, Deng Li from the elite class, Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew this person all too well. In his previous life, Deng Li was notorious. Despite having a level talent, he didn't attend college. Instead, he formed a gang called Longchong Gang in Pingxing, bullying the locals. Yifan's parents' small restaurant was frequently harassed by them, and they barely managed to keep it open with the money Yifan sent home. It wasn't until Yifan graduated and returned that Deng Li fled to Yunqing and hadn't returned for years. Just as I thought, despicable people always flock together. Yifan sneered and without hesitation, kicked Deng Chong hard. Although Yifan had only undergone 2 sessions of the whale swallowing technique, the effects of the holy law were already evident. This kick was powerful, and Deng Chong couldn't dodge it. He was sent flying against the wall. Just as he struggled to get up, Yifan stepped on him again, just as Deng Chong had done to the chubby guy earlier. Deng Li's henchmen were startled and were about to step in, but Yifan's icy gaze froze them in their tracks. You'd best stay right where you are. Yifan's voice was low but filled with authority. The small-time thugs immediately froze, unable to move. Yifan smirked disdainfully, thinking how these people were indeed bullies who only picked on the weak. Even without the king's pressure, his inherent aura of strength easily intimidated these petty crooks. Yifan bent down and coldly said to Deng Chong, I'll give you 1 hour. Either get your lackeys to bring me the fiery fruit seeds, or have your cousin bring them. Your choice. 1 second late, and you'll face the consequences. With that, Yifan increased the pressure of his foot. Deng Chong gasped in pain and quickly waved at his henchmen. Go get my cousin now. The henchmen, feeling as if they were granted amnesty, quickly dashed out of the classroom. The empty classroom was now filled only with Deng Chong's heavy breathing as he stared wide-eyed at Yifan. Li, the chubby guy, whispered, Yifan, maybe we should let it go. The elite class people are tough to deal with. They're at least clever talents. Clever? Even if an A-level talent came today, they would still have to bring me the fiery fruit seeds, Yifan snorted, not easing the pressure under his foot. Li shrank back, looking at Yifan in surprise. He remembered his childhood friend as someone who was always easygoing and preferred to avoid conflicts just like him. Why had he suddenly become so assertive today? Yifan seemed to read Li's thoughts and said, Li, constantly swallowing your anger only makes people think you're easy to bully. If someone wrongs you, they must pay the price. Li was taken aback and after a moment, nodded, though his eyes still held a trace of timidity. Yifan saw this and sighed inwardly. Li was naturally timid, and with poor grades and a bottom-tiered level talent, it was understandable for him to be afraid of trouble. Just then, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. A man wearing a leather jacket and with a sinister look in his eyes strode in. As soon as Deng Li entered the room, he saw his cousin almost passing out under Yifan's foot. He was instantly furious. Let him go. Yifan looked up at the famous Deng Li and calmly asked, Where's the item I asked for? Deng Li was taken aback, and someone nearby quickly explained the situation. A seed of the blazing fire fruit? Deng Li frowned in thought for a moment before saying, All right, let's just drop this for my sake. Drop it? Yifan sneered, pressing his foot down even harder. A bet is a bet, and debts must be paid. Besides, how much do you think your face is worth? You're asking for it. Deng Li was livid, his fist clenching as he prepared to strike Yifan. However, when he saw Yifan's calm and slightly expectant gaze, his heart skipped a beat. Why wasn't this kid afraid at all? Did he have something up his sleeve? Deng Li hesitated for a moment, then lowered his fist, suppressing his anger. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Let my cousin go. Yifan was a bit surprised but nodded in agreement. 10,000 yuan, that works. Deng Li immediately pulled out a stack of money and handed it to one of his men, who carefully passed it to Yifan. Yifan took the money and lifted his foot. Deng Chong scrambled to his cousin, his face red with anger. Cousin, get revenge for me. Shut up. Deng Li suddenly snapped. This is a school. Deng Chong was stunned. He hadn't expected his usually supportive cousin to speak to him that way. Deng Li lowered his voice and patted Deng Chong on the shoulder. We'll deal with this outside of school. Here, we're all students. Outside, we have other ways. Deng Chong finally smiled and nodded repeatedly. Let's go. Deng Li waved his hand and led his group away. Before leaving, Deng Chong shot a venomous look at Yifan. Once they were gone, Yifan leisurely counted the money. 10,000 yuan was nearly enough to cover several months of living expenses in high school. He had been considering finding some side work to earn extra money, especially since they were still in Pingqing, where money could easily solve many issues. This windfall saved him a lot of trouble. After counting the money, Yifan patted it contentedly and held it in his hand. Yifan, did you hear what Deng Li said just now? Li Fati cautiously approached, his voice trembling with fear. It sounded like he plans to come after us outside of school. Let him try, Yifan said nonchalantly. He had deliberately provoked Deng Li to settle an old score from his previous life. A future small-time thug like Deng Li couldn't possibly gather anyone stronger than some low-level riffraff. Given a few days, Yifan could easily deal with him. But what do we do? Li Fati was not as confident as Yifan and was pacing anxiously. I have to go home this weekend. Just come with me. But what if you're not around? If I'm alone, I can't even handle Deng Chong. Seeing Fati's anxious face, Yifan suddenly felt a pang of sadness. When he thought about it, Li Pengzi had always been good to him. During the toughest times in high school, Li never changed his attitude towards him. Whether he had hit rock bottom after being tested as having a D-level talent or later became the light of Pingqing, the only regret was that Pengzi's talent for beast taming was subpar. In their previous life, the gap in their beast taming skills grew so wide that meeting each other became rare, let alone fighting side by side. Thinking of this, Yifan suddenly smiled. Pengzi, he interrupted Li Pengzi's anxiety. Do you want to become a powerful beast tamer? Li Pengzi was taken aback and hesitated. I do, but with my talent. Talent is not the issue. Just answer me, do you want to or not? Yifan's eyes were resolute. Yes. Li Pengzi replied almost without hesitation. Good. Yifan nodded, patted Li Pengzi on the shoulder, and then walked towards the classroom door. Follow me. Li Pengzi looked puzzled but still followed Yifan back to the dormitory. Yifan casually sat on a stool and gestured for Li Pengzi to sit down as well. Pengzi, I'm going to teach you a breathing technique, Yifan said calmly, looking directly into Li Pengzi's eyes. What? Li Pengzi was so shocked he nearly jumped off the stool. Breathing techniques are not something you can casually give away. They are essential to a beast tamer's core abilities. Even a basic breathing technique is worth millions, and an exceptionally powerful one is priceless. It's just a breathing technique, Yifan said nonchalantly, then became serious. The technique I'm teaching you isn't the best in the world, but in some ways, it's the most suitable for you. This is too precious, Li Pengzi hesitated. Our friendship over the years is more precious than this. Yifan shook his head, eyes blazing as he looked at Pengzi. The breathing technique I'm teaching you is called the Taodai method. Yifan explained the characteristics and practice method of the Taodai method in detail. This breathing technique was simple and straightforward. By constantly eating, you could convert food into energy. With each level you advance, the number of beasts you can control doubles, and the conversion efficiency increases. Li Pengzi was dumbfounded. Taodai, one of the four fiends of ancient times, was a mythical beast capable of swallowing the sun and the moon. A breathing technique named after Taodai couldn't be anything but extraordinary. Without further explanation, Yifan began to teach the specific techniques of the Taodai method. Li Pengzi listened intently and started practicing the technique. Soon, energy fluctuations appeared around his body. Seeing Li Pengzi quickly enter the right state, Yifan nodded to himself. The Taodai method indeed suited someone like Pengzi, who loved to eat and had average talent as a beast tamer. It was simple to learn and highly effective, allowing practitioners to win through sheer numbers. Yifan recalled the formidable enemy who had mastered the Taodai method, capable of controlling dozens of powerful beasts simultaneously. It was an awe-inspiring sight. However, for Yifan, who had already mastered a saintly technique, the Taodai method was not much. But for a novice like Li Pengzi, it was a tremendous opportunity. Li Pengzi opened his eyes, his entire demeanor revitalized. This Taodai method is amazing, he exclaimed. I just learned it, and my beast space has already expanded, allowing me to tame a second beast. This is just the beginning, Yifan said with a smile, thinking of the enemy who could summon dozens of beasts. Li Pengzi cautiously asked, how did you come by such a precious breathing technique? Just some fortuitous encounters, Yifan replied simply, then sternly warned, Pengzi, you must not let anyone know about this Taodai method until you've become powerful, not even your parents. Understood. Li Pengzi nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of excitement. He knew how valuable this opportunity was. As long as he practiced diligently, he was bound to achieve great things in the future. Just as Li Pengzi was about to express his gratitude, his stomach let out a loud growl. Fatty Li's face turned red, and he awkwardly explained, this gluttonous technique consumes too much energy. I just had my afternoon meal. Go eat another one, Yifan said with a smile. Once you've mastered the gluttonous technique, you'll be like a human glutton. Don't worry about what others think. As long as you're strong enough, Even if you eat crap, people won't say anything. They might even try to imitate you. You're right. Fatty Lee nodded and hurriedly walked out the door. I'll go have another meal right now. Watching Fatty Lee's departing figure, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head slightly. He didn't care for grand promises of gratitude. Although he trusted Fatty Lee, that trust wasn't absolute. Even brothers who had fought by his side for decades in his previous life had betrayed him. Human nature is the most unreliable. Yi Fan could only say that, for now, he believed Fatty Lee wouldn't betray him, or perhaps didn't have the guts to. Time to get some real work done, Yi Fan muttered to himself, taking out the 10,000 yuan he had saved. Though it wasn't much, he could accomplish a lot with it. In 3 months, the freshman's secret realm would open. During this time, Yi Fan had to quickly improve his strength to ensure he could obtain what he wanted from the realm. To the Spirit Herb Hall, Yi Fan decided swiftly. The fastest way to improve was undoubtedly through spirit herbs. His beast space was perfect for growing these herbs. If he could buy some, he could use them to cultivate his fire dog and also grow spirit fruits to sell for profit. Yi Fan quickly calculated the return on investment, 10,000 yuan to buy a flaming fruit seed. With the accelerated time flow in his beast space, it would bear fruit in 3 to 5 days. Each harvest usually yielded 4 to 5 fruits, each worth at least 50,000 yuan, with high-quality ones going for up to 100,000. In just a few days, he could multiply his investment several times over. If he bought higher-grade spirit herb seeds, the profits would be even more substantial. Having made up his mind, Yi Fan immediately took action. He quickly left his dormitory, hailed a taxi at the school gate, and headed straight for the Spirit Herb Hall in the northern part of Pingqing. Meanwhile, Deng Chong and his cronies were walking down the street, one of them applying an anti-swelling ointment to his injuries. That Yi Fan is really asking for it, one of the cronies said obsequiously. Brother Chong, your cousin Deng Li is the boss around here. If Yi Fan dares to step out of the school, your cousin will have ways to deal with him. By then, Yi Fan will be begging you for forgiveness. Exactly, Deng Chong said smugly. With my cousin's power, if Yi Fan dares to come out, he'll be surrounded in no time. Yi Fan stepped on me today, but I'll make sure he can't even cry when I'm done with him. Just then, a taxi sped past a puddle in front of them, splashing water all over the group. The crony applying ointment was startled, pressing down hard and causing Deng Chong to grimace in pain. You idiot! Can't you see people on the side of the road? Deng Chong shouted angrily. The next moment, through the worn-out taxi window, he saw the person sitting inside. Yi Fan? Deng Chong was taken aback and then flew into a rage. That bastard. Does he have no respect for my cousin? How dare he come out so soon and have someone drench me? Deng Chong almost instinctively believed that the scene just now was Yi Fan deliberately provoking him. Call my cousin and tell him Yi Fan left the school. Have him get people to block the school gate. Yes, I'll call Brotherly right away. The lackey immediately pulled out his phone and started dialing. Yi Fan sat in the taxi with his eyes closed, trying to rest his mind. Before he knew it, the car had stopped in front of Lingqiao Hall. He stood at the entrance, gazing up at the familiar characters of Lingqiao Hall, feeling as though a lifetime had passed. Memories from his previous life flooded his mind. Lingqiao Hall, a powerful organization with branches across the country, had many connections with him. I wonder if Master Ning is still around, Yi Fan muttered to himself as he stepped inside. The two receptionists at the door, seeing a student-like customer, were somewhat inattentive but still greeted warmly out of professionalism. Welcome? Yi Fan nodded slightly and walked into Lingqiao Hall with a calm expression. The store had 3 floors. The first floor mainly displayed ordinary herbs, which were affordable but not particularly effective. A female sales assistant approached with a professional smile. Little brother, what are you looking for? Just browsing, Yi Fan replied, habitually glancing at the sales assistant. Ning Shui? How do you know my name is Ning Shui? She asked, surprised. Yi Fan was momentarily speechless, realizing he had slipped up because of his past life memories. He quickly pointed to the employee photo wall to defuse the awkwardness. Ning Shui understood and continued enthusiastically, Little brother, I recommend this Yisheng fruit. It's picked from Nanshan and tastes great. It can enhance the physique and combat abilities of your beasts. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. As far as I know, Yisheng fruit only attracts beasts with its fragrance and has no other effects. Eating too much can even make the beast go into heat. Is that what you mean by enhanced combat abilities? Ning Shui's face turned red instantly, and she took 2 steps back instinctively. Yi Fan added, Yisheng fruit is useless for humans. Do you have any Lihua fruit here? Yes. Ning Shui quickly led Yi Fan to the second floor. The second floor was filled with the aroma of various spiritual herbs and fruits. Ning Shui pointed to a platter with 7 or 8 fiery red fruits. The Lihua fruits are here. Yi Fan frowned at the wrinkled fruits, clearly not fresh. 50,000 each, Ning Shui quoted. Seeing Yi Fan's dissatisfaction, she added, if you're not happy with these, I can get you some freshly harvested ones from today. After pondering for a moment, Yi Fan suddenly asked, Do you have any lihua fruit seeds or transplantable roots? Ning Shui was taken aback by the unexpected question. After hesitating briefly, she said, I'll ask the manager for you. Shortly after, Ning Shui returned with a middle-aged man in a traditional Chinese jacket. Who's the young man looking for lihua fruit seeds? The man asked robustly. That would be me, Yifan responded, narrowing his eyes. He recognized the man as Ning Qinghai, the master of Lingqiao Hall in Pingxing, and a near gold-level beast tamer. Ning Qinghai looked at Yifan with some surprise, then broke into a broad smile. Ah, it's you, young man. An esteemed guest. Please, come upstairs. After seating Yifan in a private booth on the second floor, Ning Qinghai personally served him tea. He tentatively said, Young man, the seeds of the fiery fruit don't come cheap. Normally, we don't sell them at Lingqiao Hall. Yifan responded calmly, fiery fruit isn't particularly rare. Even its seeds are priced around 10,000. Its audience is limited. Apart from specific beast tamers, no one really chooses it. For the same price, strong muscle grass offers better effects and wider adaptability. Ning Qinghai was a bit surprised but quickly adjusted his demeanor and followed up. So, young man, you must need the fiery fruit for a specific beast, then? Indeed, Yifan replied, looking directly at Ning Qinghai. A firehound? A firehound. That explains a lot. Ning Qinghai pondered for a moment before making a decision. In that case, we'll sell you the fiery fruit seeds at 10,000 each. Ning Shui, go to the cultivation room and fetch a fiery fruit rootstock. Ning Shui was momentarily stunned, but quickly went downstairs to get the item. Ning Qinghai smiled and explained, Young man, you have an impressive presence. Consider this rootstock a token of friendship. I hope you'll frequent Lingqiao Hall in the future. I will. Yifan nodded in agreement. Ning Shui soon returned with a box containing a rootstock that had already sprouted leaves. Ning Qinghai advised, Young man, this medicinal plant is not easy to keep alive. When you get back, plant it in fertile soil. If the soil is rich, the fiery fruit will bear fruit in May, with this plant potentially producing 3 to 5 fruits. Yifan accepted the box and stood up to leave. Before departing, he bought some other medicinal plant seeds on the first floor and paid with his card. Ning Shui accompanied him throughout, watching until he left. Returning to the second floor, Ning Shui reported to Ning Qinghai, Master Ning, that young man has left. Ning Qinghai nodded and, noticing Ning Shui's curiosity, explained, Are you wondering why I treated that young man so well? Ning Shui admitted, Yes. Although he seemed extraordinary, he didn't appear to come from a prominent background. A rootstock worth 30,000. Even the cultivation cost is over 20,000. Is it worth it? Ning Qinghai chuckled and shook his head. You still have a lot to learn about reading people. An ordinary family's young man wouldn't act that way. I released the pressure of a gold-level beast tamer just now, and he didn't even flinch. This means either he's stronger than me or he's accustomed to such pressure, likely because there's a gold-level expert in his family. Moreover, raising a firehound requires a lot of time and precious resources. This visit is probably just the beginning. He'll be back often. Ning Shui suddenly understood. I see. So, that young man does have some background. Ning Qinghai said meaningfully, selling medicinal plants and fruits isn't exclusive to Lingqiao Hall. If we can gain the favor of a powerful family or a future expert with a single plant, that's a true gain. This root looks pretty good. Yifan stood outside the Lingqiao Hall, carefully examining the root in his hand and nodding in satisfaction. A single root could save him a lot of trouble, and it made him rethink Ning Qinghai's judgment. No wonder this guy could become the head of the Jiang province branch of Lingqiao Hall in the future. Just a probing conversation had earned him such a benefit. This level of insight and vision was indeed remarkable. As for Ning Qinghai's probing, Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile. The pressure from a gold-level opponent was nothing more than a joke to him. He decided to plant the root in his beast space and see what effect it would have. While Yifan was deep in thought, a familiar taxi pulled up in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing the slightly balding face of a middle-aged driver. Hey, buddy, hop in, the driver called out enthusiastically. Yifan smiled and got into the car. As the driver started the engine, he asked curiously, Buddy, you must be doing well to be shopping at Lingqiao Hall. Not really, Yifan replied casually. This was a gift. Someone challenged me to a beast duel and lost $1,000. The driver raised an eyebrow in surprise. So, you're a pretty skilled beast master, huh? Not really, I just started school, Yifan said modestly. Beating your peers right after starting? That's impressive, the driver said with a hint of envy. I wanted to become a beast master when I was younger, but my talent was too poor. Couldn't even get a drink. Yifan nodded in understanding. That's normal. Beast masters are highly regarded not just because their beasts are powerful, but also because they are rare. Even a drank is hard to come by among ordinary people, probably less than 1 in 10. Without at least a drank, you can't even open a beast space, which is the minimum requirement to be a beast master. The driver didn't seem discouraged, but instead chuckled. Buddy, let me have your number. Anytime you need a ride, just call me. I'll be there in no time. They exchanged contact information, and the taxi sped towards the gate of Pinching High School. Hold on a sec, buddy, the driver suddenly said. I think that's the group from earlier. Following the driver's gaze, Yifan saw a dozen or so young men dressed in flashy clothes, loitering near the school gate and pointing at the taxi. Among them was Deng Chong. That guy actually brought backup. Yifan sneered. The driver looked concerned. Buddy, maybe we should leave and come back later tonight? Those guys are from a local gang near the school. You just started. You might not be able to handle all of them. No worries. You can go ahead, Yifan replied confidently. These punks don't scare me. With that, he got out of the car. The driver wanted to say more, but eventually drove off reluctantly. Instead of avoiding the group, Yifan walked straight towards them, his fists clenched and cracking. Big Brother Fei, that's the guy. Deng Chong quickly pointed Yifan out to a burly, tattooed man beside him. The tattooed man known as Big Fei perked up upon hearing this. He gave Yifan a once-over and sneered. A snot-nosed kid like you, daring to mess with Brother Li's cousin? You must have a death wish. Big Fei cracked his neck and questioned, So, you're Yifan? Yes, Yifan nodded, but his gaze locked onto Deng Chong, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Well, long time no see. Your wounds healed up pretty fast, huh? Seeing this, Deng Chong instantly wilted and quickly retreated. Big Fei, seeing Yifan's audacity, flew into a rage. Who gave you the guts to act so cocky in front of Ma Fei? With that, he swung his fist at Yifan's face. The punch came with such force that it seemed to whistle through the air, almost accompanied by the sound of thunder. Breathing technique? Yifan's brow furrowed. Ma Fei was clearly not a beast tamer. How could an ordinary person possess such a technique? Though puzzled, Yifan showed no mercy. He sidestepped the blow, grabbed Ma Fei's arm, and executed a flawless shoulder throw, slamming him hard into the ground. With a dull thud, everyone present felt a shiver down their spine. No one needed to see it to know how devastating that throw was. You're dead for hurting Big Fei. The other thugs swarmed forward. Despite their numbers, these men were scrawny and untrained in any breathing techniques. Against Yifan, who had rich combat experience and practiced a holy technique, they stood no chance. In the blink of an eye, Yifan had them all on the ground. Soon, only a trembling Deng Chong was left standing. Why, Yifan, you better not touch me. My cousin won't let you off. Deng Chong stammered in a feeble threat. Yifan scoffed. Forget your cousin. Even if it was your cousin's cousin, I wouldn't care. Get lost and tell your cousin that if he wants to mess with me, he should send someone more competent. These small fries are an insult to me. Deng Chong, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, hastily fled towards the school. Yifan turned around, coldly eyeing Ma Fei and his men who were attempting to sneak away. I let him go. Did I say you could leave? Ma Fei froze in place, awkwardly forcing a smile. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Yifan, uninterested in their excuses, cut straight to the point. Come here. I have some questions for you. Sure. Ma Fei stammered, trembling as he walked over to Yifan. Yifan first shot a cold glance at the other thugs. I told him to stay. Are you staying because you want more of a beating? Hearing this, the group scattered in all directions. Some fled so hastily they even left their shoes behind. Rabble, Yifan sneered, then fixed his gaze on Ma Fei. Your breathing technique? Where did you get it? Breathing technique? What breathing technique? Ma Fei's face showed clear panic, though he tried to maintain his composure. You must be joking, brother. We're just an ordinary gang. We don't have any breathing techniques. Yifan let out a cold snort, his eyes as sharp as knives. Thunder breathing technique, 3 levels. The first level, entry level, makes your breathing and movements accompanied by the sound of thunder. You're just getting started, right? Well? Ma Fei was utterly at a loss. Yifan's eyes grew colder, his tone carrying an undeniable threat. You better tell the truth. Otherwise, I have many ways to make you talk. The murderous intent in those words sent a chill down Ma Fei's spine. He suddenly realized that the seemingly young boy in front of him had probably seen blood before. I'll talk. Ma Fei finally broke down. The breathing technique was given to me by someone higher up. Higher up? Yifan frowned and pressed further. Aren't you just a common thug? Who's this higher up, your gang leader? No. Ma Fei shook his head frantically. It's some big shots. They came to Pingxing a few days ago and took over all the underground organizations, including the casinos, nightclubs, and our gangs. I haven't seen them much. They have people managing things for them. A few days ago, they selected some gang leaders and gave us the breathing technique. I'm fairly well known around the school area, so I got one too. Big shots. Yifan's brow furrowed tightly, as if he had just realized some earth-shattering secret. Someone was secretly controlling Pingxing's underground world. Although the government managed Pingxing, underground gangs still existed. In Yifan's memory, these gangs had remained relatively orderly before Deng came into power. However, Ma Dafei's words made Yifan sense something unusual. Deng Li is also a member of your organization? Yifan stared at Ma Dafei, eyebrows slightly furrowed. Ma Dafei nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, the higher-ups value his beast-taming talent and have even bestowed a rare breathing technique upon him. He paused before continuing. I'm standing up for his cousin this time because… I get it. Yifan interrupted, thoughts racing. Deng Li had long joined the organization and stayed in Pingqing for reasons beyond university. If the organization entrusted Pingqing to Deng Li, their influence must extend far beyond this city. Yifan recalled for a moment, but couldn't remember any information about such a force. He pressed on. Have the higher-ups ever revealed the organization's purpose? Nothing specific, Ma Dafei replied. They just told us to continue our regular patrols of the places that pay protection fees. But… He hesitated. I once overheard them mention something about restoration. Restoration. The word instantly alerted Yifan, making the air around him seem frozen. Seeing this, Ma Dafei quickly added, maybe I misheard. No, you didn't, Yifan said coldly. The only ones who dare talk about restoration are the Dynasty organization. Memories from his past life flooded back. The Dynasty organization aimed to restore the old dynasty, often causing beast tides and opening secret realms to unleash fierce beasts. Pingqing had suffered such a calamity, nearly being destroyed, and Yifan's parents perished in that beast tide. Yifan suddenly understood. The Dynasty organization's infiltration was so deep that it was no wonder he had found nothing despite years of investigation in his past life. They had already embedded themselves in the underground organizations of various cities, paving their way. This time, I won't give them another chance, Yifan resolved, seeking both revenge for his parents and laying the groundwork for the future. He turned to Ma Dafei, his tone calm yet commanding. Ma Dafei, I'm giving you a choice. Serve me? Ma Dafei was stunned and asked hesitantly, what's the second choice? There is no second choice, Yifan said, looking him straight in the eye. You now know the secret. Either you work for me, or you die trying to inform on me. Ma Dafei became instantly alert. You plan to kill me? Not necessarily, Yifan replied coolly. But I have ways to make you disappear without a trace. You have 1 minute to decide. As the seconds ticked by, Ma Dafei finally spoke at the 50th second. I'll choose the first option. Yifan gave a scrutinizing smile. No more consideration? No need. Ma Dafei shook his head. I can see that following you is the smart choice. Good. Yifan nodded. I will teach you a valuable technique in return. Ma Dafei felt secretly pleased, thinking Yifan was young and naive, planning to betray him for merit later. Yifan began instructing. Follow my lead and channel your energy. Ma Dafei instinctively followed. After completing a full cycle, a cloud of black mist emerged from his body and landed in Yifan's hand. What kind of technique is this? Ma Dafei asked in astonishment. The great Zhou Tian soul refining technique, Yifan explained. You're practicing a sub-technique. From now on, your every move is under my control. If you harbor any disloyalty, I can end your life with a single thought. Ma Dafei froze in place, stammering, brother, you must be joking. I don't joke, Yifan replied coldly. Planning to report back? Even those powerful figures you work for can't break this technique. The moment you speak, you die. Ma Dafei immediately dropped to his knees. Master, I was wrong. I truly know my mistake. Since you've chosen me, don't have second thoughts, Yifan said slowly. Follow me, and you'll gain far more than you would with them. Yes, from now on, my life belongs to you, master. Ma Dafei promised repeatedly. Your life is already mine, Yifan replied as he turned to leave. Get up and continue your work. I'll call for you when needed. As he watched Yifan's figure fade into the distance, Ma Dafei trembled all over, his mind consumed by a single thought, devil. He is a devil. At school, Yifan returned to his dormitory after lunch with a meaningful smile on his face. Deng Chong had unintentionally given him a pleasant surprise, not only by bringing Deng Li but also by revealing crucial information about the Wangchao organization. Yifan was calculating in his mind. Once he turned Ma Dafei to his side, it wouldn't take long to uncover Wangchao's operations in Pingqing. By then, he could capture them all in one go. However, the immediate priority was to strengthen himself. Yifan muttered to himself, his gaze falling on the time-space dragon mark on his hand. In the blink of an eye, he entered the beast space. Though only an afternoon had passed in the real world, 10 days had gone by in the beast space. As soon as he entered, a slightly larger fire dog excitedly pounced on him. The growth over this period had elevated the fire dog's strength to Black Iron 2-star. Yifan knew that the strength level of his beast companions was crucial. The gap would widen significantly as their levels increased. Yifan decided to test the effect of his planting. After playing with the fire dog for a while, he took out a root and went to the land beside the small house. He carefully dug a hole, planted the root, and covered it with soil. Given the time flow and the beast's space, the fiery fruit should mature quickly. Thinking of this, Yifan's gaze turned to the fire dog lying not far away. The fiery fruit was the perfect food for the fire dog in its juvenile stage, mild yet potent enough to help it break through the black iron level and reach the bronze level. Once at the bronze level, the fire dog would be able to use fire attacks, showcasing remarkable power. Yifan sternly told the fire dog, "Without my permission, you can't touch the things planted there, even if they bear fruit." The fire dog seemed to understand and responded intelligently. Looking at the fire dog, a smile appeared on Yifan's face, and a fierce ambition ignited in his heart. In his previous life, he had become a king-level beast master through hard work. In this life, with the magical beast space, top-notch breathing techniques, and memories of his past life, his potential was far beyond just being a king level. After a while, Yifan took a deep breath and pulled a drumstick from his pocket. It was something he had brought back from the cafeteria. "Fire dog, come here. Have some good food." The fire dog happily ran over, took the drumstick in its mouth, but didn't eat it immediately. Instead, it looked up at Yifan, as if seeking permission. "I'm not eating it. You go ahead," Yifan said with a smile. "Eat well. We've got a long journey ahead of us together." The next morning, a knock on Yifan's dormitory door woke him up. He had just exited the beast space and was standing by the window practicing a peculiar set of martial arts moves, the Wanxiang technique. This was a technique he had created based on the ancient Xiangqin technique, which, when combined with his breathing method, could strengthen his body and, at its peak, make him immune to poisons and able to go without food. Hearing the knock, Yifan stopped and went to open the door. Standing outside was a worried-looking Li Pengzi. "Yifan, please help me. What's wrong? Are Deng Chong and his gang causing trouble again?" Yifan frowned and asked. "No." Li Pengzi shook his head repeatedly, his face flushed, struggling to speak. Yifan thought for a moment and guessed the reason. "Did you practice the Taodai technique, which increased your appetite, but now you're having trouble digesting and experiencing stomach pain?" "Exactly." Li Pengzi grabbed Yifan's arm excitedly. "Is there any way to fix this? It's unbearable. I feel like my stomach is going to explode." Yifan shook his head with a smile. "This is normal. I bet you only practiced the Taodai technique when I taught you, then ate a lot and just lay down afterward, right?" Li Pengzi was stunned and, after a moment, said, "Yifan, you're amazing." "It's not that I'm amazing. It's that I understand the Taodai technique," Yifan replied seriously. "The Taodai technique is based on the characteristics of the Taodai, which consumes large amounts of food. If you eat a lot without properly practicing the technique, how can it help you digest? A regular stomach can't handle that much food, and of course, you'll feel bloated." "It looks like you didn't listen carefully to what I said yesterday." Li Pengzi scratched his head awkwardly and quickly left for his dorm room. Soon, a series of loud noises came from the room next door. Yifan shook his head helplessly and headed to the classroom. Shortly after he arrived, Deng Chong entered as well. Upon seeing Yifan, Deng Chong almost stumbled in fear and quickly led his group to sit in a corner. Noticing their reaction, Yifan just shook his head. If these people didn't provoke him, he wouldn't bother with them. The bell rang, and Li Pengzi sat down next to Yifan, panting and letting out a long breath. "So, feeling better now?" Yifan teased. "Much better," Li Pengzi replied with an embarrassed smile. At that moment, a stern-looking man with a straight posture walked into the classroom. "Quiet," he commanded, and the room fell silent instantly. "Devil instructor Pan Zhao, why is it him?" Li Pengzi whispered. Yifan looked at Pan Zhao on the podium with a complex expression. Pan Zhao was well known in Pingqing as a strict but highly capable teacher who often took students to dangerous places for training. In his previous life, under Pan Zhao's guidance, Yifan had a fortuitous encounter in a secret realm, which marked the beginning of his rise. Strictly speaking, Pan Zhao was his mentor. However, in his past life, this teacher was marginalized by the academy's higher-ups due to his straightforward nature, demoted from a renowned teacher to an ordinary instructor. His only moment of glory was during a later beast tide, where he led the resistance and ultimately sacrificed himself, living a life of quiet frustration. A teacher like him should be highly regarded anywhere. How could he be marginalized? Yifan pondered. Or perhaps someone deliberately tried to suppress him? Yifan squinted his eyes, his thoughts drifting afar. Pan Zhao's strength in Pingqing was indeed formidable. He once owned a roaring golden 9-star lion, and if it hadn't been sacrificed during the beast tide, it might have broken through to the eternal rank in the future. Yifan raised an eyebrow and mused, in this small town of Pingqing, there is actually someone who can suppress such a powerful beast tamer? Interesting. On the stage, Pan Zhao's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he scanned the students below. He spoke coldly, "Everyone, becoming a beast tamer here isn't your first success. It's your first failure." His words caused many faces to change abruptly. Pan Zhao snorted and continued, "Do you know why? Talent. With a level beast taming talent, you're destined to be inferior. Among your peers, other beast tamers' beasts are naturally much stronger than yours. You won't get the best resources, and in the world of beast tamers, no one will think highly of you. He mercilessly exposed the truth. Your class is called the Waste Class, a class of useless students. Do you know what kind of beasts you chose yesterday? Meanwhile, the elite and genius classes get elite grade beasts, which can grow to silver or even gold rank. The classroom erupted in an uproar. Elite grade beasts were worth hundreds of thousands to millions, and with proper training, they were almost guaranteed to reach the silver rank. This was tantamount to securing a college admission in advance. These words dealt a severe blow to many. A delicate-looking girl sitting in the front row stood up and asked defiantly, "Teacher, if talent determines everything, then why are we even here at school?" "Good question," Pan Zhao responded. "What's your name?" "Ma Xiaoxue," the girl replied. "Ma Xiaoxue, I'll remember you." Pan Zhao nodded, banging the table forcefully and looking around the room. "Next, I'll tell you what you can do in these 3 years. First, every month, I'll take you to the school's affiliated Dim Realm for training." Dim Realm. The mention of this term immediately excited the previously dejected students. To them, even the lowest level of the Dim Realm held extremely precious treasures. Pan Zhao continued, "However, spots are limited. I've only been given 10 slots. To enter the Dim Realm, you must satisfy me. There will be a monthly exam on the 10th, a beast duel, and only the top 10 will qualify to enter the Dim Realm. Your first monthly exam is in 8 days. The students began to chatter excitedly, their words filled with anticipation. "Quiet," Pan Zhao commanded once more, and the students fell silent immediately. "Are you feeling smug again? Do you think that just because you have a chance to enter the Dim Realm, you can quickly surpass others?" His gaze turned icy again. "Let me tell you, students from the elite and genius classes can enter the Dim Realm twice a month, with no limit on the number of spots." His words were like a bucket of cold water, and Pan Zhao continued, "These 10 slots were hard won by me for you. Without them, you'd level students, who are not looked upon favorably, wouldn't even have the chance to enter. For the next 3 years, your main task is to practice diligently and strive to enter the secret realm as often as possible. Even if you can only enter once a month, your gains should be double those of others who go twice. Only then will you have a chance to turn the tables and prove to everyone that you are not worthless. Can you do it?" Faced with Pan Zhao's question, the students exchanged uncertain glances, and only a few mumbled a hesitant yes. "Yes." Suddenly, Li Pengzi shouted loudly, drawing an extra look from Pan Zhao. However, Pan Zhao's gaze ultimately settled on the always silent Yi Fan. Pan Zhao shook his head and closed the book on his desk. "I know you lack confidence right now, but I will ask you this question every week. I don't want you to graduate in 3 years still answering like this, without any conviction. Now, go train your beast companions. I'll observe your training, and if you have any questions, come ask me." Off you go. The students filed out of the classroom. This was the daily routine at Beast Companion High School. Apart from the weekly inspections, teachers rarely interfered. Of course, exceptionally gifted students received guidance from top-tier instructors, and were sometimes even taken to the secret realm for trials, with their safety fully ensured. The treatment of geniuses and ordinary students was naturally different, but ordinary students were not without opportunities to rise, and this was the first lesson Pan Zhao taught them. Yi Fan stood up to leave when Li Pengzi quickly asked, "Yi Fan, aren't you going to train your beast companion?" "I am," Yi Fan replied, giving Pengzi a glance. "But I believe the best training for a beast companion is combat." "Combat? Where would you go for that?" "North of the city, Silvermoon Forest," Yi Fan said calmly. Li Pengzi was immediately alarmed. "Silvermoon Forest? There are too many fierce beast companions there, some even at the gold level. It's dangerous." "That's in the core area of Silvermoon Forest. Most of the beasts on the outskirts are iron level." Yi Fan shook his head. "Wanna come?" Li Pengzi hesitated, recalling the terrifying stories about Silvermoon Forest. He felt a bit scared, but seeing the calm look in Yi Fan's eyes, he gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. "I'll go." "That's the spirit." Yi Fan smiled, motioning for Pengzi to follow as he headed towards the school gate. In the classroom, Pan Zhao, who had been sitting at his desk, looked up towards the door with a puzzled expression. "This Yi Fan, I thought he would be discouraged after being assessed as level. Who knew he'd be so bold? 2 rookies with newly acquired beast companions, daring to enter the beast companion forest?" He shook his head. "Ignorance is bliss. Let them learn the hard way. They think the wild beast companions in the forest are as tame as the ones they see every day." Pan Zhao's gaze shifted to the window, where many students were training their beast companions. Whatever he was thinking, a look of reluctance gradually appeared in his eyes. "My students' success is because they're talented? So you're saying I can't teach an average class to excel? In 3 years, when the college entrance exam results come out, I'll prove you all wrong. Let's see what you have to say then." On the other side, Yi Fan and Li, the chubby guy, had just stepped out of the school gate when a group of people surrounded them. We're done for. It must be Deng Li's men here to block us, Li muttered as he tried to pull Yifan back. But Yifan didn't budge, and simply shook his head. Are you Yifan? A thin man eyed them nervously before turning his gaze to the calm Yifan. Yes, Yifan nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly. The thin man nodded back, and his attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. He addressed the people behind him. Greet Brother Fan. Hello, Brother Fan. They chorused, leaving Li completely bewildered. Weren't they here to cause trouble? Why were they suddenly greeting him as Brother Fan? He sneaked a glance at Yifan, who remained expressionless, and couldn't help but wonder if his old friend had joined a gang. At that moment, Yifan suddenly spoke, his tone clearly displeased. Who sent you? Don't tell me it was Ma Da Fei. How did Fan know it was Fei? The thin man was about to speak when he saw Yifan frowning deeply. Realizing his mistake, he hesitated for a moment and then lowered his voice. Brother Fei said he was sorry for the trouble last time. He sent us to wait for you and bring some gifts as an apology. That idiot. Yifan cursed. Didn't I tell him I would contact him if I needed anything? Yifan understood Ma Dafei's intentions very well, wanted to curry favor because his life was in Yifan's hands. But these seemingly trivial actions, if scrutinized by someone with ill intentions, could expose Yifan's whereabouts. Seeing Yifan's anger, the thin man shrank back but quickly added in a low voice. Brother Fei said that the higher-ups have left and won't be coming back to Pingqing for the next few months. We're all sworn brothers with Brother Fei, so you can trust us. Hearing this, Yifan's expression softened a bit. He glanced at the thin man and asked, what did he ask you to bring? Fire fruit. The thin man hurriedly took out a delicate box from his pocket. Brother Fei heard that you bet with that kid Deng Chong for fire fruit seeds last time. So he specially sent us to buy a fire fruit from Bai Keatang for you. Yifan took the box, looking a bit resigned. He had just obtained the rootstock, and there would be plenty of fire fruit in the future. Ma Dafei's gift seemed redundant. However, on second thought, he could feed it to the firehound now, so it wasn't entirely wasted. I'll keep it, Yifan said flatly. Go back and tell Brother Fei that if I need anything, they'll find him. He doesn't need to come to me. After all, I'm a student. I shouldn't be too conspicuous. The thin man nodded repeatedly and then left with his companions. Yifan put the fire fruit away. Finally, Li Pengzi, who had been silent, spoke up. Yifan, who are those people? Why are they giving you things? You're not getting involved with gangs, are you? That's dangerous. If Uncle Yi finds out, an underground gang? They can't handle me. Yifan shook his head and suddenly asked, Pengzi, do you think sworn brothers can be trusted? Li Pengzi was taken aback. If they're brothers, they should be trustworthy, right? Not necessarily, Yifan sneered. In the face of interests, what brotherhood is there? Pengzi, I gave you the gluttonous technique. Haven't you thought about wanting more? Li Pengzi looked puzzled. Huh? Want more of what? Seeing Pengzi's bewildered expression, Yifan's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness. With his experience from 2 lifetimes, he could tell that Pengzi's reaction wasn't feigned. He genuinely hadn't thought of anything else. Pengzi, you're adorably naive. Yifan patted Pengzi's shoulder and walked ahead. Li Pengzi scratched his head and followed, full of confusion. How am I adorably naive? Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Silver Moon Forest. This sprawling forest was home to numerous wild beasts, mostly of low grade, but there were also some elite ones. Many beast hunters in various cities make a living by capturing the beasts here. If they're lucky enough to catch a cub, it can provide food for their family for an entire year. Yifan, are we really going in? Li Pengzi asked nervously, looking at the dark forest ahead. Of course, Yifan nodded. But hold on a second. With that, he summoned his firehound. After spending most of the day, which equated to over half a month in the beast space, the firehound had noticeably grown. It had now reached the strength of Black Iron 2-star. How did the firehound grow so much in just a couple of days? Li Pengzi exclaimed in surprise. Maybe my firehound just grows quickly, Yifan chuckled, handing a blazing fruit to the firehound. The firehound wagged its tail excitedly and devoured the fruit in large bites. The sound of the juice bursting made Li Pengzi's stomach growl. The firehound glanced at Yifan and Li Pengzi, seemingly sensing their good relationship. It then moved aside, gesturing for Li Pengzi to share the remaining half of the fruit. I don't want it. I'm not hungry. Li Pengzi's face turned red as he protested. The firehound let out a confused bark, but happily finished the rest of the fruit. Yifan watched the scene with a satisfied smile, pleased with the firehound's friendliness. Soon, the effects of the blazing fruit began to show. The firehound grew visibly larger, its strength breaking through from nearly Black Iron 3-star to Black Iron 4-star. It affectionately rubbed against Yifan's leg, now taller than his knee, a stark contrast to when he first got it. Impressive, Yifan said, stroking the firehound's head. He noticed a faint red mark beginning to appear on its forehead, his eyes gleaming with joy. Clearly, The blazing fruit was highly beneficial. With 7 or 8 more, the firehound might advance to bronze level. Black iron 4-star, that's really strong, Li Pengzi said enviously, thinking of his own blazing sun snake, which hadn't changed since he got it yesterday. The strength of black iron level beasts is easy to improve. It's nothing special, Yifan said nonchalantly, beckoning Li Pengzi to follow him deeper into the forest. As soon as they entered Silver Moon Forest, they were greeted by a mix of scents: the fresh aroma of flowers and trees, the stench of beast droppings, and an inexplicable sense of oppression. Fatty, release your beast, Yifan suddenly said. The blazing sun snake is naturally adept at hiding. This environment suits it perfectly. Li Pengzi nodded repeatedly and summoned his blazing sun snake. As Yifan had said, the snake quickly vanished into the fallen leaves, becoming nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Not long after, they came across a series of distinct footprints on the ground. Silver deer tracks, Yifan whispered. No sooner had he spoken than the bushes ahead rustled. There it is, Yifan commanded. Firehound, go! At the same time, he activated his beast talent ascend. The empowered firehound let out a long howl, grew larger, and sped up, leaping towards the bushes in an instant. Wait for me. Li Pengzi hurried to catch up. As the bushes parted, Li Pengzi stood frozen in place. A pure white silver deer was pinned to the ground, with a firehound sinking its teeth into the deer's throat. The battle was decided in mere seconds, as the black iron 3-star silver deer met its end almost instantly in front of Yifan. It must have been when the silver deer lowered its head to graze that the firehound seized the opportunity for a fatal strike, aiming directly at its vital spot. For both beasts and humans, the throat remains a critical weak point. Yifan stood in the forest, his gaze fixed on the silver deer convulsing on the ground. Li Pengzi's eyes showed a hint of pity as he whispered, that silver deer looks so pitiful. Pengzi, look closer. Yifan suddenly shouted, startling Li Pengzi. He squinted and then noticed a blood-stained piece of cloth in the deer's mouth. Among the grass, a mangled corpse lay there. Li Pengzi's face turned pale, and he stumbled back 7 or 8 steps until he hit a tree. Unfazed, Yifan ordered the firehound, Firehound, don't let go. Under the firehound's grip, the silver deer gradually stopped convulsing and eventually went silent. Only then did Yifan relax and turn to the terrified Li Pengzi, shaking his head. Pengzi, do you really think all beasts are as tame as those in store cages? Do you know what they were called before beast tamers existed? What? Li Pengzi asked, his lips trembling. Monsters, Yifan said gravely. When the Earth's spiritual energy emerged, these monsters went on a rampage, attacking human cities and killing countless people. If not for the powerful beast tamers who subdued a few strong monsters, humanity might have been wiped out. The reason we now promote beast tamers so heavily is to defend against these uncontrollable monsters. Li Pengzi was too shocked to speak for a long moment. Finally, he hesitated and asked, why did I never know that beasts could eat people? Aren't silver deer supposed to eat grass? Yifan explained, most beasts are omnivores. Reality is often harsher than we imagine. The reason you haven't heard about it is that ordinary people can't afford wild beast meat and only eat domesticated animals like pigs and chickens. You can ask any beast hunter in the forest. They'll tell you the truth. That corpse is likely one of theirs. Seeing Li Pengzi's terrified expression, Yifan frowned. A beast tamer's mindset is crucial. If you get this scared just seeing a beast eat someone, what would you do if I weren't here today? Let that silver deer eat you? Realizing his lapse, Li Pengzi took several deep breaths to calm himself. He leaned against the tree and slowly stood up. When he looked at the mangled corpse again, he couldn't help but avert his eyes. Go and collect the body, Yifan ordered. Huh? Li Pengzi's scalp tingled. It's a corpse, chewed up like that, and you want me to? I'm talking about the silver deer's body, Yifan interrupted, exasperated. Silver deer meat is expensive. This one alone could sell for at least $1,000. Hearing the figure, Li Pengzi perked up. Despite his discomfort, he quickly approached the silver deer's body, his hand glowing as he stored it in his beast space. Let's go. Find the next one, Yifan said, glancing at the sky. We'll call it a day after catching 5. At night, beasts become more ferocious, and with limited visibility, it's extremely dangerous. We need to be out of here before dark. Got it. Li Pengzi followed closely behind Yifan, clearly more terrified of the wild beasts than before. As they walked, Yifan said, Pengzi, you need to overcome your fear. If you're scared of even this, how can you become a beast tamer? It's not just about having fun with your beasts every day. I got it. Li Pengzi nodded heavily. Next, the two circled the outskirts of Silvermoon Forest, killing 6 wild beasts. 4 with 2-star black iron, 1 with 3 stars, and another with 7 stars. Looking at the massive corpse of a gray-haired bear, Li Pengzi exclaimed, this gray bear is huge. It must be worth a lot. Yifan explained, not really, this one isn't even fully grown. Its fur might fetch 4 or 5,000, but the rest is probably worth about the same as that silver deer. Despite being of low bloodline quality, gray bears have a significant size advantage. They're decent for beginners to train, but they do eat a lot. Yifan patted Li Pengzi on the shoulder. Pengzi, you did well. During the fight with the gray bear, you commanded your sun snake to launch a surprise attack from the dead leaves, its venomous fangs piercing the bear's leg. The spreading poison weakened it, allowing the firehound to defeat it despite being 3 levels lower. Well, it was nothing. Li Pengzi scratched his head and smiled. It was his first proactive move that afternoon. Yifan pondered. I think you could specialize in training snake-type beasts. Imagine releasing dozens of snakes in battle. The impact would be formidable. Dozens of snakes? Li Pengzi was reluctant. How powerful can snake-type beasts be? Yifan shook his head. Don't underestimate snakes. I know of a creature called the dragon python, which has dragon-like horns and no legs, stretching hundreds of meters long. Its tail can flatten small hills, and its venomous bite can kill even a glory-level beast. Such a powerful beast. Li Pengzi's eyes shone with excitement. Where can I find a dragon python? Yifan rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? Dragon pythons live in ancient ruins guarding treasures, and even top-tier beast tamers wouldn't dare provoke them. Well, one can dream. Li Pengzi scratched his head and then asked, but why should I focus on snake-type beasts? Affinity, Yifan explained. If you train snakes exclusively, you'll develop an affinity with them, making it much easier to tame similar beasts. I see. Li Pengzi thought for a moment and then made up his mind. Then I'll train only snakes. I want a dragon python. You. Yifan shook his head in resignation, watching Li Pengzi excitedly pack up the gray bear's corpse. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. From initial fear to now yearning for powerful beasts, today's trip had opened the path of a beast tamer for Li Pengzi. As long as he followed Yifan, Yifan was confident he could make him a formidable force. Watching Li Pengzi's back, Yifan murmured, Pengzi, in this life, I want to help you. Don't let me down. What Lion King? Where's the Lion King? Li Pengzi suddenly jumped 3 feet high, shouting in terror, damn it. How could there be a Lion King in the outskirts of the forest? Yifan was stunned by his reaction and, after a moment, said helplessly, Pengzi, I'll give you some money someday, so you can get your ears checked. On the bustling streets of Pingqing, at the entrance of a shop specializing in the trade of beast blood and flesh, Yifan and Li Fadi were negotiating with the shopkeeper. One after another, they presented their captured beasts, a silver deer, a silver moon rabbit. With each beast revealed, the shopkeeper's eyes widened in amazement. When Li Fadi finally produced a gray bear, the shopkeeper couldn't help but ask, are you two beast tamers? You even managed to capture a gray bear. Yifan nodded in confirmation. Yes, we are freshmen at Pingqing High School this year. Hearing this, the shopkeeper's eyes flashed with surprise. Freshmen capturing a gray bear? This gray bear must at least be of black iron 7-star level. He quickly adjusted his expression, a broad smile spreading across his face. Since you are esteemed beast tamers, I'll offer the highest price for these. 3,000 for the silver deer, 1,200 for the silver moon rabbit, and 7,000 for the gray bear, making it a total of 15,200. How does that sound to you? Hearing this amount, Li Fadi's mouth dropped open in astonishment. This sum was more than his living expenses for an entire year. Yifan, noticing Li Fadi's reaction, smiled slightly and said to the shopkeeper, 15,000 is fine, but I'd like to keep 10 pounds of the gray bear meat. The shopkeeper hesitated briefly but quickly agreed. Shortly after, an assistant from the shop brought out the processed beast meat and the cash. Yifan weighed the meat in his hand, glanced casually at the money, and stuffed it into his pocket. Turning to Li Fadi, he said, Fadi, let's go. As they left the shop, Li Fadi couldn't contain his curiosity and asked Yifan why he wanted to keep the gray bear meat. Yifan patiently explained the value of wild beast meat, particularly emphasizing its importance for beast tamers and their beasts who practiced the gluttonous beast cultivation method. They took a cab to Baikatang. As soon as they arrived, Ning Shui warmly greeted them. Her beauty left Li Fadi staring, while Yifan remained composed. Yifan went straight to the point, inquiring about the price of strong tendon grass seeds. Ning Shui offered a discounted price, and Yifan promptly paid, also purchasing 3 silver snake fruits. As they were leaving, Li Fadi couldn't help but marvel at Ning Shui's allure. But Yifan gave him a meaningful reminder. Fadi, beauty can be enchanting, but it can also be poisonous. This remark made Li Fadi shiver and quicken his pace. Back at school, Yifan shared the silver snake fruits and some gray bear meat with Li Fadi, explaining their uses. Although Li Fadi initially declined, he eventually accepted under Yifan's insistence. As they parted ways, Li Fadi expressed his heartfelt gratitude, but Yifan replied, Fadi, a thank you from a black iron level beast tamer is as light as a feather. Save it for when you've tamed the dragon python you desire. Li Fati understood the deeper meaning behind Yifan's words, his body trembling with resolve as he nodded heavily. All right. In the beast space, Yifan gazed at the sprouting fiery grass shoots from the blazing fire fruit with a glimmer in his eyes. While only a day had passed in the outside world, 30 days had elapsed here. It wasn't surprising that the blazing fire fruit, a tuberous plant, had already sprouted. Yifan felt a surge of joy. In just 3 more days, the fruit would mature, significantly enhancing his firehound's abilities. His thoughts shifted to the upcoming journey to the dim realm. Yifan knew he had the qualifications to participate, but was also acutely aware of the lurking dangers. To seize more opportunities within the realm, enhancing his strength beforehand became imperative. Taking a deep breath, he planted the newly purchased strong tendon grass. Although it wasn't as specialized as the blazing fire fruit, its short growth cycle and broad applicability made it a good choice. Reflecting on Ning Qinghai's generosity, Yifan felt a wave of gratitude. Whether it was the half-sold, half-gifted blazing fire fruit tuber, or the heavily discounted strong tendon grass seeds, it was clear that Ning valued his potential. Yifan silently vowed that once his strength increased, he would surely repay the kindness. Lost in thought, the fire hound joyfully approached, rubbing affectionately against Yifan's leg. Smiling, Yifan took out the remaining 5 pounds of gray bear meat and placed it on the ground. Even though frequent feeding wasn't necessary in the spirit-rich beast space, meat remained crucial for the beasts. Take your time. Yifan gently stroked the firehound's head, his eyes filled with affection. When we go hunting outside, there will be more. Watching his loyal firehound, Yifan felt a surge of pride. Though the firehound was often overlooked due to its inferior bloodline, Yifan knew its unwavering loyalty. He solemnly promised, I will give you the best, and you will become the pride of the firehound clan. As if understanding his master's vow, the firehound responded with a low whimper, then tore off a piece of bear meat and placed it at Yifan's feet. Amused yet exasperated, Yifan explained once more, it's all for you. I don't like this kind of food. The firehound, tail wagging, seemed puzzled but obediently took the meat back and devoured it hungrily. Yifan closed his eyes and began practicing his saintly technique, focusing on his cultivation. Time slipped by quietly. The next morning at 8, Li Fati knocked on Yifan's door right on time. As soon as the door opened, he excitedly asked, Yifan, what's the plan for today? After a moment of thought, Yifan replied, today we can train at school and get familiar with coordinating with our beasts. Li Fati nodded in agreement and pulled out a large bag of buns. Here, let's have breakfast first, then we can start. Seeing the bag filled with at least 30 buns, Yifan politely declined, I can't eat that much. Li Fati was taken aback and asked in confusion, Yifan, haven't you practiced the gluttonous technique? That breathing technique isn't suitable for me, and I don't like eating too much, Yifan explained. After a brief hesitation, Li Fati handed Yifan 2 buns. Then take these 2. I'll eat the rest. I'm still a bit hungry. The 2 ate as they walked, soon arriving at the school's training room. As they entered the building, they were greeted by the sounds of clashing and banging. The training room was divided into 5 practice halls, each equipped with devices that automatically adjusted opponents based on the beast's strength. As he passed by the first training room, he heard an exclamation, Ah, Dobby Wolf. He saw a beast tamer cradling his defeated beast in distress, with a 1 displayed on the screen in the training hall. Yifan shook his head, thinking that this novice beast tamer couldn't even last a minute, far too inexperienced. He recalled the strict requirements for the college entrance exam. The beast must reach silver level, and the tamer must score at least 60 points on the training device. Just as he was about to find a training device to try, Yifan noticed a familiar figure Ma Xiaoxue being shoved out of the training hall, her beast roughly thrown out as well. Get up, Yifan said, helping Ma Xiaoxue to her feet and comforting her. It's normal to fall short sometimes. Ma Xiaoxue gritted her teeth and complained. Those elite and excellence class students are hogging the training spots and won't let us regular class students use them. And the school does nothing about it. Yifan calmly responded, until you prove your worth, no one will care about your opinions. With that, he walked straight into the training room. The boy who had expelled them saw another regular class student enter and immediately showed his hostility. What are you looking at? Do you think a waste from the regular class deserves to watch the elite class train? Yifan coldly replied. Who gave you the audacity to call others waste? Is it those 3 words, elite class, on your clothes? He sat down nearby, his voice icy and resolute. Come on then. You said regular class students don't deserve to use the training devices? Let's see whose score is higher and who really doesn't deserve to use the training devices. Want to compete with me on practice scores? Hearing this, the student from the honors class sneered. Looking at Yifan with contempt, he scoffed. With those pathetic beasts from your regular class? Even stray dogs wouldn't want them. And you dare challenge me? Yifan remained calm, his gaze steady on the arrogant student. That's right, he said with a hint of provocation in his voice. Are you afraid to compete? Ridiculous. The student was enraged, assuming a stance. Today, I'll show you the vast difference between the honors class and the trash from your regular class. With that, he jumped onto the practice platform and pressed the challenge button. A mechanical voice announced, "Challenge begins. Please release your beast." With a wave of his hand, a powerful-looking razor fang hyena appeared on the field. Its body was pitch black, with sharp fangs and eyes gleaming with malice. Black Iron 3-star, elite bloodline, the student proclaimed proudly, glancing at Yifan, who remained expressionless. This calmness only fueled the student's anger. "Watch and learn," he shouted, activating his beast mastery skill level quick strike. The hyena's body began to glow faintly, its teeth sharpening and muscles bulging. Expecting to see Yifan's surprise, the student was infuriated to find him still calm, even smiling slightly. This condescending attitude was unbearable. Just then, the practice device emitted a bright light. A black iron 3-star golden deer appeared on the field. Its slender, strong limbs and impressive stature clearly outclassed the silver deer Yifan had previously hunted. "Razor Fang Hyena, attack!" The student roared, commanding his beast to charge at the golden deer. He wanted to teach this insolent boy a lesson about real power. Yifan watched the student's clumsy commands, shaking his head. To him, the student's tactics were like a child's play, lacking any strategy and failing to utilize the beast's strengths. The earlier display of beast summoning and mastery skill was laughably. Black iron level beast with a clevel skill was nothing to brag about. The battle quickly reached its climax. A miscalculation led the razor fang hyena to get kicked in the head by the golden deer, sending it flying and knocking it out. The score, 25, slowly appeared on the screen. Seeing this number, the student held his head high. Scoring 25 points with a newly acquired beast was a testament to his skills. "Your turn," he taunted Yifan. Yifan nodded and stepped onto the platform. Now it was the student's turn to sit below, watching Yifan with a mocking expression. He eagerly anticipated seeing Yifan humiliated by the practice device's beasts. However, when the firehound appeared on the field, the student was stunned. Black Iron 4 stars? How is that possible? Not only was he shocked, but even Ma Xiaoxue beside him showed a look of surprise. Everyone had received Black Iron 1-star beast companions. So how did Yifan's fire dog advance to 4 stars in just a few days? Scared? Yifan asked calmly. The man tried to maintain his composure. "Humph. So what if it's 4 stars? The practice arena's beast levels are synchronized." But his tone betrayed his unease. His own sharp-toothed hyena had only reached 3 stars after consuming expensive spirit fruits. How could this guy's beast have advanced so quickly? As the battle commenced, the man was dumbfounded. Both had golden deer, but Yifan's fire dog fought with ease, dodging attacks at the last moment and countering swiftly. The man stared at the wall timer, his heart racing. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 21 minutes passed. At that moment, the golden deer missed a kick, exposing a fatal flaw. "Fire dog, go for the throat," Yifan ordered calmly. The fire dog sprang into action, darting between the golden deer's front legs and clamping down on its throat. The golden deer struggled desperately but couldn't break free. As the seconds ticked by, the golden deer finally collapsed, and the timer stopped exactly at 24 minutes. "I won." The man jumped up excitedly. "I did it in 25 minutes. You did it in 24. That means I win." Hearing this, not only Yifan but even Li Fati and Ma Xiaoxue looked at him speechlessly, as if they were staring at an idiot. "What are you looking at? Can't you accept losing? Can't even a regular class student handle this?" The man, flustered and exasperated, was about to continue when Yifan's calm voice cut him off. "Take a good look at my score." The man then looked up at the practice platform. The fire dog was still holding the lifeless golden deer, and the scoreboard displayed a bright red number 100. Full marks. The man staggered back in shock, recalling what an upperclassman had once said. "A score of 100 only appears when you directly kill a beast of the same level. Remember, kill, not just defeat." A low-grade fire dog had killed an elite-grade golden deer of the same level. This fact left the man trembling, unable to speak. Yifan descended from the platform, looking at the ashen-faced man and said calmly, "Now, do regular class students have the right to use this practice arena?" "Yes, yes, you do." The man nodded repeatedly, his face flushed, head bowed, wishing he could disappear into a hole. Yifan simply said, "Never underestimate anyone, even if they seem inferior to you now." He waved his hand. "You can go now. Don't let me see you in this practice room again." "Yes, yes, I'm leaving right now." The man nodded frantically and fled like a frightened rabbit. Watching his retreating figure, Yifan chuckled and shook his head. Such characters weren't worth his time. Dealing with them would only lower his own standards. "All right, Fatty, you two can use the practice room now." Yifan turned around and spoke to Li Pengzi and Ma Xiaoxue. The two were still in shock, but Pengzi, having hunted wild beasts with Yifan before, quickly recovered and stepped onto the stage with his beast. Yifan sat below, watching Pengzi's clumsy fighting, and couldn't help but smile. Just then, Ma Xiaoshua's voice came through. Yifan, can you tell me why your beast is so strong? Yifan turned to look at the delicate girl and recalled how hard she had worked back in the regular class. Unfortunately, due to her limited talent, she couldn't get into college and ended up opening a fairly successful training center in Pingqing. It's not that my beast is so strong. Yifan shook his head and explained. I've just figured out the golden deer's fighting style. Figured out? Ma Xiaoxue asked in confusion. A beast's fighting style isn't fixed, right? How can you figure it out? Yifan patiently explained. The style isn't fixed, but certain things are. For example, the focal points of force during an attack changes in different parts of the body, even the rhythm of breathing. By understanding these, you can easily make your beast dodge the most basic attacks. Oh, I see. Ma Xiaoxue nodded, somewhat understanding. After pondering for a moment, she asked, so how can I figure it out? Yifan sighed and said somewhat helplessly, when you consciously think about what I said during battles, and as you fight more and more, these changes will become second nature to you. Then you'll be able to figure it out. Oh, hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue suddenly snapped awake and bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Yifan glanced at her, then turned his attention back to the practice platform. At that moment, Fatty's fiery sun snake had been defeated by the beast generated by the evolution device, and the scoreboard prominently displayed a big 2. Li Fatty scratched his head awkwardly. He had been excited watching Yifan's battle earlier, but when it was his turn, he was chased around by a same-level elite beast and couldn't even manage to run away, let alone fight back. Yifan consoled him. It's okay, just keep challenging. I'll take a break and then go again. He looked at Ma Xiaoxue and added, let's take turns so our beasts can recover in the space. Li Fatty nodded in agreement and jumped off the practice platform. Ma Xiaoxue felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that Yifan was giving her a chance. Yifan casually remarked, it's just a small gesture. Instead of dwelling on it, why not focus on becoming stronger? I imagine you don't want to be thrown out next time, right? These words startled Ma Xiaoxue. She bit her lip and jumped onto the practice platform without saying anything. Meanwhile, the freshman teacher's office was in an uproar. About a dozen teachers gathered around a device, staring at the bright red 100 score and discussing animatedly. A freshman had maxed out the practice device just 3 days into school. The teachers speculated about the identity of this genius student, arguing back and forth. Some believed it was a grade talent from the elite class, while others insisted it was a grade talent from their own class. The root of the debate lay in the fact that the teacher of the first student to score 100 in the practice room would earn a spot in the Yunxi secret realm. As the argument continued, a name suddenly appeared on the device. Yifan. Yifan? Whose student is that? One instructor asked in confusion. Pan Zhao frowned, about to speak, when another instructor exclaimed, he used a fire dog to defeat a same-level elite beast? How is that possible? Isn't the fire dog a low-grade beast? Everyone suddenly remembered Yifan's background top in theoretical studies at Pingqing Middle School, praised by the principal for his potential as a beast master, yet rated as a grade talent. Pan, is Yifan your student? All eyes turned to Pan Zhao. Suppressing a smile, Pan Zhao calmly nodded. Yes. Just as everyone was admiring Pan Zhao's keen eye, a sharp voice interrupted the lively atmosphere. It's just a 100 score at the black iron level. How strong can a grade talent really be? In a few days, once those grade students get used to beast battles, they'll be scoring 100 too. The voice belonged to Jiang Hong, Pan Zhao's longtime rival and the current elite class instructor. He sneered. True geniuses can surpass their level. In a few months, my students will definitely score higher than 100. Just as he finished speaking, the score on the device suddenly jumped to 200. Then, it refreshed again to 300. Challenger. Yifan, beast used, fire dog. Jiang Hong's face turned ashen, unable to maintain his composure any longer. Pan Zhao couldn't help but smile as he imitated Jiang Hong's tone, saying, oh, even the waste class students can level up and take down enemies by the 3rd day of school. I just wonder when the elite class will score this 300 points. Meanwhile, in the training room, Yifan looked at the berserk ostrich whose neck had been bitten off by the fire hound and remarked, this berserk ostrich has such an obvious weak point. He turned to the Stunly Fatty and Ma Xiaoxue, puzzled, and asked, why are you looking at me like that? Taking down a beast with such a clear weak spot isn't that big of a deal, even if it's 5 levels higher. Li Fatty, thinking about his highest score of 8 points today, looked at the seemingly dissatisfied Yifan and, after a long silence, weakly commented, Yifan, can you act a bit more human? Alright, that's enough practice for today. Yifan looked at the berserk ostrich lying on the ground and lost his desire to continue the challenge. He knew that challenges at the black iron level were the easiest to overcome, as the battles at this stage mainly relied on physical attacks. As long as you found the opponent's weak spot and avoided their beast, you had a chance to win, unless the strength gap was so large that you couldn't even scratch their skin. Yifan contemplated that once you reach the bronze level, beasts would start to have skills, making it harder to challenge higher levels. The higher you went, the more difficult the challenges would become. In the audience, Li Pengzi stood up, looking a bit tired but more satisfied. He had challenged many rounds today and achieved a score of over 10 points. Ma Xiaoxue performed even better, reaching around 15 points. Yifan thoughtfully said to Li Pengzi, "Pengzi, you should try the agility training upstairs. Remember, a nimble snake is the most frightening." Li Pengzi nodded repeatedly and headed upstairs, with Yifan following close behind. As soon as they reached the upper floor, Ma Xiaoxue caught up. "Yifan," she hesitated before speaking. "I wanted to ask if there's any way to quickly strengthen my white wolf?" Yifan frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head. "White wolves are quite common beasts, nothing special about them. Feeding it wild beast meat and some suitable spiritual herbs and fruits, like strong tendon grass, can help it grow stronger." He paused and continued, "However, this kind of beast might not be the best fit for you. I think your beast talent is an iron arm of level, which can enhance the white wolf's upper body strength. But if you also have a low-grade beast, a gray bear would be more suitable. It can better complement your beast talent and bring out decent combat power. When your breathing technique unlocks the second beast space, consider choosing a gray bear." Ma Xiaoxue pondered. "A gray bear? Huh? But those beasts seem to only be found in the beast forest." Yifan looked her in the eyes, his tone firm. "That's why you need to train yourself. True strength comes from experience, not just theory." After saying this, he turned and walked upstairs without further words. After all, they were not close friends, and giving these suggestions was already fulfilling his duty as a classmate. Ma Xiaoxue stood there, furrowing her brows. She knew about the beast forest, but as a novice beast tamer, was it too risky to go there? Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the office was tense because of the 300-point score. Zhang Hong sat in silence with a grim face. A freshman achieving 300 points on the third day implied a terrifying level of real combat experience, possibly an extremely seasoned beast hunter who knew beast weaknesses inside out to be able to challenge levels frantically at the Black Iron stage. But this was just a freshman. How could they have such extensive combat experience? Level talent, fire dog, even Zhang Hong himself couldn't claim to achieve such a feat, a born combat genius? This thought flashed through Zhang Hong's mind, making his expression even darker. Defeating an opponent 2 levels above his own rank, Yifan's ability to fight 3 levels higher than his current rank is impressive. As a freshman, he can already suppress a large number of B and level students. Although this might not mean much to Zhang Hong, the significant point is that Pan Zhao can earn considerable rewards with Yifan alone. Even when Yifan reaches the bronze level, this level student might start a lag behind. Initially, they plan to keep Pan Zhao down for 3 years. Now, not only has he lifted his head, but his chin might as well be pointing to the sky. It was hard enough to push Pan Zhao into the regular class, and they thought everything was settled. Could all their plans be ruined because of Yifan? Zhang Hong stared at the names on the screen, his gaze growing increasingly cold. "Brother Pan," a teacher with a kindly appearance said with a chuckle, "look at Yifan's capabilities. Does he seem like a regular class student to you? I think there might have been a mistake during the initial evaluation. With his skills, he should be in the elite class." Pan Zhao turned to the kindly teacher. "Li Xiang, what are you implying? Are you suggesting someone tampered with Yifan's talent evaluation?" "I didn't say that." Li Xiang quickly shook his head. "The Beast Tamer Talent Awakening Ceremony is strictly monitored for fairness and transparency. Questioning its integrity isn't something to be taken lightly." Pan Zhao sneered. "Exactly. Yifan is level, which means he's a regular class student. What's the matter? Didn't you all think the regular class was full of nobodies? Now that someone exceptional has emerged, you want to take him away?" "No, Brother Pan." Another mentor interjected to smooth things over. "We're not trying to take your rewards. We just think Yifan's talents are wasted in the regular class. Are you implying that I'm not qualified to teach him?" Pan Zhao suddenly snorted, releasing the aura of a beast tamer. Golden 9-star. The mentors' faces changed as they felt the pressure. Wasn't Pan Zhao at Golden 8-star just last year? How did he suddenly reach 9-star? 9-star is already near the peak. One more step and he could aim for eternity. Pan Zhao scanned the room and said coldly, "I was the top-ranked mentor in the last Pingqing High School evaluation. If anyone thinks they're more qualified to teach Yifan, feel free to challenge me." This statement caused many in the room to fall silent, particularly those aligned with Zhang Hong, who looked even more troubled. As the standoff continued, the office door suddenly opened, and an elderly man with white hair but a somewhat prosperous appearance walked in. "Principal." All the mentors, including Pan Zhao, stood and saluted. Pumi, the principal of Pingqing High School, though he seemed frail, had unfathomable strength as a beast tamer. Even the usually rebellious Pan Zhao became obedient in his presence. Pumi scanned the room full of teachers, a smile on his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, I just heard that a new student has achieved 300 points in the practice simulator. reaching the threshold for our reward system. Whose student is it? Pan Zhao raised his hand. Principal, it's my student, Yifan. He used a firehound. Your student? Pumi was slightly surprised. Then his smile grew wider. In all these years, this is the first time I've seen a student from the regular class top our reward system and score a perfect result 2 levels above. Impressive. Very impressive. With that, Pumi took out a token and tossed it to Pan Zhao. This is the reward we discussed earlier, an opportunity to enter the Yunshi secret realm. Here's the token, Pan Zhao. Find some time to redeem it. Thank you, Principal, Pan Zhao said, starting to stand up, but Pumi waved him off. Pan Zhao, it's rare for a good talent to emerge from the regular class, so keep a close eye on him. Understood, Pan Zhao replied, patting his chest. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to harm my student. You're a teacher now. You should act like one. Always talking about fighting and killing. What kind of example is that? Pumi said, turning to leave. All right, that's all I had. Keep working hard, everyone. In 3 months, the new student competition will be upon us. I hope your students achieve great rankings. As evening fell, Li Pengzi and Yifan, exhausted from a day of training, were about to head back to their dorm to rest. Just as they stepped into the dormitory building, a large hand suddenly emerged from the darkness. Yifan's reflexes were lightning fast. He swiftly turned to dodge the hand and struck down with a knife hand chop. Clang! The knife hand chop struck a surface as hard as stone, sending a jolt of pain through Yifan's hand. The large hand, however, remained unmoved. A formidable opponent. Yifan squinted his eyes, quickly withdrawing his hand and preparing to strike again. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. You little rascal, are you trying to hit your teacher? Yifan looked up to see Pan Zhao holding a terrified Li Pengzi with one hand and stopping him with the other. Teacher Pan. Yifan lowered his guard and asked, is there something you need? Pan Zhao released Li Pengzi, who looked utterly bewildered, and shook his hand. Nothing much. You scored 300 points on the training simulator today. The principal found out and thought you did well, so I came to give you a reward. A reward? Yifan raised an eyebrow. You get rewards for scoring on the training simulator? Pan Zhao explained. Of course. The school has many reward conditions. I just didn't expect a student from the regular class to earn one, so I didn't mention it. Yifan relaxed and asked, what kind of reward? Pan Zhao spread his hands. Within reason. You can choose what you want. Yifan asked, how about a top-tier elite beast with innate skills? Pan Zhao's face darkened. Do you think such a beast costs anything less than millions? You just earned a freshman reward, not save the entire city. Think again. Within a budget of 50,000, Yifan pouted, thought for a moment and said, fine. I'll take the cash equivalent. Pan Zhao sighed. Are you sure? Spiritual herbs, fruits, beasts, none of those interest you? Yifan nodded seriously. I'm sure. I want the cash. Pan Zhao was silent for a moment, then took out a bank card. This card has exactly 50,000 on it. The password is 6/8. Take it. Yifan accepted the card and gave Li Pengzi a knowing look. Li Pengzi, catching on, nervously said, Teacher Pan, it's getting late. We'll head off now. Go. Pan Zhao said just one word. Watching the two leave, Pan Zhao noticed the red mark on his arm and a smile flickered in his eyes. He thought to himself, this kid has excellent combat instincts. Not only did he dodge my hand in an instant, but he also counterattacked. If I hadn't spoken up, I'd have taken a few more hits. I need to keep an eye on this promising student. Pan Zhao glanced toward a certain house and sneered. If anyone wants to mess with my students, they'd better think twice. The next day, Li Pengzi and Yifan returned to the training room. News of Yifan's 300-point score had spread throughout the school, making the regular class famous. The training room was crowded with people, except for the last section where only a few regular class students were practicing. As soon as Yifan walked in, a student shouted, isn't that Brother Fan? Make way for Brother Fan. The surrounding chatter quickly turned from mockery to flattery. Yifan ignored it and walked straight to the last training room. He calmly said to the student who had called out to him, good shout, but don't do it next time. You need to find your own confidence. Soon, Pan Zhao's voice echoed, and the crowd quickly dispersed. Yifan noticed Pan Zhao leaning against the wall, smiling, and releasing his fire hound to start the challenge. Pan Zhao observed Yifan's battle, becoming more astonished with each passing moment. Yifan seemed to predict every attack from his opponents, effortlessly defeating 2 summoned beasts. When the third rampaging ostrich appeared, Pan Zhao thought Yifan might face trouble, but Yifan still managed to take it down with a single strike. Pan Zhao was stunned, unsure how to give guidance. Just then, Li Pengzi took the stage, performing clumsily. Pan Zhao immediately stood up and shouted, Li Yu, what are you doing? Can't you even dodge such a simple attack? The moment you see the attack coming, you should command your beast to evade. Do you even know how to handle beasts? My grandmother could do better than you. On stage, Li Pengzi was completely bewildered, thinking, Is this devilish instructor here to watch me train? A few days flew by, and the blazing fire fruits and strong rootgrass in Yifan's beast space grew as expected. He looked at the small blazing fire fruit tree, pleased to see it bearing fruit, and picked 4 bright red fruits. His gaze shifted to a small patch of lush, strong rootgrass swaying in the wind, harvesting about 2 pounds of it. Yifan didn't feed all the spiritual fruits to the fire dog. Instead, he carefully selected 2 blazing fire fruits and some strong rootgrass. The fire dog eagerly devoured the spiritual fruits, emitting a faint red glow as its strength steadily rose to black iron's 6 star. Yifan knew that spiritual herbs and fruits shouldn't be consumed in excess. Beasts also need time to digest and absorb them. Early in the morning, Li Pengzi stood at Yifan's door with a bag of steaming buns. As usual. Yifan, are we training at school today? He asked, chewing on a bun. Yifan shook his head. Not today. Training at school every day can only improve our skills. To truly show our strength, we need real combat. He paused. Today, we're going to Silver Moon Forest. Li Pengzi's eyes lit up with an expectant smile. Silver Moon Forest not only offered opportunities to earn money, but also provided excellent meat. Yifan read his mind and asked, you finished that 5 pounds of gray bear meat, didn't you? Li Pengzi scratched his head sheepishly. Yeah, it's been gone for days. Ever since he tasted gray bear meat, his appetite had become more discerning, and other foods couldn't satisfy him. It wasn't his being picky. It was a requirement of his gluttonous law cultivation. The higher the level, the higher the quality of food needed. I'll get you more food today, Yifan said with a smile. Besides, there's something more important we need to do. Li Pengzi was puzzled but followed Yifan's suggestion, grabbing 2 large backpacks. The 2 of them walked out of the school, catching Pan Zhao's attention. In a classroom in the teaching building, Pan Zhao frowned as he watched them leave. Those 2, are they going to Silver Moon Forest again? Do they think it's their personal supply depot? If they run into a bronze-level beast, they might not make it out alive. Despite his grumbling, Pan Zhao grabbed his hat and followed them. I better check on them. We can't lose the only top students in our class. In Silver Moon Forest, Yifan suddenly furrowed his brows, signaling Li Pengzi to slow down. What's wrong? Li Pengzi asked nervously. Is there a powerful wild beast nearby? Yifan shook his head and whispered. No, someone is following us. He gestured for Li Pengzi to follow him quietly towards a bronze-level beast's habitat. Navigating through the forest, Yifan led Li Pengzi to an open area. Soon after, a fierce beast's roar echoed from a distance. Yifan smiled knowingly and pulled the still worried Li Pengzi towards the source of the sound. Pushing aside the bushes, they saw a dead bronze 1-star evil rhino. Li Pengzi was both shocked and delighted. A bronze-level beast? He exclaimed, then added with some fear. Is the person tracking us this powerful? Yifan reassured him. Don't worry, that person isn't here to harm us. They're here to protect us. He glanced into the depths of the forest, knowing full well that this was Pan Zhao's handiwork. Fatty, hurry up and take care of the vicious rhino. This is valuable stuff. Just the meat alone will keep you well-fed for a long time. Li Fatty immediately sprang into action, skillfully handling the rhino's carcass. Once he finished, he excitedly asked, Yifan, should we continue looking for other bronze-level beasts? Yifan shook his head. No, let's head to the outskirts. Taking a little advantage is fine, but too much will annoy people and make us look bad. We're here more for the experience of real beast combat. Li Fatty nodded thoughtfully and followed Yifan's lead. From a distant tree, Pan Zhao watched the 2 head towards the forest's edge, a look of surprise on his face. Initially annoyed at being used as muscle, Pan Zhao's opinion of Yifan improved upon seeing him voluntarily retreat to the outskirts. Sharp, clever, and knows his limits, not to mention his strong combat talent. Pan Zhao mused as he watched the 2 figures disappear into the distance. This Yifan is truly a promising talent. Fatty, you've done well this time. Adapting to the situation. That's progress. Yifan praised as he looked approvingly at Li Fatty, who was panting beside a fallen gray bear. This fierce black iron 7-star beast had finally been brought down with the cooperation of the fire dog and the fierce sun snake. Li Fatty's performance was indeed commendable. He agilely dodged several of the gray bear's ferocious attacks and even managed to counter a few times. Embarrassed by Yifan's compliment, he scratched his head and said, Teacher Pan scolds me every day. If I didn't improve, he would have called his grandmother to battle me with her beasts. Yifan chuckled and shook his head, explaining, Pan Zhao has always been tough on the outside but warm on the inside. His harsh words are just part of his personality. Even when teaching the elite class, he scolds them, earning him the nickname Devil Mentor. But in reality, he's very good to his students. If students from the regular class have questions, he usually provides thorough answers, albeit with a scolding. With another teacher, you might not even get that much effort. Thinking of something, Yifan continued, Fatty, when you get stronger, if you have the chance to help Teacher Pan do it? Li Fatty paused, hesitating, even if I get stronger, can I really surpass Teacher Pan? Fatty, you need to broaden your horizons, Yifan replied. Aren't you planning to raise a dragon python? What? You don't have the confidence to surpass Teacher Pan? Li Fatty was momentarily at a loss for words, then resolutely nodded. Then I will definitely be stronger than Teacher Pan in the future. That's the spirit. Yifan nodded with a smile. Come on, let's see if there are any wild spiritual fruits in this forest. As they spoke, Pan Zhao, who had been secretly observing them from a tree, was taken aback. Am I really that weak? Even Li Yu is confident hell surpass me? And raising a dragon python? Why don't you just fly to the heavens? These kids, every single day, he was about to scold them when he heard Li Fatty's bold declaration. When I'm stronger than Teacher Pan, I'll have my grandmother battle him with her beasts. Ha ha. He'll be so mad. Pan Zhao thought to himself. Maybe he hadn't been scolding Li Yu enough. In the forest, Li Fatty suddenly pointed excitedly at a cluster of mushroom-like things growing at the root of a large tree. Yifan, look at that. Is it some kind of spiritual herb or fruit? Yifan glanced at it and said nonchalantly, that's not really a spiritual herb or fruit. It's called an explosive mushroom, and it's considered a low-grade fruit at best. Low grade? Li Fatty asked, puzzled. Are there levels for spiritual herbs and fruits? Yifan nodded and explained, of course. The term, spiritual herb and fruit, is just a general term for plants and fruits that contain spiritual energy. These natural treasures are categorized into 4 levels: mortal, spiritual, mystical, and immortal, each with upper, middle, and lower tiers. Most of what we encounter belongs to the mortal level, like the strengthening grass, silver snake fruit, and fiery fruit we bought earlier. The silver snake fruit is lower tier mortal, while the strengthening grass and fiery fruit are middle tier. The higher the level, the better the effects and the greater the benefits for your beasts. At the mystical level, they can even change a beast's attributes or enhance its potential. Fatty Lee suddenly realized, no wonder the silver serpent fruit is so cheap, only 2,000 per piece. What about celestial grade treasures? What kinds are there? And are they powerful? Yifan shook his head. Those are too distant for us to even think about. Even a single appearance of a profound grade treasure would cause a fierce scramble among powerful figures, leading to bloody battles. Fatty Lee nodded thoughtfully and asked, why haven't we talked about this before? It's not even mentioned in our textbooks. For most people, knowing so much is pointless, Yifan replied. For instance, regarding mortal grade treasures, apart from knowing their prices, what else can you distinguish? If your vision doesn't reach far, you naturally see fewer things. Fatty Lee suddenly felt enlightened, his eyes filled with curiosity. During his time with Yifan, he had learned a lot, whether it was about beast taming or other aspects. Yifan's occasional display of grand strategic thinking had been particularly enlightening for him. Before meeting Yifan, his goal had merely been to own a silver-grade beast and get into college. But now, his ambition was to raise a dragon python. Although he was still the same Liu, the future of someone who just wants to coast through life and someone who aims to become a powerful beast tamer would be worlds apart. Thinking of this, Fatty Li looked at Yifan, who was exploring ahead, and murmured, once I get a dragon python, he'll definitely get some legendary celestial fruits, and we'll enjoy them together. Yifan heard Fatty Li's muttering and smiled. This guy, a few days ago, only wanted a dragon python, and now he's talking about celestial fruits. No celestial fruits, but we do have some mortal-grade spiritual fruits. Yifan suddenly stopped walking. Spiritual fruits? Where? Fatty Li eagerly moved closer and soon saw a giant tree entwined with purple vines, bearing 7 or 8 fruits. Silver serpent fruit? Fatty Li exclaimed with excitement. This was the best fruit for his blazing sun snake, and eating it could likely elevate it to black iron 4-star. He'll go pick them, he said, moving to climb over the tree roots to get the fruits. Wait. Yifan grabbed Fatty Li and lowered his voice. Look closely along the vine. Fatty Li focused his gaze. At first, he saw nothing unusual, but soon he noticed a section of the vine that was noticeably thicker and irregular. Looking closer, he saw a pair of eyes hidden there. A snake. There's a snake tamer beast hiding there. Fatty Li exclaimed in shock, stepping back quickly. See it now? Yifan said calmly. Fatty Li wiped the sweat from his forehead. I see it. Yifan, why don't we take it down? Yifan shook his head. No need. That's a black iron 3-star purple striped snake. Its combat strength is weak, and an ordinary person could kill it by hitting its vital spot. But it has a strong poison, and if its fangs bite you, even a bronze-grade beast wouldn't survive unless it's naturally immune to poison. Good thing I wasn't bitten. Fatty Li sighed in relief and picked up a stick from the ground. I'll just hit its vital spot. I'm not telling you all this so you can hit its weak spot, Yifan said with a smile. It's highly venomous and a snake-type beast, which is perfect since you've unlocked your second beast space. This beast is just right for you. The best beast for me? Li Pengzi was stunned, his gaze falling on the purple striped snake that had raised its head. He couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Turning to Yifan, his eyes were full of hesitation. How am I supposed to tame it? What if it bites me when I get close? Yifan calmly explained, there are two ways to tame a beast. Persuade it or subdue it. He pointed to the firehound beside him. I'll use my firehound to back you up. Try to persuade it first. If that doesn't work, we'll have to fight it. Persuade it? Li Pengzi scratched his head and, under the watchful eyes of Yifan and the firehound, slowly walked towards the tree. He stood under the tree, looking at the purple-striped snake not far away. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Hello, would you like to become my beast? Upon hearing this, several lines appeared on Yifan's forehead. He helplessly explained, when I said persuade, I meant releasing your beast to show affinity, while also activating the beast-taming array. If it agrees, it'll consent to form a contract with you. He sighed and shook his head. It's bad enough you didn't study theory well in middle school, but speaking in that thick pinching accent? The snake can't understand you. Li Pengzi awkwardly laughed, then summoned his sunfire snake. He waved his hand and chanted an incantation, forming a circular array in front of him. Fortunately, he still remembered the incantation for the beast-taming array. The purple-striped snake on the tree watched the array float towards it, hissing and glancing between Li Pengzi and the sunfire snake, seeming somewhat hesitant. At that moment, the firehound let out a low growl. The purple-striped snake immediately looked up and saw Yifan standing not far away with his arms crossed. As an intelligent beast, its reaction was surprisingly humanlike, froze in place. Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile as he said to Li Pengzi, Show them your beast-taming talent, Pengzi. Upon hearing this, Li Pengzi immediately raised his hand, and the grade poison enhancement took effect on the sunfire snake. The purple-striped snake glanced at the grinning firehound, and then at the sunfire snake with its enhanced venomous fangs. After a few seconds of hesitation, it let out a low sound and voluntarily collided with the beast-taming array. In the next moment, the array closed and enveloped Li Pengzi. Yifan, I did it. I tamed it. Li Pengzi shouted excitedly. Yifan nodded in approval. Not bad. Now go collect the silver serpent fruits. Li Pengzi eagerly collected 8 mature fruits. Yifan also instructed him to gather the vines of the silver serpent fruit, saying they would take them back for planting. On the way back, Li Pengzi excitedly asked Yifan if he could continue taming snakes of the same level in the future. Yifan shook his head and explained that 2 low-grade beasts were enough for now. Future tamed beasts should be at least elite grade or higher. He further elaborated on the hierarchy of beast bloodlines and how higher bloodline beasts suppress lower ones. Li Pengzi nodded thoughtfully. So even beasts have a pecking order? Yifan smiled, acknowledging Li Pengzi's understanding. Exactly, you're starting to catch on? At the end of a day's hunt, the two had captured 15 beasts, most of which were around 6-star level, including a bronze-level evil rhino. On the way back, Li Pengzi marveled at the day's substantial haul and envisioned even greater success next time. However, Yifan reminded him that their next targets would no longer be these iron-level beasts. Finally, when Li Pengzi asked about the big deal Yifan had mentioned, Yifan smiled and pointed out that Li Pengzi had now become the first new student to possess 2 beasts. Hearing this, Li Pengzi scratched his head and asked in disbelief, Am I really that awesome? One morning, inside the beast-taming space, Yifan was practicing the Saint Ascension technique, inhaling a massive amount of spiritual energy. As he slowly exhaled, he opened his eyes, and a golden light flickered in his pupils. Though only a few days had passed outside, several months had gone by in this space. At this moment, Yifan's physique had far surpassed that of an ordinary person, making even a black iron 5-star beast unable to match him. The firehound noticed its master waking up and affectionately approached him. Its progress was equally impressive. After consuming 2 blazing fire fruits and a large amount of strong tendon grass, it had reached the black iron 8-star level. Yifan gently patted the firehound's head and glanced around. The silver snake fruit, blazing fire fruit, and strong tendon grass had all matured, and the scent of spiritual fruits filled the air. Nearby, a sapling of the white jade tree was growing robustly. Yifan had purchased this mid-grade spiritual fruit tree with the 50,000 coins rewarded by Pan Zhao, and its fruits could significantly boost the growth rate of his beasts. After collecting the spiritual fruits and giving some to the firehound, Yifan exited the beast-taming space and arrived at Li Pengzi's door. The door opened automatically just as he knocked, revealing Li Pengzi enjoying a large piece of roasted evil rhino meat at the table. Seeing Yifan, Li Pengzi quickly stood up to greet him, but Yifan politely declined the invitation to join him for breakfast. Suddenly, Li Pengzi remembered that today was the day of the secret realm selection, and time was running out. The two of them rushed to the training ground, nearly arriving late. Pan Zhao, seeing their tardiness, scolded Li Pengzi. Yifan cleverly used the excuse of feeling unwell, which Pan Zhao saw through but decided not to pursue further. The selection rules were straightforward. 10 spots, first come, first served, and they could be challenged. Yifan and Li Pengzi quickly occupied 2 spots, with Li Pengzi releasing 2 venomous snakes, astonishing everyone present. Deng Chong, though jealous, did not dare to act rashly. He turned his gaze towards Yifan, but ultimately refrained out of fear. Upon hearing this, the lackey who had just been slapped immediately fell silent, too scared to say another word. Recently, Yifan's performance in the training room had caused quite a stir. Someone secretly recorded a stunning video of him scoring 300 points, and it quickly spread throughout the entire academy. Everyone knew about Yifan's signature move, the throat lock. No matter what beast or technique the opponent used, they would ultimately fall victim to his throat lock. One move was all it took to defeat them, directly targeting their vital points. As a result, the nickname Throat Lock Demon was born and rapidly circulated among the students. The rumors grew increasingly exaggerated, even evolving to the point where it was said that anyone who faced Yifan would inevitably be throat-locked by his fiery dog. This made many people so terrified that at this moment, no one dared to step forward and challenge Yifan. Who would take such a risk? Others competed to win or lose, but with Yifan, it was a matter of life and death. After painstakingly nurturing a beast, if it were to be throat-locked, one could only leave the academy in despair. The lackey nodded with lingering fear and helplessly asked, "Are we really going to let Yifan and that fat guy enter the secret realm so easily?" "Let them go in," Deng Chong said coldly, slowly revealing his plan. "Entering the secret realm is not something our regular class does alone. The elite class, the genius class, and the hero class will all be going in together. Once we meet up with my cousin, there will be plenty of ways to deal with him." Hearing this, the lackey was overjoyed and eagerly said, "Then let's quickly secure a few more spots, so we can ride on your coattails, Chong." "Of course," Deng Chong replied, his gaze shifting to Yifan. He originally didn't want to provoke Yifan again, but his cousin recently changed his mind and decided to teach Yifan a lesson in the secret realm. This played right into Deng Chong's hands. He glared at Yifan with malice, thinking to himself, "Once we're in the secret realm, I'll settle the scores from last time and the time before that." Yifan sensed Deng Chong's hostile gaze but merely snorted, unfazed. By now, he was no longer the rookie he was when he first enrolled. His strength had far surpassed his peers. This trip to the secret realm was his golden opportunity to widen the gap further. A few hours later, the qualifications to enter the secret realm were finally determined. Yifan, the fat guy, and Deng Chong were almost unchallenged seed players. Ma Xiaoxue lost once midway, but fought her way back to secure a spot. Among the other 6, 4 were Deng Chong's lackeys, and the remaining 2 were lucky enough to seize a chance. Pan Zhao frowned slightly as he observed the final selection results. With his keen eye, he could easily see that Deng Chong's group had been colluding and secretly escorting each other. Out of the 10 spots, 5 were theirs. So young, yet already forming cliques hardly promising, Pan Zhao judged silently but said nothing more, merely announcing the final list. This trip to the secret realm will last 10 days. Once inside, no one but the participants may leave the school, Pan Zhao briefly instructed before leading the 10 towards the secret realm entrance at the back of the school. Along the way, Pan Zhao explained the rules of the secret realm in detail. Within the allotted time, you can explore any part of the secret realm. But remember, you must return to the exit after 10 days. There will be designated instructors inside to protect you, but they will not intervene unless it's a matter of life and death. Once they make their move, it means your adventure in the secret realm is over. So, always be mindful of your safety in the secret realm because even your mentor might not be able to rescue you in time. Every year, quite a few students meet their end in the secret realm. At the end of his speech, Pan Zhao suddenly remembered something and added, "Healthy competition among students in the secret realm is allowed, but killing each other's spirit beasts is forbidden. Keep your spirit beast battles within limits." As he said this, Pan Zhao stared intently at Yifan. He was well aware of this kid's strength, at least among the top 3 in this batch. The only issue was that Yifan's attacks were often too ruthless, almost always drawing blood. While it didn't matter with wild spirit beasts, indiscriminately killing fellow students could easily get him labeled as malevolent and lead to expulsion. Yifan understood and nodded, but he didn't care much. He had no intention of squabbling with these immature kids. As long as they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't go out of his way to choke anyone. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. There was a device resembling a portal, and students from other classes were already there, led by their respective teachers. The arrival of Pan Zhao's group immediately drew everyone's attention. Just as Pan Zhao had mentioned, there were no restrictions on the number of students from other classes. "Hey, Pan is here." A teacher who had a good relationship with Pan Zhao greeted him with a smile, but his eyes were on Yifan. "So this is the famous Yifan from Pan's class? Such a young age, yet so powerful." "Not really," Pan Zhao responded modestly. Another teacher nearby chimed in, "With Yifan in your class, Pan, your regular class is bound to gather a lot of good stuff this time in the secret realm. I wouldn't be surprised if you get as much in one trip as our class does in 2. Hearing this, Pan Zhao's brows furrowed, and he looked at the speaker. "Li Xiong, Do you think it's impressive that your class gets to go into the secret realm twice a month? Pan, I was just complimenting your talented student, Li Xiang replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Pan Zhao's expression darkened, but he said nothing more. Despite the distance, Yifan and the other students could sense the tension in the air. Yifan thought to himself, this is so different from his previous life. Back then, no one cared when they entered the secret realm. But in this life, his sudden rise had brought underlying tensions to the surface. Apart from the regular class, there were 8 other classes. 4 of them, led by the hook-nosed teacher from the elite class, were not on good terms with Pan Zhao. Among the remaining 4, 2 were friendly with Pan Zhao, and 1 was a neutral party, avoiding conflicts on both sides. Yifan silently observed the power dynamics among the teachers and made a note of the students in each class. Outside, Pan Zhao had his back. Inside the secret realm, Yifan had to make Pan Zhao proud. Alright, the secret realm is now open. Each class may enter in an orderly manner, announced 2 stern-looking teachers at the entrance. We are the guardians of the secret realm, responsible for ensuring the safety of the students. Go on, Pan Zhao turned to his group and said. Yifan nodded, grabbed the chubby guy, and led the way into the secret realm. This move immediately sparked dissatisfaction among the others. Once all the students had entered the secret realm, the guardians followed. Zhang Hong quickly spoke up. Pan Zhao, your student Yifan is really something, isn't he? A student from an ordinary class dares to walk ahead of those from the elite class? Is there no sense of order? Order? Pan Zhao retorted sharply. Who set this order? Who says students from ordinary classes can't walk ahead of those from the elite class? If your students can't walk fast enough, how is that my student's problem? Without order, someone will teach him a lesson eventually. Zhang Hong sneered, glaring at Pan Zhao. Pan Zhao, do you really think a student from an ordinary class can outshine those from the elite class in the secret realm? Just because he ate a couple of spirit fruits and leveled up a bit, you think you have the upper hand? My class has plenty who can defeat 6-star black iron beasts, and it's not just your Yifan who can afford spirit fruits. If that's what you think, let's wait and see, Pan Zhao scoffed. I know your tricks all too well, forming cliques and engaging in shady deals. I'm sure your students have mastered those skills. You. Zhang Hong raised his hand, seething with anger. Pan Zhao, do you think reaching 9-star gold makes you invincible? I wouldn't say invincible, but dealing with someone like you is a piece of cake. Pan Zhao fired back, unleashing his own powerful aura. He thought to himself, those with nothing to lose fear nothing, especially when I've got strong students like Yifan and Li Yu. Together, they can take down 9-star black iron beasts in the beast forest. How could they be suppressed by you? Pan Zhao. The thunderous shout echoed like a clap of thunder, instantly igniting Zhang Hong's fury. With a wave of his hand, a massive silver moon wolf materialized beside him. Its silver fur shimmered under the sunlight, resembling a flowing galaxy. The wolf howled towards the sky, sending waves of energy sweeping through the surroundings. Golden 8 stars! The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Clearly, Zhang Hong's beast mastery had improved by 1 star since last year. Pan Zhao sneered at the sight, the corners of his mouth curling in disdain. A wolf? Really? Do you even know what it means to be the king of beasts? Before he finished speaking, a flash of golden light appeared, and a majestic golden 9 stars lion roared into existence beside him. The lion's roar filled the air with an overwhelming aura of dominion. The tension between the golden lion and the silver wolf was palpable. Other instructors hurriedly stepped in to intervene, some holding Pan Zhao back, while others restrained Zhang Hong. Pan, don't take it personally. Zhang Hong is just joking. Zhang, we're teachers, not brawlers. Despite their colleagues' efforts, the 2 men continued to glare at each other, clearly harboring personal grudges beyond their professional rivalry. Just then, a slightly hoarse cough broke the stalemate. Ahem. Principal. The instructor sighed in relief. Principal Pumi shook his head in exasperation. You 2 are just like your beasts, always ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Pan Zhao snorted. I, Pan Zhao, have always walked the straight and narrow, unlike some people who only know how to form cliques and stir up trouble. Pan Zhao, you're spouting nonsense. Zhang Hong retorted angrily. Where's your proof? Proof? Your actions are well known to everyone. You're talking rubbish. As their fists were about to fly, Pumi quickly intervened. All right, both of you, calm down. Today is the day the students enter the secret realm for their trials. What is there to fight about? How about this? I'll add a little incentive. The teacher whose student gains the most from the secret realm will be rewarded with an elite level beast, and the teacher will also receive 3 months extra salary. How does that sound? This proposal finally seemed to ease the tension between the 2. Pan Zhao inquired, Principal, how will we determine who gains the most? Pumi explained, everything in the secret realm has value. We'll tally the total value when they return, but what if someone uses their own items to boost their tally? Pan Zhao glanced at Zhang Hong, Our regular class students don't have that kind of money. Jiang Hong was about to retort when Pumi quickly added, items from the secret realm have unique markings. They can't be faked. Pan Zhao finally relented, and Jiang Hong merely snorted in response. Pumi shook his head, knowing the deep-seated animosity between the two was hard to resolve. All right then, let's wait and see the results in 10 days. Everyone, get back to your duties. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong to exchange one last glare before reluctantly withdrawing their beasts and departing. After all, with the principal present, they had to maintain some semblance of decorum. Meanwhile, within the ethereal secret realm, Fatty Lee looked around in surprise and exclaimed, "Isn't this the Silver Moon Forest we visited a few days ago?" Yifan explained, "This is a secret realm modeled after the Silver Moon Forest. Artificially created micro-secret realms always need a reference. So, are there wild spirit beasts and high-grade treasures here too?" "That's right," Yifan nodded. "You can think of it as an upgraded version of the Silver Moon Forest. The beasts here are stronger, and the treasures are better. Not only are there high-grade treasures, but also breathing techniques and young spirit beasts." He glanced into the depths of the forest, but there's no wild golden-level beast deep inside, only a silver-level one. Fatty Lee suddenly understood and then asked, "Yifan, how do you know so much?" Yifan gave a mysterious smile. "What I know is far more than this. This secret realm was where he had risen to prominence back in the day. How could he not remember it clearly? Let's go, Fatty. Since this place is modeled after the Silver Moon Forest, it's our home turf." Yifan strode forward, and Fatty Lee smiled, quietly releasing two snakes. Just as Yifan had said, this place was indeed their home turf. At the same time, in another part of the secret realm, Deng Chong, accompanied by a few followers, met up with Deng Li. Seeing that his cousin had 7 or 8 people with him, Deng Chong's eyes lit up with joy. "Cousin?" Deng Li asked coldly. "Where did Yifan go?" "In that direction," Deng Chong pointed, slightly puzzled. "Didn't you say you wouldn't go after Yifan?" Deng Li sneered. "I just didn't think we had a good chance at that time. Ma Fei got scared after being beaten and now hides at home all day." He boasted, "Recently, I spent a lot of money on spirit fruits to train my beast. My golden armor beast is about to reach Black Iron 7-star. With my dragon armor talent, who below bronze level can beat me?" "Black Iron 7-star?" Deng Chong was astonished. "It's normal," Deng Li said nonchalantly. "Anyone who gets into the elite class has a high-grade spirit beast. If you spend enough money, even reaching bronze level is possible." Deng Chong was speechless. Although his family was wealthy, they had spent tens of thousands to get his beast to Black Iron 4-star. Reaching bronze level would practically bankrupt them. "Cousin, you're amazing," Deng Chong flattered. "With you taking action, Yifan is in for a hard time." Of course, Deng Li squinted his eyes, his tone icy. "But I want more than just giving him a hard time." Deng Chong was taken aback and cautiously asked, "Cousin, do you mean to?" "Yes," Deng Li nodded, his eyes cold. "When the time comes, make some noise to distract the guardians. It's normal for a couple of people to die in a secret realm," Deng Chong responded, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. "Idiot," Deng Li muttered under his breath. He wasn't a short-sighted person. Dealing with Yifan wasn't just about their previous conflicts. It was the way Yifan had looked at him that day, as if he could see right through him. That feeling made Deng Li very uncomfortable and even a bit fearful. If the secrets he was hiding were exposed, it would mean his end. Restoring a dynasty is a crime that could lead to the extermination of one's entire family. He must eliminate Yifan. In recent days, Deng Li has spared no expense to forcibly raise his beast taming level, all to ensure absolute success. He cannot let anyone who might know his true identity live, even if that possibility is less than 1%. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for looking at me that day," Deng Li said, gazing into the depths of the forest, his tone filled with murderous intent. At this moment, in a secluded corner of the secret realm, a Black Iron 9-star Linglong monkey fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud, right in front of Yifan and Fatty Lee. "A high-level beast is really tough to handle," Fatty Lee panted as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes still filled with the tension of battle. Yifan was busy bandaging the wounds on his hands and said, "Primates are especially tricky, particularly those with near-human intelligence. But this Linglong white monkey was relatively easier to deal with." Reflecting on the intense battle they had just fought, both of them couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Yifan had commanded his Black Iron 8-star fire dog as the main force, while Fatty Lee's 2 venomous snakes took advantage of the complex terrain to launch deadly strikes. Even so, capturing the Linglong white monkey had been a tremendous challenge, far more difficult than their previous experiences in the Silver Moon Forest. "Are there any beasts like the Lingming stone monkey?" Fatty Lee suddenly asked, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Yifan shook his head. "There's no Lingming stone monkey, but there is a Lingming demon monkey. There's one in the North Sea that can speak human language, shapeshift, and it even built a water curtain cave there. Isn't that just like Sun Wukong? Fatty Lee exclaimed excitedly. Not exactly, Yifan explained with a smile. At least it doesn't have a golden cudgel. It's one of the top 10 beasts in the North Sea and is very powerful. The top 10 beasts? Is there a dragon python? Fatty Lee pressed on. The dragon python is in the capital, Yifan replied. But the North Sea is highly competitive. Getting an education there would be difficult. Fatty Lee shivered and said, then I guess I won't be going to university in the North Sea. Yifan moved aside the corpse of the linglong white monkey to reveal a blooming, sinister-looking blood enchantress flower underneath. This was the true reason they had risked hunting the monkey. The blood enchantress flower, a mid-grade mortal-level spirit flower, Yifan explained. It can stimulate the potential of a beast's flesh and blood, allowing it to grow quickly in a short period. It's especially suitable for beasts that rely on physical attacks. Yifan carefully dug up the blood enchantress flower by its roots and handed it to Fatty Lee. Your fiery sun snake should benefit greatly from this. It will enhance its size and defense. Fatty Lee took the flower, his eyes wandering. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Yifan, what is the world outside Ping City like? From the way you talk about it, it always seems so dangerous. Yifan paused, thinking for a while before answering, the outside world is fascinating. It's dangerous, yes, but full of opportunities. Remember, to become strong, you eventually have to venture out. Then I must get into a good university to see the world outside, Fatty Lee said determinedly. Yifan, walking ahead with a smile, replied casually, you don't necessarily have to go to university. There are plenty of organizations that accept high school graduates. Some focus on eliminating beasts, restoring humanity's glory, or even environmental groups cleaning up the North Sea. But be wary of cults. A powerful beast tamer can even establish their own sect. As long as you're strong enough, you can venture out on your own. Meanwhile, high above the secret realm, two masked guardians were observing the students below. The ordinary class's Yifan is quite impressive, the female guardian remarked. He managed to slay a black iron 9-star beast on his first venture into the secret realm. He might even break through to the bronze level this time. I believe his companion shows even more potential, the male guardian responded. So young, yet able to command two beasts and master advanced breathing techniques. As they discussed, the male guardians suddenly noticed something unusual in the forest. Deng Li from the elite class is gathering people. It looks like they're planning to cause trouble for Yifan. Should we stop them? The female guardian asked. No need, the male guardian replied with a hint of anger. Let those troublemaking brats learn their lesson. I want to see how they get dealt with. Catch it, fatty. Yifan's voice shattered the stillness of the afternoon forest. In a hidden patch of underbrush, Yifan crouched down and carefully plucked 3 vibrant red mushrooms. These mushrooms resembled explosive mushrooms, but had an unusual crimson hue. Standing up, he gently tossed them to Li Fatty. Li Fatty caught the mushrooms and examined them curiously. Scratching his head, he asked, what are these? Rage mushrooms, low-grade mortal-level elixirs, Yifan explained, brushing the dirt from his hands. They can temporarily boost a beast's combat power, but they'll be weakened for about an hour afterward. So, they're basically stimulants, Li Fatty realized, carefully storing the mushrooms. He opened his backpack, which was already packed to the brim, and couldn't help but smile with joy. It's only the first day, and we've gathered so much already? Yifan glanced at the backpack and replied nonchalantly, this is nothing. They're just low to mid-grade mortal-level items. We're still on the outskirts of the secret realm. If we had bronze-level strength to enter the inner area, we'd find even better stuff, maybe even some decent beasts. Despite his casual tone, there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. In his previous life, by the end of his second year in high school, he was still only able to operate on the outskirts. Yet in this life, on the very first day of entering the secret realm, their gains had already surpassed what he had accumulated over more than a year before. This remarkable outcome was thanks to Yifan's past life experience, but even more so due to his improved strength. Yifan knew that only by continuously enhancing his power could he venture deeper into the secret realm and obtain better resources. It was a virtuous cycle. The stronger you were, the more you could gain. The more you gained, the greater your improvements. In contrast, with merely an iron 1-star strength, you could only scavenge scraps on the periphery, and monthly trips to the secret realm might yield nothing. Slow leveling meant good items were long gone, leaving only trash behind. One step ahead, always ahead, Yifan mused. Only by staying ahead of others can you maximize your gains. He turned to Li Fatty and said, let's divide today's herbs and elixirs among the beasts so they can rest. Tomorrow, we'll venture deeper. With that, he took off his backpack and began sorting through their day's haul. Li Fatty followed suit, setting down his pack. Under Yifan's careful distribution, the 2 large bags of herbs and elixirs were soon divided into optimal portions. As their beasts consumed the elixirs, the effects were immediate. Yifan's firehound advanced to Iron 9 star, Li Fadi's sun snake, after consuming a blood enchant flower, reached Iron 5 star, and the purple patterned snake hit Iron 4 star. Damn, this feels unreal, Li Fadi exclaimed, amazed at the noticeable improvement in his two beasts. At this stage, unless you came from a wealthy family, it was nearly impossible to boost a beast to Iron 4 or 5 stars. Yet now, he had not only achieved it but had done so with two beasts. Can I really be this strong as a drank? Li Fadi murmured to himself in disbelief. Yifan sighed and reminded, Fadi, you're at it again. Didn't I tell you? Think big. Oh, right, think big. Li Fadi nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly scoffed. Black iron? How ridiculous. This left Yifan momentarily speechless, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Yifan, look at me. Do I look like a powerful figure? Li Fadi raised an eyebrow and asked seriously. Not much of a powerful figure, more like a classic case of secondhand embarrassment. Yifan teased as he slung his backpack over his shoulder and stood up. All right, let's find a safer spot and set up the tent. Wait for me. Li Fadi, still immersed in his act, quickly followed Yifan into the forest. The sound of hammering echoed in the depths of the forest. Li Fadi was busy setting up the tent, while Yifan scattered some mosquito-repellent herbs around. The mosquitoes here were particularly troublesome, some even capable of minor beast control. Although their power was only black iron 1 star at most, a bite from them would leave a nasty welt for 4 or 5 days. Done. Li Fadi put down the hammer, proudly admiring the two neatly set up tents. Yifan, check out my tent setup. How did I do? Yifan turned to inspect the tents and nodded approvingly. Not bad. You're getting the hang of this wilderness survival thing. Yeah. Li Fadi scratched his head, clapping his hands in satisfaction. These tents are really good quality. Totally worth the money, sturdy and nice looking, easy to get in and out of. Suddenly, Li Fadi realized something was wrong. Wait, where's the door of my tent? Yifan raised an eyebrow and after a closer look, said helplessly, did you put the side with the door on the top? Just as Li Fadi was about to explain, a large group of people emerged from the forest. Deng Chong. Yifan instantly recognized the leader, his eyes narrowing and body instinctively moving into a defensive stance. Li Fadi quickly summoned 2 of his beasts. Finally found you. Deng Li stepped out from the crowd, glancing disdainfully at Li Fadi's beasts. Black iron 4 star and black iron 5 star? Fadi, you must have found some good stuff in the secret realm. Li Fadi was about to retort, but Yifan spoke first. Deng Li, you think you can avenge your cousin this time? Deng Li turned his attention to Yifan, his eyes narrowing as he saw the same calm look in Yifan's eyes as last time. Yifan, you know why I'm here, don't you? Take a guess. Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone calm. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Last time, you didn't step in. Beating up your cousin wasn't satisfying enough. Arrogant. Deng Li shouted angrily, raising his hand to summon a beast that looked like a porcupine, covered in golden armor. Beast, dragon armor. With the command, the beast's shell further reinforced, its structure resembling scales, significantly boosting its defense. Dragon armor and golden armor beast. Quite the combination for someone afraid of dying, Yifan remarked. Yifan sneered without holding back and then whistled. Footsteps echoed from the jungle, and a large fire hound pushed through the underbrush, leaping to Yifan's side. The sight of the fire hound, nearly reaching Yifan's waist, sent a chill through the crowd. Black iron 9 stars, Deng Li said, his face grim. How is that possible? Just a few days ago, your firehound was only at black iron 4 stars. You should say, even a few days before that, it was just at black iron 1 star. Yifan replied with a faint smile. What's the matter? Is a genius from the palace scared off by my firehound? Black iron 9 stars, so what? Deng Li muttered, turning to his group. I have 15 people here. Do you think you can handle us alone? A rabble is still a rabble, no matter how large, Yifan said fearlessly, raising his hand in command. Beast command, ascend. In a flash of light, the firehound grew even larger. Yifan launched the first attack, moving faster than Deng Li and his group. Fadi, move. Li Fadi responded immediately. 2 venomous snakes slithered into the grass, attacking the group. The firehound slammed its paw onto the shell of the golden-armored beast, producing a dull thud, but seemingly causing little damage. Oomph! My golden-armored beast, paired with dragon armor, can't be breached by anything below a bronze-level beast, Deng Li boasted. But in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Yifan, you dare! Before he could finish, a heavy punch landed on his chest, sending him stumbling back several steps and falling to the ground. Who said I need to break your golden-armored beast's defense? Yifan said, flexing his fists, his eyes cold. Today, I'll teach you that a beast tamer isn't just about taming beasts. The firehound roared and charged into the crowd, with Yifan's fists following closely. Use your beasts. Fight him with your beasts. Surround him. Don't let him break through. Snakes. There are snakes. I've been bitten. Firehound. Stop the firehound. It's coming for me. Amid the chaos, the golden armored beast, tucked inside its shell, poked its head out. Seeing Yifan and the firehound wreaking havoc, it looked at its own thick shell with doubt for the first time. Yifan handled his opponents with the ease of an adult dealing with mischievous children. High above, two guardians silently observed the chaotic battle. The female guardian watched Yifan, who stood out prominently in the crowd, and shook her head in confusion. It's the first time I've seen a beast master fight with his fists. Did he train in martial arts from a young age, aiming to be a warrior or a beast hunter? The male guardian, however, disagreed, shaking his head. You're mistaken. I mentioned before that his companion's breathing technique was advanced, but Yifan surpasses that. His physical prowess comes entirely from his breathing technique. Breathing technique? The female guardian asked in surprise. How long has he been practicing to become this strong? Even the black iron 4-star rattlesnake wolf couldn't withstand a few punches. It must be at least a second-level breathing technique, right? The male guardian pondered. It's likely not an ordinary breathing technique. He might have been taught a rare breathing technique by a powerful figure in his family and has been practicing for years. Are there strong individuals in Pingxing? The female guardian inquired. Of course, many are retired veterans, the male guardian replied, his eyes deep with thought. With the surname Yi and living in Pingxing, could he be related to that person? Didn't that person have no descendants? The female guardian quickly lowered her voice. Let's not discuss that person. It's a sensitive topic. The male guardian nodded. Regardless of the truth, Yifan is worth keeping an eye on. The female guardian asked again. What about the students? Should we intervene to prevent any serious injuries? That kid knows his limits, the male guardian explained. If he wanted to inflict serious harm, Dengli would have been severely injured with the first punch. But those bitten by the snake need treatment. Liu went too far by letting the snake bite people. Cries of pain echoed through the jungle. Those bitten by the snake, hit by Yifan, or bitten by the firehound were all injured. This overwhelming battle was decided the moment Yifan bypassed the golden armored beast. The opponents had hoped Yifan couldn't break through the beast's defenses, allowing them to attack him. Unexpectedly, Yifan didn't follow the conventional approach and directly targeted the people. The golden armored beast was too slow to offer any protection. With a black iron 9-star firehound and Yifan, who could knock out a black iron 4-star opponent with a single punch, it was like wolves entering a flock of sheep. These students, who had never experienced close combat, were quickly beaten black and blue, begging for mercy. Yifan walked leisurely through the crowd, taunting. Weren't you just bragging about teaching me a lesson? Why are you all silent now? Soon, he reached the end of the group where Dengli sat, dazed and gasping for breath. Having been punched and bitten, he was probably the worst off. He had imagined many outcomes but never this one. Isn't a beast master supposed to rely on their beasts for duels? How could someone just fight directly? Dengli stubbornly spoke up. Yifan, don't go too far. As a beast master, is this kind of victory honorable? Yifan chuckled, squatting down to look Dengli in the eye. You brought 15 people to fight the two of us, and you're asking me about honor? Let me tell you, I can kill you any time. You dare? Dengli started to mention his background, but suddenly fell silent. Yifan leaned in close to Dengli's ear and whispered, I know, but do you dare to say it out loud? Dengli's pupils contracted violently, filled with fear. Yifan truly understood. With a cold snort, Yifan said, Things that can't see the light of day will never see the light of day. He clapped his hands, turned around and said, All right, you can leave now. The crowd scrambled away in a panic, leaving only Dengli standing there for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth, stood up, and limped away. Li Pengzi, worried, asked, Yifan, are you really letting them go? What if they come back with more people? Yifan stretched lazily and explained, They won't. Several of them were bitten by snakes, and the guardians will send them out soon. They won't get far. They're just small fry. It's the big fish behind them that matter. Small fry? Big fish? Li Pengzi asked, puzzled. Yifan replied, It's like fishing, a simple concept. Knowing this won't help you much. You'd better think about where we're sleeping tonight. There's still some time. How about setting up a seesaw to jump over tonight? Li Pengzi scratched his head awkwardly. All right, I'll go rearrange things. With that, he turned and got to work. Yifan watched Li Pengzi's back, his eyes serious. It was clear he had let Dengli go on purpose. Without this small fry's bait, how could they find out who the big fish was? This plan was risky, but with Pan Zhao, a formidable 9-star golden mentor, there was no need to worry too much. The fishing rod was set, the bait cast. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the big fish to bite. Yifan's eyes grew colder. Hopefully, no old acquaintances. Meanwhile, the male guardian had appeared. counting the students bitten by snakes. Those bitten by snakes? Come with me, he said coldly. Someone asked in confusion, why? The guardian explained. Among the snakes that bit you, there were purple-striped snakes. Their venom can kill bronze-level beasts. Do you think you're stronger than bronze-level beasts? At this, the crowd panicked. Please, guardian, save us. Some of their faces were already turning blue and purple. When it came to Deng Li, he suddenly asked, taking us out means we lose our qualification for this secret realm, right? Of course, the guardian nodded. Deng Li's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Although they were causing trouble for Yifan, they had also gained many valuable items. Leaving early would put them at a significant disadvantage. Yifan, Deng Li cursed under his breath, his eyes filled with both fear and hatred. Yifan must die. Beside him, Deng Chang asked unwillingly, Guardian, Yifan and Liu injured people so badly, shouldn't they be punished? The guardian snorted, his aura intensifying. Before you entered, didn't your teacher tell you that beast battles are allowed? Or do you think I'm blind and can't see what you were doing in the forest? Early the next morning, Li Pengzi crawled out of the tent and stretched. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Yifan practicing a set of strange martial arts moves. What kind of martial art is that? Li Pengzi asked curiously. It's a health-preserving martial art, Yifan replied with a smile as he finished his last move and exhaled deeply. Why are you interested in learning, Pengzi? I'll pass on the health-preserving stuff. Li Pengzi shook his head vigorously and pulled out some dry rations from the tent. Life is short. I'd rather just enjoy it. Yifan shook his head with a smile, thinking that this myriad of techniques indeed wasn't suitable for Li Pengzi. It required a calm mind and years of practice to see results. Yifan, where are we heading today? Li Pengzi asked, his mouth full of food. Are we going to look for good stuff like yesterday? Something like that, but I plan to be a bit more aggressive today, Yifan said. How about hunting a bronze-level beast? Interested? Bronze level? Li Pengzi almost choked on his food. Those beasts have already mastered a skill. Our beasts are still at the black iron level. Isn't it too risky to hunt across levels? High risk, high reward. Bronze-level beasts only have one skill. Once you know it, it's not that big of a deal, Yifan said confidently. Besides, the bronze-level beast we're targeting today isn't very strong and has obvious weaknesses. Li Pengzi thought it over and quickly agreed. After all, they had previously managed to hunt wild beasts above their level. Now, both of them had tamed beasts, with Yifan's being a black iron 9-star. It shouldn't be too difficult. Meanwhile, two guardians in the sky noticed Yifan and Li Pengzi's movements. What are those two up to now? Heading to the territory of a bronze-level beast, the female guardian asked. Let them be. It's good for young people to be a bit daring. We'll keep an eye on them, the male guardian replied. The two started chatting about the feud between Jiang Hong and Pan Zhao. Apparently, it was over a girl, turning them from best friends to bitter enemies. The exact details were unclear, but it made for an interesting story in Pingqing. There'll be plenty more drama to come, the male guardian said. Ji family's rank genius is Jiang Hong's student, and Pan Zhao has Yifan, who seems to be a scion of some prominent family. These 3 years of high school are bound to be a battleground. Let's hope these kids don't inherit their teachers' grudges, the female guardian sighed. I wouldn't worry too much. As long as they don't go too far, it's healthy competition, the male guardian said nonchalantly. Maybe it's this rivalry that keeps Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong so strong among their peers. Deep in the forest, Yifan and Li Pengzi advanced cautiously. Yifan, are we there yet? Li Pengzi whispered. Are you sure this bronze-level beast is easy to handle? This place feels so oppressive. It's definitely manageable. Yifan suddenly stopped. Ahead, a protruding tree root blocked the path, and the surrounding jungle suddenly looked meticulously trimmed, as if it had been groomed. This is it, Yifan whispered, picking up a stone and tossing it over the root. The stone landed, and everything fell eerily silent. Just as Li Pengzi was about to speak, a furious roar erupted. A massive beast, 3 meters long, charged out from behind the root, its roar flattening the surrounding underbrush. Holy crap! A bronze 3-star short-legged vicious lizard. Li Pengzi exclaimed. Yifan, you call this not strong? It's not strong, at least not in terms of intelligence, Yifan smirked. Now, Pengzi, run. The two bolted, with the short-legged vicious lizard hot on their heels, crashing through everything in its path. Yifan, how do we deal with this thing? Li Pengzi panted. I can't keep running like this. It's going to run me to death. Don't panic. Yifan gasped, suddenly picking up a large rock and hurling it into the rainforest ahead. Another roar echoed, and a silverback gorilla burst out from the forest. Another one? Li Pengzi gaped in astonishment. Yifan grabbed Li Pengzi and rolled them into a nearby ditch. Behind them, the sound of the two beasts colliding was followed by a cacophony of roars. Handled, Yifan sighed in relief, smiling at the still shaken Li Pengzi. You can peek now. Cautiously, Li Pengzi peeked out to see the short-legged vicious lizard and the silverback gorilla locked in a fierce battle, as if they were mortal enemies. Holy crap, they're really going at it. They didn't even notice you provoked them. That's the short-legged vicious lizard's weakness. Too dumb, Yifan said smugly. As for the silverback gorilla, it's highly territorial. Their territories overlap, and with the lizard charging in, a fight was inevitable. So, we just wait for them to wear each other out? Li Pengzi asked. They want fight to the death. The most injured one will retreat. Yifan shook his head. Even if one gets injured, dealing with a bronze 3-star elite is tough. So they're not our target? Of course not. Yifan stood up, brushing the dirt off his clothes. Now, let's head to the short-legged vicious lizard's lair. We're pulling a lure the tiger away from the mountain, move and stealing from its home. Damn, Yifan, you really have some guts. Li Pengzi stood at the entrance of the short-legged raptor's nest, staring in astonishment as Yifan carefully stretched his body to pluck the golden fruit from the rock wall. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth is that thing? Is it worth risking our lives for?" "It's worth it, absolutely worth it." Yifan nodded, swiftly and carefully stowing 4 of the fruits in his pouch. He explained, "This is the mutation fruit. It can enhance the bloodline of low-tier beasts, potentially upgrading them to elite bloodlines. For elite beasts, it can quickly boost their strength levels." Yifan pointed deeper into the cave and continued, "That short-legged raptor was just an ordinary low-tier lizard. Thanks to this mutation fruit, it evolved into an elite bronze-tier beast. We got here just in time. Give it another year or two, and it might have become a silver-tier beast." Li Pengzi's eyes widened in shock. Such a precious fruit? It must be at least spirit-tier, right? Top of the comment here. Not quite spirit-tier. Yifan shook his head. It's mainly valuable for those of us with low-tier beginnings. Finishing his explanation, Yifan collected the last mutation fruit, his gaze lingering on the vines and a few unripe fruits on the rock wall. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth. "Let's go. We'll come back for the vines next time." The two quickly retreated. They had just left when the battered short-legged raptor returned to its nest, clearly having lost a fight with the silverback gorilla. Upon discovering the missing mutation fruits, it let out a roar that echoed through the outskirts of the secret forest. "Good thing we ran fast. A few more minutes and we'd have been caught," Li Pengzi said, glancing back at the distant jungle and breathing a sigh of relief. Then, with excitement, he added, "Let me see those mutation fruits again." Yifan smiled, opened his backpack, and revealed 6 golden fruits. Li Pengzi leaned in to sniff them, and his stomach growled. He scratched his head sheepishly. "Can humans eat these? They're meant for beasts." "It's best if humans don't eat them," Yifan replied, splitting the fruits in half. "Here are your 3. It's best to use them on one beast to increase the chances of it reaching elite tier." Li Pengzi hesitated. "I didn't do much. You should use them on your fire dog. It's the main fighter, after all. It should be upgraded first." "No need, 3 fruits are enough." Yifan smiled and added, "Don't use them blindly. Think about your beast's future path. For example, if your sun serpent is mainly for defense, you should feed it herbs and fruits that increase its weight and size. This way, when it uses the mutation fruit, its bloodline will enhance in that direction. The bloodline enhancement is selective, generally boosting the beast's strengths. You can think of it as a form of evolution." Li Pengzi nodded in understanding, pocketing the fruits with an excited expression he couldn't hide. Yifan watched his expression, a smile in his eyes, and then looked at the fruit in his hand. This was the beginning of his rise to power years ago, when he stumbled upon a conflict between a stubby-legged raptor and a silver-backed gorilla, and obtained the mutant fruit. A single elite-grade beast might not seem like a significant boost, but sometimes that very enhancement can open a door to becoming a strong warrior. "The future is getting more interesting," Yifan remarked. "I think so too," Li Pengzi agreed, suddenly remembering something. "I just thought of what my dad said when he dropped me off at school a few days ago. He told me that if I couldn't keep up, I should come back and learn butchery from him. At least I'd have a trade." "Uncle Li is really too straightforward," Yifan chuckled. "When my dad dropped me off, he didn't say much, just told me to study hard and aim for a good university. My mom, on the other hand, was crying over the phone, giving me all sorts of advice." As he spoke, Yifan's eyes flickered, and the images of his parents floated in his mind. They were from an ordinary family, running a small restaurant diligently for many years. If it weren't for that beast tide that happened later, he would have ensured they lived a good life after reaching the pinnacle in his past life. Thinking of this, Yifan sighed with a smile. It was great to be back when they were still around. "After the secret realm ends, let's go home and visit," Yifan suggested. "Sure," Li Pengzi nodded. "If my dad finds out that I've been able to handle 2 beasts just 10 days into school, he might go and burn incense for my grandpa." Yifan laughed. "Then you better tell Uncle Li to prepare more incense. Who knows how many times you'll need it in the future." Meanwhile, in the academy office, Li Xiang stormed in to find Jiang Hong. Brother Jiang, look at Yi Fan. He's completely out of line. Li Xiang exclaimed. He and that Li Yu, the two of them, kicked 8 students out of our class. The excellence class only has 32 spots in total. Even Deng Li got kicked out. This is ruining our class's prospects. The gains from the secret realm are huge, but with his actions, our class's performance will suffer greatly. Jiang Hong listened to Li Xiang's complaints with a displeased expression. I've heard about Deng Li. The Guardian said that they gathered to provoke Yi Fan, and 15 of them were beaten by just 2 people. If they initiated the conflict and still lost, what else is there to say? Li Xiang's face stiffened, and his tone softened. Brother Jiang, I'm just worried that if Yi Fan continues like this, he'll become uncontrollable. Let him be uncontrollable. Jiang Hong shook his head. With a level beast talent, I don't believe he can achieve much. To become a dragon, you need a dragon's bloodline. A lizard dreaming of the skies is just wishful thinking. But I've heard that Yi Fan's firehound has already reached Black Iron 9-star, Li Xiang said worriedly. This time in the secret realm, it might even break through to bronze. So what if it does? Quick success doesn't guarantee lasting success. He probably just spent money on some spiritual fruits. Hong Jiang shook his head again. Jia will be back on the 1st of next month. With his family background, he'll be at the bronze level by then. No matter how strong Yi Fan is, can he really overshadow an A-level talent? Something Pingqing hasn't seen in decades? We both know the gap between level and A-level. Don't forget, these minor secret realms are just perks from some academies. What truly matters is the freshman secret realm 3 months from now. In 3 months, isn't that enough time for people like Deng Li from your class to catch up? These questions left Li Xiang silent. After a while, he gave a somewhat embarrassed smile and said, Brother Jiang, you have a broader perspective. I got too impatient. Stop trying to outshine Pan Zhao over these trivial matters. Hong Jiang shook his head, his eyes revealing a hint of depth. I know him too well to surpass him, to make him yield. As night fell, Yi Fan silently slipped into his tent and immediately entered his beast-taming space. He carefully transplanted the herb roots he had obtained into the soil, his gaze then falling on the fire dog wagging its tail beside him. Yi Fan took out a devolution fruit from his pocket, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. This devolution fruit was hard to come by, but it was the key to the fire dog's bloodline evolution. Yi Fan had prepared for this moment, having fed the fire dog with blazing fruits to lay the groundwork and ensure the evolution would proceed correctly. Fire dog, come here, Yi Fan called, placing the devolution fruit in front of it. The fire dog's eyes lit up at the sight of the fruit, clearly having an innate desire for something that could enhance its bloodline. Woof woof. The fire dog barked excitedly, circling the devolution fruit anxiously but refraining from eating it, waiting for its master's permission. Yi Fan smiled, crouching down to pat the fire dog's head. Go ahead, eat it. It's time for us to become stronger. Woof. The fire dog responded, quickly devouring the 3 devolution fruits. Immediately, a burst of light erupted from within the fire dog, enveloping it entirely. This was a sign of evolution, indicating that the fire dog's bloodline was about to undergo a significant transformation. Seeing this, Yi Fan nodded and sat cross-legged, beginning to practice the sacred method. This cultivation technique not only strengthened his physique, but also allowed him to master some mystical abilities as his breathing technique advanced. A beast tamer could not afford to be a weak link in battle. Moments later, Yi Fan opened his eyes to see the light around the fire dog gradually fading. After a brief wait, the fire dog's new form emerged. Its body had grown to reach Yi Fan's chest, its fur had turned a deep, dark red, a flame mark appeared on its forehead, and tiny flames flickered around its feet. Hellhound. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. One of the rare fire-controlling elite beasts. Woof. The hellhound happily ran up to Yi Fan, licking his palm and leaving a new scent mark. Yi Fan stroked the hellhound's warm forehead and smiled. You did great. It's time to give you a name. How about Little Fire? Woof. The hellhound nuzzled Yi Fan's hand, showing its approval. Yi Fan stood up. Come on, show me your new abilities. Can you breathe fire? The hellhound tilted its head in thought for a moment before opening its mouth experimentally. A woo. A tiny flame flickered out but quickly turned into black smoke. It tried again, but this time, not even a flame appeared, just a wisp of smoke. Woof. The hellhound let out a low, embarrassed whine. Yi Fan reassured it. It's okay. You're only at the iron level now. It's normal not to produce flames. Once you reach the bronze level, you should awaken your first flame skill, and controlling fire will become much easier. He pointed to a spiritual plant in the beast-taming space. In the future, when those blazing fruits ripen, you can eat them yourself. They're specifically grown for you to enhance your fire-controlling abilities. Don't touch anything else. I'll give you the right amount regularly. The hellhound excitedly ran over to the blazing fruit plant and looked back at Yi Fan, as if seeking confirmation. Woof. That's right, it's for you. Yi Fan nodded. The hellhound immediately began to jump around joyfully. Watching this, Yi Fan felt a warm sense of satisfaction, akin to the feeling you get when your father buys you candy as a child and you laugh happily holding the lollipop. The next morning, as Yi Fan stepped out of the tent, he heard Li Pengzi exclaim, "Holy crap, Yi Fan, has your fire dog grown this big?" Yi Fan smiled and explained, "It's a hellhound now. I've named it Xiaohua. By the way, Pengzi, how's your beast doing? Which one did you feed the mutant fruit to?" "I gave it to my fiery sun snake," Li Pengzi said, scratching his head. "Yi Fan, can you take a look and tell me what it should be called now?" With that, he summoned the fiery sun snake. The snake had noticeably grown thicker, its body now black with yellow patterns. Yi Fan observed it closely and nodded. Black flame snake. This evolution is quite good. It retains the characteristics of the fiery sun snake. Although its venom is weaker, its size potential has increased, making it comparable to other high-level serpents. Li Pengzi looked puzzled. Black flame snake? Huh? I thought the fiery sun snake would evolve into a python. Isn't it said that a snake becomes a python, and a python becomes a jiao? Yi Fan explained. Fiery sun snakes rarely evolve into pythons. I know you're thinking about jiaos turning into dragons, but that requires special bloodlines. The bloodlines of beasts are very complex. What you're describing does happen, especially with descendants of ancient species. They may start weak, but can evolve into dragons under the right conditions. These beasts always have distinctive features, even among the same species. Distinctive features? Li Pengzi asked, intrigued. Like horns on their heads or strange tails? Yi Fan shook his head. Those are traits of fully manifested ancient bloodlines. The most obvious feature of dragon descendants is dragon eyes, large eyes with pupils that occupy most of the space, shimmering with golden light when they move. However, not all dragon descendants become very strong, so don't worry too much about it. Li Pengzi pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, Yi Fan, can humans have dragon bloodlines? Yes, Yi Fan replied casually, but usually only if their ancestors were first-generation beast tamers who killed a dragon descendant. So killing a dragon descendant grants the bloodline? Not exactly. Dragon blood is highly toxic. Only those who bathe in dragon blood and survive will acquire these traits, which can then be passed down, Yi Fan explained. Nowadays, it's said that only 2 families possess this bloodline, and even among them, people with dragon eyes are becoming rare. I see, Li Pengzi murmured, then lowered his voice and said, by the way, your cousin who came to visit during our middle school graduation break his eyes look just like the dragon eyes you described. My cousin? Yi Fan's face showed a hint of confusion. Li Fati scratched his head, trying to recall. The one who lives in the urban village, named Yi? I forgot the rest. Anyway, his eyes are like that, very big with a lot of white. When he yawns, there's a golden gleam. I even asked you if your cousin had some eye problem. Urban village, Yi Fan frowned, struggling to remember his relatives. Ever since the beast tide in Pingxing caused his parents' death, he had left his hometown to wander, rarely returning. 100 years had passed, and memories of his cousins had long faded. Yi Fan pondered. Did he have a cousin with dragon eyes? In his previous life, families with dragon eye bloodlines were only in the capital and Beihai, and none of them had the surname Yi. After much thought, Yi Fan finally shook his head. Someone with dragon eyes would be remarkable. If he had such a cousin, he would definitely remember. Forget it, it doesn't concern us, Yi Fan said. Even if it's true, it doesn't matter. Dragon descendants are just one of many ancient lineages. Just be aware of it. If we encounter one, we'll take note. If not, just let it be. Let's go. It's the 3rd day, and we need to find some good stuff. We should try to level up our beasts before leaving the secret realm. With that, Yi Fan took a step forward, followed closely by his hellhound. Its dark red tail swaying with an imposing aura. The two ventured deeper into the forest, achieving impressive results. Throughout the day, they killed numerous 8-star and 9-star wild beasts, and even took down a bronze-level beast. As night fell, Li Fati lit a campfire and began roasting a tender piece of evil rhino meat. Stretching lazily, he boasted, at this rate, next time we come in, we'll be able to hunt near the core area. By then, none of the elite class would dare come here. We've got them suppressed. Yi Fan tore off a piece of roasted meat, chewing as he replied, it's all right for now. Everyone's just starting out, but the competition will get tougher. Freshmen enjoy the best perks, even having separate teaching areas. After the first semester, upperclassmen will join us, and some of them are quite nasty. If they're nasty, just beat them up. Li Fati said indignantly. Bullying the weak is the worst. Yi Fan nodded in agreement but added, beat them up if you can, but there are some good ones in the upper classes, especially in senior year. There's one guy already at Silver 9-star. His family and the school are preparing resources to help him reach gold before the college entrance exams. That guy is supposedly the cousin of Deng Chang's cousin. He really has a cousin's cousin? Li Fati was stunned. Yifan smirked dismissively. Of course, otherwise why would I say that? But he's just like that. He doesn't share the Deng surname, so he might not help someone like Deng Chong. Deng Chong is too reckless and brainless. His cousin's cousin isn't stupid. Why would he stick his neck out for him? That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Silver 9-star, that's pretty insane. Li the Fat muttered softly. Yifan smiled without saying a word and tore off another piece of roasted meat to savor. He realized that after spending so much time with Li the Fat, he had started to talk more and dropped some of his previous airs. But that was fine. After all, he had been given a second chance at life. Making up for past regrets and living each day to the fullest was what mattered most now. Just as Li the Fat was about to dream about the future, they suddenly heard rustling from the jungle. A creature resembling a honey badger emerged, its forehead looking as if it had been dusted with white ash, making it appear like a lost little beast. It hesitated for a moment before squatting near the fire to warm itself. What kind of beast is this? It's really unique. Li the Fat was about to reach out and touch it when Yifan urgently shouted, "Fatty, don't touch it." Startled, Li the Fat pulled his hand back and looked at Yifan in confusion. Yifan gestured for silence and kept his eyes fixed on the little beast. The creature seemed to understand Yifan's gesture and began rubbing its paws together in front of the fire. Soon, its gaze fell on the grill in front of Yifan, where there was still a large piece of evil rhino meat. "You want to eat this?" Yifan asked, making a gesture at the same time. The little creature chirped and nodded. Without hesitation, Yifan cut off a piece of roasted meat and tossed it over. The beast sniffed it cautiously before devouring it with great speed. In no time, it had finished the large chunk of meat. Once the little creature was satisfied, it patted its belly, chirped twice in gratitude at Yifan, and then disappeared back into the jungle. Only then did Li the Fat let out a long breath. Wow, such a small thing can eat so much. It almost finished all the meat. Li the Fat exclaimed. Yifan calmly replied, "It just looks small." He glanced at Li the Fat and suddenly asked, "Fatty, do you know what level that little creature was?" "What level?" "Bronze 1-star. Bronze 1-star? That's not hard to deal with. Why were you so tense?" Li the Fat asked, puzzled. Shaking his head, Yifan explained, "Other bronze 1-stars are easy to deal with, but this little guy is different. It's called a little badger. It has no other beast of its kind. Its species ranges from low grade to elite peak grade. The one we just saw was elite grade. That's a bit special," Li the Fat responded. "But it's so small. It shouldn't be that powerful, right?" "No, quite the opposite," Yifan said seriously. "This type of beast is incredibly troublesome. It's naturally resistant to poison. Its hide is extremely tough and resistant to fire and water, and it's very agile due to its small size. To kill one of these at the same level, you'd need overwhelming power. Otherwise, it's nearly impossible. The most critical thing is, this beast holds grudges." "Holds grudges? How much?" "Just from you touching its head, it could chase you for 3 days," Yifan explained. "This beast is known as the jungle bully. Once it has a conflict with someone, it will keep fighting its perceived enemy until they either escape beyond its reach or die. Think about it. If we really get into a conflict with this tough little bronze-level badger, can we still stay in this secret realm?" "Wow, that's intense." Li Pengzi took a deep breath, looked at his hand, and quickly slapped it. Yifan laughed and said, "Unless you can completely overpower it, it's best to treat it well if you encounter one." "Absolutely, my badger bro definitely deserves respect," Li Pengzi quickly agreed, then asked, "Yifan, if that little badger is so powerful, wouldn't it make a great beast companion?" Yifan sighed and replied, "Powerful, yes, but these beasts have a strong resistance to being tamed. A beast master of the same level would find it nearly impossible to gain their approval. If you fail to form a contract, be prepared to be chased by that badger for dozens of kilometers." "This is incredible," exclaimed Li Pengzi, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yifan smiled and nodded, beginning to introduce Li Pengzi to various unique spirit beasts. He described a type of parrot-like beast that could understand and mimic human speech so perfectly that even the closest of friends couldn't tell the difference, even from behind a screen. Then, he mentioned a beast called the monk-faced Buddha monkey, which had a red face, wore monk robes, and had prayer beads around its neck, looking almost indistinguishable from a real monk at first glance. Li Pengzi listened intently, marveling. "This is indeed very interesting. Just listening to you talk about it is fascinating." He then asked curiously, "Yifan, how do you know so much about spirit beasts? Did you learn all this in middle school theory classes?" Yifan shook his head and explained, "Not entirely. Most of it comes from personal experiences and observations. If you're interested in this field, there are plenty of ways to learn." Just as Li Pengzi was about to say something, a fierce roar of a spirit beast, mixed with the cries of a little badger, echoed from deep within the forest. The two immediately became alert and looked towards the source. At the edge of their vision, they saw the little badger facing off against a silver-gray wolf of bronze 2-star rank. It was a bizarre scene. The small little badger was furiously screeching at the much larger wolf, which was in a defensive stance, retreating with a noticeable bite mark on its leg. As Yifan had mentioned, the little badger was indeed a formidable opponent for spirit beasts of the same rank. The wolf's attacks repeatedly missed, while the little badger's bites made it roar in pain. Before long, the wolf tucked its tail and fled, with the little badger in hot pursuit. Soon, both disappeared into the depths of the forest. Witnessing the entire scene, Li Pengzi couldn't help but remark, that little badger is really fierce, managing to scare off a spirit beast so much larger than itself. Yifan shook his head with a smile and stood up, saying, if it can't fight back, it has no choice. That silver-gray wolf is going to have a tough time for a while. Let's move to the outskirts of the forest. It's too close to the inner area here, and we might run into bronze-ranked spirit beasts at any time. We should set up camp outside to avoid being attacked at night. Li Pengzi agreed, stood up, and grabbed his backpack, blowing a whistle to summon his black charcoal snake and purple pattern snake. The two then moved towards the forest's edge, encountering other students who had already set up camp nearby. Yifan led Li Pengzi quietly past the edges of these camps. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Yifan? A dust-covered and injured figure emerged from the darkness. It was Ma Xiaoxue. Yifan frowned slightly and asked, Ma Xiaoxue, what are you doing here? Ma Xiaoxue, a bit embarrassed, explained, I ran into a gray bear in the outer area this afternoon and lost my gear. I had to sleep on the ground. She pointed to a makeshift bed of leaves and branches beside her. Yifan asked about her progress, and Ma Xiaoxue replied that she had found some strong tendon grass. After using it on her spirit beast, her white wolf had reached black iron 4-star rank. Yifan expressed his approval, secretly surprised that Ma Xiaoxue's performance in this life was much better than in the previous one. Out of kindness, Yifan asked Li Pengzi to give Ma Xiaoxue a spare backpack and tent. Ma Xiaoxue thanked them repeatedly, her eyes filled with gratitude. In a calm tone, Yifan advised, always leave yourself some room to maneuver and try to have backup plans. If you want to quickly level up your beast taming skills, I suggest heading east from here. You might find some good opportunities. After speaking, Yifan gestured for Li Pengzi to continue moving forward, ignoring Ma Xiaoxue who remained behind. After walking a short distance, Li Pengzi curiously asked, Ma Xiaoxue seems like a nice person. Why don't we let her join us? Yifan explained, our secrets are valuable. I won't let anyone I don't trust get close to us. As for whether someone is good or bad, that's not something you can tell right away. But you just gave her advice. Li Pengzi was puzzled. Yifan smiled and replied, she seems ambitious, so I gave her some tips. If she gains something from it, it will be a favor she owes us. Sometimes, small gestures can lead to unexpected returns. Li Pengzi nodded thoughtfully, beginning to understand Yifan's way of handling things, keeping a distance from strangers but offering help if the person seems decent. As they continued walking, they saw another group ahead, 7 or 8 people standing straight on the path, seemingly waiting for something. Li Pengzi was startled, thinking they might have encountered robbers. Yifan reassured him, don't worry. With guardians around, no one dares to rob fellow students. They'd get expelled for that. Saying this, he walked forward fearlessly. As they approached, Yifan saw a girl with delicate makeup leaning lazily against a tree root. The girl spoke softly, Yifan, care to introduce yourself? Yifan responded calmly, you're Wang Lingxi from the elite class, right? Wang Lingxi was a bit surprised. You know me? Yifan nodded, a smile in his eyes. He recalled various things about Wang Lingxi from his past life. She was a prodigy with a privileged background and a rare-level special beast taming talent called Spirit Seer, which allowed her to share vision with her beasts. However, after failing the college entrance exams, her life's trajectory changed drastically. Wang Lingxi got straight to the point. No need for small talk. Since you know me, you must have heard of the Lingxi group. I heard about your issue with Deng Li. I don't get along with him either. Want to join me? He wouldn't dare bother you then. Yifan shook his head. I don't like joining other people's groups. Wang Lingxi countered. What's wrong with a group? Working together is safer and more rewarding. We're all like-minded people. Yifan looked helplessly at the people around Wang Lingxi, thinking to himself, this is far from a cohesive group. It's a bunch of people with their own agendas. Some want to leverage Wang Lingxi and her family's support, some seek profit, and others just want to share the benefits. If we had truly worked together, we wouldn't have been so badly oppressed by Ji Jie in our previous life. What's wrong? Don't you agree? Wang Lingxi frowned and pouted, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. She stared directly at Yifan, her tone brimming with confidence. I heard your martial arts skills are impressive, having defeated more than 10 people including Deng Li. But right now, everyone is at the black iron stage. Once we reach the bronze level and our beasts gain skills, your martial arts won't be as effective. An individual's strength is ultimately limited. If you want to stand against Deng Li and his group, Joining us is your best option. Yifan couldn't help but smile wryly at her words. To him, Deng Li was insignificant. Ever since he learned about the Wangchao organization's plans in Pingxing, his focus had shifted beyond Deng Li, targeting the once chaotic cult. Seeing Yifan's indifferent expression, Wang Lingxi urgently emphasized, don't underestimate it. At the bronze level, beasts are significantly stronger, and relying solely on martial arts won't be enough. We've already fought against a bronze-level beast today, and almost took it down. That's the power of a team. Yifan shook his head at Wang Lingxi's persistence and turned to Li Pengzi. Fatty, show her. Li Pengzi responded by taking off his backpack and placing it on the ground. Opening it, Wang Lingxi immediately saw the flesh of a vicious rhino, her eyes widening in surprise. Bronze level, is it really that strong? Yifan asked calmly. Wang Lingxi looked up abruptly, meeting Yifan's composed gaze. Her lips felt dry. You've already advanced to bronze? Killing a bronze-level beast as a bronze-level fighter isn't worth showing off, Yifan said, signaling Li Pengzi to pack up the bag. Wang Lingxi fell silent, clearly understanding the significance of a black iron fighter defeating a bronze-level beast. After a moment of hesitation, just as she was about to speak, Yifan interrupted. I know you have a Ling Kue, but that doesn't mean much. It just means you might have a bit more luck than others. The key to leveraging that luck lies in your strength. Yifan stepped forward, his tone resolute. My advice to you is to focus on getting stronger. Don't waste your talent. The people around Wang Lingxi looked uneasy, some wanting to speak but holding back. Yifan and Li Pengzi quickly left, and Wang Lingxi watched their departing figures with a deep gaze. That Yifan sure is arrogant, someone muttered. A loner like him would probably cause trouble if he joined us. Maybe it's better this way. Another person chimed in. Wang Lingxi shook her head, her tone serious. It's not that he doesn't want to join us. He doesn't even see us as worth his time. Clearly, the fact that Yifan and his group had defeated a bronze-level beast at this stage had left a significant impression on her. She thought to herself, their group had decent strength, most being at Black Iron 5 stars or higher, yet they struggled against a bronze-level beast's skills. How could 2D-level fighters be so powerful? The 5 days in the secret realm passed quickly. On the final morning, the portal to the secret realm opened, and the students exited one by one. At the school gate, the principal was personally present, with the instructors already in place. Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong sat on either side, both remaining silent. The students who have returned from the secret realm, please register the items you obtained and their total value, announced a staff member loudly. The principal has said that the student with the best performance and the most valuable haul will be awarded an elite beast. The students were thrilled, especially those who had made substantial gains, beaming with excitement. An elderly man with graying hair and wearing reading glasses was in charge of the assessment. His eyesight was remarkable. He could accurately appraise the items placed on the table with just a quick glance. Lu Song, total value of items, approximately 11,000 yuan. Zhao Li, total value of items, approximately 36,000 yuan. In no time, most of the students had completed their assessments, with the majority of the hauls ranging between 10,000 and 50,000 yuan. The principal nodded and smiled. It seems these students have done quite well. Clearly, he was quite pleased with this year's freshmen. Suddenly, a voice broke the harmonious atmosphere. Ma Xiaoxue, total value of items, approximately 3,000 yuan. Several mentors turned their gaze toward the source of the voice and, upon realizing it was a student from the regular class, they all looked at Pan Zhao. Ma Xiaoxue explained. Most of my items were used up. Pan Zhao nodded. Used up? So be it. Just as he was about to continue, more appraisals were announced. Li Shuai, total value of items, approximately 1,000 yuan. Qian Kuan, total value of items, approximately 500 yuan. Several students from the regular class had hauls that barely reached 1,000 yuan. Pan Zhao's expression darkened. When the last student reported a haul of 0, he couldn't help but speak up. Were you just wandering around the secret realm for 5 days without finding anything? The student stammered, Mr. Pan. My beast is only at Black Iron 1 star. It couldn't defeat any other beasts. Pan Zhao was momentarily speechless. Then he snapped, why are you still standing here? If your beast isn't strong enough, go train it. Standing here only makes you look worse. Yes, yes, the students mumbled as they shuffled away, while the teachers near Jiang Hong looked on with amused expressions. Looks like they're not that impressive after all. I thought the regular class students might actually rise up. I bet Yifan isn't much better. He might seem strong, but in the secret realm, it's not just about fighting. You need to find things too. Soon, the remaining students started to come out. When Wang Lingxi appeared, all the teachers' eyes were on her. With a spirit guide, Wang Lingxi has a big advantage in this kind of secret realm. Her haul must be substantial. Exactly, you know how it is with a spirit guide talent. Finding treasures is a breeze. Sure enough, Wang Lingxi did not disappoint. After the assessment, Her haul was valued at nearly 110,000 yuan. 110,000 yuan? The other students gasped at the number. This haul was equivalent to 10 times what most other students had gathered. Zhang Hong rarely gave praise, but he did this time not bad. Clearly, he was quite satisfied with the result. Wang Lingxi nodded in acknowledgement, though her eyes wandered to the back. Yifan and the others haven't come out yet. What are these two up to? Everyone was eagerly waiting. Before long, there was a reaction from the portal of the secret realm. All eyes turned toward it, and suddenly, the carcass of a tamed beast was thrown out. A short-legged, violent lizard. Upon seeing the beast's body, many teachers' faces changed drastically. They were well aware of the lizard's power. It wasn't very smart but was extremely destructive, with a bronze-level awakening skill that caused a widespread earthquake. Just last month, some sophomores had a run-in with it and suffered casualties. But it had been hunted down? Before anyone could react, the portal trembled again, and Li Pengzi's voice echoed, "Damn. This short-legged violent lizard is way too heavy, and my beast space is already full." As he spoke, he shook his hand and then noticed that everyone's eyes were on him. Instinctively, he looked over at Yifan. What's going on? Yifan was also taken aback by the large crowd. A brief silence hung in the air before the principal broke it with a smile, asking, "Li Yu, did you too hunt down this short-legged violent lizard?" "Yeah." Li Pengzi nodded nonchalantly. Yifan said the secret realm would open at 10 today, and we had enough time to take down the lizard, so we went for it. "I see." The principal nodded and turned his gaze to Yifan. "Yifan, we're currently assessing the value of items obtained from the secret realm. Do you mind if we take a look at your haul?" "No problem." Yifan shook his head and signaled to Li Pengzi. Li Pengzi got the hint and took off his backpack. As soon as it was opened, gasps of shock filled the room. The large backpack was crammed with various spiritual herbs, medicines, and flowers. Thud. The backpack was placed on the table, and even the elder in charge of the assessment paused for a moment, glancing at the two before starting to examine the contents. One item after another was laid out, quickly covering most of the table. The elder was silent for a few seconds before announcing a number. "Yifan and Li Yu, the value of your items is approximately 550,000. 550,000. As soon as this number was announced, gasps filled the room. This figure was 5 times what Wang Lingxi had collected. Wang Lingxi was too shocked to speak. Having personally experienced the secret realm, she knew that most of the spirit herbs and medicines there were guarded by spirit beasts. Achieving such a haul was almost unimaginable. She remembered Yifan's words. Seizing opportunities relies on strength. It turned out he could defeat more than just bronze-ranked spirit beasts. Principal Pumi couldn't help but cough when he heard the number, his gaze falling on the bundle behind Yifan. Before he could ask, Yifan quickly explained, "These are just some spirit beast meat and blood. Nothing valuable." Pumi was momentarily speechless, and finally turned his attention to Li Pengzi, smiling as he asked, "Li Yu, did you get anything else?" "I've got nothing left, it's all empty," Li Pengzi said, spreading his hands innocently. "Everything's here." The other spirit beasts ate the rest. This statement immediately drew silent curses from many teachers. They clearly remembered Li Pengzi saying his spirit beast space was full just moments ago. Facing skepticism, Li Pengzi emphasized, "My spirit beast space is filled with food, nothing else." Shameless. Who fills an entire space with food? Many teachers cursed inwardly again, while also feeling a bit anxious. It was clear that these were not all the spoils. Yifan's bundle and their spirit beast spaces definitely held more treasures. Pan Zhao couldn't help but praise, "Well done. The two of you gathered more than any other class." Although his words might incite jealousy, Pan Zhao couldn't care less. He finally felt vindicated. Zhang Hong's face darkened instantly, his gaze fixed on Yifan. Seeing Yifan's calm expression, he stood up, ready to leave. Pan Zhao couldn't resist teasing, "Zhang Hong, aren't you going to see the results?" Zhang Hong snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and walked out without looking back. Watching Zhang Hong's frustrated departure, Pan Zhao felt overjoyed. He turned to look at Yifan and Li Pengzi, finding them more and more pleasing to the eye. Even Li Yu's spirit beast, which he once thought was as useful as a pile of dung, now seemed endearing. "Principal, isn't it time to hand out the rewards?" Pan Zhao asked eagerly. Pumi gave Pan Zhao a helpless glare, cleared his throat, and said to Yifan and Li Pengzi, "As I promised, the person with the greatest haul from this expedition will receive an elite-grade spirit beast. However, there's only one. So, who should get it?" "Give it to Yifan. He did most of the work," Li Pengzi said without hesitation. Pumi nodded and was about to retrieve the reward from his spirit beast space when Yifan suddenly asked, "Can the spirit beast be converted to cash?" This question left everyone present stunned. Pan Zhao anxiously urged, "You definitely need to get a beast. The principal has well-trained beasts, all starting at Black Iron 9-star level, and they can easily advance to bronze level." Yifan shook his head, My current beast still needs a lot of resources, so I don't need a second one right now. Pan Zhao wanted to say more, but seeing Yi Fan's determined look, he could only sigh in resignation. Pumi was also surprised and asked again, "Are you sure you want to cash out? Don't you want to know what beast I would give you?" "No need to ask," Yi Fan insisted. Pumi looked at Yi Fan and gave a meaningful smile. "You're quite an interesting kid." He waved his hand. "All right then, a black iron 9-star elite beast. We'll go with the market average price of 600,000. I'll have the finance department calculate it, and your teachers will distribute it to you." "Thank you, principal." Yi Fan bowed in gratitude and then signaled to Li Pengzi with his eyes. Li Pengzi got the hint, hoisted the package from the ground, and greeted the teachers. "Well, we're heading out now. Don't touch that short-legged lizard. They'll be back to pick it up soon." With that, the two of them, each carrying a large bag, walked out looking like small-time merchants who had just restocked. The teachers watched them leave, and Pumi gave Pan Zhao a knowing look. "Pan Zhao, it seems like your luck is quite strong this year." Back at the dorm, just as they closed the door, they heard Pan Zhao's urgent knocking. Li Pengzi quickly opened the door to find Pan Zhao looking displeased. "You two, why didn't you take that elite beast? I told you and you didn't listen." Yi Fan was about to explain, but Pan Zhao cut him off. "Nonsense. Both of you have low-grade beasts. What's the point of cultivating them? It's a waste of resources." Yi Fan shook his head and summoned his beast. A bronze-level hellhound appeared in the room, raising the temperature a few degrees. Pan Zhao was stunned. "A bronze-level hellhound? Is this your new beast?" "No," Yi Fan explained. "We got 6 degraded fruits in the secret realm, which upgraded our beast's bloodlines to elite level." "Degraded fruits?" Pan Zhao asked in surprise. "You managed to get those?" "Yes, it was guarded by that short-legged lizard," Yi Fan replied. Pan Zhao finally understood and stopped dwelling on the beast issue. He turned to Li Pengzi. "Li Yu, let me see your beasts." Li Pengzi quickly summoned his 2 beasts, a black flame snake and a purple pattern snake, both at black iron 6-star level. Pan Zhao was silent for a moment, his eyes falling on the bags on the floor. "How did you two manage to gather so many things in the secret realm?" "Mostly luck," Li Pengzi scratched his head. "Did I ask you?" Pan Zhao glared at him and turned to Yi Fan. Yi Fan just smiled and said, "It was mostly luck." Pan Zhao snorted and didn't press further. As a teacher, he knows his limits and won't pry too much into the students' secrets. "All right, take a few days off and go home to rest. Consider it a short break," Pan Zhao said, turning to leave. "Got it." Yi Fan nodded, smiling. Li Pengzi also beamed but couldn't help asking, "Why are we getting a break?" Pan Zhao immediately scolded. "Are you a walking question machine? If you don't want a break, you can stay here and train every day." "I want the break." "I do," Li Pengzi quickly replied. Only then did Pan Zhao's expression soften. He glanced at Yi Fan and said in a serious tone, "Don't rest too long. Make sure you're back before the secret realm opens next month." "You're smart. You should understand what I'm saying." "I understand." Yi Fan nodded. Pan Zhao nodded in satisfaction and, before leaving, shot a glare at Li Pengzi. "Li Yu, if you were half as smart as Yi Fan, I'd be twice as less frustrated every day." After Pan Zhao left, Li Pengzi immediately sidled up to Yi Fan and whispered, "What did Pan Zhao mean? Why are we getting a break all of a sudden?" Yi Fan explained, "He means we should lay low for a while. Fame can be troublesome. We gained a lot from the secret realm, and our story has spread. It's bound to cause some issues. Instead of wasting our energy dealing with people here, it's better to quietly take a break and rest. It won't interfere with our training anyway." "Oh, I see," Li Pengzi said, enlightened. "So, we're famous now?" "Very famous," Yi Fan said with a sigh. He hadn't expected the principal to pull such a stunt. Initially, he wanted to keep a low profile and quietly reap the benefits. Even if others speculated, they'd only know he was strong. But now, everyone knew they had killed the bronze beast and collected a ton of loot in the secret realm. It was a completely different story. They were thrust into the spotlight, and for a considerable time, all eyes would be on them. Thinking about it gave Yi Fan a bit of a headache, but he shrugged it off. "Oh well, a break isn't bad. I can visit my parents, and I have some things to take care of at home." Yi Fan opened his bag and carefully counted his earnings from this trip. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This haul was indeed quite substantial. A rough estimate suggested that it was well over 1 million. He couldn't help but marvel at the difference between a beast tamer and an ordinary person. Since advancing to the bronze level, even a random beast could fetch several $1,000s. Not to mention, he could also find rare spiritual herbs and medicines. In contrast, ordinary people, even skilled beast hunters, had to risk their lives to hunt low-star iron-level beasts. As Yi Fan was lost in his thoughts, Li Pengzi sidled up, eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Yi Fan, what skill did your hellhound learn at the bronze level?" he asked excitedly. "I saw it use something today that engulfed the area in flames, instantly killing that short-legged monitor lizard. It was incredible." Yi Fan smiled and replied, "That skill is called overheat burn. It's quite a decent skill. He briefly explained that the Hellhound had learned this skill that morning, on the 5th day in the secret realm when it broke through to the bronze level. Overheat burn allows the Hellhound to unleash intense heat from its body, enveloping the surrounding area in high-temperature flames, depending on the beast's power. This skill is somewhat like a self-destruct, Yifan continued, but it doesn't harm the beast itself. However, it does cause temporary exhaustion afterward. It's a large area damage skill. It was this confidence that allowed Yifan to target the short-legged monitor lizard and successfully obtain the mutated fruit vine. Li Pengzi listened with envy in his eyes. That's so cool. I wonder what skill my beast will learn at the bronze level. Yifan advised earnestly, no matter what skill it learns, you need to practice a lot. In battle, you have to learn to use your beast's skills at the right moment. He added, this is just the first skill. As your beast levels up and you gain more beasts, the number of skills will increase. Mastering them will become more challenging. When we get back, don't waste time playing around. Practice coordinating with your beast. We're just starting out. Don't get lazy. Li Pengzi nodded seriously. Got it. He was always willing to take Yifan's advice to heart. As Yifan started packing up the table, he suddenly remembered something and reminded, by the way, when you get home and eat a lot, your parents will definitely ask. Just tell them beast tamers need a lot of nutrition. Li Pengzi shrugged it off. No worries, I already eat a lot. Yifan was momentarily speechless before saying, well, then it's fine. The next morning, Pan Zhao brought them the principal's reward of 600,000, 300,000 each, and took them to the station. It was Li Pengzi's first time seeing so much money, and his eyes were wide with amazement. Pan Zhao scolded him for being so unsophisticated and repeatedly warned him not to squander the money. Soon, the car drove off. Standing on the platform, Pan Zhao watched the car disappear into the distance and sighed. Those two rascals, hopefully, they'll behave themselves when they get home. After speaking, he turned and headed toward the school. However, he hadn't gone far when a long-winged bird swiftly flew overhead, chasing after a car. Pan Zhao frowned and muttered, in broad daylight, doesn't anyone know that flying beasts are banned in Pingqing? Some people just don't follow the rules. He thought to himself that every city has its own regulations. Some allow the use of flying beasts, while others prohibit it. Every month, there are always beast masters from other places who unknowingly break the rules and get penalized. The city has a dedicated enforcement team, and in less than an hour, that rogue beast master will be caught and given a stern lecture. Shaking his head in annoyance, Pan Zhao grumbled, there's always someone like this, thinking they're so special just because they're a beast master and have a flying beast to show off. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Ning Qingxia was wiping tables when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Mom, I'm back. She looked up and saw Yifan standing at the door, laden with bags, and froze in surprise. Yifan, what are you doing back? Ning Qingxia asked, astonished. The teacher gave us a break, Yifan replied, putting down the bags and giving his mother a hug. Mom, you've worked hard. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Ning Qingxia instinctively patted her son's back. What's wrong? Did something happen at school? No, Yifan said, releasing her and pulling out a stack of money from his backpack. Li Yu and I did really well in the school's secret realm, and the principal rewarded us with 600,000 yuan, 300,000 each. Seeing so much money, Ning Qingxia became anxious and quickly put it away, her eyes filled with worry. That's a lot of money. It's not that much. I'm a beast master now, Yifan explained with a smile. Still skeptical, Ning Qingxia pulled Yifan aside and whispered, you better not be lying to me. Is this really a reward from your principal? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask our teacher, Yifan reassured her. Ning Qingxia, still uneasy, took out her phone and dialed Pan Zhao's number. Yifan said nothing, understanding his mother's concern. After all, 300,000 yuan is a significant amount for an ordinary family. The call connected quickly, and after a brief conversation, Ning Qingxia's face lit up with joy. Yifan, you're really that amazing? Mr. Pan said you're one of the top new beast masters this year. Yifan, a bit proud, replied, of course. Mom, don't underestimate me. I'm already a bronze-level beast master. That impressive? Ning Qingxia asked, clearly aware of the significance of beast master levels. Yifan nodded. That's right. You don't have to worry about our livelihood anymore. I can earn tens of thousands just by hunting in the Silver Moon Forest. Though her face was full of joy, Ning Qingxia couldn't help but caution him. My son is so capable. But the Silver Moon Forest is dangerous. You should go there less often. Just focus on your studies and get into a good university. Don't worry about the family. She paused. Wait here. I'll go tell your dad the good news. Yifan nodded, watching his mother hurriedly head to the kitchen. He thought to himself, based on past experience, his dad should be out in no more than 3 seconds. Sure enough, a surprised exclamation came from the kitchen. What? Bronze level? And he got a 300,000 reward? Moments later, Yifan's father, Yi Lincheng, came out briskly holding a ladle. Dad, Yi Fan called out. Well done, kid. Amazing. Yi Linqing excitedly walked up to Yi Fan. Quick, quick, let me see what your bronze-level beast looks like. Yi Fan nodded and summoned his hellhound. Whoa, it's huge. Yi Linqing exclaimed. It's got to be several times bigger than our Xiao Bai. Pretty much, Yi Fan replied with a smile. He knew his father used to be a beast tamer too, though not a very skilled one. Xiao Bai was his father's first beast, an ordinary white dog, now roughly at Black Iron 3-star level, and was assigned to guard the house. Yi Linqing circled the hellhound, clicking his tongue in amazement. He patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and said with emotion, You've done well, really well. If I had your talent back then, I wouldn't have failed to get into college. Hearing this, Yi Fan flashed a mysterious smile, pulled his father closer, and whispered, Dad, do you still want to become a powerful beast tamer? Become a powerful beast master? Yi Linqing was taken aback by the suggestion and instinctively glanced at Yi Fan. The father and son exchanged a knowing look, and Yi Linqing raised his voice, Qingxia, I'm taking Yi Fan to buy some good stuff. We'll be back soon. Go ahead, the shop's not busy, Lin Qingxia replied. Just don't take too long. Come back early. Got it. Yi Linqing responded, grabbing Yi Fan and heading out the door. Yi Fan, carrying a bulging parcel, hopped onto a tricycle with his father and headed straight to their old house. As soon as they entered, a small white dog joyfully bounded towards Yi Fan. He affectionately hugged the dog and pulled out an ironbone fruit from the parcel, giving it to the dog. Good boy, that ironbone fruit costs thousands per piece. Yi Linqing began, but Yi Fan had already opened the entire parcel. A bag full of spiritual herbs and medicines came into view, causing Yi Linqing to exclaim, So many. Yi Fan lowered his voice, Dad, I had a great opportunity. An unparalleled master passed on all his knowledge to me. Making you a decent beast master will be a piece of cake. An unparalleled master? How strong? Yi Linqing pressed. Yi Fan smiled mysteriously and whispered in his father's ear, Dad, have you ever heard of the king level? These words struck like a thunderbolt. Yi Linqing shuddered and his face changed. Above the glory level? Yi Fan nodded in confirmation. Without another word, Yi Linqing pulled his son into the inner room, joyfully instructing, Don't tell anyone about receiving the king level legacy. Of course, Yi Fan agreed, then asked, Dad, do you want to become strong? Of course I do, Yi Linqing sighed. But you know, like you, I have D-level beast master talent, and I'm getting old. Yi Fan interrupted, Beast master talent isn't everything. With enough opportunities, even without talent, one can become strong. As for age, there are plenty of late bloomers. He then gestured for his father to sit down and began teaching him a breathing technique called the mirror method. Following the instructions, Yi Linqing soon exhaled a mouthful of black gas, feeling rejuvenated. Yi Fan explained, This breathing technique purges impurities from the body. It has 7 levels. Practicing it regularly can prolong life, make you agile, and improve your vision. At higher levels, it can even make you immune to poisons. You can teach it to mom too. It'll be very beneficial for both of you working in an oily environment. Yi Linqing nodded repeatedly, standing up to stretch, his joints cracking audibly. Yi Fan opened the parcel again, taking out some spiritual herbs and fruits. These are from the secret realm, perfect for Xiaobai. Although it's old for a white dog, the right spiritual fruits can significantly enhance its potential. Seeing his father's hesitation, Yi Fan added, I'm already a bronze-level beast master now, so obtaining these isn't difficult for me. In Pingsheng, a bronze-level beast master can already live a good life. Only then did Yi Linqing accept the spiritual fruits. Yi Fan then suggested taking his father to Silver Moon Forest for training to improve their beastmaster skills. The two of them discussed how to keep Lin Qingxia in the dark, eventually deciding to sneak off first and surprise her once Yi Linqing became stronger. Before leaving, Yi Fan mentioned that he planned to attend a university in the capital in the future and suggested that the whole family move there. Yi Linqing readily agreed, noting that Lin Qingxia had always wanted to visit the capital. Yi Fan felt a wave of emotion. In his past life, due to limited circumstances, his parents were reluctant to move to the capital with him. Now, with sufficient resources, everything was different. He was secretly glad he hadn't revealed his rebirth, only mentioning that he had received a king-level inheritance. This explanation could account for his abilities without placing too much pressure on his parents. Standing at the entrance of Silver Moon Forest, Yi Linqing surveyed the lush greenery before him and couldn't help but exclaim, I feel like it's been years since I last came here. Although Pingsheng is just a small, insignificant city, the distance from the school to Yi Fan's home isn't far less than an hour's journey. However, the school requires students to live on campus for easier management, making Yi Linqing feel that home is closer to Silver Moon Forest than it is to the school. Yi Linqing silently compared the gap between beast tamers and ordinary people. In Pingsheng, with a population of 300,000, there are fewer than 1,000 beast tamer students, a ratio of less than 1 in 300. Even among beast tamers, many struggle to progress due to lack of talent or opportunity. Ordinary families can hardly afford the enormous costs of advancing a beast. Raising a common beast from iron to bronze often requires tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yi Linqing thought about the students in his class who couldn't even break into the top 10. With no secret realms to explore and the extreme dangers of Silvermoon Forest, their beasts could only grow slowly on their own. Years might pass, and their beasts might still be at the iron level, or even regress due to long-term nutritional deficiencies. He recalled that in his previous life, their growth was largely thanks to the 10 spots Pan Zhao secured for them. In previous years, students from ordinary classes had no chance at all. This explained the vast disparity between beast tamers and ordinary people, as well as among beast tamers themselves. A powerful beast tamer could earn a typical family's annual income in a single hunt, making the strong even stronger while the weak struggle to rise. Yifan looked at his father and the noticeably larger Xiaobai beside him and said, "Dad, this is just the first time. There will be more opportunities in the future." Xiaobai had grown to Iron 5-star, looking much more robust. The spiritual fruits Yifan prepared for Xiaobai focused on bones and physique, guiding its future evolution in that direction. For beasts unable to control elemental attacks, size and strength are their greatest advantages. Has Mom learned the breathing technique? Yifan suddenly asked. Yi Linqing nodded and smiled. Yes, she has. I told her it was a dream from your grandfather, meant only for us. I've already taught you, and it works wonders. Yifan chuckled. A dream from Grandpa? Dad, you really know how to spin a tale. Yifan summoned his hellhound. When Xiaohua appeared, it paused briefly before affectionately nudging Yi Linqing and then sniffing Xiaobai. They quickly became familiar and started playing together. After watching them play for a while, Yifan reminded, "All right, time to get down to business." The hellhound immediately stood up, and Xiaobai also perked up. "Let's go, Dad." Yifan signaled to Yi Linqing. As they ventured into the beast forest, Yi Linqing was truly awestruck. With Yifan's powerful hellhound and his command, they dominated the forest's outskirts. Ordinary beasts couldn't withstand even a single bite from it. Soon, Yi Linqing got the hang of the battle rhythm and eagerly began directing Xiaobai in combat. Under Yifan's guidance, Yi Linqing successfully commanded Xiaobai to take down a wild beast with a black iron 3-star rating for the first time. Looking at the fallen white wolf, Yi Linqing exhaled deeply and turned to Yifan. "I managed to hunt down a black iron 3-star wild beast all by myself." Yifan smiled. "Great job, Dad, let's call it a day. It's already past 6 in the evening. Let's sell the meat and head home, or else Mom will start asking questions." Reluctantly, Yi Linqing agreed. As a former beast tamer, the thrill of commanding beasts in battle was exhilarating for him. At the city butcher shop, the owner greeted Yifan with a big smile. Lately, Yifan had been coming more frequently, bringing increasingly powerful beasts. The owner knew that this seemingly ordinary young man had great potential. "Hey there, long time no see," the owner greeted warmly, pausing when he saw Yi Linqing. "Old Yi, what brings you here?" Yi Linqing was surprised to find out that Yifan sold meat at this shop. He had been sourcing supplies for his restaurant from here for years and was quite familiar with the owner. Yifan introduced them with a smile. "This is my father. He had some free time today, so we went hunting in the Silvermoon Forest together." The owner was taken aback. "Wow, Old Yi, this young man is your son?" The owner then showered Yifan with praise, making Yi Linqing chuckle at first and then burst into laughter. The two chatted happily. In the end, the owner enthusiastically bought all the beast meat and even gifted Yi Linqing a pack of fine cigarettes, along with more compliments. On the way home, Yifan teased, "Dad, feels good, doesn't it?" Yi Linqing beamed. "Not bad." Inside, he was overjoyed. Earning the respect of a well-off butcher made him feel immensely proud. Yifan continued, "Right now, it's just ordinary people. Eventually, even beast tamers will show you this kind of respect. It would be best if you also got stronger, so people will respect you even when I'm not around." Yi Linqing nodded repeatedly. "Absolutely. Tomorrow, let's go again." "Tomorrow?" Yifan raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you worried Mom will find out if we go every day?" "Ah, as long as we get stronger, it doesn't matter if she knows," Yi Linqing replied, and they both laughed. The father and son had always had a close relationship with no barriers between them. The next morning at the breakfast table, Yi Linqing casually mentioned, "Honey, Li Diyun is moving today. You know we've always been close, so I thought I'd take Yifan and help him out." Lin Qingxia frowned, scrutinizing Yi Linqing. "Moving again? Your friends have been quite lucky lately, moving every other day." Feeling a bit guilty, Yi Linqing replied, "I don't know, maybe. Are you planning to go drinking again?" Lin Qingxia seemed to have seen through him. "No, I didn't. Why would I take Yifan with me if I was drinking?" Yi Linqing defended himself, looking to Yifan for help. Catching on, Yifan quickly added, "It's true. We just went out to buy groceries and happened to run into Uncle Li. He was the one who told Dad." Lin Qingxia was skeptical. "Doesn't Li Diyun live on the east side of town? How did you run into him? However, she didn't press further and simply nodded. All right then, just make sure you come back early. Don't stay out all night. With her permission, Yi Linqing quickly finished his meal and urged, Yifan, let's go. We don't want to be too late to help. As she watched the father and son hurriedly leave, Lin Qingxia shook her head with a smile. These two. She didn't believe their story about helping with the move, assuming they were just going out for the day. After all, Yifan was now a bronze-level beast tamer, and their future seemed secure, which put her at ease. Just as Lin Qingxia was about to clear the table, she noticed that Xiao Bai, who had been napping by the door, had also followed them out. She murmured to herself in confusion, am I seeing things? Xiao Bai seems to be getting bigger by the day. A few days later, on an ordinary morning, Lin Chang was hurriedly shoveling food into his mouth. Just as he put down his chopsticks and was about to speak, Lin Qingxia interjected, it's your uncle's birthday today. Aren't you going? Lin Chang was taken aback. It's my uncle's birthday? He looked a bit troubled. Maybe I shouldn't go. Qingxia shot him a glance, seemingly understanding his hesitation. Why not go? After all, he's family. I heard they're moving away next year, so we won't see them much anymore. Now that Yifan is doing well, showing up might give us some face. Hearing this, Yifan perked up his ears. He thought to himself, how come I don't remember having an uncle? Lin Chang hesitated for a moment, glanced at Yifan, and finally nodded in agreement. Taking Yifan along isn't a bad idea. After all, his cousin and our family get along well. His cousin even stayed with us for a few days last time. Qingxia stood up. Then go early today and buy a decent gift. You don't need to worry about the shop. All right, Lin Chang responded, getting up and gesturing for Yifan to follow him. At the door, seeing his father's troubled expression, Yifan curiously asked, Dad, do you really have an uncle? Lin Chang sighed. Of course I do. Your uncle is quite impressive and has always treated us well. But ever since he moved away, our family, well, never mind. Let's go buy something. Yifan pondered for a moment, recalling that Fatty Li once mentioned he had a cousin with dragon eyes. He suddenly asked, Dad, does uncle's family not treat you well? Lin Cheng's face stiffened, then he forced a smile. You brat, can't you be a bit more tactful? Yifan patted his father's shoulder. Don't worry, Dad. Now that I'm here, we have nothing to be ashamed of. Of course, Lin Cheng nodded, but his expression turned worried again. But their gifts are always so extravagant. What can we buy? You wouldn't believe it, but the last few times I went, people were giving spirit herbs and fruits. I felt embarrassed just bringing a bag of regular fruit. Yifan thought for a moment and then had an idea. Let's go, Dad. We're heading to Lingqiao Hall. In the taxi, Yifan explained, the spirit herbs and fruits at home are for feeding spirit beasts. What I plan to buy is something different, something more prestigious. At Lingqiao Hall, the receptionist recognized Yifan and quickly informed Ning Shui. Surprised, Ning Shui came out to greet him. Little brother, long time no see. Yifan got straight to the point. Do you have any birthday fruits here? I want the highest quality ones. Ning Shui was momentarily stunned before going upstairs to consult with the hall master. Soon, Ning Qinghai personally came out to greet them and invited them to a private room on the third floor. Ning Qinghai introduced, this is one of the best birthday fruits from our current batch. It would be an excellent gift for an elder, and I'll give you the best price, 880,000 per fruit, a lucky number. Yifan nodded and took out 2 inferior transformation fruits for the exchange. Ning Qinghai's expression changed upon seeing this, and he nodded repeatedly. That's enough, more than enough. As they were parting, Ning Qinghai respectfully saw Yifan off. After Yifan had left, Ning Qinghai said to Ning Shui, compared to his family, bronze means nothing. This time, we might have made the right connection. Ning Shui lowered her voice in surprise. Could it be him? Ning Qinghai replied sternly, yes, and he's formidable, to the point of being frightening. Don't tell anyone about this. We don't want to cause any trouble. They put away the birthday gifts and headed towards their uncle's residence. Their destination was Changfeng Village, which sounded like an ordinary urban village. However, upon arrival, Yifan was stunned by the sight before him. Rows of medieval palace-style buildings stood tall, resembling a noble's castle rather than an urban village. What exactly does our uncle do? Yifan couldn't help but turn to Yi Linqing, eyes filled with confusion. Yi Linqing replied succinctly, he's a powerful figure in the beast-taming world, affiliated with the military, a military powerhouse? Yifan frowned. He was familiar with the military elites of his time, but knew nothing about this uncle he had never met. Let's see him first, he said, following Yi Linqing with thoughts swirling in his mind. Moving next year, retiring from the military, surname Yi, and Pingxing, with Dragoneye bloodline. These clues didn't match anyone in Yifan's memory, leaving him puzzled. At the entrance, 2 guards stopped them. Yi Lao's birthday celebration, no entry for unauthorized persons. Please show your pass. Yi Linqing awkwardly explained. I'm Yi Lao's nephew, Yi Linqing. The guards checked the list and found Yilinqing's name at the bottom before stepping aside. Please go in. Inside, Yifan couldn't help but tease, Dad, you're really scraping the bottom of the barrel. I saw your name at the very end of the list. Yilinqing retorted, you brat, at least I'm on the list. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a dignified man approached them, clearly Yi Lao's son, here to greet the guests. Big brother. Yilinqing greeted with a smile. The man seemed slightly surprised, frowning briefly before simply saying, go on in, without even glancing at Yifan, then turned and left. This brief interaction made Yifan acutely aware of the family's attitude towards them, instantly souring his impression of them. Pushing open the doors to the main hall, they were greeted by a bustling scene. Guests were dressed to the nines, chatting in small groups. As the door opened, many turned to look, but upon recognizing Yilinqing, quickly resumed their conversations. Yifan shook his head inwardly. Dad, it seems you're really not welcome here. Let's find a place to sit. They chose a corner and sat down. Around them, people glanced their way, some with contemptuous expressions. Yifan keenly noticed a golden glint in one person's eyes across from them dragon eyes. Scanning the room, he was shocked to find that many present had similar golden glints in their eyes. A family of dragon slayers, and so many with dragon eyes. Yifan was astounded. The dragon eye bloodline should have diluted over generations, yet there were at least 30 dragonid individuals here, a staggering number. Dad, are all these people from the Yi family? Yifan couldn't help but ask. Yilinqing nodded, explaining, yes, but not many are from your uncle's branch. Your grandfather was the 28th child, born over 20 years after your uncle. Your ancestor was quite romantic, having married 7 wives. Your uncle and your father were born of the same mother, so we're still very close. Yifan could only respond helplessly. All right then. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the crowd. Old Master Yi is here. An elderly man with a youthful spirit and silver hair stepped onto the stage. Despite his age, his steps were steady, and his sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes radiated authority. Guests hurried forward to present their gifts, some addressing him as uncle and others as ancestor. Old Master Yi exchanged a few words with each person. Seeing this, Yilinqing's expression became somewhat uneasy. Yifan, feeling sorry for his father, patted his shoulder and said, it's all right, Dad. This year, we won't be embarrassed. We have the birthday fruit. After most of the guests had given their gifts, Yilinqing and Yifan finally approached the stage. Many eyes turned towards them, some with smiles, seemingly curious about what the Yi family, who had given fruit last year, would present this time. Old Master Yi glanced at Yilinqing and gave a slight nod, then whispered something to the attendant beside him. The attendant quickly took the box from Yilinqing's hands and set it aside without announcing the gift's name as usual. Yilinqing felt a bit disheartened, but soon, Old Master Ye's voice rang out, it's enough that you came. Yifan noticed the loving look in Old Master Ye's eyes as he gazed at Yilinqing. The old man continued, no matter what you bring, you are always my family. Elder Ye's gentle voice echoed through the banquet hall, causing Linqing Yi to pause and look up at the kindly old man. Elder Ye's gaze lingered on Linqing for a moment, as if noticing some subtle change, and he nodded slightly, saying, you've changed a lot this year. Very good. You're too kind, uncle. Linqing Yi responded humbly, then gently nudged the person beside him, Yefan, and whispered, say hello to Grandpa. Yefan responded, hello, Grandpa. Elder Yi nodded, his gaze shifting to Yefan, with a slight change in his expression. Yefan, you've changed a lot too. I heard about your achievements at Pingqing High School. Very impressive. Thank you for the praise, Grandpa. Yefan replied politely, feeling a genuine warmth towards the kind old man. Elder Yi sighed. You and Linqing both resemble your grandfather. It's a shame he was too reckless back then. Otherwise, he would have left you with more. Before he could finish, Elder Yi suddenly started coughing violently. A nearby attendant rushed forward but was waved away by Elder Yi. I don't need anyone to serve me. I know my own body best. A golden light flashed in Elder Ye's eyes, more intense than anyone else's in the room. An aura of authority emanated from him, causing the attendant to retreat in fear. Yefan noticed the dragon-like pupils in Elder Ye's eyes, and thought to himself that the proportion of dragon blood in Elder Ye's veins must be quite high. Elder Yi soon regained his gentle demeanor, the golden light fading, and he turned to Linqing Yi, asking, next year, our whole family is moving to the capital. Would you like to join us? Linqing hesitated for a moment, glanced at Yefan, and politely declined. Yefan is still in high school. I can find him a high school in the capital, Elder Yi suggested again. As Linqing was unsure how to respond, Yefan spoke up, Grandpa, I'll get into a university in the capital myself and bring our family there. Elder Yi smiled at this. You have ambition, young man. In that case, we'll be waiting for you in the capital. As they were saying their goodbyes, Yefan hesitated for a few seconds before approaching Elder Yi and lowering his voice. Grandpa, Have you been feeling extremely unwell lately? Does your whole body feel like it's being pierced by countless needles whenever you exert yourself? Elder Ye's expression changed dramatically, and he lowered his voice to ask, You know about my condition? Yafan explained. Those with dragon eyes often experience these symptoms. I noticed that your dragon eyes seem more intense than usual, likely due to some fortuitous encounter that increased the concentration of dragon blood in your veins. But dragon blood is highly toxic. Except for the first-generation dragon slayers, if the concentration of dragon blood exceeds a certain threshold in subsequent generations, it will backfire. You must have already been affected. If not treated in time, your condition will worsen until the dragon blood completely takes over, leading to death. A golden light flickered in Elder Ye's eyes as he asked in a low voice, Do you have a solution? I do, but there are too many people here. If you have time soon, come to my house and find me, Yafan replied before taking his leave and returning to his seat with Lincheng. At the dinner table, Lincheng Yi lowered his voice and asked, What did you just say to your uncle? Why did he look so shocked? I told him I know how to treat his illness, Fan Yi replied casually. Illness? Your uncle is sick? Lincheng's face changed. Of course, otherwise why would he step down from the front lines? Fan shrugged. And how do you know you can treat it? Dad, why are you asking so many questions? Fan glanced at Lincheng. It's not like you're the one treating him. Lincheng was at a loss for words, and after a while, he muttered under his breath, You brat. Not even giving your old man any respect now. Fan shook his head and suddenly asked, Didn't you say we have a cousin who gets along well with us? Why isn't she here? Lincheng lowered his voice to explain. You know your cousin isn't well liked by your uncle's side of the family. She probably didn't come today. After all, your uncle runs the family now, and in a big family like ours, conflicts are common. Plus, your cousin married off to Beihai, so she has even less standing here. It's normal she didn't come. She probably informed your uncle beforehand. She's had a tough life, marrying far away to Beihai without any acquaintances and apparently not doing well there. As the banquet ended, the guests gradually left. After bidding farewell to Yilao, Fan and Lincheng also departed. Watching their departing figures, Yilao sighed. Lincheng, such a pity. Almost 40 years old and only now getting some opportunities. But my grandson, he seems a bit extraordinary. Beside him, Guihai Yi remarked coldly, No matter how extraordinary, he's still just a drank, without even the dragon eye bloodline of the Yi family. Yilao shook his head. The dragon eye isn't necessarily a blessing. Show me the gift Lincheng brought. Guihai tried to dissuade him. What good things could they have brought? Last time it was a watermelon. This time it might be a pineapple. Father, it's better not to look. Your health isn't good lately, and you shouldn't get upset. Yilao insisted. A gift from family, even if it's a stone, I would cherish it. Guihai had no choice but to bring the gift box and open it. When he saw it filled with longevity fruits, he was stunned. Where did Lincheng get the money to buy these longevity fruits? Yilao was also momentarily taken aback, recalling their earlier conversation, and his expression turned thoughtful. Walking home, Fan noticed Lincheng looking dejected and asked with a smile, Dad, why are you so down? Because the expensive gift you bought wasn't appreciated by Uncle? Of course, 880,000 yuan, enough to buy a house in Pingcheng. Lincheng shook his head. Your uncle has a kind heart, I don't blame him, but it does hurt a bit. Fan consoled him. Come on, Dad. It wasn't your money, it was mine. He then magically produced a low-grade transformation fruit, and I still have more of those fruits we gave today. More. Lincheng was surprised. Of course, I have plenty of spiritual herbs and fruits, Fan said, pulling out another low-grade transformation fruit. Yi Lincheng quickly took it and exclaimed, Good kid. This is something extraordinary. It can enhance the bloodline of beasts, not an ordinary item. If it were an average family, they might not be able to afford even a few of these in a lifetime. Yifan shook his head and took out another inferior fruit, placing all of them in Yi Lincheng's hands. This is for you, Dad. There are 3 in total, meant to boost Xiao Bai's bloodline. Yi Lincheng tried to refuse, but Yifan explained, My beast is already at the elite level. These are useless for me. Reluctantly, Yi Lincheng accepted them, sighing, You rascal. You've got all the good stuff now. Yifan nodded and suddenly asked, Dad, do you know the history of our family? Yi Lincheng thought for a moment, and then shook his head. I don't know. Yifan sighed and said, Dad, if you don't know, just say so next time. No need to pretend to think about it. But you must know if there were any strong figures in our family and what they did, right? Yi Lincheng was about to recite a long list of relatives, but Yifan quickly stopped him with a wave of his hand. He summarized simply that the Yi family members of that generation were all quite capable. Yifan then inquired about his grandfather. Yi Lincheng sighed and explained that his grandfather had gone to the front lines, and later, bad news came. His grandmother was heartbroken and passed away shortly after. At just over 10 years old, Yi Lincheng had to take on the family responsibilities. Didn't other Yi family members help us? Yi Fan asked. Yi Linqing recalled that his eldest uncle's family initially took care of him, supporting his education and living expenses. But as he became a D-level talent and performed mediocrely in high school, their contact dwindled. Only his cousin's family had consistently been kind to them. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully. He understood the situation. His eldest uncle and grandfather were brothers. After his grandfather's death, his eldest uncle's family initially took care of his father, but as his father showed little promise, their care became less frequent and eventually turned into indifference and ridicule. Yi Fan patted his father's shoulder and comforted him, saying, "Dad, don't worry. We will become strong and make everyone look at us differently." Yi Linqing hesitated, but finally just sighed. Late at night, the father and son returned home. Lin Qingxia was already in bed, and Yi Fan went to his own room. In the bedroom, Yi Linqing reported the day's events to his wife. He suddenly said, "Qingxia, I want to continue being a beast tamer." Lin Qingxia was taken aback and instinctively looked at the small white creature outside the door. Yi Linqing explained that he had fed Xiao by many spirit fruits, and it had now reached Black Iron's 6th star. He took out the degraded fruit Yi Fan had given him, which could elevate a low-grade beast to an elite grade. Yi Linqing confessed everything. Yi Fan had inherited the legacy of a peerless master, and the breathing technique he had taught him came from that legacy. During this time, he had been going out under the pretense of errands, but was actually hunting in Silvermoon Forest with Yi Fan. "Qingxia, I don't want to be ordinary anymore," Yi Linqing said heavily. "Today at the banquet, I felt powerless to give our son face. Instead, he had to comfort me. Yi Fan shouldn't have to suffer disdain because of me." Lin Qingxiao was silent for a long time before finally nodding and saying, "If you've made up your mind, go ahead. When the shop's lease ends this month, we'll close it. I'll go with you. Since we got married, I haven't seen you tame beasts for a long time." Meanwhile, Yi Fan, unaware of all this, lay in bed deep in thought. As a centenarian in his previous life, he had long been indifferent to others' opinions. But today's banquet had piqued his curiosity about this family. Suddenly, a shocking thought crossed Yi Fan's mind: the Dragon Eye Rebellion. He sat up abruptly, recalling the massive turmoil in Kyoto in his past life that nearly reached the government's core. The rebellion, led by those with dragon eyes, was eventually suppressed, with all Dragon Eye holders killed and the rebels exiled. Yi Fan gasped. The Dragon Eye Rebellion started with the Yi family. He remembered the kind old Yi at the banquet, a retired military big shot from the front lines. Such a patriotic person could never start a rebellion. Unless old Yi was already dead. The more Yi Fan thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Someone had killed old Yi and joined the imperial organization. This was almost an earth-shattering revelation. The descendants of the Longtong bloodline joining an organization that aims to restore the feudal dynasty is an extremely dangerous sign. "I must warn grandfather to be cautious of those around him," Yi Fan decided silently. Suddenly, a dark shadow swept past the window, resembling a giant bird beast. Xiao Bai at the door started barking furiously in alarm. Frowning, Yi Fan got out of bed and, as he was about to open the door, held back Yi Linqing. "Dad, you and Mom stay in the room. Don't come out unless I call you." Though tense, Yi Linqing followed his son's instructions. Yi Fan quietly stepped out of the courtyard, making his way down a secluded street to a small alley. In the moonlight, he stopped at a dead end and said, "Come out. Is hanging around in the sky that entertaining?" A figure in a black robe descended from above, accompanied by a bronze 5-star elite-grade long-winged bird. Yi Fan frowned. "Flying is prohibited in Pingcheng. Don't you know that?" The black-robed figure chuckled mockingly. "I know, but who enforces the rules in the dead of night? You sure do have a protective heart, bringing me to such a secluded place." Yi Fan stood in the alley, his sharp gaze fixed on the man in the black robe before him. The wind began to howl, rustling their robes and hair. Coldly, Yi Fan spoke. "Has the dynasty organization run out of people? They sent you?" The black-robed man's eyes turned fierce, his voice laced with threat. "Kid, you know about the dynasty organization?" Yi Fan responded calmly. "Why else would I have Dingley inform you? You really know how to pick your moments, showing up when I'm back home. What, afraid to act at school?" The black-robed man squinted. "Are you provoking me, kid? I know all about your background. The son of the most useless person in the Yi family. No one's going to help you." Yi Fan's tone turned icy. "I'd suggest you take that back." The black-robed man chuckled mockingly. "Angry? But it's the truth." "You've got guts," Yi Fan said, raising his hand to summon his hellhound. The massive beast appeared in the alley, towering over a person. The black-robed man looked slightly surprised. "Bronze 2-star? But then he laughed. "Kid, I'm not one of those rookies from your school." With that, he raised his hand to release his own beast skill. Gale force winds swept through the alley, causing the sign of a barbershop at the other end to spin wildly. Yi Fan stood firm, analyzing, a rare weather-altering talent among the cranks. Yi Fan continued, "Is the revival of the dynasty really that appealing?" He didn't hesitate any longer and commanded, "Xiaohua, attack!" The hellhound growled and lunged at the black-robed man's long-winged bird. The man agilely mounted the bird, soaring into the air and shouting, "Kid, you can't beat me. Long-winged bird, use feather of the falling leaves." A barrage of feathers rained down like swords, covering the area around Yifan. But Yifan was prepared, swiftly retreating out of range. Yifan sneered, "You were right about one thing. You're not one of those rookies. But unfortunately, neither am I. Tactics like targeting the Beastmaster directly? I'm way past that." The black-robed man hesitated, and Yifan continued to taunt. "What's wrong? Scared? You'd better head back soon. If you don't finish me off quickly, the law enforcement might catch wind. I know you're afraid of dying. It's okay. I won't blame you. Bastard." The black-robed man roared, "Long-winged bird, attack him." The long-winged bird dove, but Yifan laughed. "You said you knew my background, but you missed my nickname at school, Xiaohua, throat lock." The hellhound bit down on the long-winged bird's throat with precision, sending both beasts crashing to the ground. The black-robed man rushed forward to aid his beast, but Yifan had already commanded, "Xiaohua, use overheat burn." Intense flames engulfed the black-robed man and the long-winged bird. When the fire subsided, only two charred bodies remained. Yifan approached his weakened hellhound, feeding it a spirit fruit. As he knelt to inspect the black-robed man's corpse, applause suddenly echoed from behind him. That was quite an impressive Beastmaster duel. Yifan swiftly turned around, assuming a defensive stance. However, he froze upon recognizing the newcomer. "Uncle, why is it you?" Yifan's powerful punch halted abruptly in midair, making the situation a bit awkward. He looked puzzled at the sudden appearance of Old Yi, his mind filled with questions. Old Yi smiled and explained, "Weren't you the one who asked me to find you? I happened to see this person and wanted to test your beast mastery skills. To my surprise, your performance was astonishing." He paused, his eyes gleaming. "Fanner, your beast mastery skills don't seem like those of a novice tamer." Yifan responded humbly, "You're too kind, uncle. I just had a bit of luck." He maintained the respect due to this elder who had fought on the front lines for many years. "Luck? That explains a lot." Old Yi nodded slightly, a look of delight flashing in his eyes. He didn't press for details, only advising, "Having luck is a good thing. Make sure to seize the opportunity." "Understood," Yifan replied, then pointed to the corpse behind him. "Aren't you curious about who attacked me today?" Old Ye's gaze shifted to the iron emblem left on the charred clothes of the corpse. The emblem bore a pattern centered around the character Wang, a member of the dynasty organization. Old Yi frowned, thinking for a moment before saying, "I'll alert the higher-ups to keep an eye on the situation in Pingcheng." Yifan shook his head. "I wouldn't suggest that, uncle." He analyzed the current situation in detail. Since the emergence of tamers, all regions had tightened control. Even in a backward place like Pingcheng, it would be impossible for a tamer with a flying beast to appear so easily at this time. 20 minutes had passed since the battle began, yet no one had noticed, which clearly indicated that Pingcheng's law enforcement agencies were deliberately concealing the appearance of the black-robed man. Old Ye's face showed anger upon hearing this. The law enforcement in Pingcheng, colluding with the dynasty organization. How dare they? Yifan calmly added, "Uncle Yi, we've underestimated the dynasty organization. From what I know, they've absorbed all the underground gangs in Pingcheng. They're not only organizing rebellions openly, but also secretly setting up networks in many places. While major cities are better off, places like Pingcheng, which are lax in defense, have likely seen infiltration in numerous law enforcement agencies, and even some local families are involved. Today's black-robed man is a perfect example." Old Yi looked at Yifan in disbelief and suddenly asked, "Fanner, how do you know so much about the dynasty organization?" Yifan replied candidly, "I have a personal grudge with one of their members, Ez, and discovered some clues while investigating him." Old Yi nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Then how did you learn that the dynasty organization has absorbed all the underground gangs in Pingcheng?" Yifan gave a meaningful smile. "Uncle Yi, we're at different levels now, so we see different things. You see the upper echelons of the dynasty organization, while I see the roots of this malignant tumor." Old Yi was slightly surprised but soon smiled approvingly. "Fanner, it's good that you have such insights. So your suggestion is not to alert them?" "Yes." Yifan explained that the dynasty organization was cunning and hard to deal with. Once they sensed danger, they would quickly withdraw. To truly strike at them, they needed to seize the opportunity and follow the clues. He suggested using his identity as a bronze beast master and the pretense of Elder Ye's illness to continuously probe and provoke, until they could identify the individuals and institutions in Pingcheng colluding with the remnants of the dynasty. There was a cold determination in Yifan's words. "By then, we can catch them all in one fell swoop and eradicate them completely." Elder Yi was shocked by Yifan's transformation and wanted to ask but didn't know where to start. Finally, he just asked with concern, "But how will you ensure your own safety?" This time it was a bronze 5-star. Next time it could be a silver level. Do you need me to send someone to protect you secretly? Yifan politely refused Elder Ye's offer, only requesting that his family be protected. He explained that he had teachers at the school to protect him, so there was no need to worry. Elder Yi decisively agreed to Yifan's plan. Within a year, get me a concrete list, and I'll take care of it. Since the dynasty organization dares to extend their reach into Pingsheng while I'm still here, they will pay a hefty price. Yifan nodded in agreement, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. With Elder Ye's support, his plan to eliminate the dynasty organization in Pingsheng would go much more smoothly. Grandfather, now it's time to discuss the main issue. Yifan changed the topic, about treating your hidden ailment. Elder Yi was somewhat surprised. Fanner, do you really know how to treat my ailment? Of course, I happen to know some methods to counteract the backlash of dragon eyes. Yifan replied. But first, Elder Yi, you need to tell me how you supplemented your bloodline, causing its concentration to exceed the limit. After a brief hesitation, Elder Yi confessed. I obtained precious dragon blood in a secret realm, and combined it with a secret formula to enhance the dragon eye bloodline that I had acquired earlier. Yifan was secretly astonished. Being able to enter a high-level secret realm and obtain dragon blood meant that Elder Ye's strength in the military was undoubtedly exceptional. He nodded and said, given this situation, it's relatively manageable. There are two treatment options. One is quick, but will result in some loss of strength. The other is slower, but has little impact on your strength. Elder Yi hesitated for a moment and finally asked, what's the quick method? Bloodletting, Yifan answered directly, using special techniques to replace the dragon blood in Elder Ye's body with ordinary human blood. This way, the bloodline concentration will drop below the backlash threshold, preventing further backlash and damage. Elder Yi frowned. Wouldn't that significantly reduce my strength? Yifan confirmed. Of course. The foundation of a dragon eye wielder's strength is the inherited bloodline. Losing that, your strength would naturally decline. Hearing this, Elder Yi decisively shook his head. What's the slower method? This method is more complex and requires a specific prescription, and… Yifan paused. You'll need to modify your breathing technique. Modify my breathing technique? Elder Ye's brows furrowed. The breathing technique is fundamental for a beastmaster, affecting both their beast space and combat abilities. Reconstruction means losing many high-level abilities, which seems like a greater loss than a blood transfusion. Yifan shook his head and explained, no, this is the best treatment plan. Dragon-eyed individuals don't rely on beast taming. Most modern dragon-eyed practitioners grow using ordinary beast tamer breathing techniques, which is fundamentally wrong. The plan I'm giving you will make you a true dragon-eyed individual. Your strength will decrease in the short term, but once you adapt, you will be stronger than before. A true dragon-eyed individual. Elder Ye's pupils contracted, clearly understanding the significance of this statement. The first generation of dragon-eyed individuals focused on themselves, their bodies as strong as dragons, capable of splitting mountains. Yifan's words sent Elder Yi into deep thought. Yifan decisively chose the second method, earning a satisfied nod from Old Master Yi. The superiority of the two methods was obvious. Just as Old Master Yi was about to continue, Yifan suddenly spoke with a serious tone. Granduncle, I need you to swear on the essence of your dragon eye bloodline that you will never disclose the breathing technique I teach you today, nor will you harm me or my family in any way. These words left Old Master Yi stunned. He knew all too well what an oath on the essence meant for ancient lineage bearers and their descendants. It was a vow etched into their very bloodline. Breaking it would cause their bloodline to explode, leaving them with no resting place. Such oaths were originally used by beast tamers to subdue ancient beasts, and few knew of this practice today. Yifan explained, what I'm about to tell you is something that could drive every dragon eye bearer in the world mad with desire. It's not a matter of distrust, but a measure to ensure the safety of my family and me. Old Master Yi remained silent for a moment before closing his eyes. In an instant, a dragon's roar echoed, and a dragon-shaped mark appeared over his heart. I, Yi Mao, swear on the essence of my bloodline that I will never. As the oath was completed, the dragon's roar faded, and the mark over his heart vanished. With the oath taken, Yifan breathed a sigh of relief and suggested, this place isn't suitable for discussion. Let's go back to my house. Old Master Yi nodded in agreement, following Yifan with a heart full of questions. What kind of breathing technique could drive all dragon eye bearers to madness? Upon returning to Yifan's home, Yi Linqing and Lin Qingxiao were waiting in the hall. Seeing Old Master Yi, Yi Linqing was surprised. Uncle, what brings you here? Old Master Yi, slightly embarrassed, explained that he had some business with Yifan. Sensing the situation, Yifan asked his parents to rest while he led Old Master Yi to his room. Once the door was closed, Yifan grew serious. Granduncle, what I am about to teach you is the cultivation method of the first generation of dragon eye bearers, called True Dragon 9 Transformations. It is a 9-layer technique designed specifically for those with ancient dragon bloodlines. With each level you advance, your dragon blood will grow stronger, enhancing the physical power granted by your lineage. At higher levels, you can even wield power comparable to ancient dragon beasts. Hearing the name True Dragon 9 Transformations, Old Master Ye's expression changed. He had heard of this technique, reputed to be practiced by the first dragon eye bearers. He was about to ask how Yi Fan had obtained such a method, but Yi Fan politely declined to delve into it further. Yi Fan then began to explain the intricate details of the True Dragon 9 Transformations technique. Old Master Yi listened intently, trying to circulate the technique. As time passed, Old Master Yi suddenly groaned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This was a minor backlash from modifying his breathing technique. Given his cultivation level, changing techniques inevitably came with some risks. Soon, Old Master Ye's breathing steadied. He opened his eyes, golden light flickering within them. I have successfully entered the first transformation of the True Dragon 9 Transformations. As he stood up, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. He raised his hand, a long-lost smile of comfort appearing on his face. It's been a long time since I felt this way, ever since I suffered that backlash. Yi Fan congratulated Elder Yi and explained, your foundation is strong, and although your current power has diminished slightly, once you reach the second and third transformations, you'll quickly recover and even surpass your previous strength. Elder Yi nodded in agreement, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, seemingly impressed by Yi Fan's insight. Afterward, Yi Fan produced a pen and paper, writing down a prescription specifically for enhancing blood energy, and handed it to Elder Yi. Elder Yi carefully studied the prescription before looking up and saying, such a precious technique and rare formula, I can't accept them without giving something in return. Fan, if you need anything, just let me know. Once my strength is restored, I have some influence in the capital. I can get you 3 things within reasonable limits. Yi Fan politely declined Elder Ye's offer. It's too early to say now. I'm still too weak, and many things would be of no use to me. When I get to the capital in the future, if I need anything, I will seek your help. Elder Yi readily agreed, understanding why Yi Fan had previously asked him to swear an oath. For someone with dragon eyes, the 9 transformations of the true dragon indeed held a fatal allure. As they parted, Elder Yi once again asked if Yi Fan was willing to go to the capital with him. Yi Fan graciously declined, stating that he still had some unresolved ties in Pingqing. Elder Yi nodded in understanding and gave Yi Fan a communication talisman, promising to send someone to protect Yi Fan's family. At the door, Yi Fan hesitated for a moment before cautioning, Elder Yi, please be careful of the people around you. This made Elder Yi pause, turning back with a puzzled look. Their eyes met, and Elder Yi's expression turned to one of disbelief. Are you suggesting that even the Yi family? Yi Fan made a silencing gesture, his gaze deep, just a suspicion. Be vigilant, that's all. Black is black, white is white. Disguises will eventually show their flaws. Yi Fan stood at the doorway, returning alone. Seeing this, Yi Linqing quickly came out of the room to inquire. Has uncle left? Yi Linqing asked, a hint of worry in his eyes. Yi Fan nodded. Yes, he's gone. He glanced at his father and asked somewhat helplessly, Dad, didn't I tell you not to come out? Why are you waiting with Xiaobai in the living room? Yi Linqing's face showed concern as he explained, I was worried something might happen to you. Who knew it was your uncle looking for you? Hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head with a smile. He didn't mention anything about the dynasty organization, thinking it was better to keep his parents in the dark to avoid unnecessary worry. With his uncle's assurance, he didn't have to worry about his parents' safety. This way, he could focus on dealing with the dynasty organization at Peace City. Yi Fan turned to Xiaobai, who was guarding the door, and called out, Xiaobai, come here. Xiaobai immediately trotted over. Yi Linqing, understanding the cue, took out the inferior transformation fruits. Xiaobai quickly swallowed the 3 fruits, and a light enveloped its body. Before long, a beast with a steel-like sheen to its fur appeared before them. Steelhound. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. It's considered one of the stronger types among elite-grade beasts. Yi Linqing, surprised, repeated, Steelhound? He looked at the transformed Xiaobai and softly called, Xiaobai? Xiaobai let out a low whimper and nuzzled Yi Linqing's leg. Yi Fan explained from the side, the bond between a beast and its master doesn't change with the beast's strength. Dad, you'll be quite a capable beast master in Peace City now. All right. Yi Linqing nodded, then remembered something, by the way. Your mom agreed to let me continue being a beast master. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Really? Isn't mom worried about you? Yi Linqing couldn't help but smile. She is, but she agreed anyway. She said she'll accompany me. Yi Fan laughed. Did mom say she's worried you'd be out drinking all the time? He recalled the harmonious relationship between his parents in his previous life, feeling a touch of envy for their love. Thinking of something, Yi Fan joked, Dad, when you become a powerful beast master, don't end up like our ancestor, marrying 7 or 8 wives. Yi Linqing quickly waved his hand. I wouldn't dare. He glanced towards the bedroom, hesitated for a moment, then whispered in Yi Fan's ear. One is enough for me, just your mom. The scene shifted to Morning Breeze Village. Yi Guihai looked at the elder approaching from afar, surprised. Father, it's so late. Where have you been? Elder Yi replied calmly, just took a walk. He glanced at Yi Guihai, his expression slightly serious. Guihai, what do you think of the dynasty organization? Yi Guihai was taken aback for a moment, then quickly answered, a cult claiming to restore an ancient dynasty, but in reality, a group that harms the people. Elder Yi nodded and sighed, indeed. It is a cult that harms the people. Why are so many people willing to join it? This question made Yi Guihai ponder deeply. Elder Yi, with a heavy heart, said, our forefathers painstakingly overthrew the oppressive regime of the ancient dynasty, which was dominated by ancient beast tamers and royalty. Countless generations sacrificed their lives to fend off those ancient beasts that were banished but still yearned to return. Even now, we are their successors. This history is something everyone should know, especially families like ours who are descendants of the original dragon slayers. We must never forget. Yi Guihai nodded. I understand that. Noticing his father's somber mood, he carefully asked, Father, what's troubling you today? Did you see something outside? Elder Yi replied, I witnessed the corruption of a local law enforcement agency and heard a surprising piece of advice. Turning to Yi Guihai with a serious tone, he continued, Guihai, the Yi family cannot tolerate anyone who betrays the honor of our ancestors. Recently, you should deploy some trusted confidants to thoroughly investigate all our family members' interactions over the past year. Any suspicious activity should be noted, and each person should be scrutinized. I will determine if they have any connections to the dynasty organization. Once confirmed, they must be eliminated on the spot. The lethal intent in Elder Ye's words made Yi Guihai shudder, and his expression changed drastically. He realized that there might be traitors within the Yi family who had joined the dynasty organization. Yi Guihai solemnly promised, I will get to the bottom of this. Elder Yi waved him off, adding, Guihai, when you have time, try to interact more with Lin Sheng and the others. This request puzzled Yi Guihai, but he stiffly acknowledged it and left. Watching his son's retreating figure, Elder Yi shook his head slightly. He knew that Yi Guihai bore no real malice towards Yi Linqing, but was driven by a fierce desire to uphold the family's honor. He couldn't stand seeing a descendant as seemingly unremarkable as Yi Linqing, who was the only remaining legacy of his renowned younger brother. Perhaps everything will change in the future, Elder Yi murmured to himself, hands clasped behind his back as he walked towards Morning Wind Village, a hint of regret in his aging silhouette. The following days passed peacefully. Apart from the fat man's father visiting to thank Yi Fan for looking after his son at school, there were no other visitors. The dynasty organization had gone silent after their previous failure. Before leaving, Yi Fan earnestly advised Yi Linqing, Dad, while I'm away at school, don't go to Silvermoon Forest alone. You don't understand the habits and territories of those beasts, and fighting them recklessly could be dangerous. Instead, you can go to the beast arena in the city center. There, you can engage in battles with other beast tamers, which can improve your skills and even earn rewards if you win. Yi Linqing nodded in agreement. Yi Fan continued, also, make sure to practice the breathing technique I gave you regularly. It's beneficial for your health. Eat well, and don't worry about money, it's more than enough. The spirit herbs and fruits for Little White should be sufficient for a while. They're all in my room. Just follow the list when feeding. Remember, keep a low profile, and try not to let others know about Little White's condition. Yi Linqing nodded again, absorbing his son's instructions. However, don't worry too much. Even though Pingqing is small, its system is well established. Beast tamers and ordinary people are both protected by law, so most people won't dare to mess with you. If you run into any trouble you can't handle, just give me a call. Yi Fan rambled on for quite a while, only reluctantly saying goodbye when the car was about to leave. Take care of yourself. I'll come back to see you whenever I can. As they watched the car drive away, Yi Linqing and Lin Qingxia exchanged glances. Finally, Yi Linqing broke the silence. Why do I feel like our roles with our son have swapped? He's talking more than we do now. At the school gate, Li Pengzi, who had been waiting for a while, saw Yi Fan approaching leisurely. He hurried forward and said, Yi Fan, why are you so late? We agreed to meet at 10, didn't we? Li Pengzi had returned 2 days earlier, and during this time, without Yi Fan around, he had been constantly scolded by Pan Zhao. Usually, with Yi Fan present, Pan Zhao wouldn't be so strict with him. Yi Fan smiled slightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Something came up on the way. In reality, he had just gotten off the bus and found a secluded spot to summon Ma Dafei to get an update on the dynasty organization. Ma Dafei didn't know much, only mentioning that the dynasty organization would be sending a silver-level beastmaster soon to carry out a new plan. This was supposedly because the master they sent a few days ago had been assassinated. Yi Fan figured that this master was likely the bronze-level beastmaster who had come to assassinate him. What's up? Yi Fan looked at Li Pengzi and asked. Li Pengzi shook his head. Nothing, just asking. He leaned closer to Yifan and whispered, Yifan, what level is your beast now? Bronze 4-star, why? Yifan replied. Li Pengzi lowered his voice further, that a class student from the elite class is back at school. He has 2 bronze-level beasts, and one of them is at the peak of the elite grade. Jijia is back? Yifan's smile widened, and he nodded. That's great. Li Pengzi hesitated before finally saying, he's really strong. Yesterday, he broke your previous record of 300, scoring over 370 points. Yifan nodded calmly. Well, he is a class. If he didn't have that level of strength, he wouldn't deserve the title. Aren't you worried? He seems like he could be a formidable rival. Li Pengzi looked concerned. Yifan's eyes deepened. There's nothing to worry about. Pengzi, this city is too small. Without a worthy opponent, it would be quite boring. Li Pengzi scratched his head, pondering. I guess my perspective is still too narrow. Yifan laughed, haha, you'll broaden it eventually. He then asked, what about your 2 beasts? How strong are they now? Both are at Iron 8-star, following the feeding plan you gave me with spiritual herbs and fruits. Li Pengzi quickly responded. Iron 8-star? Then you're close to bronze. Yifan nodded and took out a mutation fruit. Here, take this mutation fruit and give it to your purple pattern snake. It will elevate your strength to another level. Li Pengzi stared at the mutation fruit in surprise. How did you get this? Yifan interrupted. No need to ask. Let's go to the training room and reclaim my record. As Yifan entered the training room, many people gathered upon hearing the news. When his bronze 4-star hellhound appeared, gasps and exclamations filled the room. How is this possible? In just a month, he's reached bronze 4-star? That's 2 levels higher than Ji's beasts. And he has a new beast now, which means he can control 2 beasts? No, this hellhound is probably his firehound evolved. Yifan is pretty impressive. Is he aiming to beat Ji's score? It's not easy to surpass levels at the bronze rank. Scoring 300 points might be a challenge. Yifan listened to the discussions behind him, a confident smile spreading across his face. He looked at the beast that appeared on the training device and shook his head. It's true that surpassing levels gets harder as you go higher, but you have to reach that level first. For him, a bronze-level beast wasn't much of a challenge, especially since his hellhound had been meticulously trained. Xiaohua, show them what you've got, Yifan said to the hellhound not far away. A low growl echoed, and the hellhound opened its mouth, flames spilling out. Facing the elite beast generated by the training device, it unleashed a jet of fire. The beast seemed paralyzed, unable to dodge, and was quickly engulfed in flames, turning into a charred husk. The air fell silent, and the device slowly displayed a score of 100 points. Everyone was stunned by what they had just witnessed. What was that? Is it the hellhound's skill? Spitting fire. That's a pretty basic skill, isn't it? Before the words had fully settled, a second beast appeared from the training device. The hellhound opened its mouth again, and the same flames easily destroyed the beast. Gasps rose from the crowd. It can use its skill repeatedly. What is this? Isn't it said that bronze-level beasts can only use their skills once in a short period? The third and fourth beasts appeared one after the other, with the same result. When the device displayed a score of 400 points, Yifan nodded in satisfaction, deciding not to continue the challenge. He waved his hand and recalled the hellhound. Turning to the stunned onlookers, Yifan said calmly, today it's 400 points. If anyone can beat this score, I'll come back. With that, he stepped down from the stage. Pan Zhao had arrived at some point, his eyes narrowing as he watched Yifan descend. This kid has had some kind of lucky encounter. As a mentor, he instantly recognized that the fire wasn't a mere skill of the hellhound, but its innate flame bloodline. This kind of bloodline power usually only activated at the silver rank, marking a significant boost in a beast's strength. Pan Zhao thought to himself, what did he feed the hellhound to awaken its flame bloodline at the bronze rank? Such a fruit that can break bloodline shackles early must be at least of the spirit level. How could a bronze-level beastmaster obtain such a treasure? Mr. Pan, Yifan greeted as he approached Pan Zhao, a smile on his face. How is that? Satisfied with my performance? Suppressing his inner shock, Pan Zhao maintained a calm exterior. Not bad, but he couldn't help asking, how did you do it? Yifan smiled and replied, I got my hands on some good stuff. In reality, this was part of a long-planned strategy. He had been cultivating various spiritual fruits like fiery fruits, white jade fruits, and flame mushrooms in the beast space, specifically for the hellhound. While these fruits didn't significantly boost a bronze-level beast, their key function was in activating the bloodline shackles. Every time he ate a spirit fruit, it weakened the shackles a bit more. Coupled with the 30 to 1 time acceleration in the beast space, it was enough to unlock the shackles ahead of schedule. Pan Zhao nodded, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. With this ability, your hellhound will be extremely strong until it reaches the silver level. He recalled his concern when he saw Ji's beast battle a few days ago. Unexpectedly, Yifan had returned and demonstrated such a remarkable ability. Being able to use a silver level skill at the bronze level, even if the flame power wasn't strong, was enough to dominate at the bronze level. Yifan wore a faint smile. After all, the secret realm exploration is just a few days away. I hope to gain something significant. Secret realm. Hearing this term, Pan Zhao's expression subtly changed as his gaze fell on the 400 points displayed on the training device, seemingly understanding something. The moment Yifan returned to school, he headed straight to the training room, his every move indicating that he was aware of Ji Jie's arrival. Clearly, he intended to suppress this rare A-level genius that Pingxing had not seen in decades. Pan Zhao lowered his voice and warned, Ji Jie will also participate in this secret realm. He has 2 contracted beasts. If you encounter him, be very careful. Yifan nodded in acknowledgement, but a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. I won't engage in a petty rivalry with him. Watching Yifan leave with Li Pengzi, Pan Zhao looked surprised. He could clearly sense Yifan's hostility towards Ji Jie. This animosity didn't seem like ordinary student competition. It reminded him of his own grudges with Jiang Hong. Pan Zhao pondered why Yifan, whose path had never intersected with Ji Jie's, would harbor such intense hostility. Meanwhile, in the Yingjie classroom, Ji Jie sat leisurely at his desk, with a lackey attentively massaging his shoulders. Despite the lackey's affluent background and outstanding talent, he still willingly lowered himself in front of this rare genius of Pingxing. Ji Jie remarked nonchalantly, not bad. Looking around at his followers, he shook his head. In his eyes, Pingxing was too small and backward. These so-called most talented beast tamers of Pingxing were insignificant to him. In contrast, the children of major families in the capital could leverage spiritual fruits and herbs to gain an edge, regardless of their inherent talent. Here in Pingxing, not even a single bronze-level beast tamer could be found at this stage, which failed to pique his interest. Suddenly, Ji Jie asked, has Yifan returned to school? Before he could finish his sentence, someone rushed into the classroom and announced loudly, Yifan is back. He broke Ji Jie's record in the training room, scoring 400 points, and even said he would come back if someone broke his record. The news landed like a bombshell, causing everyone to stand up in shock. For 100 points, how could a bronze-level beast tamer achieve that? Ji Jie frowned slightly and asked, how was the battle? The person responded hastily, it was effortless. Yifan has a hellhound, which seems to have evolved from a firehound, capable of continuously using fire-breathing skills. The training device's simulated beasts couldn't recognize it and were all defeated in one hit. Ji Jie pondered, continuous fire-breathing? He must have chosen a firehound, adjusted its optimal evolution path with spiritual fruits, and used special spiritual fruits to unlock the hellhound's bloodline shackles early. This way, the hellhound's fire abilities are fully unleashed, giving him a significant advantage at the bronze level. A slight smile appeared on his lips. This Yifan does have some guts. Someone must be guiding him. No wonder, being a direct descendant of that person, even if the family has fallen, he can still pressure me a bit. A nearby student asked in confusion, a direct descendant of that person? I heard Yifan comes from an ordinary family, with his parents running a restaurant in the western district of Pingxing. Ji Jie snorted. What do you know? He stood up. Get ready. We might run into him in the secret realm. You guys are all geniuses from Pingxing. Don't end up worse than that chubby guy hanging around Yifan. He already has 2 high-star black iron beasts. On the other side, Yifan and Li Pengzi returned to their dorm room. Li Pengzi complained, Yifan, you have no idea. When I went home, my dad found out how powerful my beast was. He dragged me around to visit relatives every day, boasting non-stop. He almost threw a banquet for me. Yifan teased, well, your family never had a beast master before. It's normal for your dad to be excited. But don't get lost in the compliments of ordinary people. You're a beast master now. Li Pengzi laughed. Yeah, I need to keep a broader perspective. Yifan looked him over and asked, how's your Tao Dai technique coming along? You should be opening your 3rd beast space by now, right? Li Pengzi scratched his head. Yifan, your eyes are too sharp. I was planning to show off to you. Yifan nodded. At this stage, the advantage of the Tao Dai technique begins to show. Many beast masters haven't even opened their 2nd beast space yet, and you've already opened your 3rd. In a few months, you should be close to opening your 4th. Winning by quantity is the essence of the Tao Dai technique. In a few years, with 7 or 8 beasts, getting into college will be a breeze. Yifan continued, tomorrow, let's head to the beast forest and get you a bronze-level snake beast. It's about time I contracted my 2nd beast too. Li Pengzi was surprised. You've opened your 2nd beast space too, Yifan? Yifan nodded, a smile flashing in his eyes. His space was not layered but a vast expanse, with no limit on the number of contracts. However, Yifan pursued the best quality and combinations, progressing according to the most perfect plan. Li Pengzi complained, while you were away, I went to the Silver Moon Forest by myself and got chased by bronze-level beasts several times. It seems like when I'm with you, those beasts are much calmer and don't attack randomly. Yifan explained. When you're completely familiar with the scents, territories, habits, and attack patterns of various beasts, you can do it too. Beastmaster Encyclopedia. It's around $50 a copy. Just memorize the content. Li Pengzi wailed. That book is thousands of pages thick. Is there a simpler method? Yifan laughed. There is a simpler way. Just keep exploring. After getting chased by an evil rhino a few times, you'll get the hang of it. Li Pengzi shook his head repeatedly. That's like the Beastmaster version of Shunnong tasting herbs. I'd rather stick with you. It's safer and more reliable. Yifan said seriously. You can stick with me, but you need to work hard. I want us to be partners fighting side by side. You get it? Li Pengzi nodded repeatedly. Got it. If only Pan Zhao could speak like you. He always yells at me, saying my beasts are crap, making me question my life. Yifan smiled helplessly. He scolds you for your own good. Li Pengzi whispered. Yifan, do you think Pan Zhao's harsh tone is the main reason he's still single? He must have been a straight-laced guy in his youth. I bet no girl liked him. At the doorway, Pan Zhao's hand froze in midair just as he was about to knock. Veins began to bulge on his arm. He roared internally. There are other reasons I'm single. Who says no girls liked me when I was young? I was quite popular back then. The next morning, Yifan and Li Fati woke up early and set off towards Silver Moon Forest. On the way, Yifan curiously asked Li Fati about the evolution of his purple-striped snake. Fatty, what has your purple-striped snake evolved into? Proudly, Li Fati summoned his beast. Ghost Serpent. A small black snake with red spots appeared before them, looking both mysterious and dangerous. Yifan scrutinized the ghost serpent and nodded approvingly. Not bad. Ghost serpents are quite troublesome among snake beasts. Their fangs are long, and their venom is potent. At the bronze level, they might learn ambush skills, and once they break the bloodline shackles at the silver level, their venom becomes even more lethal. Its venom can even be used to craft top-tier poisons. Li Fati nodded repeatedly, then asked, what about my black flame snake? Yifan explained. At the bronze level, the black flame snake is likely to learn stealth or defense-enhancing skills. Once it breaks the bloodline shackles at the silver level, it can also use some basic fire skills, which is quite good too. Li Fati, somewhat disappointed, muttered. Hearing you say that, the black flame snake seems pretty weak. He then asked, by the way, what are bloodline shackles? Yifan gave a simple answer. It's complicated, but just think of it as a level where the beast gains more abilities. Li Fati nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly looked back warily. Yifan asked in confusion, Fatty, what are you looking at? Rubbing the bump on his head, Li Fati explained. I'm checking if Pan Zhao is following us. I always feel like he's spying on us. Every time I curse him, he knows. Last time, I said I would ask my grandma to battle his beast, and now he always taunts me with go ahead, bring your grandma. Do you think Pan Zhao is a bit creepy, maybe with some weird fetish? Yifan interrupted him, Fatty, just stop. He thought to himself, no wonder Pan Zhao always curses Fatty. He's been secretly protecting them and hearing everything Fatty says. Just these few words are enough for Pan Zhao to curse him for a week. Entering Silver Moon Forest, Yifan observed the surroundings and asked, Fatty, do you have any ideas for your third beast? Li Fati hesitated for a moment before honestly replying. Yifan, you choose for me? Yifan shook his head, speaking seriously. I can't choose for you forever. You need to create your own path and make your own decisions. You must learn to think and judge for yourself. Li Fati paused, then nodded seriously. He began analyzing his needs. I currently have two beasts. The black flame snake has good defense but average attack, and the ghost serpent has strong venom but is fragile. I need a beast with strong frontal attack power. Yifan asked, what exactly do you mean by high offensive power? Li Pengzi explained, it means it's very powerful, preferably with a large physique. Among serpent-type beasts, I think pythons are the most suitable. They don't necessarily need to be venomous. As long as they can enhance my combat strength, that's enough. Most of my current beasts rely heavily on your hellhound to be effective. If I could have a beast that can hold the front line, my lineup would be complete with offense, defense, and poison. Yifan nodded in satisfaction. See, when you think for yourself, your path as a beast tamer becomes clearer. What you discover on your own is different from what others show you. Li Pengzi seemed to understand. I think I'm starting to get it. Should I structure my future beast taming like this? Yifan replied. You can, and you can also make supplementary adjustments. For instance, you might want to add a winged serpent for aerial combat, or a beast specifically for treasure hunting with no combat capabilities. It all depends on how you want to build your lineup. Since you practice the gluttonous method, having a sufficient number of beasts will help you cover all your weaknesses. Li Pengzi nodded repeatedly but expressed concern. But it might be hard to find a python-type beast in this forest. Yifan reassured him, it's doable. With that, he followed the hellhound at a brisk pace, with Li Pengzi close behind. two serpent-type beasts slithered nimbly through the grass. Along the way, the two worked in perfect harmony, occasionally hunting beasts guarding the spirit herbs. They moved effortlessly through the outer forest, and even in the inner forest, few beasts could pose a challenge. After passing through a thicket and parting the underbrush, a wide river appeared before them. Yi Fan whispered, "This is the hidden river in Silver Moon Forest." He turned to Li Pengzi. "There's a type of python that likes to inhabit the banks of these hidden rivers. If we follow the river, we should find one soon." Li Pengzi suddenly pointed ahead. "Is that the kind of python we're looking for?" Following his gaze, they saw a large gray python coiled on a big rock above the river, resembling a giant tire. Yi Fan confirmed, "That's it, the rock python. It's an elite-grade beast, with a tough body and large size, packing a powerful punch. It can even strangle a gray rhino larger than itself. It's exactly what you're looking for." Although Li Pengzi was initially startled by the python size, he quietly summoned his two beasts. Yi Fan observed, "This rock python isn't very high level, only a black iron 7-star. It hasn't had much time to grow. You should handle this on your own." Li Pengzi was confident. "No problem." However, as the battle unfolded, Yi Fan watched Li Pengzi's flawed beast command and shook his head. Despite having two elite-grade black iron 8-star beasts, which were on par with the rock python in terms of level and grade, Li Pengzi's poor command made it a struggle. While the rock python had the size advantage, Li Pengzi's directing was clearly lacking. Yi Fan thought to himself, "No wonder Teacher Panjiao scolds him all the time. I didn't notice it before, but his shortcomings are glaringly obvious when he fights alone. His beast-taming skills and combat awareness are indeed lacking." However, when he thought of how the chubby guy's tongue got all tied up the first time he tried to command two beasts, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile. It's okay to be bad at it now. Everyone needs time to grow. After a fierce battle, the rock python finally fell under the attack of the two serpent beasts. It didn't put up much resistance before accepting Li Pengzi's beast contract. "Phew, I'm exhausted," Li Pengzi said, panting as he approached Yi Fan, but a smile lit up his face. "But I finally have my third beast." He summoned the rock python, and the massive serpent appeared by his side. Yi Fan nodded in approval. "In the future, you might want to categorize the spirit fruits for your beasts," Yi Fan suggested. "Give the ones that enhance defense or have fire attributes to the black flame snake, and those that increase size and weight to the rock python. For serpent-type beasts, size is king, the bigger, the better." "Size is king?" Li Pengzi pondered. "Then how big would a dragon python be?" Yi Fan smiled and pointed to the dark river in front of them. "Twice as wide and 3 times as long as this dark river." Li Pengzi gasped in amazement. "Wow, that would be enormous. If it appeared, it could crush a building with ease." Of course, Yi Fan nodded, his tone turning serious. "But a beast of that magnitude would never have the chance to appear in an ordinary person's world." "Why?" Li Pengzi asked, his curiosity evident. Yi Fan began to narrate, as if recounting a long-forgotten history. According to historical records, before modern society, ancient feudal dynasties ruled this land. The rulers of these dynasties allied with powerful spirit beasts to oppress the common people, imposing unbearable burdens on them. He continued, "Later, the appearance of the first spirit beast tamers disrupted this balance, sparking a wave of resistance. After a protracted struggle, the dynasty eventually fell. Those ancient spirit beasts were either driven to the outer realms or retreated into ancient secret realms." Yi Fan's tone grew serious. "Even today, the front lines are still battling those ancient spirit beasts. A strong defensive line prevents them from crossing over, allowing us to enjoy a harmonious society." Li Pengzi pondered. "I see. So we rarely see powerful spirit beast tamers because they've all gone to the front lines?" "Most of them, yes," Yi Fan nodded. "But many also choose to explore secret realms to enhance their strength. Ever since the spiritual energy revival thousands of years ago, the world has changed. We're all striving to find our own sanctuaries." Li Pengzi scratched his head, seemingly touching on something secretive. "After all this time, and with so many powerful tamers, why haven't we been able to completely eliminate the ancient spirit beasts in the outer realms?" Yi Fan shook his head and explained, "Spirit beasts can reproduce. The initial expulsion already exhausted the strength of human pioneers. If complete eradication were possible, it would have been done by the first generation. Moreover, humans struggle to unite. Not everyone is willing to go to the front lines, and many have ulterior motives to disrupt the current order. Internal strife and external stalemates are detrimental to humanity." He added, 500 years ago, we pushed over 1,000 kilometers into the outer realms. But now, we've been pushed back, and we're fighting for ground within 100 kilometers of the border. Are we regressing?" Li Pengzi mused. "At this rate, could those expelled spirit beasts make a comeback someday?" Yi Fan reassured him, "No, they won't. The higher-ups are working hard, rooting out cults, discovering talents, and heavily supporting the development of spirit beast tamers. Things will improve. Good. Li Pengzi nodded, a determined look in his eyes. One day, I want to fight on the front lines too. Yifan smiled and patted his shoulder. Then you need to get stronger first. Right now, as a black iron rank, you wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder on the front lines. All right, let's go find the spirit beast I need. What kind of spirit beast are you looking for? Li Pengzi asked eagerly. Yifan smiled mysteriously. You'll see when we get there. With that, he turned and headed deeper into the forest. Li Pengzi followed closely, collecting spiritual herbs and fruits and slaying any spirit beasts they encountered along the way. As they neared the core of the forest, Li Pengzi grew concerned. Yifan, we're getting close to the core area. There might be silver-ranked spirit beasts around here. No worries, it should be nearby. Yifan slowed down, moving cautiously through the underbrush. Li Pengzi imitated his movements and cautiously followed suit. The only sounds in the jungle were the faint noises from the insect beasts. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and Yifan shouted, Pengzi, get down. Before Li Pengzi could react, a sharp pain shot through his back. Instinctively, he dove into the nearby bushes. A piercing bird cry rang out as a massive eagle beast skimmed past his face, its talons narrowly missing him. The eagle beast missed its target and quickly ascended, soon disappearing into the sky. Just as I thought, Yifan murmured, it's a gale eagle, 6-star bronze rank, elite grade at its peak. Pengzi, stay back. I'm going to deal with this gale eagle myself. Hearing the terms elite peak and 6-star bronze, Li Pengzi was terrified. He scrambled into the shrubs. Yifan, do you need backup? He asked, peering out and scanning the surroundings warily. No need, Yifan replied. This gale eagle is tricky. Your beast taming skills and strength aren't enough. Just stay hidden. Yifan looked up at the sky, where a shadow flickered among the trees. It's watching me, trying to find a weakness, he muttered, lightly twitching his fingers. Instantly, a hellhound appeared at his side, its ears perked up and on high alert. Suddenly, the wind rose again, and the gale eagle swooped down, its outstretched wings casting a massive shadow. This was clearly no ordinary attack. Yifan stood his ground as the strong wind pressed the surrounding grass flat against the earth. A kamikaze attack, Yifan whispered, swiftly pivoting his body. A pair of glowing talons grazed past him, tearing a chunk of earth from the ground. Little fire, use your flame attack. Yifan shouted. The hellhound roared and spewed a jet of fire, but the gale eagle, moving at incredible speed, dodged the attack with a quick maneuver and ascended again. Soon, the gale eagle swooped down once more, this time striking a small tree nearby. Its talons left deep gouges in the bark. If this attack had hit, it would be devastating, not just for Yifan, but even for the hellhound. It's a tough one, Yifan muttered through gritted teeth, though his eyes gleamed with excitement. This gale eagle is a flying beast, incredibly fast, with strong attacks and wide vision perfect for me. I have to capture it. Yifan took a deep breath, steadying his rhythm and calming his mind. Ground-to-air combat. The best chance for a decisive strike is when it dives. Little fire, move back with me. As he spoke, he slowly retreated, his eyes never leaving the sky. The hellhound obediently followed, clearly feeling the pressure from the formidable opponent. Right here, Yifan stopped beside a rock and suddenly feigned a backward fall. The gale eagle seized the opportunity, diving instantly with its talons aimed at Yifan's head. Here it comes. Watching the rapidly approaching talons, Yifan held his breath, his heart nearly stopping. Just as the eagle's talons were about to reach his throat, Yifan suddenly swung his fist, landing a heavy blow on the head of the swift-winged eagle. With a dull thud, the impact was substantial. Yifan's month of training in the beast-taming space had boosted his physical strength to the level of black iron 7 or 8 stars. The punch knocked the swift-winged eagle's head to the side, causing it to crash heavily into a nearby rock. Now, little fire, go for the throat, Yifan shouted. The hellhound roared, leaping up and pouncing on the swift-winged eagle's back, its jaws snapping shut. This wasn't enough to be fatal. The swift-winged eagle struggled fiercely, and a faint glow began to emanate from its wings, a sign it was about to use its innate skill. Such skills from tamed beasts were often extraordinarily powerful, and once unleashed, their destructive force couldn't be underestimated. I advise you to stop. Yifan's voice interrupted the swift-winged eagle's spellcasting. The eagle's actions ceased abruptly, somewhat awkwardly. All because the hellhound, gripping its throat, had flames in its mouth that were growing increasingly intense. Yifan crouched down, locking eyes with the swift-winged eagle. Before you can use your innate skill, my hellhound can melt your throat. You are a natural jungle predator, with remarkable speed and attack power. But there's one thing a hunter must never overlook: the strength of its prey. In the jungle, there are no true hunters. A sharp chirp pierced the silence, and Yifan looked up at the sky. he saw a swift eagle diving down, its keen eyes glinting with menace. Yifan remained calm, extending his hand as a beast-taming contract array appeared in his palm. "Submit, you have no other choice," he said, his voice steady and commanding. The swift eagle stubbornly held its head high, its eyes locked on Yifan, refusing to sign the contract. It wasn't until the hellhound beside them spewed scorching flames that the swift eagle finally yielded, letting out a reluctant cry. In the next moment, the array glowed brightly, signaling the contract's success. The swift eagle was instantly absorbed into the beast-taming space. A triumphant smile spread across Yifan's face as he waved his hand, summoning the swift eagle back out. This time, a trace of human-like astonishment flickered in the eagle's eyes. Clearly, it had seen the abundant spiritual herbs and fruits within Yifan's beast-taming space luxuries it had never encountered while struggling to survive in the Silver Moon Forest. "Following me won't disgrace you. It's your path to future glory," Yifan said confidently, raising his arm. The swift eagle hesitated in midair for a moment before folding its wings and landing steadily on Yifan's shoulder. Satisfied, Yifan patted the hellhound's head and called out to the bushes, "Fatty, come on out." Fatty emerged from the underbrush, his face a mix of shock and awe. "Damn, Yifan, that was incredible." He had witnessed the entire battle between Yifan and the swift eagle, and the thrilling scene had left him in awe. Yifan calmly explained, "The stronger the beast, the more you need to demonstrate your own strength to tame it." He patted the swift eagle on his shoulder. "Let's go. We've tamed our beasts for today. Now, let's gather some spiritual herbs and fruits, and we can head back." Fatty followed Yifan, occasionally glancing at the swift eagle on his shoulder, still finding it a bit surreal. In just a month, Yifan had gone from acquiring the hellhound to now defeating such a powerful beast heathen. His rapid progress was astonishing. "When will I ever be as strong as you, Yifan?" Fatty sighed. "It feels like the gap between us is only growing." Yifan encouraged him, "Don't worry. Your path is different from mine. You're the first freshman this year to own 3 beasts, and you're just as much a top-tier talent. Don't underestimate yourself." Fatty still seemed uncertain. "But it's because of the techniques you gave me." "Techniques are part of it, but what determines your future is always yourself," Yifan said seriously. "Your achievements in such a short time also prove your potential. Think about Deng Chong, who once humiliated you. Do you still see him as a threat? Have confidence." Fatty clenched his fist in determination. "All right, I can become strong too." Yifan nodded in approval, secretly thinking he should share this theory of strength with his father. Whether it was Fatty, his father, or the royal organization, he was planting seeds. Perhaps soon, these seeds would take root and grow. At that moment, footsteps echoed from deep within the forest. Yifan halted and grabbed Li Pengzi's arm. "Come out. We're all traveling the same path. No need to hide," he called into the dense woods. Just as he finished speaking, more than a dozen men clad in leather armor and armed with muskets emerged from behind the trees. Leading them was a one-eyed man with a large knife at his waist, accompanied by a fierce white wolf. "Kid, you've got sharp eyes," the one-eyed man said. Yifan glanced at him and asked directly, "Are you from the Lone Wolf Group?" The one-eyed man looked surprised. "You know about the Lone Wolf Group? The most famous beast-taming mercenary group in Pingqing?" "Of course, I know," Yifan replied, a hint of coldness in his eyes. The one-eyed man grinned menacingly. "Since you know, I shouldn't have to explain further." He pointed his knife at Li Pengzi. "I heard this fatty say you had a good haul from hunting. Hand it over, and we won't trouble you much today. Otherwise, you know what happens." Li Pengzi muttered under his breath, "Dream on," and raised his hand to summon his beast. But the sound of muskets being cocked made him hesitate. "Yifan, these muskets." Li Pengzi turned to Yifan. "Don't worry. Beyond 7 steps, the guns are slow," Yifan reassured. Li Pengzi understood and raised his hand again. "Just muskets? How bold." Yifan reminded him, "We're about 70 steps away from them. If you charge, you'll be riddled with bullets." Li Pengzi awkwardly lowered his hand and smiled apologetically at the one-eyed man. "Hey, big brother, don't mind me. Just joking around." "Ha ha ha, you've got some guts, kid." Lone Wolf grinned, planting his broadsword into the ground, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "I'm a man of my word. Leave the goods, and I promise we won't harm you." Yifan suddenly spoke up, "Fatty, give it to them." Fatty was taken aback, looking at Yifan in surprise. He knew Yifan's character too well. Yifan would never willingly take a loss. "We're at 70 paces now," Yifan said in a deep voice, taking the bag from Fatty and walking towards Lone Wolf. He stopped a few steps away and extended his hand. "Here's the stuff. If you want it, come and get it." Lone Wolf's eyes flickered, but upon seeing Yifan's youthful face and the standard school uniform of an ordinary student, he quickly lowered his guard. He thought to himself, a regular student in his teens, even if he is a beast tamer, What can he possibly do to me? All right. Lone Wolf lifted his broadsword, with White Wolf following closely behind. They advanced step by step towards Yifan until Lone Wolf reached out to grab the bag. However, when he yanked it hard, the bag didn't budge, as Yifan held it firmly. You little brat, are you playing tricks on me? Lone Wolf realized he had been duped, his eyes widening in anger as he raised his broadsword high. Yifan's icy voice rang out. Not only am I tricking you, but I'm also going to kill you. Before Lone Wolf could react, Yifan raised his arm to meet the blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the blade was deflected from its original path. Yifan seized the moment, dropping the bag and swiftly transforming his other hand into an eagle claw, gripping Lone Wolf's throat. White Wolf roared and charged, but a flash of light appeared, and a hellhound lunged forward, pinning him down. The sheer difference in size and strength left White Wolf powerless to resist. With one hand choking Lone Wolf and the other blocking the blade, Yifan coldly said, "You've been hunting in this forest for years, and yet you don't know never to let your guard down? Knowing I'm a student from Pingqing High, you should have been at your highest alert. But you, relying on your firearms, not only failed to avoid me but also chose to engage in close combat." His lips curled into a cold smile. "Surrender your weapons or you will die." Lone Wolf gritted his teeth, about to resist, when an eagle's screech pierced the sky. A swift-winged eagle snatched one of his men, soaring into the clouds. At the same time, the rustling of the grass revealed the presence of a giant rock python, a hidden black flame snake, and a coiled ghost snake, all surrounding Lone Wolf and his crew. Only then did Lone Wolf realize that these two students in ordinary uniforms were formidable opponents. He trembled, his voice shaking as he asked, You're Yifan." Yifan frowned. "You know me?" He glanced at the people behind Lone Wolf, tightening his grip. "I'll say it one more time. Surrender your weapons or you will die." Lone Wolf's face turned red as he struggled, finally signaling with difficulty, "Drop the firearms." His men obediently disarmed. Li Fadi quickly gathered 15 firearms, holding them as he walked to Yifan's side, grinning. 15 in total. Yifan nodded at the chubby man and then focused his gaze back on the Lone Wolf. "I ask you, how did you find out about me?" The Lone Wolf hesitated for a moment, feeling the pressure on his neck increase. He quickly responded, It was from the higher-ups." "The higher-ups? The dynasty organization?" Yifan pressed. "Yes, they said if I killed you, there'd be $1 million reward," the Lone Wolf answered truthfully. "So, you came after me for the bounty?" "I didn't come looking for you. I was just trying to rob someone." The Lone Wolf's eyes flickered with regret. If he had known it was Yifan, he wouldn't have hesitated. He would have just used his gun to finish the job. Yifan squinted. "You just happened to rob me? Quite the coincidence. Besides you, which other mercenary groups have joined the Dynasty organization?" "The Dawn Mercenary Group, the Strong Brother Mercenary Group," the Lone Wolf hesitated before adding, "and also, the Aurora Mercenary Group." "Aurora too?" Yifan was slightly taken aback. In his previous life, he had joined the Aurora Mercenary Group, whose leader was a gentle person who believed in the holy light and treated his subordinates well. He hadn't expected him to join the Dynasty organization. Yifan's face turned cold as he muttered to himself, "Truly, you never really know a person." The Lone Wolf cautiously asked, "Can I go now? I've told you everything I know." A cold glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. "Do you think you can leave? Do you expect me to let my enemy go back and report, only to come after me again? You've lived a life of danger and still hold such naive thoughts?" The Lone Wolf's face changed dramatically, and he lifted his sword with all his might. "I'll fight you to the death." A cracking sound echoed as bones shattered. The Lone Wolf's eyes widened, and he slowly fell to the ground. Yifan had crushed his throat. "Fatty, get ready," Yifan said, shaking his hand and turning to Li Fadi. Li Fadi trembled slightly. "Yifan, are we really going to kill them?" Yifan shook his head. "They've all killed many innocent people. They deserve to die. Never show mercy to your enemies. If you need to kill, eradicate them completely, leaving no future threats." Li Fadi hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. In the jungle, hellhounds, gale eagles, and three-headed serpents launched their attacks simultaneously. Ordinary people, without their firearms, were defenseless against the 5 ferocious beasts, and cries of agony filled the air. After some time, Yifan calmly said, "Clean up the battlefield." Li Fadi, clearly having killed for the first time, was trembling. "Yifan, we just killed a lot of people." Yifan patted his shoulder. "Kill those who deserve it. Remember what I told you before. In the world of beast tamers, internal strife is inevitable. These malignant mercenary groups would only cause more deaths if left unchecked. Don't be narrow-minded. A strong person takes decisive action. If you feel guilty about killing an evil person, are you going to wait until they pay their respects at your grave?" Li Fadi nodded. "I understand." He fought through his discomfort and began collecting items from the bodies. Clearly, this group hadn't just been working for a day. Many of the bags were packed to the brim, even exceeding what Yi Fan and his team had gathered. How many people have they robbed? Li Pengzi exclaimed. When he opened one of the bags, he found the bruised body of a woman inside, showing signs of severe torture. Li Pengzi turned his head and spat. These bastards really deserve to die. They're nothing but animals. Yi Fan let out a cold snort, his gaze sweeping over the corpses in front of him. At least with beasts like this, you can tell what they are at a glance, he said, a hint of bitterness in his voice. A warm, tall figure flashed through his mind. It's those who wear a human mask that are the real trouble. You might even treat them as human without realizing it. A flicker of pain crossed Yi Fan's eyes as he recalled a past life where someone he considered a brother turned out to be involved in despicable acts. The Dawn mercenary group, named after the light of dawn, turned out to be the darkest shadow before the dawn. He turned to Li Pengzi beside him, his tone serious. Pengzi, when you have the ability, make sure to eradicate these tumors as much as you can. Li Pengzi nodded heavily, his eyes resolute. Understood. Let's head back. Yi Fan picked up the bag on the ground and walked towards the forest exit, Li Pengzi following closely behind. Soon, a group of wild beasts, drawn by the smell of blood, flooded the area, erasing all traces. Shortly after, Pan Zhao arrived at the scene. He had witnessed everything, and a complex expression flashed in his eyes. He wasn't admiring Yi Fan's quick thinking but rather found a resonance in the deep-seated hatred for the dynasty organization. Pan Zhao squinted, contemplating. This kid seems to be making moves against the dynasty organization and has already caught their attention. How audacious for someone at the bronze level to challenge such a massive organization. He let out a cold laugh. Those dynasty organization people deserve to die. In Pingxing, you want to kill Yi Fan? Not if I have anything to say about it. A few days later, the secret realm reopened. Yi Fan and Li Pengzi were selected without issue, but Ma Xiaoxue was absent due to injuries, and Deng Chong and his group were stripped of their spots by Pan Zhao for internal strife. This brought many new faces from the regular class into the mix. As they lined up to enter the secret realm, Li Pengzi couldn't help but remark, Teacher Pan is really something. Just one excuse of internal strife, and Deng Chong's group lost their spots. Isn't he afraid they'll cause trouble? Yi Fan shook his head and explained, "'Cause trouble? It's Pan Zhao we're talking about. How many people in Pingxing can suppress him? Besides, it's a teacher disciplining students. What can they do? He's a rare kind of teacher, giving everyone a chance and not letting cliques monopolize resources. Rare. Yes, but his tongue is sharp." Li Pengzi's voice trailed off as Pan Zhao's sharp gaze silenced him. Let's go, let's go. We're entering the secret realm, Yi Fan said, patting Li Pengzi on the shoulder. Try to gather good stuff and hide it well this time. We don't want another surprise award ceremony. Award ceremonies aren't bad. You get money and recognition. Revealing your strength and gains for a bit of money isn't wise. The two chatted as they entered the secret realm. Pan Zhao stood at the entrance, his eyes meeting Jiang Hong's, instantly sparking tension. Other teachers quickly found excuses to pull them apart, defusing the imminent conflict. Pan Zhao was calculating in his mind. A couple of trips to the secret realm now don't matter much. In 2 months, after the new students' secret realm trial begins, immediately following that will be the new students' competition and the teachers' competition. That's the real deal. Jiang Hong was also silently steeling himself. I'll prepare well. When the time comes, not only will my students crush you, but I'll crush you too. Inside the secret realm, Li Pengzi curiously asked Yi Fan, Yi Fan, what's our plan this time? A hint of a smile flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. For the first couple of days, we'll gather spirit fruits in the inner area. Once your beast taming reaches bronze level, we'll head to the core of the secret realm. The core? Li Pengzi was shocked. The core has silver-level beasts. Yi Fan, don't be too reckless. Silver-level beasts have real power. If we go in, we definitely won't be a match for them. Yi Fan shook his head and explained, I said we're going to the core, but I didn't say we're going to fight the silver-level beasts. There are many good things in the core, and although most are guarded by silver-level beasts, we just need to come up with some strategies. What kind of strategies? What else? Yi Fan patted Li Pengzi's shoulder. Diversion tactics, surrounding way to rescue Zhao, luring the tiger out of the mountain, pitting tigers against wolves. Li Pengzi scratched his head, seemingly enlightened. So you mean trickery and deception? Something like that. Something like that? Li Pengzi asked in surprise. Can silver-level beasts really be tricked and deceived? Yi Fan replied confidently, if people can be tricked and deceived, why can't beasts? Whether they're silver level, gold level, or even eternal level, they can all be fooled. With that, he summoned 2 of his beasts and headed deeper into the secret realm. Watching Yi Fan's back, Li Pengzi broke into a sweat, thinking, he must be joking, right? There's no way he actually plans to trick silver-level beasts out of their treasures. In the sky, two guardians continued to overlook the ground below. They watched as Yifan and Liu leisurely enjoyed their roasted meat by the campfire before retreating to their respective tents for rest. The male guardian's face showed a hint of exasperation. These kids sure know how to enjoy themselves, he muttered. While others are risking their lives for a single beast, they're treating this like a vacation. Yifan is too powerful. With that hellhound that broke through its bloodline limits and a wind eagle he somehow acquired, nothing in the inner forest can stop him. The female guardian couldn't help but speak up. Could this kid really be from that family? His progress is so rapid, it rivals the geniuses in the capital. Hard to say. The male guardian nodded. I looked into his background, but all information about his family above his father is encrypted. Doesn't that mean? The female guardian began. But the male guardian interrupted. It shouldn't be. That person's grandchildren are all in the capital, and even the illegitimate ones are accounted for. Could he be a descendant of that person's brother? The female guardian mused. The general of Pingsheng? Possibly. The male guardian's eyes deepened. The general started from rank D and led our forces to reclaim hundreds of kilometers from the outer regions by the age of 22. Without him, the outer defense line would have fallen 40 years ago. The female guardian quickly calculated. If he left behind a legacy then, Yifan's father would be around 40 now, having Yifan at 25. Should we investigate? The male guardian nodded slightly. We should. If that's the case, Yifan does have some connection to us. In the forest, a sharp eagle's cry pierced the night. The wind eagle swooped down like lightning, its talons striking the vital point of a massive brown bear. The beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. So strong, Liu exclaimed in amazement, quickly taking out tools to handle the prey. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed through the forest. The two instantly became alert, their beasts ready. A disheveled figure burst out from the trees, and Liu exclaimed, Wang Lingxi? Wang Lingxi panted heavily. Yifan Liu, what are you doing here? Ji Jia is having his men sweep the entire forest perimeter. There's a guy named Long Wu chasing me, and he's really strong. Yifan frowned, recalling the servant's son from the Ji family. He turned to Wang Lingxi. Where's your Lingxi group? Wang Lingxi looked troubled, and Yifan understood. Looks like no one dares to help you now. Do you understand what I meant earlier? Before he finished speaking, a burly figure emerged from the forest, followed by 7 or 8 others. The man, built like a yak, easily lifted Wang Lingxi. Where's the stuff? Hand it over. Long Wu noticed Yifan and Liu, squinting his eyes. Which class are you from? Have you handed in your dues? Someone whispered, Brother Long. That's Yifan and Liu. Oh, so these are the ones the young master mentioned. Long Wu dropped Wang Lingxi and turned towards Yifan. Liu quietly asked if they should fight, and Yifan slightly nodded, looking at Long Wu. Your name is Long Wu? So what if it is? Long Wu challenged. Yifan suddenly chuckled. Isn't it said that your ancestors had the bloodline of the Kuei-Nyo? Shouldn't you be called Nyo Wu instead? Long Wu was taken aback. How do you know that? Yifan continued. I'm curious. What does the Ji family offer you people with diluted bloodlines that makes you so loyal? Your ancestors were great warriors who slaughtered ancient beasts. Don't you feel ashamed to be their servants? You're courting death. Long Wu roared, his muscles bulging as he threw a punch. Yifan caught it steadily, speaking with pity. With such a weak bloodline, no wonder the Ji family treats you as slaves. Shut up. Long Wu punched again, but Yifan deflected it effortlessly. The two exchanged dozens of blows rapidly before Yifan pushed with both hands, nearly causing Long Wu to stumble. Just as Long Wu was about to continue the fight, Yifan coldly said, You're no match for me. If you keep fighting, the only path for you is death. At these words, Long Wu was stunned. He looked at Yifan, who remained calm and composed, and his hands began to tremble involuntarily. Long Wu realized that in terms of physical strength, he was completely overpowered by someone his own age. Do you also have the bloodline of a mythical beast? Long Wu asked in a deep voice, suppressing his inner shock. Yifan shook his head. Me? I don't think so. Although he knew his own background, inheriting the bloodline of a mythical beast seemed unlikely. He thought to himself, if he did have the Dragon Eye bloodline, combined with his breathing technique, his physical strength would probably be at the bronze level by now. Without a bloodline, how is your body so strong? Long Wu pressed on. Yifan countered. I have a breathing technique. Didn't your master give you descendants of the Kuei-Nyo bloodline a suitable breathing technique? This question left Long Wu momentarily speechless. Can we practice breathing techniques? Why not? Those with dragon eyes can practice it. Those with phoenix wings can practice it. Are your Kuei-Nyo clan members more special than them? Yifan's eyes showed a hint of amusement. Have you never tried it yourself? Long Wu had no response. He looked at his trembling fist, then glanced at Yifan, and finally shook his hand dismissively. Let's go. With that, Long Wu led the way, and the others, exchanging puzzled looks, hurried to follow. In the forest, only Wang Lingxi remained, still sitting there, seemingly not yet recovered from being lifted and thrown by Long Wu. Li Pengzi came over curiously and asked, Yifan, what exactly is the Kuan-Yu bloodline? Is it similar to the Dragon Eye bloodline? Yifan nodded and explained, sort of. It's also a bloodline inherited through special means from ancient mythical beasts, passed down to the first generation of beast tamers. People with this bloodline often have bodies as strong as bronze bulls, immense strength, and those with a strong bloodline might even grow horns. But perhaps it's also a curse. People with the Kuan-Yu bloodline tend to be not very bright. No wonder Long Wu looks like a big oaf. Li Pengzi suddenly understood, then added enviously, these people with innate bloodlines all seem so powerful, naturally stronger than others. Yifan commented, it's like their ancestors fought for it. When one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. It's normal for descendants to have some advantages, but it's not all that great. Most bloodlines have limitations and aren't necessarily powerful. Even the descendants of the strongest Dragon Eye bloodline have to worry about the backlash of dragon blood. If they were truly that powerful, why would someone like Long Wu, with a mythical beast bloodline, still be a slave to others? That's true, Li Pengzi agreed. Yifan prepared to leave. Let's go. Time to hunt the next beast. Just then, Wang Lingxi called out Yifan. Yifan stopped and frowned at her still dazed expression. Why aren't you leaving? Wang Lingxi shook her head. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Yifan, thank you. It was nothing. Yifan waved it off. Wang Lingxi said with a hint of guilt, you helped me, and it got you into trouble. Na Longwu is Ji Jie's trusted aide. If you turn him away, Ji Jie might soon notice you. He has a lot of people under his command this time. There are probably around 40 to 50 of his men. They might come looking for trouble. Hearing this, Yifan sneered. Looking for trouble with me? He thought to himself, he'd be more than happy if they did. With the Hellhound and Gale Eagle by his side, he could easily handle anyone below the silver rank and A-class threats. Having survived countless open and covert attacks in his past life, only to be betrayed by someone he considered a brother for decades, he was ready to settle the score. I just hope he comes. Yifan shook his head and glanced at Wang Lingxi. A word of advice, don't bother forming any Lingxi group. A bunch of people with different agendas coming together is just a pile of loose sand. Don't touch and it scatters. Wang Lingxi hesitated for a moment, looking at Yifan and Li Pengzi. Then, do you still need any help? Seeing Yifan about to refuse, she quickly added, I have a spirit guide that can help you find treasures. You got involved with Ji Jie because of me, so let me repay you. I don't want any compensation. Yifan frowned and thought for a moment before finally waving his hand. Come along then. We'll distribute the spoils based on contribution. Wang Lingxi was taken aback, but then smiled. All right. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Ji Jie had just taken down a bronze 4-star illusion deer. The people around him praised his strength. Listening to the flattery, Ji Jie smiled slightly. Bronze 4-star is nothing. He called his beast over, fed it some meat, and then asked, where's Longwu? How long does it take to collect protection fees from a dozen people? Someone nearby eagerly replied, today, only the Lingxi group was left. They might have encountered some resistance. Lingxi group? Ji Jie snorted. A woman from a small family in Pingxing. If it weren't for her family's ancestral spirit guide being somewhat useful, I wouldn't have let her stay in the secret realm this long. Just then, Longwu emerged from the jungle with a group of people. Upon seeing Ji Jie, he knelt on one knee. Young master, Longwu failed in his task. Please punish me. Ji Jie noticed the bruises and wounds on Longwu's fists and body, frowning. Someone from the Lingxi group defeated you? Longwu shook his head and explained. It wasn't someone from the Lingxi group. I defeated them. It was Yifan. When I was chasing Wang Lingxi, I ran into him and lost in a fight against him. Yifan? Ji Jie was momentarily surprised. He stepped in to protect Wang Lingxi? No, it was me who challenged him. Idiot. Ji Jie snapped. Didn't you know Yifan has bronze-level strength? Longwu tried to explain, but Ji Jie interrupted with another snort. You got beaten. So be it. I haven't been able to find their whereabouts these past few days. They ran into us, which is just as well gives me an excuse. Do you remember where you encountered them? Yes, in the eastern part of the inner forest, not far from that big silver fir tree. Longwu quickly answered. Ji Jie ordered. Have Longwu lead the way. Follow the path they took and find their tracks. Everyone responded eagerly, seemingly impatient to go after Yifan. Young master, Longwu hesitated before speaking. Yifan is quite troublesome. He has 2 powerful beasts under his command. No matter how strong he is, he's still just one person. I refuse to believe he can do much, Ji Jie said coldly. Even a dog needs to be wary of its master. Without some cost, how could it be possible? Understood. Long Wu nodded and bowed, though a subtle change in his expression was noticeable. Yifan, there's a spiritual herb under that rock about 15 meters ahead. Wang Lingxi's voice suddenly echoed through the forest. She had activated her spiritual senses, and her eyes gleamed faintly blue. As soon as she spoke, a golden-furred mouse darted back through the underbrush, squeaking excitedly. Yifan moved swiftly towards the indicated spot. Sure enough, after lifting the rock, he found a mid-grade spiritual herb. This is. Li Pengzi stared at the herb, dumbfounded. This was the 14th spiritual herb or fruit they had found today. Except for 2 guarded by beasts, the rest had been easily collected from the wild. This is unbelievable. Li Pengzi exchanged a glance with Yifan, who also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although Yifan prided himself on his keen sense for spiritual herbs, he couldn't compete with the golden-furred mouse, renowned for its treasure-hunting abilities. Finding so many herbs so effortlessly was beyond his expectations. Yifan turned to Wang Lingxi, asking curiously, "The golden-furred mouse seems to amplify your spiritual senses to the max. This isn't a beast you chose at school, is it?" Wang Lingxi shook her head, replying, "No, it's one my family has specifically trained. My spiritual sensing ability is an inherited talent. Both my father and grandfather had it." Yifan nodded slightly. Inherited beast-taming talents were rare, but having them passed down through 3 generations was even rarer. He continued, "So your family, the Wang family, must be specialized in treasure hunting?" "Yes," Wang Lingxi smiled. "We collaborate with the Spirit Herb Hall, providing them with a large quantity of spiritual herbs and fruits every year." She glanced at her golden-furred mouse and added, "This little guy might seem insignificant, but at higher levels, it can find not just herbs and fruits, but also their seeds and roots. It's quite impressive." Yifan nodded in understanding, but his expression turned serious. After a moment of thought, he said, "The goal of treasure hunting is to enhance your strength. Don't lose sight of that. Your talent is indeed practical, but it doesn't directly increase your combat power. A golden-furred mouse at Black Iron 6 stars. Even at rank, your strength seems lacking compared to your peers." These words struck a chord with Wang Lingxi. She paused, then asked, "So, have I been going in the wrong direction?" Yifan shook his head and explained, "The problem lies in the beginning. Given the number of spiritual herbs and fruits you've found, you should at least have bronze-level strength by now, even if you just relied on sheer quantity. But you created the Lingxi group and shared a lot of resources with others. Forming a team isn't wrong, but a good team should support you, not hold you back." Wang Lingxi nodded slowly, then smiled. "That's true. So, I think joining you guys was a great decision." Yifan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly waved it off, saying, "Let's move closer to the core area and hunt for something valuable." As they ventured deeper into the forest, a fierce battle was unfolding. A bronze 8-star giant brown bear, an apex predator of the inner forest, was now in a dire state. Its body was covered in scorch marks from the hellhound's flames. The plight of the giant brown bear wasn't just from the hellhound. Ghost serpents occasionally lunged out, their fangs gleaming with venom. Rock pythons had bodies as hard as stone, and the black flame serpents lay in wait among the grass. The coordinated attacks of these beasts left the giant brown bear struggling and unable to shake off the hellhound's relentless assault. What posed the greatest threat to the giant brown bear, however, was the swift eagle circling in the sky. Its primal instincts told it that this aerial predator was the deadliest danger. Sure enough, in a split second, the swift eagle dove down. With its talons empowered by beast skills, it easily tore through the bear's hide, pierced its flesh, and struck its heart, delivering a fatal blow. The giant brown bear collapsed with a thunderous crash, revealing a secret in its Lyra spirit fruit akin to a Lingji mushroom, quietly growing on the cliffside. Half of the spirit fruit had already been consumed, with remnants of its roots nearby. It was clear that this fruit was the main reason the giant brown bear had reached the level of bronze 8-star. Blood Lingji. Yifan's eyes lit up. A top-tier item among ordinary grade treasures, comparable to some low-grade spirit-level elixirs. It can rapidly boost a beast's level. He turned to Li Pengzi. "Quick, collect it. With this half of the blood Lingji and all the herbs in your backpack, it should be enough to elevate your 3 beasts to bronze." Li Pengzi responded eagerly, stepping forward to pick the blood Lingji. Yifan also went over to pull out the remaining roots. Wang Lingxi, meanwhile, took out a small knife and began processing the giant brown bear's carcass. Staring at the scene before her, Wang Lingxi was in awe. A bronze 8-star giant brown bear. Just like that, it's dead? This was her first time witnessing Yifan and Li Pengzi taking down a high-level beast. Their cooperation was seamless, their combat calm and composed, even managing to joke amid the fight. The hellhound handled the frontal assault, the rock python attacked from the side, while the black flame serpent and ghost serpent waited for opportunities to strike, and the swift eagle hovered above, ready to dive. Such coordinated teamwork clearly wasn't their first time hunting beasts of this level. This is what true beast tamers are like. Wang Lingxi thought to herself, a wave of longing surging in her heart. I need to diligently practice my breathing technique and strive to open my second beast space soon, so I can tame a combat-ready beast. She silently made up her mind. After dealing with the giant brown bear's remains, Wang Lingxi asked, Yifan, what are we planning to do next? Yifan looked at Li Pengzi, paused briefly, and then replied, next, we'll just gather more spirit herbs and fruits. Once Pengzi's beasts reach bronze level, we're gearing up for something big. Something big? Wang Lingxi asked, puzzled. Yifan simply said, let Pengzi explain it to you, and then walked ahead. Wang Lingxi turned to Li Pengzi, who scratched his head and leaned in to explain quietly. You guys are heading to the core? Wang Lingxi exclaimed after hearing Li Pengzi's words. The core area has silver-level beasts, and the environment is completely different from the inner area. I told Yifan the same thing, Li Pengzi replied. But Yifan said we could use strategies to get what we want. What's the plan? No idea. Li Pengzi scratched his head again, glancing at Yifan's back. But if Yifan says it'll work, then it will. With that, he quickly caught up with Yifan. Wang Lingxi stayed behind, watching their backs, suddenly feeling a sense of disbelief. Just yesterday, she was on the outskirts of the forest, outsmarting black iron beasts. Today, she was hunting high-star bronze beasts in the inner forest. And soon, they were heading into the forest's core to challenge silver beasts. This stark contrast in circumstances was all because she had joined Yifan's team. Who is this Yifan, really? Wang Lingxi murmured to herself. His beast-taming skills are far beyond level. Boss Ji, we have located Yifan and his group. On the fourth day of exploring the secret realm, this long-awaited news finally reached Ji Jie. His gaze immediately locked onto the sneaky-looking scout, and he urgently asked, found them? Where are they? The scout whispered, Boss Ji, they've entered the core area of the secret realm. Due to our limited strength, we didn't dare to venture further. But we can confirm that Wang Lingxi and Li Yu from the ordinary class are with Yifan. They entered the core area? Ji Jie frowned, his voice filled with skepticism. Are you sure the information is reliable? The scout quickly explained, absolutely reliable. My beast-taming talent is clairvoyance, which allows me to scan a region for living beings in a short period. Near the forest core, I did detect the three of them, but the time was too brief to track their exact direction. Hearing this, Ji Jie relaxed a bit, though suspicion still flickered in his eyes. The core area has silver-deer beasts. How could they dare to venture in? Someone nearby speculated. Boss Ji, maybe Yifan knows he has offended you, so he hid in the core area. This comment slightly eased Ji Jie's concerns, though he remained cautious. He gestured to his subordinates. Long Wu, take 20 men and search the edge of the core area to confirm if they are really there. Pointing at the scout, he added, you go with them. Once their position is confirmed, signal us immediately. Understood. Long Wu accepted the order, quickly assembled his team, and they vanished into the dense forest. Ji Jie sat at a high vantage point, watching his men disappear into the distance, a rare hint of caution in his eyes. He muttered to himself, at this stage, what makes him think he can enter the core? Meanwhile, deep in the core of the secret realm, Yifan and his group moved cautiously through the thick forest. Yifan, are we really going to challenge a silver-deer beast? Li Pengzi asked nervously in a hushed voice. A hint of a smile crossed Yifan's face. We've come this far, and you're still asking if we're serious? He glanced at the focused Li Yu and Wang Lingxi, then continued, with the right method, a silver-deer beast isn't that hard to deal with. Suddenly, Yifan stopped and pointed ahead. Look, the grass over there has clearly been trampled and arranged. Li Pengzi nodded in agreement. Yifan continued, look at the forest ahead. Doesn't it resemble the entrance to a cave? Such entrances are usually beast dens. Drawing on her experience in finding spiritual herbs and plants, Wang Lingxi quickly responded, yes, this place does look like a beast habitat. Yifan nodded approvingly. Exactly. This is the territory of the silver-deer beast, the rainbow leopard. The rainbow leopard is a peak elite-grade beast, extremely fast with a keen sense of smell. He turned to Li Pengzi. Pengzi, do you have the stinky fruits I asked you to prepare? Li Pengzi retrieved a small bag of pale yellow fruits from his backpack. Yifan took them and explained. The juice of these stinky fruits has a strong odor, which is very effective against beasts like the rainbow leopard with sensitive noses. Fatty Li added. So, we need to smear the juice on ourselves so the cloud leopard can't smell us and we can sneak past it? That's partly correct. Yifan shook his head and elaborated on his plan. We need to sprinkle the stinky fruit juice all around outside and also apply it on ourselves. Later, I'll have the swift eagle provoke the cloud leopard. When the leopard chases after it, we'll quickly go in and grab the spirit fruits. The cloud leopard is very vigilant and won't chase too far. We'll have about 1 or 2 minutes. Once we get the fruits, we must escape immediately, scattering the juice along the way. We need to reach the river within half an hour to wash off the scent. Otherwise, the cloud leopard will detect our smell under the juice and chase us until the guardian forces us out of the secret realm. Fatty Lee's heart pounded with excitement. So thrilling. So, we're luring the tiger away from the mountain and then using smoke bombs to escape? Exactly, Yi Fan nodded. The plan isn't complicated. The key points are the timing of entering and reaching the river within half an hour. Fatty Lee suddenly asked, what does this plan have to do with my beast reaching the bronze level? Survival, Yi Fan said bluntly. If the plan fails, we'll have to try and kill the cloud leopard by force. By force? Fatty Lee was stunned. Is there a chance the plan could fail? No plan is foolproof. You always need a backup, Yi Fan replied, saying no more. Get the juice ready. The spirit fruit guarded by this cloud leopard is special and definitely worth the risk. The three of them quickly got to work. Despite being mentally prepared, Wang Lingxi couldn't help but wrinkle her nose at the sight of the green, foul-smelling juice. This is disgusting. Nevertheless, they didn't hesitate to cover themselves in the juice and sprinkle it all around the forest, filling the air with a repulsive odor. This should do it. Yi Fan clapped his hands, summoned the swift eagle, and whispered a few instructions to it before sending it off. The eagle screeched and darted into the cloud leopard's lair. Hide, Yi Fan whispered. The three of them quickly concealed themselves in the nearby foliage. Moments later, the swift eagle zipped out, followed by an earth-shaking roar. A nearly 3-meter cloud leopard burst from its lair, terrifying and menacing. With a single swipe, it uprooted a massive tree. In the blink of an eye, it leaped more than 10 meters away. This astounding scene left Fatty Lee and Wang Lingxi pale with fear, fully realizing the beast's immense power. Fatty Lee shivered at the thought of Yi Fan's kill-by-force comment, unsure of what to do. Just seconds after the cloud leopard charged out, Yi Fan's voice cut through their hesitation. Don't just stand there. Now's the time. Go grab the spirit fruits. With that, he dashed into the lair. Fatty Lee and Wang Lingxi snapped out of it and hurried after him. Holy crap, what are these? Fatty Lee exclaimed as he saw 4 or 5 golden spirit fruits near the lair. The harvest fruit, a low-grade spirit fruit, matures every 3 years. For anyone below the silver rank, consuming one will raise their level by 1 star. Yi Fan explained while yanking the stem of the harvest fruit with force. A few fruits fell to the ground, and Li Pengzi and Wang Lingxi hurriedly picked them up, quickly storing them in their beast spaces. Don't leave any scent behind, Yi Fan reminded them, tossing the stem to Pengzi and hurling 7 or 8 stinky fruits around the area. As Li Pengzi frantically gathered the spirit fruits, Yi Fan's voice rang out again. Now, run. Don't look back, just run. In the distance, the roar of the rainbow leopard echoed through the forest, clearly indicating it had sensed the intrusion and was rushing back to its nest. Oh my gosh, that wasn't a moment. It was just a few seconds. Pengzi realized the gravity of the situation, scrambling to gather the stems as he sprinted away, with Wang Lingxi close behind. Yi Fan stayed at the rear, hesitated for a moment, then released the hellhound. A burst of flames erupted, turning the entire nest into a sea of fire. In the sky, 2 guardians witnessed a sudden blaze erupting in the forest below. The male guardian squinted, focusing intently before his expression changed dramatically. Yi Fan, he set the rainbow leopard's nest on fire. Hearing this, the female guardian was startled and immediately looked down. The rainbow leopard stood before its burning nest, staring at the roaring flames and the surrounding green, foul-smelling juice, lost in brief contemplation. Suddenly, it caught a scent and quickly turned its gaze towards the direction where Li Pengzi and the others were escaping, letting out an earth-shaking roar. At this moment, the rainbow leopard hadn't yet detected Yi Fan and his group's scent. Through a brief analysis, it identified 3 moving, large stinky fruits. Considering the green juice near its nest, it quickly drew a conclusion. Damn it, they stole my stuff and burned my home. Enraged, the rainbow leopard charged forward. Its steps seemed to thunder across the ground, moving at incredible speed, covering dozens of meters in a single breath. Trees along its path were knocked down, and the rainbow leopard, consumed with fury, was determined to tear the thieves to pieces. Seeing this, the female guardian grew anxious. Oh no, they've been discovered. Yi Fan is too reckless. Last time he provoked a bronze-level beast, and now a silver-level one. What's next? The ruler of this secret realm? The male guardian, however, remained calm. Don't worry just yet. It looks like Yi Fan has a backup plan. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of beastly roars echoed through the jungle. The rainbow leopard not only toppled trees along its path, but also attacked unrelated inner circle beasts. Although these beasts, mostly high-star bronze level, were no match for the rainbow leopard, they instinctively fought back to defend their territory. Observing closely, the female guardian realized what was happening. Yi Fan is too cunning. He deliberately passed by those beasts' nests, having the gale eagle spill the stinky fruit juice on them. The rainbow leopard can't distinguish their scent and attacks anything that smells like the moving, stinky fruit. It's a classic case of the innocent suffering for the actions of the guilty. The male guardian shook his head in exasperation. This guy is unbelievably bold. Last time he barely handled bronze-level beasts, and now he's daring to provoke silver-level ones. He must be after the harvest fruit, the female guardian speculated. With that fruit, he could quickly reach silver level. Reaching silver level, he might actually go after the core's ruling beast next time, the male guardian said, watching as Ifan and his group successfully jumped into the river while the rainbow leopard was still battling a giant brown bear. This doesn't seem like something a newbie would pull off. I'm done watching. On the riverbank, Li Pengzi climbed ashore, panting heavily, and collapsed next to their bundle, feeling a sense of relief. We did it. We did it. He exhaled deeply, then shrank back in fear at the roars from across the river. Li Pengzi looked at Ifan beside him, puzzled. Ifan, we only stole a few spirit fruits from it, and they're only edible by those below silver level. Why is it reacting like we burned its house down? Ifan flashed a mysterious smile and shook his head. I don't know either. Maybe it's just being petty. If it weren't so petty, it wouldn't attack indiscriminately like this. It might catch up with us soon. Oh, I see. Li Pengzi nodded thoughtfully. Ifan continued. Anger leads to impulsiveness, and impulsiveness clouds judgment. He patted Li Pengzi on the shoulder. Let's go. If we stay here any longer, it will catch up. Wait for me. Wang Lingxi's weak voice sounded. I didn't bring any extra clothes. Yifan turned to look and saw Wang Lingxi, her wet clothes clinging to her body, revealing her curves. Without a word, he tossed her a piece of clothing and turned away. I have extras. Hurry up. Wang Lingxi took the clothes, staring at Yifan, who was already walking ahead. Isn't he a man? Not even a glance. Meanwhile, in the bushes on the other side, Long Wu led his men forward quickly. Suddenly, the sneaky-eyed man from before shouted excitedly, Brother Long Wu, I sensed Yifan and his group again. Where? Long Wu pressed. Just ahead, and they're getting closer, the man replied. Long Wu immediately ordered, prepare the signal flare to notify the young master. They quickly climbed over a ridge, only to find themselves face-to-face with Yifan and his companions. Both sides froze. Yifan spoke first. Long Wu? Looking for me again? Just as Long Wu was about to respond, the sneaky-eyed man stepped forward and pointed at Yifan. Boss Ji sent us to find you. Jijia, right? I know. Yifan nodded. Where is he? Just you guys. Just us, the man replied, seemingly unaware of the tension. Yifan's voice turned cold. He's not even here. And you think you have the right to stop me? As he spoke, a hellhound and a swift eagle appeared beside him. The recent secret realm training hadn't been in vain. The hellhound had reached bronze 5-star, and the swift eagle, bronze 7-star. Li Pengzi's 3 bronze-level beasts also appeared. The presence of 5 bronze-level beasts made the air heavy with tension. Brother Long Wu, what do we do? The sneaky-eyed man shrank back. Long Wu sighed and cupped his hands toward Yifan. The young master said to respect the owner when dealing with the dog, so we need to talk. Yifan sneered. You need this many people to talk? And respect the owner? Who's the dog? You, Long Wu. Long Wu gritted his teeth. It's just a metaphor. A metaphor? Do you even understand what that means? Yifan scoffed. Being a servant for life makes you a servant, no matter what. Just as Long Wu was about to retort, a signal flare shot into the sky and exploded. Who fired the signal flare? Long Wu's face turned pale. Someone from the back timidly raised a hand. Brother Long, it was me. Didn't Big Brother Ji say to find Yifan and inform him? Why are we afraid of him? Idiot. Long Wu cursed angrily. Yifan is right here. If you launch the flare, aren't you afraid Yifan will get mad and wipe us all out? Idiot. Truly an idiot. Yifan watched the flare soar into the sky, a cold smile forming on his lips. Calling for help? You think you're the only ones who can call for backup. He glanced over at Li Pengzi. Li Pengzi was taken aback. What do you want me to do? Call for help? Who would I call? Yifan lowered his voice. Get the stinky fruit. Throw it at them. Realization dawned on Li Pengzi. Without a word, he pulled out the stinky fruit and hurled it at Long Wu's group. You bastards. I'll call for backup to deal with you. The fruit hit its mark, and the stench spread, prompting a chorus of curses. Let's go. Yifan ordered, and the 3 of them darted towards the nearby forest. Don't chase them. Long Wu stopped one of his men who had been hit by the stinky fruit. If we catch up, we won't stand a chance. They're nearby. We'll wait for the young master. But that fat guy threw crap at me. The man complained angrily, the stench of the stinky fruit overwhelming. Long Wu turned his head away from the smell, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Why didn't Yifan attack them while he had the chance? Why just throw a couple of stinky fruits? Could the stinky fruit summon help? His confusion didn't last long. Suddenly, A deafening roar echoed through the forest. Roar! By the riverbank, a cloud leopard's agile figure leaped gracefully, effortlessly crossing the wide river. It had been chasing a group of humans who carried the scent of stinkfruit. When the scent seemed to vanish at the river's edge, it anxiously paced back and forth. Suddenly, the captivating smell wafted back to it. You can't escape! The cloud leopard seemed to roar, baring its fangs as it sped through the jungle. They were now near the forest's outskirts, and the presence of the powerful beast sent the black iron and low-star bronze-ranked beast tamers scattering in fear. Roar! With a furious growl, the cloud leopard bounded over a high ridge. Long Wu and his companions were stunned to see the silver-ranked beast emerge. How is there a silver-ranked beast in the forest outskirts? Long Wu shouted in alarm, retreat? But the cloud leopard was too fast. Almost as soon as Long Wu's voice faded, it had zeroed in on the group marked by the stinkfruit the chubby man had thrown. It now regarded these intruders as thieves encroaching on its territory. With a roar, its claws slashed through the air. Some scrambled to command their beasts to block the attack, but it was futile. They could only flee in panic. The 20-man team stood no chance against the silver-ranked cloud leopard. It was a one-sided massacre. High above, two guardians observed the unfolding chaos. Zhen, we need to intervene, the female guardian called out to her male counterpart. If we don't act now, those people will die. Not yet, Zhen replied. Our duty is to ensure their safety without disrupting the natural order of the secret realm. The cloud leopard isn't killing them. It's just chasing those with the stinkfruit. We'll step in at the last moment. All right, you nodded. Her gaze fixed below, tense with anticipation. Clang! A loud crash echoed as the cloud leopard's claws collided with Long Wu. He braced himself but was sent flying into a nearby tree by the immense force, then slumped to the ground. Roared, the cloud leopard growled at Long Wu, sensing the ancient bloodline within him, yet refrained from further attack. It turned its attention back to the fleeing stinkfruit carriers. In the next moment, the cloud leopard seemed to become a gust of wind, sweeping through the forest outskirts. With a casual swipe, it could take down a black iron beast. The fleeing group quickly realized something was amiss. The cloud leopard was clearly targeting them. Damn that fat guy and his fruit. One man cursed, ripping off his shirt and tossing it aside. The others followed suit. However, even without their clothes, the cloud leopard continued its relentless pursuit. Panicking, they even discarded their pants. Why is it after us? They wailed, feeling the cloud leopard closing in. We're doomed. We're dead for sure. The cloud leopard was incredibly fast, and it was clear they couldn't outrun it. Just when it seemed certain they would meet their end at the claws of the leopard, someone suddenly shouted in delight, Boss G is here. Boss G has arrived. Boss G, over here. We're over here. A few people frantically waved their arms. On the other side, Ji Jia, who had rushed over with his team after seeing the signal flare, froze at the sight of several naked figures. You guys. Before he could finish, the colorful cloud leopard lunged from behind. Ji Jia's expression changed instantly. A silver-rank beast. You idiots, I sent you to find Fan, not to provoke a silver-rank beast. He cursed and barked orders without hesitation. Retreat, now. The group was stunned by his command. One person whispered, Boss G, aren't we going to save them? They're idiots. Are you an idiot too? Ji Jia retorted. That's a silver-rank beast. How do you expect to save them? The guardians will protect them. If we don't retreat, we'll all get sent out along with them. Hearing this, the person shrank back, too scared to say anything else. The group retreated like a tide, leaving the naked individuals standing there dumbfounded. Boss G, where are you going? We're here. Save us. Before the words could finish, the colorful cloud leopard had already arrived. Two people collapsed in terror before the massive beast, while another tried to run but was pinned down by a claw. Roar! The cloud leopard opened its massive maw and roared at them, about to crush one of them in anger, when a powerful aura suddenly surged. The leopard was knocked back several meters. Furious, it prepared to pounce again but hesitated upon seeing the man standing calmly before it. Recognizing the overwhelming power emanating from him, the leopard cautiously paced in place, closing its maw. Retreat, Zhan commanded coldly. The cloud leopard immediately lowered its ears and quickly retreated, afraid Zhen might attack it. Zhen watched the leopard leave before turning to the trembling individuals behind him. You've lost the right to continue the trial. State your names, and you will be sent out of the secret realm. Still shaken, one of them protested. It was Fan who got us into this mess. Do we really deserve to be expelled? I don't need to remind you of the rules within the secret realm, Shen said icily. If you have complaints, feel free to bring them up with your instructor. Hearing this, the complainer fell silent. In the secret realm, the guardians' decisions were final, and complaining outside would likely result in further reprimand. Seeing their silence, Zhen coldly glanced at them, pulling out a notebook. Go find your pants and put them on, then report your names. From a nearby high ground, Yifan and his two companions had witnessed the entire scene. Holy crap, Yifan, that cloud leopard is brutal. It took down Long Wu and his crew without breaking a sweat, Li Fati exclaimed. With so many casualties and beasts injured, Ji Jie is going to hate you even more. They didn't suffer any serious injuries, Yifan replied calmly. Yifan shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with the outcome. Ji Jie is such a coward. I thought he would at least try to intervene, but he just backed off completely. We still have 2 more days in the secret realm, Wang Lingxi analyzed, wrapped in the coat Yifan had given her. Ji Jie probably doesn't want to risk his life fighting that rainbow leopard just for a few followers. They may have numbers, but taking down a silver-level beast won't be easy. Plus, after this, he likely won't trouble us again. Given how many people got hurt, he won't trouble us? Yifan snorted. That doesn't mean we can't trouble him. You. Wang Lingxi hesitated slightly. Yifan, are you planning to go after Ji Jie? Yifan felt a surge of anger, but kept his voice low as he looked into the distance. We'll see if an opportunity arises. For now, let's move. With that, Yifan stood up and began walking deeper into the forest. Yifan, where are we headed next? Li Pengzi quickly asked. Find a place to rest and use the harvest fruits we got today, Yifan replied, his gaze fixed on the rainbow leopard that was about to leave. That rainbow leopard has fought many battles while chasing us and is seriously injured. Its lair is destroyed, and it has nowhere to rest. This is its weakest moment. We need to prepare quickly and take it down tonight. Take down the rainbow leopard? Li Pengzi was taken aback. He opened his mouth to say something but, seeing Yifan already moving forward, could only take a deep breath and look toward Wang Lingxi. Wow. I suspect Yifan had his eyes on that rainbow leopard from the very beginning, he muttered. This Yifan, damn him. Ji Jie cursed angrily as he led the group back to the forest's outskirts. Long Wu lowered his voice and explained. Young master, we were too careless. It was mainly those fools who provoked him and fired the signal flares, ruining everything. Ji Jie didn't blame Long Wu but instead raised his voice in frustration. Are all the beast tamers and pinching this stupid? Do they not think before they speak or act? Many around him had changing expressions but quickly put on forced smiles and approached him. Boss Ji, don't be mad. It was just a few idiots who messed things up this time. It won't happen again. We still have about 2 days before the secret realm closes. We can continue to search for Yifan. Ji Jie sneered. Yifan isn't as foolish as you lot. He won't alert us by making unnecessary noise. He must be extremely cautious right now. He added angrily, if those 2 idiots hadn't been sent out by the guardians, I would have given them a lesson myself. Yes. The crowd echoed. Ji Jie pondered for a moment and finally sighed. Forget it, we won't bother with him this time. Let's just get through these 2 days safely. Once we're out, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. As night fell, around the campfire, Yifan, Li Pengzi, and Wang Lingxi were roasting meat. Yifan was feeding the gale eagle with a harvest fruit. Li Pengzi asked curiously, Yifan, why don't you save a harvest fruit for the gale eagle? That way, it could reach the silver level. Yifan explained, harvest fruits are only effective below the silver level. They can't help a beast directly break through to silver. Also, reaching the silver level is a significant milestone. A beast needs to unlock its bloodline restraints and attribute powers at this level, which isn't easy. Li Pengzi suddenly understood and asked, why are we hunting the clouded leopard at night? Our vision is poor at night, and the clouded leopard, being a cat, has excellent night vision. Wouldn't that put us at a disadvantage? Yifan nodded approvingly. Good point, Pengzi. If possible, I wouldn't choose to hunt at night either. My beast needs time to digest the harvest fruit, but if we wait until tomorrow, the clouded leopard's strong recovery ability will allow it to regain its full strength. So, we have no choice. Yifan continued. My Gale Eagle and Hellhound both have decent night vision. Plus, we have Wang Lingxi, whose spirit companion can help significantly. Night operations won't affect us much. Wang Lingxi was surprised me. Yifan explained. The silver-furred rat is naturally adept at night activities. Your spirit companion shares its vision, providing extra sight at night. In jungle combat, vision is crucial, especially against a fast beast like the clouded leopard. If you lose sight of it, you'll likely fall victim to its shadow attacks. Wang Lingxi nodded seriously. Got it. I'll report sightings as needed. Yifan corrected. No, in this battle, you need to protect yourself. Report to me only when I ask for updates. Command your golden mouse well. My hellhound has fire attributes, and during battles, it's likely to set the grass ablaze. Li Pengzi anxiously asked, what about me? What about me? Yifan smiled and said, you? Of course, you'll fight alongside me. Li Pengzi trembled with excitement. The thrill of hunting beasts beyond his level made it hard for him to contain himself. Just as the 3 were discussing, a familiar chirp sound came from the bushes, and a small badger emerged. Li Pengzi laughed. this little guy really recognizes us. Wang Lingxi asked in surprise. Do you know it? Yifan explained. Yes, it's been warming itself by our fire for several nights. We always give it some meat to eat. As he spoke, he reached out to gently stroke the small badger's head. The little creature did not resist. Wang Lingxi recalled in astonishment. The last time we came here, about half a month ago, your regular class wasn't here. We encountered this small badger, and someone tried to tease it. It ended up chasing them from the inner area to the outer area, and eventually, the guardian had to bring that person out. She curiously reached out to touch the small badger, but it bared its teeth threateningly. Yifan explained, this type of beast is hard to get close to strangers. It lets me touch it because it's familiar with me, and my windhawk is its natural enemy, which has a certain deterrent effect. Wang Lingxi observed closely and noticed, this small badger seems to be injured. Yifan examined it carefully and found a scar on the small badger's leg. He asked Li Pengzi to take out some bloodgrass and jade fruit for the little creature. The small badger looked at Yifan in confusion. Yifan nodded, indicating that these were for it. Then, he stood up and announced it was time to depart. The three packed their belongings and headed deeper into the forest, leaving the small badger staring blankly at their departing figures, holding the jade fruit in its arms. Meanwhile, in the sky, the guardians Zhan and Yu were observing Yifan and his group. Yu analyzed, judging by their direction, they seemed to be heading towards the core. Yifan fed all his beasts with the harvest fruit, and they're moving in the direction the rainbow leopard left. Zhan frowned. Does this rainbow leopard have a grudge against Yifan? Why is he targeting it? Yu sympathetically said, I feel sorry for that rainbow leopard. It didn't do anything, its spirit fruit was stolen, its home was burned, and now it's going to be ambushed by Yifan at night. Zhan coldly responded, I wouldn't call it pitiful. This rainbow leopard has killed more than a handful of people in the beast forest. It deserves to die. If the principal hadn't said to keep it in the secret realm for student training, I would have killed it back then. He continued to analyze. I'm just wondering if Yifan and his group can win. The gap between silver and bronze is significant, and that's an elite peak-grade silver 2-star beast. Even if it's injured, it can still use elemental powers and has awakened 2 beast skills. It's very difficult for a bronze-level beast master to defeat it. You added, Yifan has a bronze 9-star Gale Eagle and a bronze 8-star Hellhound, so the gap shouldn't be too significant. It's just a pity that his talent is the level, which doesn't provide much of a boost. If he had a Clevel or higher beast mastery talent, with his incredible combat instincts, he could probably win. Zhan shook his head saying, we'll see. I think it's going to be difficult. Be ready to step in. Yifan and his team will definitely have a life-and-death battle with that cloud leopard. Trials for such talented individuals are the hardest to handle. If we intervene and he has a backup plan, we might unjustly get him expelled. If we don't, and he dies, it'll be an even greater injustice. This Yifan, really? It's bad enough he's working late into the night, but he's also making us work overtime. In the darkness of the night, the footsteps of the three were barely audible. Under the dim moonlight, Li Pengzi and Wang Lingxi closely followed Yifan, who was leading the way. The air was thick with tension, and it felt as if even the sound of their heartbeats could be heard. Suddenly, Yifan stopped, his gaze fixed on a large tree not far ahead. His expression turned serious. We should be close, he whispered, causing the two behind him to grow more anxious. Yifan quickly issued instructions. Wang Lingxi, send your silver-furred mouse to scout the area and locate the rainbow leopard. Pengzi, have your phantom snake and black flame snake hide in the nearby bushes. Keep the rock python on standby, ready to summon at any moment. Got it, they replied in unison, immediately releasing their beasts. The nimble silver-furred mouse darted ahead along the tree, while Wang Lingxi activated her spiritual link, her eyes glowing faintly as she shared its vision. As the silver-furred mouse passed the tree, Wang Lingxi suddenly stumbled, nearly falling. Yifan keenly asked, on the other side of the tree? Yes, right at the center of the trunk. Wang Lingxi nodded, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. There are no weeds around, just some trees. Not many obstacles. Yifan gave brief instructions. Guide the silver-furred mouse to hide in a distant tree, climb as high as possible, and maintain shared vision. Stay hidden yourself, and don't let the rainbow leopard notice you unless I ask for a report. No problem, Wang Lingxi responded. Yifan turned to Li Pengzi. Pengzi, direct your snakes and get ready to engage. As he spoke, he summoned his Hellhound and Swift Eagle. The boost from his flying talent was immediately evident. Although the Drank talent boost wasn't significant, it was versatile and fairly effective. With a dagger in hand, Yifan advanced with the Hellhound and Swift Eagle, while Li Pengzi followed closely, his black flame snake and phantom snake moving stealthily through the grass. When they were about 10 paces away, Yifan acted decisively. Hellhound, fire breath. The Hellhound opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the tree trunk. A roar echoed as the rainbow leopard leaped from the flames, its eyes filled with fury, clearly identifying Yifan as the culprit who destroyed its lair. Yifan remained calm and commanded, Pongzi. Li Pongzi immediately ordered, Phantom Snake, use poison mist. The phantom snake shot out from the bushes, releasing a thick green cloud of poison. The rainbow leopard reacted swiftly, dodging the poison mist and swatting the phantom snake away with a paw before charging at Yifan. It's coming, Yifan. Li Pongzi shouted in panic. Just provide support, don't worry about the direct confrontation. Yifan responded calmly, facing the rainbow leopard Hedon. Hellhound, Swift Eagle, let's go. The hellhound clashed with the rainbow leopard first but was overpowered and pinned down. Seizing the moment, Yifan slashed at the rainbow leopard with his dagger, leaving a wound. The rainbow leopard roared in anger and retaliated, but Yifan deftly dodged, using its body as a springboard to leap away. Hellhound, overheat burn. Yifan commanded. The hellhound ignited in flames all over. At the same time, purple lightning surged across the rainbow leopard's body, and it suddenly vanished from sight. Yifan quickly assessed the situation from midair. Wang Lingxi, report your position. Behind you, to the right. Wang Lingxi's anxious voice rang out. Yifan deftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the massive head of the cloud leopard. Swift Eagle, execute a surprise attack. He commanded while retreating. The swift eagle swooped down from the sky, its talons leaving deep gashes on the cloud leopard. Enraged, the cloud leopard erupted in electric sparks, forming a lightning field. Instead of retreating, Yifan advanced, calling out, Fatty, summon the rock python. The rock python appeared just in time, shielding Yifan from the lightning and activating its hardening skill to withstand the electric attacks. Peering over the rock python, Yifan saw the cloud leopard struggling, its strength waning. He coldly declared, Today, there's no escape for you. He charged at the cloud leopard again. Swift Eagle, sacrifice yourself. The swift eagle dived, inflicting another wound on the cloud leopard. Simultaneously, Yifan's dagger sliced across the creature's throat, leaving a deep cut. The cloud leopard roared in pain, its wounds bleeding profusely, yet it refrained from using its final skill. Yifan was knocked back, startled to see the wound on the cloud leopard's throat had stopped bleeding. As Yifan prepared to deliver the final blow, Wang Lingxi shouted urgently, Yifan, watch out. Above you. Yifan looked up to see a thick bolt of lightning forming overhead, descending with destructive force. This was the cloud leopard's ultimate move, the heavenly thunder punishment, a highly targeted beast skill. Realizing the cloud leopard had been secretly gathering energy for this lethal strike, Yifan glanced at the creature. Its eyes gleamed with a savage and almost human-like cunning. It had outsmarted him. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck down with immense force. At the critical moment, Yifan suddenly smiled. He thought to himself, the intelligence of a silver-level beast is still too limited. No skill is guaranteed to hit. Before he could finish his thought, a swift-winged eagle shot through the lightning like an arrow. Just as the lightning was about to hit Yifan, the eagle swooped in and pulled him out of harm's way. The lightning crashed to the ground, sending terrifying currents of electricity everywhere. The swift-winged eagle rolled swiftly on the ground with Yifan, always staying ahead of the electric surge. A cloud leopard, watching this unfold, let out an unwilling roar. Almost simultaneously, a hellhound pounced forward and clamped its jaws around the leopard's throat. In the fierce struggle, the cloud leopard quickly lost its ability to use any skills. Under Yifan's command, it eventually fell silent and collapsed to the ground. It's over, Yifan said quietly. Seeing the fallen cloud leopard, Li Pongzi let out a sigh of relief, while Wang Lingxi exclaimed excitedly, We did it. We really hunted a silver-level beast. Watching their excitement, Yifan smiled subtly and discreetly put away his dagger. He turned to Li Pongzi and said, Pongzi, go collect the body. Yifan's expression shifted slightly as he explained, Beasts above silver level have attribute-specific spirit pearls inside them. These pearls are extremely valuable and can greatly benefit beasts with matching attributes or beastmasters practicing compatible breathing techniques. Li Pongzi paused, then quickly walked over to the cloud leopard's body. Soon, he raised a purple pearl in his hand. The pearl was crystal clear, with faint flashes of lightning visible inside. Is this the thing? Li Pongzi asked. Yifan nodded and took the spirit pearl. Yes, this is a lightning attribute spirit pearl, quite rare. This one alone is worth over 300,000 and is nearly impossible to purchase in a place like Pingsheng. Li Pongzi was surprised. 300,000? That doesn't seem too expensive. It's still less than a well-trained elite beast. Yifan shook his head and explained, a single silver-level spirit pearl might not be expensive, but the demand for attribute-specific pearls is huge among beastmasters above silver level. They are rarely sold and are usually exchanged for pearls that meet one's needs. As beastmasters advance, many transactions are conducted through bartering instead of money. Li Pongzi nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. Bartering sounds so primitive. Yifan replied, primitive, but effective. In the future, we need to acquire as many spirit pearls as possible. For beasts above silver level, obtaining a sufficient number of attribute-matching spirit pearls is the simplest and most effective way to level up, aside from finding rare natural treasures. They are incredibly useful for both our beasts and ourselves. Li Pengzi asked, so, what kind of spirit pearl should I use? After a brief thought, Yifan answered, for your breathing technique, it's best to use non-attribute spirit pearls. Since your technique enhances your physical body, non-attribute pearls would be the most suitable for you. Non-elemental? Li Pengzi looked puzzled. Didn't they say that once a beast reaches the silver level and unlocks its bloodline shackles, it will possess elemental power? Yifan explained. Non-elemental is also a type of elemental power. To be precise, it can be called flesh attribute. Many beasts are non-elemental, relying solely on their robust physical bodies to survive. The ratio of beasts that can use elements to those that can't is about equal. Of course, beasts that can use elements are much more troublesome, and correspondingly, elemental spirit beads are more precious. Non-elemental spirit beads are not difficult to buy and are highly versatile. Beast tamers primarily use them to assist in practicing breathing techniques. In the trading market, many people use non-elemental spirit beads to exchange for the elemental spirit beads their beasts need. Li Pengzi suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It feels like the higher our realm, the more things we come into contact with. Pan Zhao never told us about any of this. Yifan shook his head. If you haven't reached the realm, telling you wouldn't help. There will be more things for you to understand in the future. Entering the silver level is when we truly step into the door of being a beast tamer. At best, we have just caught a glimpse of the scenery inside. Wang Lingxi raised her hand and asked, what about me? What kind of spirit beads should I use for my training? Yifan answered, that depends on the breathing technique you're practicing. You should be practicing a technique related to concealing and hiding, right? Wang Lingxi nodded. Yes, it's a family-inherited breathing technique. At higher levels of practice, it allows me to be as light as a swallow and effectively hide my aura, preventing others from detecting me. Yifan responded directly, use wind elemental spirit beads. He glanced at Wang Lingxi and asked, doesn't your family have any beast tamers above the silver level? Wang Lingxi answered awkwardly, no, our family has only 3 generations, and besides the one who inherits the family's beast tamer legacy, it's rare to have anyone else with beast taming talent. My grandfather is the strongest beast tamer in our family, and he's been stuck at bronze 9-star for many years. Yifan nodded and, seeing Wang Lingxi's awkwardness, suddenly said, in the future, you'll be the first. Wang Lingxi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded firmly. I will work hard. Yifan didn't continue the topic and turned to Li Pengzi. Pengzi, quickly put away the cloud leopard's body. This is the core area, and many other silver-level beasts are around. Be careful. Li Pengzi responded and, together with Wang Lingxi, quickly stored the cloud leopard's body. Soon, the 3 of them, led by Yifan, retreated towards the inner part of the forest, fully loaded. In the sky, Yu and Zhan were observing the 3 young people. You said in surprise, these 3 kids actually succeeded. It's only been a little over a month since school started, and there's already a freshman who can hunt a silver-level beast. Zhen shook his head and corrected, it's not really hunting. It's more like an ambush. The cloud leopard was injured and couldn't use much of its elemental power. You still marveled, but it's quite impressive nonetheless. A bronze defeating a silver, I've never seen anything like it in Pingqing all these years. Especially that Yifan, he's incredibly strong. If we overlook his drank beast taming talent, I'd say he's on par with the prodigies of the same age in the capital. That terrifying battle instinct, his control over his beast and timing. It's nothing like what you'd expect from a teen beast tamer. It's frighteningly mature. Zhan pondered. Perhaps he's a natural-born combat genius with extensive knowledge of beast taming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dodged that lightning strike. This kid really does remind me of the general back in the day. You nodded in agreement. I think so too. When the Secret Realm expedition is over, you should investigate. If he really is the general's bloodline, as former members of the War Heaven Army, we should look out for him. Zhen shook his head. If he truly is the general's bloodline, I wouldn't recommend paying too much attention to him. Instead, we should keep our distance. We represent the will of the higher-ups, and showing favoritism might attract unwanted attention. Pingqing is small, full of all sorts of characters. We need to be cautious and keep an eye on him from the shadows. 2 days later, the Secret Realm came to an end. The Guardian escorted everyone out, and this time, Yifan and his group didn't linger. They left the Secret Realm early. The principal didn't hold any award ceremonies. He just waited at the entrance and, after exchanging a few words with the Guardian, gave Yifan a slightly surprised look. As the students returned one after another, the news of Yifan provoking a silver beast in the Secret Realm, causing trouble for Jijia and his group, spread quickly. In the dormitory, Pan Zhao, who initially came to inquire about their gains, was stunned when he saw Yi Fan take out a lightning attribute spirit pearl. You three hunted down a silver-ranked beast? Pan Zhao asked in disbelief. After getting confirmation, Pan Zhao took a deep breath and patted Yi Fan and Fatty on the shoulders repeatedly. You guys are impressive. 2 people, 5 bronze beasts, that's some progress. Fatty Li, rarely praised, scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Well, most of the credit goes to Yi Fan. I know, I was just complimenting you along the way, Pan Zhao replied bluntly. Fatty was taken aback, while Yi Fan smiled and looked at Pan Zhao. Mr. Pan, we might not stay at school much in the coming period. Besides the monthly secret realm, the school's facilities offer limited improvement for us. Pan Zhao nodded in understanding. Yes, that's true. So what are your plans next? Going to the Silver Moon Forest? I'm planning to take Fatty to join a mercenary group, Yi Fan answered. It'll help us earn money and gain experience. A mercenary group? Pan Zhao frowned. Are you joining just to make some extra cash? A hint of deeper meaning flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. That's part of the reason. Pan Zhao didn't press further, but he cautioned. Mercenary groups are a mixed bag. Be very careful. People can be unpredictable. You should understand that. Yi Fan nodded. Yes, Mr. Pan, don't worry. Fatty and I are both bronze ranked now. We have some ability to protect ourselves. Don't be reckless, Pan Zhao said as he pulled out a communication talisman and handed it to Fatty, then turned to Yi Fan. Your combat skills are exceptional, far above the average beast master of your level, but when facing strong enemies, prioritize your safety. A wry smile flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Understood. I won't take unnecessary risks. Rest assured, Mr. Pan. Just as Pan Zhao was about to continue his advice, Fatty suddenly asked, Hey, how do you use this thing? Pan Zhao turned his head and saw Fatty holding a wrench, ready to hit the communication talisman. With quick reflexes, Pan Zhao snatched it away and scolded him. This is a communication talisman. It costs 100,000 each. You can use it to call me anytime, anywhere if you're in danger. Others just press a button, and you're using a wrench? Li Yu, are you out of your mind? Outside the Wang family's gate, Yi Fan and Li Yu, who had been waiting for some time, finally heard Wang Lingxi's voice. Looking up, they saw her dressed in a floral dress, with delicate makeup, looking pure and cute. The scene left Fatty dumbfounded. Wow, you gotta admit, Wang Lingxi is quite something. Don't you think so, Yi Fan? She's alright, Yi Fan replied calmly, his expression unchanged. After living for a century, he had seen too many beauties come and go. A teenage girl didn't stir much interest in him. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Wang Lingxi said as she approached them. I was just telling my dad that I wanted to join your mercenary group. He was dead set against it, saying it's too dangerous for a girl to go out. It was only after my grandpa stepped in that I was allowed to come. Your grandpa? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Just then, the Wang family gate opened, and an elderly man walked out. A sleek-furred mouse perched on his shoulder, and a large yellow dog followed him. Yi Fan glanced at the bronze 9-star guard dog with a hint of amusement. Your grandpa seems quite attached. At the gate, Wang's grandpa waved at the trio. Lingxi, be careful on the road. Make sure to buy plenty of food so you don't go hungry. Got it, grandpa, Wang Lingxi replied. The guard dog wagged its tail and bounced around her, reluctant to see her go. Back, to Huang, Grandpa Wang said, leaning on his cane as he approached. Lingxi's going on a long trip. Don't make a fuss. Only then did De Huang retreat, lowering its head. All right, we'll be back soon, Wang Lingxi reassured her grandpa, then turned to Yi Fan. Shall we go? Hold on a moment, Yi Fan raised a hand. Walking over to Grandpa Wang, he leaned in and said, Sir, you can feed De Huang a mixture of strong berry, hard shield grass, and 100-flavor fruit in a 1-to-1-to-1 ratio, half a pound daily. It's close to reaching the silver rank, just needs a bit of bloodline enhancement. About 7 doses should do it, and it won't alter its bloodline form. Grandpa Wang was taken aback, surprised. Really? How did you know I've met many beast tamers like you, Grandpa, Yi Fan explained with a smile. They are devoted to one beast and don't want its form to change due to bloodline alterations, even if it means staying at a lower rank forever. Grandpa Wang nodded thoughtfully. This formula, it was developed by some elders in my family with a similar situation, Yi Fan added. Grandpa Wang's eyes flickered, and after a few moments, he said, Thank you, young man. You're welcome. Yi Fan waved it off, smiling. Don't worry, Grandpa. Wang Lingxi will be safe with me. Good, Grandpa Wang nodded. I won't hold you up any longer. Take care. The mercenary groups in Pingcheng can be quite complicated. Yi Fan nodded in acknowledgement, then turned and led Wang Lingxi and Fatty away. At the gate, Grandpa Wang watched their departing figures, lost in thought. A formula that can elevate to silver rank without changing the bloodline, and it's just 3 common spirit fruits and herbs? The 3 of them set off together, making their way towards the city. Before long, Buildings that resembled taverns began to appear in front of them. Li Pengzi curiously observed these structures, noticing people going in and out of the taverns, carrying cannons and long knives, and accompanied by various beasts. Are these mercenary groups? Li Pengzi asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yi Fan explained, to be precise, you can think of this place as a centralized trading hub. These mercenary taverns serve multiple functions. Not only can you buy and sell items, post or accept tasks, but you can also recruit team members and even eat here. However, aside from buying items and posting tasks, you need to be a member of the mercenary group to access the other services. He continued, there are probably a dozen or so mercenary groups in Pingqing, most of which are led by beast tamers. The members are primarily beast hunters looking for teammates. A strong mercenary group can provide its members with many benefits and a sense of security. Li Pengzi nodded thoughtfully. Wang Lingxi, standing nearby, asked perceptively, so, what benefits does the leader of a mercenary group get? They can't just be giving out benefits to the members for no reason, right? Yi Fan smiled and replied, of course, there are many benefits. For example, posting a low-level task costs around 5,000 yuan, and a mercenary group might have hundreds of such tasks each month. Each task comes with a 10% commission. Just from commissions, they can earn tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan. After hearing this, Li Pengzi's expression changed. Yi Fan continued, and that's just for low-level tasks. For higher-level ones, the commission can be quite substantial. There's also the transaction fees, recruitment fees, and posting fees. Overall, a large mercenary group can have very lucrative income. Yi Fan gave an example. Take the lone wolf we met earlier. His mercenary group only has a few dozen members, but their annual income is estimated to be close to 1,000,000 yuan. Li Pengzi was very tempted and was about to suggest creating a mercenary group when Yi Fan interrupted by shaking his head. Creating a mercenary group requires at least 5 people and a significant amount of money to establish a mercenary tavern, not to mention the management. It's too much effort unless you have professional help. For now, we should join a mercenary group and take on some tasks to get familiar with the environment. Under Yi Fan's guidance, the three of them arrived at a well-decorated mercenary tavern. The sign above the door prominently displayed 2 characters, Dawn. Li Pengzi exclaimed, Dawn? Isn't this the Dawn mercenary group that Lone Wolf mentioned? Yi Fan nodded. Seeing is believing. I want to confirm it. With that, he pushed open the tavern door. As the door opened, many eyes inside the tavern turned towards them. Seeing that it was just 3 young teenagers, most people shook their heads and went back to their business. A waiter quickly approached, carrying a tray with 2 glasses of red wine. We don't serve minors here, the waiter said with a smile. Yi Fan calmly responded, we're here to join the mercenary group. His words immediately sparked a wave of laughter throughout the tavern. Mocking voices rose from all sides. While Li Pengzi seemed unfazed, Wang Lingxi frowned, clearly uncomfortable with the scene. The waiter, with a polite smile, said, kids, we don't accept minors into the group. Unperturbed, Yi Fan summoned his hellhound. This bronze 8-star beast had long outgrown its juvenile form. With sharp fangs, flames surrounding its 4 legs, and a stature taller than Yi Fan, it looked quite menacing. Bronze 8-star. The crowd gasped. For the hunters of Pingqing, a high-star bronze beast was already considered powerful. Such a young high-star bronze beast master clearly had a promising future. The previously mocking voices fell silent, and the waiter's attitude instantly changed. He repeatedly apologized. I apologize for my rudeness. Please, follow me, young master. Yi Fan followed the waiter inside, his gaze sweeping over the tavern's patrons. Many buried their heads in their drinks, avoiding eye contact. Yi Fan shook his head. He wasn't concerned with these hunters. He was just looking to see if there were any familiar faces from his past life. In his previous life with the mercenary group, he had met some good comrades. If given the chance, he would recruit a few again. The waiter led the trio to a table and said, please register your information here, and we'll get you the mercenary group's ID. This is Zhao Kuei, the 6th leader of our mercenary group. Zhao Kuei, a young man in his 20s, known as Xiao Liuzi, was also a beast master with decent strength and a straightforward personality, boasting bronze-level skills. 6th leader. These folks are all beast masters. The waiter quickly introduced to Zhao Kuei. With a broad smile, Zhao Kuei said to Yi Fan, a bronze 8-star hellhound, impressive. You must be a student at Pingqing High School. Yes, in the regular class. I'm Yi Fan, Yi Fan replied, not hiding his real name. Yi Fan? Zhao Kuei nodded slightly. A senior? Freshman. Yi Fan answered briefly, then introduced. These are my partners, Li Yu and Wang Lingxi. Zhao Kuei waved at them warmly and swiftly recorded their information in the logbook. It's great to have 3 beast masters join our mercenary group. One of our guards will explain the group's rules to you shortly. Rest assured, the Dawn Mercenary Group is the largest in Pingqing, and we are fair and just. If you encounter any disputes during missions or face bullying from other groups, you can always come to us. Dawn will never stand by idly. Yi Fan nodded in understanding. Soon, the waiter returned with 3 badges and was about to explain the rules, but Yi Fan waved him off. I already know most of the rules of the mercenary group. No need to repeat them. Yi Fan glanced around and asked, is the leader not here? The leader took on a task to escort some goods to Liqing, so he hasn't been around lately, Zhao Kuei replied. Do you need something, young brother? Not really, Yi Fan shook his head. Since he's not here, there's nothing to ask. Seeing Zhao Kuei's slightly puzzled expression, Yi Fan smiled and took out a Thunder Attribute Spirit Bead from his pocket. I have a silver 2-star Thunder Spirit Bead here. I need to exchange it for a non-attribute Spirit Bead. A Thunder Spirit Bead. Zhao Kuei's face showed a slight change. That's quite impressive. Let me ask around for you. Taking the bead, Zhao Kuei stood up from the table, cleared his throat, and shouted to the tavern. There's a silver 2-star Thunder Attribute Spirit Bead here, looking to exchange for a non-attribute Spirit Bead. Anyone interested? Whoa. Li Pengzi couldn't help but choke on his drink upon hearing Zhao Kuei's shout. Isn't that a bit too straightforward? Thunder Attribute Spirit Pearl. The words caused quite a stir in the Mercenary Guild Hall. Many eyes immediately turned towards Yi Fan and his group. Fatty Li quietly leaned towards Yi Fan and whispered, do you think these people might have spirit pearls? Yi Fan smiled slightly, a hint of cunning in his eyes, and replied softly, they do? He glanced around and explained, most people who come to the Mercenary Guild are here to take on missions. During the day, who has time to drink and relax here? The ones here are mainly looking for teammates, resellers, various clan members, and a few from out of town. They're all middlemen. Fatty Li nodded in sudden understanding. Yi Fan added, of course, there might also be some strong individuals. Many beast tamers who didn't get into college stay around, and occasionally, you'll see some silver-ranked beast tamers. Just then, a man with a hooked nose stood up from his seat and quickly walked towards Yi Fan's group. His expression was somewhat grim. When he reached them, he lowered his voice and said, young man, I'll trade 3 silver 1-star attributeless spirit pearls for that Thunder Spirit Pearl. 3. Yi Fan sneered. The market price for a Thunder Spirit Pearl is 3 of the same level attributeless spirit pearls. If it's a level lower, the price increases by about 30%. Thunder Spirit Pearls are rare. They should be worth 5 to 6 silver 1-star attributeless spirit pearls. The hook-nosed man was taken aback, looking a bit embarrassed. At that moment, another person stepped forward with a mocking smile. Jianbo, it's obvious the young man here isn't ordinary. Offering such a low price is a bit much, don't you think? He turned to Yi Fan. Young man, I'll offer 6 silver 1-star attributeless spirit pearls. You're everywhere. Jianbo glared at the newcomer in anger. Seeing him take out 6 attributeless spirit pearls, he said nothing more and stormed off. The newcomer smiled at Yi Fan. Is that acceptable, young man? Yi Fan nodded. It's acceptable. He took the spirit pearls and handed the Thunder Spirit Pearl to the man. The man inspected the Thunder Spirit Pearl closely, a flash of joy in his eyes. He said to Yi Fan, young man, I'm a member of the Ningnan Merchants Guild. We frequently purchase these attribute spirit pearls at the highest prices. Interested in exchanging contact information? Yi Fan nodded, signaling Fatty to exchange contact information with the man. Then, he led his companions towards the mission board. Fatty Li caught up and asked, Yi Fan, what's the Ningnan Merchants Guild? Yi Fan explained, it's a large merchants guild in the south, similar to Wang Lingxi's family business. They collect and resell materials across various places. With their headquarters in the southern city, the largest city in the south, they reached the mission board. Yi Fan pointed at the different colored tasks and said, this is where the Mercenary Guild posts missions. The tasks are categorized by reward, with different colors indicating their difficulty level. Fatty Li immediately noticed the red-marked task at the top and exclaimed, wow, 10 million for an excellent beast tamer's beast egg. This task alone is worth $1 million. Yi Fan shook his head and explained, it's probably some big families collecting these. Such tasks are common among mercenary groups everywhere. They should be able to collect a dozen or so each year. Wang Lingxi asked in confusion, why would anyone sell an egg of an extraordinary beast? With an extraordinary beast, it should at least reach the gold level in the future. A gold level expert shouldn't have a hard time earning $1 million. Yi Fan patiently answered, some people might have obtained it by accident and don't know its value. Others might not need it and urgently need money. There are all sorts of situations out there. Li Pengzi looked around, frowning. What level of tasks should we take? These tasks don't seem worth it. A bronze level beast is only worth a few $1,000s. The rest are about finding various items or collecting rare materials. Yi Fan waved his hand and said, we're here to make some extra money, not to get rich. The good tasks are usually taken early on, and what's left is of this quality. He tore off a few task sheets and headed out. Let's go. We're going to stay in the Silver Moon Forest for a few days. In the forest, Yi Fan handed Li Pengzi 2 spirit pearls. Here, take 2 spirit pearls. I need the remaining 4. Without a word, Li Pengzi swallowed the 2 spirit pearls. Instantly, his face turned red, and he started to swell up like a balloon. Yifan quickly reminded him, activate your breathing technique. Cultivating with spirit pearls isn't something you can do casually. Taking 2 at once is pretty bold. Li Pengzi hurriedly activated his Taodai technique, and his body slowly calmed down, though he still looked somewhat bloated. Half an hour later, Li Pengzi finished his cultivation and let out a long breath, exclaiming, "Wow, I feel like I almost have bronze-level strength now." Saying this, he punched a nearby tree, almost piercing through it. Yifan nodded approvingly. "Not bad. In a while, we'll be able to hunt silver-level beasts hidden. Your progress will get faster. You can eat more suitable spirit herbs and fruits." Li Pengzi nodded, took out 2 jade fruits from his bag, and ate them. Patting his belly, he said, "Spirit herbs and fruits are great for keeping hunger at bay." Wang Lingxi, witnessing this, asked in amazement, "Aren't jade fruits meant for beasts? Can humans absorb them too?" Li Pengzi scratched his head, glanced at Yifan, and vaguely replied, "My breathing technique is special. It can absorb spirit herbs and fruits." Wang Lingxi, being perceptive, guessed that Li Pengzi's breathing technique might have been given by Yifan and didn't ask further. She marveled at Yifan's capabilities, able to provide such a precious technique. Yifan suddenly asked, "Wang Lingxi, is your breathing technique close to opening the second beast space?" Wang Lingxi snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "Almost. It should be only a few days away." Yifan nodded. "Good. Try to hurry. We'll be in the forest for the next couple of days, and we'll aim to help you capture your second beast during this time." Wang Lingxi, feeling honored, said, "Really, you'll help me capture it?" Yifan then asked, "What are your thoughts on your next beast?" Wang Lingxi replied somewhat awkwardly, I haven't really thought about it in detail. As long as it can be helpful, that's good enough." Yifan shook his head and said, "It will definitely be helpful, but the question is how much. I've been thinking about it these past few days. Your Ling Kuei actually has a lot of potential, but you might not have realized it yet." He continued to explain, "The talent rating is very stringent. Just having shared vision alone wouldn't qualify for upgrade. You should consider its combat applications. For example, if you and your beast share vision, doesn't that mean the beast can share your vision as well? In a battle, wouldn't this dual vision cover the entire field? Or even better, think about whether you could learn some martial arts techniques and, while in the Ling Kuei state, use those skills to enhance your beast's offensive and defensive capabilities." Wang Lingxi's eyes lit up as if a multitude of possibilities had just dawned on her. Yifan didn't elaborate further. He simply waved his hand and said, "Think about it. Special types of beast talents have a wide range of uses. Don't limit yourself, think big." Jilauda, it seems Yifan and his group have already left the school. A student hurriedly ran up to Jia, stammering, "We've been keeping watch outside Yifan's dorm for the past few days, but we haven't seen them come out at all." Upon hearing this, Jia's face darkened, his tone filled with displeasure. "You've been searching for days, and this is all you have to report?" The student shrank back, responding in a small voice, "Yes, that's how it is." "Idiot," Jia interrupted coldly, waving his hand dismissively. "Go about your business. I'll be in seclusion to improve my beast mastery level for a while. Don't bother me." "Yes, yes." The student nodded repeatedly and hurried off. Jia watched the student leave, his expression as dark as a storm. After a moment, he called out, "Longwu, young master." A burly man named Longwu immediately stepped forward and bowed. "Find some people to track Yifan's whereabouts," Jia ordered. "Don't rely on the idiots from the school. Go to the mercenary groups in Pingxing and find some capable individuals. Yifan and his group are likely training in the Silver Moon Forest. Once you find them, teach them a lesson." "A lesson?" Longwu hesitated. "Young master, do you want them killed?" "Yifan is not to be touched, but the other two, do as you please," Jia said, turning away. "Understood." Longwu nodded and was about to leave when he hesitated again. "Young master, is it true that the Kuei-Nyo clan cannot practice the breathing technique?" Jia narrowed his eyes and turned to stare at Longwu. "Why do you ask?" "No reason." Longwu quickly shook his head. "I just heard someone say recently that our Kuei-Nyo clan could practice the breathing technique, and I was curious." "The Kuei-Nyo clan cannot practice the breathing technique. Your father should have told you that," Jia said coldly. "If you don't believe it, you can verify it yourself. I can teach you a breathing technique from the Ji family's collection, the dragon elephant technique. It's extremely rare. Try it for yourself." "Thank you, young master, for bestowing the technique," Longwu said excitedly. Jia began to teach the breathing technique, and Longwu focused intently, memorizing every word and starting to practice. However, before long, Longwu's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his energy instantly depleted. "See? Now you understand whether you can practice it or not," Jia said coldly. As a servant, you dared to doubt me. Longwu wouldn't dare. Longwu shook his head repeatedly, kneeling on one knee. All right, it's normal not to believe at first. Now that you've tried it, you should be convinced. Jijia waved his hand. Go on, do as I instructed. Understood. Longwu stood up, his face filled with anger as he walked away briskly. He thought to himself, that Yi Fan tricked me. He made me anger the young master. I'll make sure to teach him a good lesson. Watching Longwu storm off, Jijia sneered, a sinister glint in his eyes. Fools. If I let you hybrids practice the breathing technique, how would the Ji family maintain control? Meanwhile, deep in the Silver Moon Forest, Wang Lingxi was in the process of forming a beast mastery contract with a chubby bird. The poppy bird was clearly exhausted after a fierce battle. It lay on the ground, barely alive, offering no resistance to Wang Lingxi's contract and quickly submitted. It worked. Wang Lingxi excitedly looked at Yi Fan and Li Pengzi, who were waiting nearby. Yi Fan nodded, his gaze falling on the newly contracted poppy bird. His tone carried a hint of resignation. This is a bronze 2-star poppy bird. Its beast skill is emitting a piercing screech, classified as elite. It's a warning-type beast, capable of sensing enemies over a large area and extremely alert. With it, we can rely on it for surveillance. Wang Lingxi held the poppy bird, unable to hide her delight. Listening to Yi Fan, she nodded and said, yes, I've already planned my future beast route. Now I have the treasure-seeking golden mouse for searching treasures, and the poppy bird for surveillance. Next, I intend to find beasts that can heal injuries and restrict opponents, focusing on various support types. Yi Fan fell silent for a moment, but eventually nodded. Support types are good too. They can be very effective in a team. Exactly, Wang Lingxi said excitedly. I think our team needs a support-type beastmaster. You and Li Yu are our main combat strength. You focus on frontal assaults. Pengzi specializes in harassment and ambushes, and with me providing support, we'll be a complete team. Just as Yi Fan was about to speak, a sound of pursuit came from the nearby bushes. Hey, girl, where do you think you're going? This dense forest is too complex for you to escape. Two lecherous voices called out. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow but hadn't moved when a bloodied white wolf burst from the forest, followed by a stumbling, familiar girl. Ma Xiaoxue? Yi Fan frowned. Yi Fan? Ma Xiaoxue looked at Yi Fan, her expression a mix of surprise and panic. Yi Fan, help me. A group of mercenaries is hunting me. Hunting a student from Pingqing High. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and signaled Pengzi with a glance. Pengzi immediately stepped forward to support Ma Xiaoxue, while Yi Fan patted his hellhound, signaling it to watch the bushes. The bushes parted, and the hellhound let out a fierce growl, pouncing on someone and pinning them to the ground. What the hell is this thing? The person screamed in terror, struggling desperately under the hellhound's grip. The others who emerged tried to help but couldn't budge the hellhound at all. Seeing no way out, one of them panicked and pulled out a firearm, ready to shoot. If you fire that, it's a declaration of war against me, Yi Fan said coldly. The group froze, their actions halting involuntarily. At that moment, the hellhound dragged the leader straight to Yi Fan. Help! Help! The man screamed in terror, pulling out a badge when he saw Yi Fan. Beastmaster, we're from a mercenary group. Spare us. Mercenary group? Yi Fan gestured for the hellhound to release its grip, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the badge. Dawn? Are you all from the Dawn mercenary group? Yes, yes, they nodded repeatedly. Yi Fan's eyes were sharp. Isn't it strictly forbidden by Dawn to attack others in the forest? Don't you know that? We do, we do. The man on the ground replied, glancing at Ma Xiaoxue. Our boss has a thing for this girl, but she didn't appreciate it. Last time we teamed up, she even slapped him. Our boss sent us. He's also part of Dawn. Your boss. Yi Fan's brow furrowed. Bai Chun, the leader of Dawn? No, no. The man shook his head frantically. It's the third in command, Bai Yu. Bai Yu. Yi Fan's face darkened. So it's that scoundrel. Yi Fan stared coldly at the person across from him, his voice dripping with disdain. So, you're from Bai Yu's gang. No wonder. He narrowed his eyes and continued, with Bai Chun gone, Bai Yu thinks he can do whatever he wants, huh? The person across from him shook his head repeatedly and hurriedly tried to explain. No, no, it's not like that. The fourth leader, Yi Fan, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, cutting the person off. He casually kicked the man on the ground, sending him sprawling toward his comrades. Get out of here. If there's any issue, let Bai Yu come find me himself. All right, they stammered, quickly helping their fallen comrade to his feet and making a hasty retreat. Yi Fan watched them leave, his expression dark. A chubby man nearby sidled up to him, curiosity in his eyes. Yi Fan, who's Bai Yu? He's a scoundrel, the younger brother of Bai Chen, the leader of the Dawn mercenaries, Yi Fan explained with a shake of his head. Bai Yu indulges his subordinates, letting them pillage and plunder like bandits. If it weren't for his brother, he'd have been taken out long ago. Li Fati looked at Ma Xiaoxue in surprise. His own brother? Ma Xiaoxue, how did you end up tangled with him? Ma Xiaoxue hesitated, her gaze shifting to Yi Fan. He encouraged her. Go ahead. You can tell me anything. I want to become stronger, Ma Xiaoxue said quietly. I can't get good resources in the secret realm, so I joined the mercenary group, hoping to find teammates and missions to quickly improve myself. Yi Fan pondered for a moment. You joined the mercenary group last month. So, you didn't participate in the secret realm this time because of Baiyu? Ma Xiaoxue nodded, her eyes filled with frustration. Yes, he sent people to injure my beast. The Dawn mercenaries are so large. I have no way to deal with him. Every time I enter the forest, his men follow me. I've tried many times, but I can't escape. Even this time, I ran far away and still got caught. She cradled her wounded white wolf, a 6-star iron-rank beast covered in blood and scars from swords and guns. Li Fati and Wang Lingxi watched, their eyes filled with sympathy. Yi Fan suddenly asked, what kind of person do you want to become? I want to be strong, Ma Xiaoxue replied, her gaze fixed on Yi Fan. Like you, with 2 powerful beasts. A bronze-rank beastmaster with 2 beasts isn't much of a strong person, Yi Fan scoffed, turning away. Follow me. Becoming strong isn't just about talking. Ma Xiaoxue was taken aback, looking at Li Fati and Wang Lingxi, who both gave her encouraging smiles. Li Fati was the first to speak. Let's go. He handed her 2 bloodgrass herbs. Welcome to the team. Wang Lingxi crouched down to pet the white wolf. Hang in there. Once I get a healing beast, I'll help you treat your beast. Ma Xiaoxue looked dazed, and Wang Lingxi smiled. We're partners now. That guy is really strong. With him, you'll definitely become strong too. Meanwhile, in the Dawn Tavern, the men Yi Fan had driven away burst in, shouting, Boss, boss. Everyone turned to look, smirking at their disheveled appearance. At the registration desk, Zhao Kuei glanced at the group, then quickly looked down, pretending nothing had happened. A lean man emerged from backstage. It was Baiyu. Seeing his subordinates looking disheveled, he asked with displeasure, I sent you to capture a girl, and you come back looking like you fought a war? The subordinates hastily explained that they had encountered a powerful beast master who showed no regard for Baiyu. Hearing this, Baiyu's face darkened as he inquired about the beast master. Upon learning that the person had 2 9-star bronze beasts, Baiyu was slightly surprised but quickly regained his arrogance. No matter the stars, anyone I, Baiyu, target, won't escape my grasp. Zhao Kuei tried to dissuade him, but Baiyu ignored him, leading a large group into the forest. Along the way, they crossed paths with members of the Dawn mercenary group, and tensions ran high. Although Long Wu was displeased, he remembered Ji Jie's instructions and held back his anger. After Baiyu's group departed, the Dawn mercenary group members began to curse. Long Wu snorted. So that's Baiyu? Just the brother of a silver-ranked beast master. In the capital, our young master could crush him without a second thought. With that, he led his team into the forest as well. In the forest, Yi Fan and his group were hunting an iron-skinned wild boar. This black iron 7-star beast did not require Yi Fan to take action himself. He observed calmly as Ma Xiaoxue directed her white wolf in the battle. As time passed, Yi Fan's brows furrowed. The white wolf, being a star lower, was clearly at a disadvantage, but Ma Xiaoxue gritted her teeth and continued to command. Suddenly, the white wolf found itself in danger. Yi Fan decisively raised his hand. The hellhound, which had been poised to attack, instantly dashed out, pinning the iron-skinned wild boar to the ground and swiftly ending the fight with a throat lock. Turning to the heavily panting Ma Xiaoxue, Yi Fan spoke sternly. During the fight, you had 7 opportunities to turn the tables. He proceeded to point out her mistakes, from using brute force strategies to failing to adjust her tactics in time. Ma Xiaoxue nodded repeatedly in shame. A true warrior needs both combat experience and awareness. Yi Fan mused, taking out 2 jade fruits and tossing them to Ma Xiaoxue. For the time being, you and Fatty will take the lead in the attacks while I provide support. This will continue until you can directly defeat beasts of bronze 5-star or higher. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue's expression shifted. But I'm only at black iron 6-star. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. Your level will increase quickly. The key is to have enough combat strength. I can provide spirit herbs and medicines, but I don't want you to become ornamental fighters. Ma Xiaoxue nodded solemnly. Understood. Nearby, Wang Lingxi nervously asked, should I join the battles too? Yi Fan responded, there's not much you can do right now, but you can participate to get familiar with the coordination. With that, he stepped forward. In Yi Fan's beast space, he cultivated a large number of ordinary spirit herbs and medicines, with only the harvest fruit reaching the spirit level. He planned to search the forest for spirit herbs and fruits that could help his beasts break through to silver level, while also improving the skills of those around him. In the following battles, Yi Fan kept his promise to observe from the sidelines. analyzing each person's mistakes after each fight and offering suggestions for improvement. With his experience as a king-level beast master from a previous life, he noticed every detail. Under his meticulous guidance, their beast-controlling techniques rapidly improved, evolving from initial clumsiness to increasing proficiency. As night fell, Yifan instructed everyone to stop and set up camp on the forest's edge, lighting a bonfire. While setting up the tent, Ma Xiaoxue remarked to Wang Lingxi, "I learned so much today." Yifan's combat experience is on a completely different level. Wang Lingxi, deep in thought, replied, "You might not know this, but we once hunted a silver two-star rainbow leopard in the jungle." Silver two-star? Ma Xiaoxue exclaimed in disbelief. How could a bronze level defeat a silver one? Wang Lingxi explained, "I thought the same thing, but it's true." Yifan's beast-controlling skills are extraordinary, and his strategies and knowledge are impressive. Ma Xiaoxue seemed to understand. "I need to learn more from him." Wang Lingxi leaned in and whispered, "I think Yifan values you a lot. He's taught you many things. Before you joined us, he never shared this kind of knowledge with us." Ma Xiaoxue was incredulous. "He values me? How is that possible?" "It's true, believe me. Yifan definitely values you." By the campfire, Yifan overheard their whispered conversation and smiled faintly. Li Pengzi leaned in curiously. "Yifan, do you really value Ma Xiaoxue that much?" Yifan replied, "Not particularly. I just think she has potential. She has a strong desire to win and a resilient personality. If she has a stroke of luck, she could be quite formidable in the future." Li Pengzi suddenly understood. "So, you're investing in advance?" Yifan nodded, patting Li Pengzi on the shoulder. "I'm planning to form a mercenary group and recruit some people. We can't always be on the defensive. Facing dozens or even hundreds with just 2 or 3 people puts us at a disadvantage. With a stronger force, we'll have more control." Li Pengzi said excitedly, "So, I'll be one of the founding members?" Yifan chuckled. "Exactly. Pengzi, you need to step up. In the future, you'll be my right-hand man, and you have to be strong enough for that." Li Pengzi pounded his chest in assurance. "No problem. I'm the guy who's going to catch a dragon python. How can I not be strong?" Yifan's eyes showed a hint of amused helplessness as he nodded lightly. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, Baiyu was conspiring with his subordinates. A weasel-faced lackey whispered, "Boss, those Dawn people just won't leave us alone. They've been tailing us the whole time." Baiyu frowned and glanced back, seeing the distant firelight of the Dawn mercenary group they had encountered that afternoon. They had been following since leaving the city and still hadn't dispersed even now that it was dark. What are they up to? Baiyu grew wary and subtly signaled his men, who promptly loaded their guns. The Dawn and Aurora mercenary groups were rivals, and there were no qualms about fighting in Silver Moon Forest. Baiyu thought to himself, "Are they planning to take me out while my brother is away?" After walking a bit further and seeing that the group was still behind them, his suspicion deepened. "Those Dawn mercenary bastards are definitely after us," Baiyu sneered. "Since they want to make a move, we'll strike first. With our numbers about equal, whoever acts first has the advantage." A lackey hesitated. "What if they're not actually after us? How will we explain it?" Baiyu scoffed. "Explain what? They've been following us for so long. What more is there to explain? We'll just say they attacked first. Besides, we haven't found Yifan yet, so we might as well use these fools for practice." With that, Baiyu's group quickly dispersed into the forest, setting up an ambush with practiced ease. Elsewhere, Long Wu watched the firelight ahead disappear and sighed in relief. Finally, they're not on the same path. He turned to a scrawny guy and asked suspiciously, "Are you sure Yifan and his group took this route?" The scrawny guy nodded vigorously. "I'm sure. I was going to follow them and see if I could get anything from those rookies who seemed new to the forest, but then I realized they were beast tamers and backed off." To ease Long Wu's concerns, he added, "The Dawn group might be hunting rock pythons nearby, which is why their route is similar to ours. However, from here, they'll head towards the Dark River." Long Wu nodded and quietly instructed, "Spread out and extend the search area as much as possible. It's nighttime, so Yifan and his team should have already set up camp. Locate their position and then report to each other, so we can surround them. Remember, don't alert them. Yifan is very vigilant, so be extra careful." "Understood." The group responded and dispersed. As night fell, Yifan led his team on a hunt around the camp to ensure their safety. Li Pengzi's eyes were drawn to a cluster of faintly glowing fruits in the distance, and he curiously asked Yifan about them. "Those are luminescent mushrooms," Yifan explained, crouching down to gather the seemingly ordinary fruits. "Though not particularly valuable, they can be used for lighting when we can't make a fire." Li Pengzi had an epiphany, and Yifan took the opportunity to impart some wisdom. Many things that seem ordinary can come in handy in special situations. Just as Li Pengzi was about to ask about the use of explosive mushrooms, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the distant forest, followed by a barrage of gunfire and chaotic noise. Yifan frowned and immediately instructed Wang Lingxi to dispatch a scout bird. Shortly after, Wang Lingxi reported through her spiritual connection, two mercenary groups are engaged in a firefight. One group is from Dawn, led by Bai Yu, and the other group? Yifan inquired. The leader is a big man, nearly 2 meters tall. Wang Lingxi paused. It's Long Wu. This unexpected news left everyone astonished. Yifan analyzed the situation. It seems both groups are here for us. In the forest, Bai Yu's and Long Wu's forces were locked in fierce combat. Both sides had clearly misunderstood each other's intentions, putting Dawn's side at a severe disadvantage. Long Wu attempted to clarify his identity but was met with fierce attacks from Bai Yu. With no other choice, Long Wu tried to retreat, only to find himself surrounded by Bai Yu's men. Observing the battle from a distance, Yifan calculated how to leverage the situation. He decided to intervene, aiming to weaken both enemy factions and potentially gain Long Wu as an ally in the future. Pongzi, get ready to move, Yifan commanded. You two stay here and stay safe. With that, Yifan, accompanied by his swift hawk and hellhound, swiftly approached the combat zone. On the battlefield, Long Wu was already severely injured and surrounded by Dawn's men. Just as he was about to lose hope, a burst of flames erupted among the crowd, clearing a large area in an instant. Long Wu looked up to see a shocking sight. Yifan standing calmly nearby, watching the chaotic fight with a composed expression. Yifan? How can it be you? Long Wu shouted in disbelief, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Yifan? Bai Yu's voice echoed through the forest as his gaze landed on Yifan standing beside the hellhound. A flicker of something crossed his eyes. So, you're the one who saved the person I wanted? You've got some nerve. Before he finished speaking, Bai Yu raised his gun and fired. Bang! Bang! Yifan swiftly dodged behind a tree. At the same time, the hellhound unleashed a torrent of flames, carving a burning path through the woods. A sharp screech pierced the sky as the swift eagle dove from above. Bai Yu scrambled to evade, but the eagle struck with lightning speed. Its talons slashed across Bai Yu's face, leaving a crimson wound. Yifan leaped from behind the tree, grabbing and tossing aside an enemy who charged at him. The rock python and the hellhound weaved through the crowd, their immense power overwhelming the ordinary hunters. In no time, Bai Yu's men were either defeated or scattered. The swift eagle swooped down again, causing Bai Yu to stumble and fall in terror. Yifan looked down at him coldly, the intimidating eagle perched on his shoulder. Bai Yu, your brother Bai Chun must be ashamed to have you as a sibling. Yifan's voice was devoid of emotion. Retreat or die. I'll retreat. I'll retreat. Bai Yu stammered, crawling backward. Yifan watched him leave, gently stroking the hellhound's head. The remaining members of Dawn quickly withdrew from the forest. Only then did Yifan turn his attention to Long Wu and his group. Their expressions were complicated. After all, they had come to kill Yifan but ended up being saved by him. One of them awkwardly cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, brother Yifan. I didn't come to save you, Yifan replied calmly, his eyes fixed on the kneeling Long Wu. He stays. The rest of you can leave. They hesitated but quickly fled at Long Wu's signal. The forest was left with only Long Wu, half kneeling, and the remnants of the battle. After a moment of silence, Long Wu looked up, his voice resolute. Do it. The Kuei-Nyo clan would rather die than be captured. A hint of amusement flickered in Yifan's eyes. Do you think I saved you just to kill you myself? If your Kuei-Nyo clan had such pride, how did you become slaves? Long Wu was struck silent by the harsh truth. Yifan continued. Do you know how your Kuei-Nyo clan became vassals to the Ji family? Is it true, as they say, that you surrendered willingly? And why has your bloodline weakened since then? Yifan, kill me if you must, but do not insult me. Long Wu roared, trying to stand but failing due to his injuries. Yifan shook his head. I wasn't insulting you. Do you remember the breathing technique I mentioned last time? What did you find out? I asked the young master and received the dragon elephant technique, but it's impossible to cultivate, Long Wu replied. You deceived me last time. Yifan revealed a playful smile. Dragon elephant technique? Do you really think Ji Jia would give you the genuine dragon elephant technique? What do you mean by that? Long Wu frowned. Did you save me just to sow discord between me and the young master? Do you even know what the dragon elephant technique is? Yifan interrupted. The dragon elephant technique is just a type of breathing technique. Yifan sneered. Long Wu, your Kuei-Nyo clan has forgotten the technique created by your own ancestors? Our ancestor created this technique? Long Wu's expression changed slightly. Yifan retorted. Do you really think your Kuei-Nyo bloodline alone can make you strong? The first-generation beast tamers who could slay ancient creatures were all extraordinarily talented. Creating a suitable breathing technique for their descendants was not a difficult task. Long Wu hesitated. Yifan continued. If you don't believe me, tell me the breathing technique Ji Jia gave you. I can point out the differences right here. You must know something about me if you've been following Ji Jia. The dragon elephant technique alone isn't worth the effort to save you. After a long silence, Long Wu finally spoke. The technique the young master gave me is like this. Yifan listened carefully, a smile gradually appearing on his face. He pointed out 3 areas that needed modification and adjusted the operation points of the technique. Following Yifan's instructions, Long Wu activated the breathing technique and immediately felt a crackling sound from his bones. His wounds began to heal at a visible rate, and small horns started to emerge on his head. This really is our Kuei-Nyo clan's ancestral technique, Long Wu exclaimed. How is this possible? Yifan calmly replied. You should know how important the dragon elephant technique is to your Kuei-Nyo clan. Even without the dragon elephant technique, practicing any basic breathing technique would prevent your clan from being as weak as it is now. So, the young master deliberately gave me a flawed breathing technique, making me think I couldn't practice it? Long Wu asked in shock. But why would he do that? Wouldn't it benefit him if I became stronger? Yifan looked at Long Wu with a hint of helplessness. Long Wu, even now you don't understand? 100 years ago, your Kuei-Nyo clan was forced into submission. Over time, the Ji family has continually oppressed and weakened you. They want you to become true slaves, not potential avengers. Revenge. Long Wu was stunned. Revenge for what? For your people, of course. A cold glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. Unlike the Long Tong and other bloodlines with obvious drawbacks, your Kuei-Nyo bloodline is mild and non-toxic. Logically, your clan should be the most numerous among those with ancient bloodlines, at least in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. But my clan, in my generation, numbers only in the dozens, Long Wu replied, but he froze as soon as the words left his mouth. Seeing Yifan's calm expression, a storm of realization began to brew in Long Wu's eyes. Long Wu remained silent for a long time, then finally raised his head and asked, why? Yifan calmly replied, it's the simple logic of winners and losers. Your Kuei-Nyo clan is strong, and the Ji family needed you but feared your revenge. So, they devised ways to weaken you. That's all there is to it. Long Wu fell silent again. After a moment, he looked up and said, what should I do? You've given me the dragon elephant technique and revealed the deep-seated hatred of my clan. I can serve you faithfully. A hint of a smile flashed in Yifan's eyes as he shook his head. Long Wu, I'm not like Jijia. I don't need servants to shield me. The Kuei-Nyo clan has always stood tall and proud, with the blood of heroes running through your veins. He patted Long Wu's shoulder. What you should do goes far beyond just following me. After a moment's hesitation, Long Wu nodded firmly. Yifan waved his hand. Go back, and don't expose yourself. Secretly bring the dragon elephant technique to your people, and bide your time within the Ji family. The day for revenge will come. Long Wu accepted the order and left. After walking a few steps, he stopped and turned back. Yifan, how do you know about the dragon elephant technique of my clan? Yifan gave a mysterious smile. Does the answer really matter? Long Wu was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head self-mockingly. Compared to the hatred of my clan, what does it matter? With that, he turned and disappeared into the forest. Fatty Li approached and asked why Yifan seemed pleased. Yifan explained that Jijia and Baiyu had sent people to ambush him, but they ended up fighting each other first. Jijia would surely trouble Baiyu again. Wang Lingxi remarked that it would be entertaining to watch them fight. Yifan reminded them to be cautious of Bai Chun seeking revenge. A few days later, Baiyu was defeated and didn't dare to trouble Yifan anymore, but kept calling Bai Chan every day. The Dawn Mercenary Group demanded an explanation from the Dawnlight Mercenary Group, leading to a large-scale conflict. Bai Chen rushed back to apologize and calm things down. At night, in the Ji family mansion, Jijia was resting and wondered why Long Wu hadn't returned. Just then, Long Wu arrived, claiming he had been delayed due to injuries from a Baiyu attack. Jijia sneered. Baiyu is really asking for trouble. He noticed that Long Wu had grown horns, indicating his bloodline was awakening. Jijia took Long Wu out to settle the score with Baiyu. Watching Jijia's back, Long Wu clenched his fists, then relaxed them, and silently followed. Creak. Just as Jijia hesitated about sending someone to investigate Long Wu's whereabouts, the door suddenly swung open, and Long Wu staggered in. Jijia frowned and asked, Long Wu, why are you back so late? Long Wu dropped to one knee, the sound of his knee hitting the floor echoing sharply. Gasping for breath, he replied, I hired the Dawn Mercenary Group to hunt down Yifan in the forest, but we were ambushed by Baiyu from the Aurora Mercenary Group. I got shot several times and had to receive treatment at the hospital. Jijia narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. Someone dared to hurt you? Didn't you tell Baiyu that you're a servant of the Ji family? Long Wu looked up at Jijia and slowly said, I did, but he had already attacked by then. Such audacity. Jijia's face darkened. Does Baiyu not know to respect the master when hitting the dog? Yes, Long Wu lowered his head. Please, young master, stand up for me. Of course. Jijia stood up and headed for the door. As he passed Long Wu, he suddenly stopped, noticing the horns peeking through Long Wu's hair. Long Wu, you've grown horns? Long Wu explained. After I recovered from this injury, I suddenly found these horns growing. My strength has increased, probably due to some kind of awakening triggered by the injury. Jie didn't seem surprised. A hint of resignation flashed in his eyes. So the injury triggered your bloodline awakening. You people from the Kuei-Nyo clan are indeed fortunate. Not fortunate, young master. Being with you is what makes me fortunate, Long Wu replied respectfully. Jie smiled. You've learned to flatter now. All right, let's go. I want to see just how bold this by you is to dare disrespect the Ji family. Understood. Long Wu nodded and slowly stood up in the night. He watched Jie's back, his fists clenching and unclenching, before finally following him. At the Aurora mercenary group, Jie sat at a table across from the burly Bai Chen. Long Wu stood expressionlessly by Jie's side. At the entrance, members of the Dawn mercenary group, including Li Ming, gathered to watch the spectacle. Jie didn't touch the tea on the table and directly asked, "Where is your brother Bai Yu?" Bai Chen replied, "Bai Yu caused a lot of trouble, so I punished him with house arrest. I already know about the incident in the forest, and I apologize on behalf of my younger brother. He was immature. I hope young Master Ji can be magnanimous." Jie snorted, fiddling with the teacup, his gaze sharp. A teacup made of white jade, not bad. It seems the Aurora mercenary group is doing quite well. Bai Chen immediately cut him off. If young Master Ji likes it, I will have a few sets sent over as an apology for my brother. Please, don't be polite. Jie was taken aback. This man's ability to seize an opportunity left him at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, Jie lowered his voice. You should know this matter won't be easily resolved. Bai Chen, don't think that lowering your stance will calm my anger. Bai Chen quickly responded. Of course not, of course not. This matter is my younger brother's fault. Mr. Ji, whatever you require, I, Bai Chen, will certainly fulfill. You said it, Jie said, tapping his fingers on the table. Before I came, I heard that Yi Fan is in your mercenary group, right? Bai Chen was taken aback. Yi Fan? The member who had a conflict with my brother? Jie nodded. Yes. Since he's in your group, it shouldn't be too hard to deal with him, right? Bai Chen hesitated. It's not difficult, but since he's my group member... Jie interrupted. Bai Chen, at this point, are you still saying this? Or do you think I'm negotiating with you? Bai Chen was speechless and fell silent for a long time. Finally, he nodded. Since Mr. Ji insists, I'll do as you say. He then added in a low voice, as for the previous unpleasantness between my brother and Mr. Ji, let's consider it settled. Please, have a seat, Mr. Ji, Bai Chen said politely, pushing a fine jade teacup towards Jie. In the reception room of the Dawn mercenary group, the atmosphere was tense. Jie sat at the table, expressionless, examining the tea set before him. Long Wu stood beside him like a statue, silent. The doorway was crowded with curious mercenaries, their eyes gleaming with interest. Where is your younger brother, Bai Yu? Jie asked directly, his gaze sharp as he stared at Bai Chen. Bai Chen lowered his head slightly, his tone apologetic. Bai Yu caused quite a bit of trouble. I've confined him at home as punishment. I deeply regret the incident in the forest a few days ago. My younger brother was reckless, and I hope you can be magnanimous, Mr. Ji. Jie snorted, his fingers lightly tapping the teacup. Sensing the tension, Bai Chen hurriedly offered to gift a few sets of tea wares as a gesture of apology. This deft maneuver momentarily left Jie speechless, but he quickly regained his composure. Bai Chen, do you think such gifts can quell my anger? Jie said in a low voice, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Bai Chen quickly expressed his willingness to fulfill any of Jie's demands. Jie's lips curled into a slight smile as he revealed his true intention. Yi Fan is part of your mercenary group, right? I want you to target him. Bai Chen hesitated, but under Jie's intimidating gaze, he eventually nodded in agreement. Jie stood up, leaving Long Wu to supervise, and walked out. The tension in the reception room eased a bit. Bai Chen let out a long breath, his brows furrowed in deep thought. He was reluctant to target his own member, but Jie's pressure left him no choice. Meanwhile, in the distant forest, Yi Fan and his team were wrapping up their 2-week training session. Ma Xiaoxue and Li Pengzi had just successfully defeated a wild beast of bronze 5-star level, their excitement evident. All right, we've met our goal. It's time to head back, Yi Fan said, stretching and speaking in a relaxed tone. On the way back, Li Pengzi confided his worries about his abilities to Yi Fan. Yi Fan reassured him, I'll help you. It's not about talent. You're no longer the timidly you. That's enough. Yi Fan mounted his hellhound and sped forward. He turned back and shouted, Pengzi, keep up. We still have a long way to go. It feels like forever since we were last here. Li Pengzi stood on the bustling street of the Mercenary Guild, gazing at the familiar buildings ahead with a sigh. Yi Fan, walking ahead, responded calmly. It's only been a little over 2 weeks. The four of them blended into the crowded street, but their presence quickly drew attention. Look, that's Yifan. Yeah, he's the one who took down over a dozen people from Dawn. How does he dare come back? Isn't he afraid of Bai Chun causing trouble? The whispers around them reached Li Pengzi's ears. He sidled up to Yifan and whispered, Yifan, it seems we've become quite famous. Yifan nodded, explaining calmly, the mercenary circle in Pingxing is small. Any incident gets known by everyone the next day. Li Pengzi pondered, his eyes falling on the task sheet in Yifan's hand. Are we really going back to submit the task? Won't Bai Yu's brother cause trouble? He won't. Yifan shook his head and stepped into the Dawn Mercenary Guild. Instantly, countless eyes focused on them. Many mercenaries stood up, especially those who had escaped from Yifan's hands, their anger palpable. How does that kid Yifan dare to come back? Zhao Kuei's face changed when he saw Yifan. Before he could react, a waiter hurriedly ran to the back, clearly to notify Bai Chen. Yifan ignored everyone's reactions, smirking as he approached Zhao Kuei. I'm here to submit the task. Li Pengzi understood and poured the task items onto the table. Zhao Kuei looked at Yifan calmly and said helplessly, you know the captain, Bai Chun, has returned, right? More or less, Yifan replied. If he hadn't returned, you all would probably be fighting with the Dawn Mercenary Guild by now. Zhao Kuei was speechless, lowering his voice. A few days ago, Ji Jie came to our captain, pressuring him about the forest issue to target you. A hint of amusement flashed in Yifan's eyes. Ji Jie sought out your captain? Let's settle the task first. Zhao Kuei had no choice but to verify the task. Soon, he handed Yifan a stack of cash. After deducting the handling fee, it's 110,000. Li Pengzi quickly stuffed the money into his bag. Yifan looked at the nervous Zhao Kuei and said calmly, we're leaving now? Good, hurry up and go. Zhao Kuei nodded repeatedly. Help us with the withdrawal procedures, Yifan suddenly said. Zhao Kuei was surprised. You're withdrawing from the guild? It shouldn't come to that. Our captain is just dealing with Ji Jie. He won't really target you. Yifan shook his head. It's not about being targeted. We have other plans. Just process it. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Kuei finally stamped their documents with a sigh. Before long, Bai Chun and Long Wu emerged from the back. Has Yifan arrived? Bai Chun asked, his face conflicted. Zhao Kuei smiled wryly. He came, submitted the task, and withdrew from the guild. Bai Chun was stunned, instinctively looking at Long Wu. Long Wu nodded. I'll inform the young master that it was Captain Bai who made Yifan withdraw. With that, he left. Bai Chan breathed a sigh of relief, but looked at the withdrawal documents with regret. Such a powerful beast master. What a pity. Meanwhile, Yifan and his group had arrived at the Mercenary Guild certification office. Are you sure you want to form a mercenary group? The elderly certifier looked at the four youngsters, somewhat uncertain. Yifan nodded and summoned a hellhound. I'm a bronze 9-star beast tamer, so I should qualify. The certifier's expression changed slightly, but he nodded. Qualify you do, but there are only 4 of you. You need at least 5. The 5th member is on their way, Yifan said just as a taxi pulled up at the entrance, and Yi Linqing walked in. Dad, come on in. Yifan called out. Yi Linqing looked puzzled. Yifan, what are you doing? Forming a mercenary group. We just need you to complete the team. The certifier reluctantly took out a form. All right, give your mercenary group a name. Yifan hesitated slightly, as if he had thought of something, but quickly shook his head with a smile and said, let's call it Shunyi. He picked up a pen and wrote the characters Shunyi powerfully on the notebook. The old man responsible for registration was momentarily stunned and glanced at Yifan. Shunyi? Such a casual name? A hint of amusement flashed in Yifan's eyes. Not really. Shunyi was one of my code names in my past life. The old man didn't say more, took the list, and quickly registered it. Then he said, the registration fee is 100,000. The Mercenary Guild will assign you a base and issue an announcement. There will be someone to guide you through the subsequent procedures and precautions. Yifan nodded and looked at the chubby man beside him. Li Fati reluctantly pulled out a card from his pocket. This was their startup fund, accumulated over more than half a month of hunting. After selling off everything except for some spiritual herbs, they had over 300,000. Seeing this, Yifan teased. What's the matter? Feeling stingy now? This is hard-earned money. Of course, it hurts, Li Fati said as he handed the card to the old man. After the card was swiped, the old man called over an elegant assistant named Xiuqin. She held a lease contract and led Yifan's group towards the mercenary street. On the way, Yi Linqing sidled up to Yifan and whispered, Yifan, what's going on? Why are you setting up a mercenary group? To make some money and establish a foothold, Yifan replied. Then he asked, Dad, how's your strength now? Not bad. I just reached bronze 2-star. I've been practicing beast control at the city's beast arena lately, Yi Linqing answered. Yifan nodded. Bronze 2-star, not bad. Yi Linqing responded proudly, then glanced at Ma Xiaoxue and Wang Lingxi behind them and whispered, "Who are these two girls?" "They're part of our team. We've been hunting together in the forest recently," Yi Fan explained briefly. "This is Wang Lingxi, the sole heir of the Wang family, and this is my classmate Ma Xiaoxue." The two girls politely greeted Yi Linqing, and he responded with a smile. Then he leaned closer to Yi Fan's ear again. "These girls are nice. You're quite popular, huh?" "What popularity? We're just a team," Yi Fan replied helplessly. Throughout the journey, Li Fati and Yi Linqing chatted enthusiastically. When he learned that Yi Linqing's beast was the family's guard dog, Xiaobai, Li Fati was astonished. "Wow, Xiaobai reached bronze level? I never expected that." Yi Fan chuckled. "Every beast has immense potential. The key is to find the right way to unlock it. Your fierce sun snake is the same, isn't it?" Li Fati nodded and then looked at Xu Qin walking ahead. "What's her main role at our place?" "What else?" "Collecting money," Yi Fan answered. "Collecting money? What money? Didn't we already pay 100,000? Li Fati was confused. Yi Fan patted his shoulder. "The 100,000 is just the startup fee. You'll see soon enough." At the newly opened tavern at the end of Mercenary Street, Fatty Li looked at the list Shujin had given him and exclaimed, "What the heck? Everything costs money? The signboard is 500 each, custom badges are 100 each, tables and chairs are 100%. This tavern has nothing, hasn't even been cleaned, and it still charges 10,000 a month in rent?" Yi Fan explained. "Now you know why I said 100,000 was just the beginning. Alright, these are just the initial fees. Once the mercenary group is up and running, we'll earn it back quickly. Let Shujin handle the renovations for now. We need to discuss our plans today and start operations tomorrow." Reluctantly, Fatty Li pulled out his bank card while Shujin had the card reader ready. After Fatty Li returned, looking pained, Yi Fan gathered everyone and started assigning tasks with a sheet of paper. The structure of the mercenary group is simple at the beginning. Aside from a few key positions, we only need to hire some staff. First, recruitment and registration will be handled by Wang Lingxi. Wang Lingxi hesitated. "Me? What exactly do I need to do?" Yi Fan explained. "It's straightforward. Advertise to attract mercenaries, then register their details and keep backups." Wang Lingxi nodded. "Sounds simple enough. No problem." Yi Fan continued. "The second task is leading missions. Initially, we'll randomly assign mercenaries to tasks and distribute rewards. Once we have more people, we'll form a core team for fixed assignments. This will be rotated among me, Ma Xiaoxue, and Fatty Li." Both Ma Xiaoxue and Fatty Li agreed. Yi Linqing asked, "What about me?" Yi Fan smiled. "Dad, you'll be in charge of overseeing the tavern and keeping an eye on things from the rear. Hold the fort." Upon hearing this, Yi Linqing paused, his brow furrowing slightly. "So, what am I supposed to do?" Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "There's plenty to do. Supervise the new staff, check the financial records, handle the daily operations of the tavern, including buying and selling goods and dealing with any conflicts that might arise. Basically, just overseeing things," a chubby guy nearby chimed in, his tone laced with a bit of teasing. Yi Linqing nodded thoughtfully, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. "I'm not really good at those things. Mom can help," Yi Fan replied without hesitation. She mentioned being bored at home recently. It's a perfect opportunity for her to manage things. Dad, on the other hand, should focus on improving his beast taming skills. "That works," Yi Linqing agreed readily. Yi Fan clapped his hands in satisfaction. "Alright, our initial task allocation is settled. Later, I'll hire a few people to handle front desk duties, cashier work, and so on." His tone turned serious. "During our free time, we'll focus on practicing our breathing techniques. Aside from attending the secret realm at school, we'll have 4 fixed team outings a month, including one group hunt for the 4 of us." "No problem," they all responded in unison. Yi Fan waved his hand. "Alright, everyone can get some rest early today. Starting tomorrow and for the next few years, our main focus will be on the mercenary group, with the school's secret realm as a secondary priority." His gaze swept across their faces, his tone becoming solemn. "Remember, the mercenary group is for making money and training personnel, but the main goal is personal improvement. Don't get so caught up in making money that you lose sight of that." Meanwhile, at the Dawn mercenary group, a bunch of people gathered by the window, curiously peering down the street. "Captain Bai Chun, it looks like a new mercenary group has opened at the end of the street," someone said excitedly. Bai Chen, hearing this, merely shook his head slightly. "New mercenary groups pop up in Pingqing every year, but most don't last long. Many disband within a year." He briefly explained the reasons: cutthroat competition among peers, the lack of strength and reputation among new groups, and the difficulty of surviving in the dangerous Silver Moon Forest. "Let's hope this new group can stick around," Bai Chun sighed. "There haven't been any new mercenary groups in Pingqing for years." At that moment, Zhao Kuei's eyes lit up. "Boss, I think I saw Yi Fan. Those guys look like his old teammates." "Yi Fan?" Bai Chun was a bit surprised, glancing towards the street corner. Is it their group? Zhao Kuei nodded in confirmation. I saw guild members handing things over to him, and the renovation workers are there too. Bai Chun pondered for a moment. No wonder he left our group. He was planning to go solo. Zhao Kuei leaned in closer, lowering his voice. There are 5 of them, and 4 are beast tamers. One of them even has 2 bronze 9-star beasts. If this escalates, it could be a problem. It might even affect the number of missions our mercenary group gets. However, Bai Chun seemed unfazed. Dawn City is big enough. One more mercenary group won't make much of a difference. He watched the group walk away, frowning slightly. But Ji Jie seems to have some hostility towards Yifan. If he opens a mercenary guild, it could stir up some trouble. Zhao Kuei shrugged. Maybe. Ji Jie might get some people to cause trouble for him. He suddenly had a thought. Captain, isn't Ji Jie from a prominent family in the capital? You'd think someone from a big family would be more magnanimous. But Ji Jie seems really petty, always trying to mess with Yifan. Bai Chun shook his head. I don't know. Maybe Ji Jie feels threatened by Yifan. People from those big families care a lot about their reputation. Besides, Ji Jie is only 15 years old. It's normal for him not to be very steady at this age. Zhao Kuei scratched his head. So, what should our attitude be towards their new mercenary group? Should we try to win them over? If they rise, they could be an ally. Let's stay neutral. Bai Chun thought for a moment. Stick to our usual approach. Don't provoke others and don't let others provoke us. With that, he turned and walked into the mercenary tavern. Zhao Kuei watched Bai Chun's departing figure, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Sometimes, he really couldn't understand Bai Chun's thinking. Dawn had grown so powerful over the years, clearly having the opportunity to unify the mercenary groups in Pingqing, but Bai Chun neither took action nor formed alliances. Instead, he allowed other groups to develop. As a result, the rival group Dawnlight had grown stronger and was now almost on par with Dawn. As the 6th in command of Dawn, Zhao Kuei felt a growing sense of urgency. Yifan had previously helped someone from Dawnlight, and their relationship seemed good. If Dawnlight managed to win over Yifan and his team, Zhao Kuei sighed. I really don't get what the captain is thinking. Meanwhile, in an underground casino in Pingqing, the atmosphere was unusually tense. On a night that should have been filled with debauchery, the casino was devoid of its usual fervent gamblers. A group of people in various outfits stood with their heads lowered, cautiously awaiting something. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the other side of the casino. A figure in black, wearing a grotesque red mask, appeared before them. The mask resembled a demon from hell, sending chills down everyone's spine. Sir, they greeted in unison. The masked figure responded curtly, stepping in front of them. The higher-ups have heard about the situation in Pingqing. From now on, I'll be in charge here. You can call me Red Ghost. Yes, Red Ghost, they replied respectfully. Red Ghost nodded in satisfaction, sweeping his sharp gaze over the crowd. Who among you knows anything about Yifan, a freshman at Pingqing High School? At the mention of Yifan's name, a hush fell over the room. Soon, someone stepped forward. Sir, I had a conflict with Madafe before. I know, Red Ghost nodded, his gaze shifting to the crowd. Madafe, do you have any recent news about Yifan? Madafe, suddenly called out, felt a bit flustered but tried to maintain his composure. Sir, I don't know. At that moment, a sharp voice spoke up. Sir, I know. Yifan created a mercenary group today, and many people saw it. He created a mercenary group? Red Ghost seemed surprised. Are you sure about this information? No doubt about it. And Yifan now has 2 bronze 9-star beasts, the person replied, with a hint of reverence in their tone. He's quite strong. Bronze level, still just bronze level, Red Ghost sneered, waving his hand dismissively. Lately, things have been tense in Pingqing, like someone's investigating us. I can't act rashly. Since he formed a mercenary group, let the mercenaries deal with him. He turned to the person who had spoken earlier. You know what to do, right? Yes, sir. The person bowed respectfully. Good, then I'll leave this matter to you. Red Ghost stood up, a sly smile suddenly playing on his lips. I heard that the G family boy doesn't get along with him. If possible, you can team up with him. The G family is quite a reputable one-inch. In the beast space, Yifan sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, fully immersed in the cultivation of the Holy Ascension technique. He held the spirit pearl he had recently traded for, its light shimmering as its energy was rapidly absorbed. As time passed, Yifan suddenly opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing within them. He slowly rose to his feet, his entire body brimming with formidable power. The 2nd level of the Holy Ascension technique, Devouring, had reached a minor achievement, allowing him to quickly convert external energy for his own use. Clenching his fist, Yifan carefully felt the surging power within him, a faint smile playing on his lips. With just his physical body, he now possessed the strength comparable to a 7 or 8-star bronze warrior. a considerable progress. Taking a deep breath, Yifan turned his gaze to the lush fields beside him. Various spirit herbs and fruits thrived, some of them rare species. The harvest fruit he had seized from the cloud leopard a few days ago was also showing signs of bearing fruit. The fruits were of many kinds, some of which Yifan had no use for, but most were intended for his father and the others. Yifan calculated in his mind. Although his father rarely participated in battles, his strength needed to keep up. Precious items like the harvest fruit and jade fruit were mainly reserved for his father. As for the other spirit herbs and fruits, he would distribute them according to each beast's needs. His gaze swept over the hellhound and the wind eagle nearby. Both beasts had reached the peak of 9-star bronze level. If they stayed in the beast space, they would naturally break through to the silver level in about half a month. At that point, they could accomplish even more. Patting the hellhound's head, Yifan's face lit up with a smile. Counting the days, it had only been 2 months since he enrolled, and not only had he elevated his own strength to the peak of his current stage, but his companion, Fatty, had also grown into a formidable warrior. Then there were Ma Xiaoxue and Wang Lingxi. Thinking of these two, a thoughtful look crossed Yifan's eyes. Wang Lingxi was a rare talent in support, greatly contributing to the team. In comparison, he had higher hopes for Ma Xiaoxue. The girl's fighting spirit and survival instincts were strong, making her a promising talent. She had quickly broken through to the bronze level, and her beast-taming skills had progressed rapidly. Given time, she might even surpass Fatty. She was worth nurturing. Yifan nodded slightly, forming a plan in his mind. In the coming years in Pingxing, he intended to identify and cultivate promising talents to build a strong foundation for the future. Dealing with Jijia was not going to be easy. At this moment, Jijia was only around 10 years old, his mind still immature. Yifan's experience from 2 lifetimes easily overpowered him. Suppressing him wasn't difficult for now, but as time went on, this scion of a powerful family would soon become troublesome. The backing of his family, the strong individuals around him, and his own growth were all significant challenges. To deal with him, Yifan had to be prepared to take on the entire Ji family. A thought flashed through Yifan's mind. Why not take the chance to kill him with a single strike? But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea. He had considered taking the initiative to eliminate Jijia, but from his understanding of these powerful families, Jijia would undoubtedly have a guardian of at least eternal level secretly protecting him while he studied in Pingxing. Killing him by force would require the intervention of a grandmaster, which would only provoke a war between the two families, yielding no benefit. In his second life, Yifan's goal is to become the strongest beast master. Dealing with Jijia is merely incidental, not worth a significant effort. This is why Yifan hasn't taken action against Jijia yet. Patience will eventually lead to the takeover of the entire Ji family. Jijia, that scoundrel. Yifan thought with a cold smile. In my previous life, he had learned to hide when I rose to power. But this time, his true colors showed from the start. If he had been like this before, how could I have called him a brother for decades, only to end up betrayed? It's laughable. On the first day of the Shan Yi Tavern's opening, it was already mid-morning, yet no mercenaries had come by to inquire. The few people inside sat around idly, the atmosphere heavy with boredom. This was unusual. Typically, a newly established mercenary group would attract many inquiries about benefits and conditions on its first day. It shouldn't be this quiet, even if it wasn't bustling. Yifan, why hasn't anyone come? Wang Lingxi asked quietly, a hint of worry in her voice. No idea. Yifan shook his head, frowning slightly. I'll go check it out in a bit. A moment later, Yifan stood up and quietly slipped out the back door, heading to another nearby tavern. With his advanced senses from his cultivation, he could hear much better than ordinary people. From a distance, he locked onto 2 mercenaries talking in a corner by the window. They were speaking in hushed tones, but Yifan caught every word. Hey, what's the deal with this Shunyi mercenary group? Why are our boss and the leaders of several other groups boycotting it? Anyone who goes there gets expelled from their group permanently. No idea. I heard it's founded by a few beast masters. Maybe our boss feels threatened. A few beast masters? That's impressive. Should we sneak a peek? Are you crazy? What if they're just low-level beast masters? You'd get kicked out of your group and have nowhere to go. After listening for a while, a cold glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. He memorized the name of the mercenary group involved and silently returned to Shunyi Tavern. How did it go? Wang Lingxi immediately approached him, eyes full of anticipation. A few mercenary groups are boycotting us, forbidding any mercenaries from coming here, Yifan said calmly as he sat back down. Boycotting us? Wang Lingxi was stunned. Why? They might have learned about our setup and don't want us to grow, Yifan replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. Or some people might have ulterior motives. What do we do now? Wang Lingxi asked nervously. If no one comes, we can't complete our monthly tasks. Don't worry, Yifan shook his head, standing up and gesturing to the others. Follow me. A few people followed Yifan to the entrance. At this moment, many eyes from other mercenary groups were drawn to them, but most just watched from a distance without saying anything. Yifan, what should we do? At the entrance, facing the gazes of the crowd, Li Pengzi felt a bit embarrassed and turned to look at Yifan. Release the beasts, Yifan said calmly. How much control can a mercenary group have over mercenaries? As long as we're strong enough, any resistance is just a joke. With that, Yifan raised his hand. In an instant, a hellhound and a swift eagle appeared out of thin air. The imposing presence of these two 9-star bronze-level beasts caused many around to change their expressions. Li Pengzi followed suit. 3 serpentine beasts, an earth python, a blazing sun snake, and a ghost snake appeared simultaneously, coiling around him and flicking their cold tongues. Wang Lingxi wasn't to be outdone. Her poppy bird and golden-furred mouse emerged in response. Finally, Ma Xiaoxue and Yi Linqing stood with their beasts, a saber-toothed wolf and a steel hunter dog, guarding them on either side, emitting low growls. 5 people, 9 beasts. The sight of this lineup immediately caused a stir among the onlookers. Whoa, are all of Shan Ye's core members bronze-level beast tamers? This kind of strength is off the charts. Damn, this isn't just strong. In the entire city, apart from Dawn and Twilight, who else can field 5 beast tamers with 9 bronze-level beasts? Maybe we should check it out. Following these beast tamers might not be a bad idea. Standing at the entrance, Yifan coldly surveyed the surroundings, taking in all the reactions. He let out a faint snort and turned to the others behind him. All right, we can head back now. Yifan and his companions returned to the tavern. Shortly after, a cautious individual entered, causing the crowd to swarm in. Before long, Shenyi Tavern was packed. When people learned that Shenyi sends out a fixed team led by a beast master every month, they were ecstatic and rushed to the registration desk. In the back, Li Pengzi frowned and whispered to Yifan, "These people seem useless. They're just here to take advantage." Yifan waved dismissively. "Let them. We need manpower right now. Later, we can carefully select the best ones." Li Pengzi nodded thoughtfully, his eyes scanning the crowd. After a moment, he suddenly said, "It's like the emperor choosing concubines, right? You gather thousands first, then select a few good ones for the harem." Yifan was taken aback by the analogy and after a pause, replied helplessly, "Good analogy. Don't use it again." As the first day ended, Wang Lingxi approached Yifan excitedly with a full list. "We registered 33 mercenaries today. Now our tavern has people." Yifan took the list and reviewed the profiles. He marked 7 or 8 names with a red pen and handed the paper to Li Pengzi and Ma Xiaoxue, saying, "These people seem problematic. Prioritize excluding them in future missions." Wang Lingxi asked in confusion, "Problematic? Why?" Yifan explained, "These individuals had a high completion rate in their previous mercenary groups, suggesting they are seasoned members. Why would they suddenly join us? They're not here to join. They're here to spy." Wang Lingxi realized, so, they're spies from other mercenary groups? Yifan nodded in confirmation. Li Pengzi was shocked. Almost a quarter are spies? Yifan shook his head. More likely a third. It's normal, especially in the early stages. Li Pengzi grumbled. So what do we do? We can't let these spies take advantage. Yifan calmly replied, "Of course not. We'll gradually weed them out. During missions, observe those who don't put in effort or leak information. Report them to Wang Lingxi, and we'll blacklist them." He continued, "During missions, observe potential recruits. Report promising candidates to me, and I'll do a secondary review. If they pass, we can consider adding them to the fixed team." Ma Xiaoxue asked, "Are we starting our first mission tomorrow?" Yifan nodded, "Yes, tomorrow. We'll pick some promising candidates. The 3 of us will go together. The main goal is to establish our reputation by hunting some high-level beasts. Mercenaries are well-informed. Once you establish a reputation with your first hunt, things will get much easier afterward." The next morning, Yifan and his companions arrived at the tavern, finding many people already waiting. A burly man with a scarred face stood up and asked, "Captain Yi, are we forming a fixed team for today's mission?" Yifan nodded, sizing up the scarred man. "What, you want in?" The scarred man replied confidently, "Of course I do. Captain Yi, don't underestimate me. I'm Koro, and I'm quite the hunter." Yifan squinted, smiling slightly. "If I remember correctly, you used to work at the butcher shop in the east of the city. How did you suddenly become a top-notch hunter?" Koro was momentarily speechless, clearly not expecting Yifan to know his background. Yifan chuckled inwardly, recalling how he was almost deceived by this guy in his previous life. Still, he patted Koro on the shoulder. "All right, you're in." Koro was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. Yifan thought to himself that although this guy was unreliable, at least his background was clean. Yifan personally oversaw the selection process and quickly finalized the team. For the first mission, he chose 15 out of 33 candidates, excluding those who were clearly or suspiciously spies. The remaining 15 were mostly freelance mercenaries who had only stayed with various mercenary groups for a few days. Alright, let's move out. Yifan led the way towards Silvermoon Forest, with Ma Xiaoxue and Li Fati following closely behind, and the others trailing them. On Mercenary Street, many people stood at their doorsteps, discussing this hunting team led by 3 beast tamers. Not long after Yifan and his group left, several mercenaries quietly returned to other mercenary groups. In the Chang's mercenary group, Sun Chang, known as Chang, was surprised to see all his carefully planted spies excluded by Yifan. This Yifan has some skills. Another small mercenary group leader commented, maybe he has some of our intel. Yifan doesn't seem like a rookie who has only been in the mercenary group for a few days. Sun Chang rubbed his bald head, deep in thought. After all, nearing the silver rank as a beast tamer isn't easy to fool. With all 3 of them gone, it won't be easy to cause trouble for them in Silvermoon Forest. Someone reminded him, but Red Ghost gave us orders. Sun Chang's expression turned ruthless. It's not that hard. Send a team to snipe at them and steal their prey. Then have some people waiting in the back. If a dispute arises, bring the muskets. Are we going to fight them to the death? No need for that. Sun Chang shook his head. They just want to make a name for themselves with the first hunt. We'll just mess with them a bit. Make sure they can't establish that reputation. Some agreed but hesitated. But if we only stop them this time, what about next time? Sun Chang said confidently, next time. We'll also form fixed teams. Yifan is relying on being a beast tamer and pulling people into fixed teams. We have more people and more muskets. We'll form several fixed teams too. If they go out 4 times a month, we'll go out 8 times. Let's see who can outdo whom. In the Silvermoon Forest, Yifan led his team in a fierce hunt. The group followed closely behind Yifan and his 2 companions, all brimming with determination as they faced the black iron-level beasts. Kolo, it's the first time I've seen you in action today, someone in the mercenary group teased. Finally decided to use that heirloom butcher knife? Kolo snorted at the remark, raising his large blade. It's not that I haven't found a chance to use it. It would be an insult to my name to waste it on ordinary beasts. Yeah, right? Would you really charge in like that if the captain and the others weren't holding the line? The other retorted, swiftly closing in on a gray-furred bear with a small knife in hand. Li Pengzi observed the hunter's performance, surprised. These guys are pretty good. Quite a few can handle low-star black iron beasts on their own. I thought they'd only be able to suppress the beasts with firearms. Yifan explained, some of them are trained fighters. While ordinary people might not have access to rare breathing techniques, it's not too hard to come by martial arts skills. Martial arts? Li Pengzi asked curiously. Yifan, what exactly are martial arts? Yifan replied, it's basically hand-to-hand combat. Some people have extracted key points from ancient texts, which serve as guidelines for training in martial arts. Some powerful martial arts are incredibly effective. With years of practice and mastery, one can achieve feats like using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Sounds impressive, Li Pengzi remarked in awe. Yifan added, it does sound impressive, but martial arts focus on external skills. Without a foundational breathing technique, its potential is limited. However, if a beast master practices breathing techniques and learns some martial arts, it can provide additional means of self-defense in battle. Li Pengzi asked, Yifan, do you know martial arts? I'm interested in learning. Yifan shook his head. I know a bit, but I don't specialize in martial arts. The Vientiane method I practice daily is a type of martial art. Li Pengzi hesitated. Is that the one where sometimes you look like a turtle and sometimes like a tortoise? I don't think I can manage that. With my body shape, I should probably learn something more like an elephant. Yifan looked at Li Pengzi's round belly and shook his head helplessly. The Vientiane method definitely isn't for you. You probably aren't suited for close combat either, so there's no need to learn martial arts. Just be a tank and hide among the beasts. When the fight starts, unleash a bunch of beasts. If your enemies can't get to you, they'll have to fight through your beasts. With your strong body, they'll have a hard time dealing with you. After a few battles, they'll avoid you like the plague. Li Pengzi's face darkened, but he smiled. Yifan, you make me sound so sneaky, but this strategy seems effective. How did you come up with it? Yifan's expression stiffened slightly as he replied. It wasn't hard to figure out. He recalled a past life experience where he had to endure the frustration of dealing with the gluttonous law's master, ultimately winning only by risking everything in a desperate, injury-ridden decapitation. Just as he was thinking, a mercenary reported, Captain Yi, we're approaching the inner perimeter. There should be bronze-level beasts ahead. Should we proceed? Yifan nodded. Of course. We're here to hunt bronze-level beasts. Around him, voices of admiration rang out. Captain is awesome. A bronze 9-star beast master, truly different. Following the captain means good rewards. Let's go. Yifan surveyed the group and leaned in to whisper to Li Pengzi. Those 2 who were the first to speak up, inform Wang Lingxi when we get back and mark them. They won't be joining us next time. Li Pengzi was puzzled. Even speaking up first is an issue? Yifan explained, don't just look at the surface. Those two haven't contributed much effort along the way but are eager to show off whenever I speak. People like that are usually a blight on the team. Li Pengzi nodded in understanding. Ma Xiaoxue then asked, what about the others? Is there anything we should watch out for? Yifan replied, people who can't handle pressure and those who only seek credit. It's best to keep them out of the team as well. Li Pengzi and Ma Xiaoxue curiously asked for definitions of these types. Yifan explained, those who can't handle pressure get flustered at the first sign of trouble and disrupt team morale instead of solving the problem. Credit seekers claim all the credit and benefits for themselves without considering the team. Just then, a team member excitedly shouted, Captain, look, I just killed a bronze 1-star beast with a single shot. Li Pengzi and Ma Xiaoxue exchanged glances and laughed. That's a credit seeker. Yifan made a shushing gesture, signaling the team to move forward. Watching Li Pengzi and Ma Xiaoxue walk ahead, he thought to himself, these two may be inexperienced now, but under my guidance, they will soon grow rapidly in beast mastery, combat experience, people skills, management techniques, and psychological tactics. A small snake can become a dragon, and an earthworm isn't just chicken feed, Yifan mused to himself. Turning to look back, Yifan noticed figures flickering in the distance. His eyes turned cold. They actually dared to follow us. He had already noticed the hunters trailing them and guessed their intentions, but he hadn't expected them to really dare to track a bronze 9-star beast master. Yifan murmured softly, I let it slide when you conspired against me, but now you dare to pursue me. A few insignificant pests think they can test my patience? In the undergrowth, a group of mercenaries lay in wait, moving cautiously. One of them couldn't help but whisper, Captain, do you think following him like this will provoke Yifan? His voice was tinged with obvious concern. The commander wants us to ambush him, but if we anger a dual bronze 9-star beast master. The one called Captain, however, seemed nonchalant. He gestured behind him dismissively and said, what's there to be afraid of? We're not the only ones here. We have a whole battalion behind us. Even if he is a bronze 9-star beast master, he's not invincible. Alone, we might be worried, but with so many mercenaries around, we'll just wipe out his team. Next time, no one will dare to follow him. The man nodded, though he still felt uneasy. He glanced back at the distant battalion, but when he turned back, his face suddenly turned pale. Captain, he whispered urgently, Yifan seems to be missing, gone. The captain was taken aback and quickly picked up his binoculars to scan the area. A few seconds later, his face also changed. He really is gone. Wasn't he just at the back? Someone answered. Maybe he moved to the front? The captain searched again but still couldn't find any trace of Yifan. Frustrated, he threw down the binoculars and said to a nearby team member, give me another pair of binoculars. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded right next to his ear. Which binoculars do you want? The captain jerked his head around, only to see that a hellhound had appeared less than a meter away from him. Even more terrifying, his team members were all unconscious. Yifan, the captain stammered, his body instinctively retreating. The surrounding mercenaries instantly raised their guns. Yifan, however, leisurely caught up with the retreating captain, squatted down, and smirked mockingly. What are you guys doing here? Planning to ambush me, perhaps? The captain's face changed repeatedly. You heard us. Yes, I've been in the tree above you for quite a while. Yifan pointed to the large tree overhead. When? The captain seemed to suddenly realize. When you started chatting, Yifan interrupted. He then grabbed the captain by the collar, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a small chick. Let go of the captain, a mercenary shouted. The sound of bullets being chambered clearly audible. Yifan shot the man a cold glance. Go ahead, try and see if you can pull the trigger. The mercenary hesitated, his hand trembling as he tried to squeeze the trigger. Just then, a sharp eagle's cry pierced the sky. The swift eagle swooped down like lightning, snatching the gun from the mercenary's hands and shattering it midair. It then circled back, perching on a branch above Yifan. Its wings spread, ready to strike again. This scene left everyone in shock. Someone fired amidst the chaos, but Yifan simply turned slightly, and the bullet grazed past him. In the jungle, at such close range, you think you can hit me with your muskets? Dream on, Yifan scoffed. Maybe in your next life, you can afford better guns. Then, you might have a chance to catch me off guard. With that, Yifan snapped his fingers and began to walk away. Moments later, the roars of two beasts echoed through the forest, followed by a brief cry of pain, and then, dead silence. You're insane. The captain, who was being held by Yifan, turned pale as he witnessed the carnage behind him. We were just observing you. We didn't do anything. Yifan responded calmly. Why should I wait for you to do something? If I see a venomous snake flicking its tongue at me, should I wait for it to bite before I strike it down? It's called self-defense. Haven't you heard of it? As he spoke, Yifan continued walking and soon reached a small hill. From this vantage point, he could see a group of about 30 men gathering in the distant forest. You do have quite a number of people, Yifan remarked, casually tossing the captain aside and sitting down, clapping his hands. What are you planning? The captain's fear grew more palpable as he looked at Yifan's expression. That's our mercenary group's main squad. If you kill them, the mercenary guild will come after you. Yifan waved dismissively. Don't try to fool me with that nonsense. If I kill everyone, who will be left to testify against me? The captain trembled. We're just mercenaries doing a job for others. There's nothing wrong with working for others. Yifan's eyes grew cold. But it depends on who you're working for. Serving the dynasty's organization? That's a death sentence. How did you? The captain was at a loss for words. Yifan smirked. Surprised I know? Did you really think an organization of scum like yours could keep secrets? You have spies in the dynasty's organization? The captain's body shook uncontrollably as he realized the magnitude of their mistake. This young beast master had never regarded their mercenary group as a threat. His eyes had always been on the dynasty organization behind them, and he had even planted spies within it. Who are you really? The captain stammered, but Yifan silenced him with a gesture. Enough. I didn't keep you alive to hear you babble. I kept you to watch the show. The show? What show? The captain asked instinctively. You'll see, Yifan said, leaning against a rock. The Hellhound and Gale Eagle then charged toward the mercenary squad in the distance. Soon, flames rose from the forest, accompanied by screams of agony. The captain stood frozen, watching the inferno with trembling lips. A Hellhound capable of breaking its bloodline shackles at the bronze level and a Gale Eagle at the peak of elite grade, such a combination posed a threat equivalent to a silver-level beast. No mercenary group could withstand that. See, isn't this a beautiful scene? Yifan leaned against the rock, watching the distant inferno. With a smile, he said, the fires of hell are blazing, consuming the scum of this land in agony. Doesn't this scene remind you of the fate awaiting your dynasty organization? The captain looked at Yifan's smile and listened to the wails in the distance, his body trembling violently. You're a devil. A devil? Yifan sneered. From what I know, the dynasty organization has assassinated countless local officials and promising students over the years, easily in the thousands. Not to mention the ordinary people who perished in the beast tides, adding up to tens of thousands. You call me a devil for killing a few dozen people. So what does that make your dynasty organization? The captain was at a loss for words. He could only say, but we are innocent. We have no choice but to serve the dynasty organization. If we don't, we die. Innocent? Yifan laughed, patting the captain on the shoulder before making a silencing gesture. Enough with the excuses. Let's just enjoy the view for now. We can talk afterward. The noise in the forest gradually subsided, eventually giving way to silence. The Hellhound and the Galehawk returned to Yifan's side, bearing the marks of battle. Yifan noticed the Hellhound's wounds and frowned slightly but said nothing. He simply took out a blood-replenishing herb from his pocket and handed it to the creature, giving its head a gentle rub. Yifan then turned to look at the captain nearby. This man, who had just witnessed 2 massacres, was now a trembling wreck, repeatedly pleading, "Don't kill me." Yifan sneered. So now you're not claiming to be innocent? No more explanations? When you were killing others, did you ever spare them because they begged for mercy? Hearing this, the captain immediately changed his tune. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. He began to slap himself frantically, babbling incoherently. I beg you, spare me. I swear I'll never speak of this. Yifan watched coldly for a while before waving his hand to interrupt. Enough. I've heard enough pleas from scum like you, he said icily. The only reason you're still alive is because you have a use. The captain, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, quickly responded, I am useful, I am useful. Young Master Yifan, whatever you need, I will do it. Yifan raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? I need you to find out the names of all the mercenaries who have sided with the Imperial organization and secretly give them to me. The captain hesitated for a moment, but, under Yifan's piercing gaze, quickly nodded vigorously. I promise I can do it. Yifan nodded in satisfaction. Good. I will teach you the Great Zhou celestial soul refining technique. Once you've learned it, you can go. Soul refining? What kind of technique is that? The captain asked, puzzled. A technique that puts your life in my hands, Yifan replied curtly. Will you learn it? I will. I will. The captain hurriedly agreed. Yifan began to teach him the technique. After a moment, the captain's body trembled slightly, clearly sensing something was amiss. Despite this, he still prostrated himself in gratitude for Yifan's mercy. Yifan said indifferently, you should know what to say when you go back, right? The captain immediately replied. We encountered a silver-level beast in the forest and were completely unprepared. Our team was annihilated. Yifan shook his head. That doesn't make sense. If you really encountered a silver-level beast, how could you have survived? Then, what should I say? The captain asked fearfully. Yifan's lips curved into a slow smile as he revealed an unexpected plan. Tell them I slaughtered everyone and spared you to deliver a message. Tell your leader that I am declaring war on all of you who are colluding together. Have him bring a large force to confront me, and make sure he brings along the Dawn Mercenary Group and the Twilight Mercenary Group as well. The captain was stunned, stammering, Young Master Yifan, are you joking? I'm not joking. Yifan waved dismissively. There are enforcers in the city, so they won't dare make a rash move. Use this time to gather the names and inform me. The captain finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Yifan seemed to see through his thoughts and calmly said, I'd love to wipe you all out at once, but there are too many of you scum. Special measures are needed. The captain shivered upon hearing this and quickly nodded in agreement. All right, you can go now. Yifan waved his hand dismissively. The captain, feeling as if he'd been granted a reprieve, was about to turn and flee when Yifan added, Make sure you look the part. You were the last one standing in the slaughter, so don't show up spotless with just a slap mark. The captain acknowledged this and ran off as fast as he could. Yifan then stood up and stretched. He had already learned from Ma Dafei that the higher-ups wanted the mercenary group to deal with him. He had been pondering how to respond, but now his enemies had conveniently delivered themselves to him. The dynasty organization is too arrogant, Yifan scoffed, a cold glint in his eyes. They clearly didn't take him, a small fry, seriously. Last time, they sent a bronze-level beastmaster to assassinate him, and now they just sent some lackeys. Looking at the list Ma Dafei had handed him, Yifan mused, if I drag this out a bit longer, I should be able to root out most of the dynasty organization's operatives hiding in Pingcheng. He chuckled disdainfully. They still see me as a child who hasn't grown up, thinking they can easily crush me. Little do they know, it's them who are being crushed. By the time they realize it, it'll be too late. By dusk, a blood-soaked captain stumbled back to the entrance of the Chang's mercenary group. Leader! Leader! He shouted loudly. Sun Chang came out upon hearing the commotion and saw the bloodied Zhou. His brow furrowed. Zhou, what happened? Why are you the only one who came back? Zhou cried out in anguish. Yifan and his beasts killed everyone. He didn't even give us a chance to explain, just ordered his beasts to attack us. Sun Chang frowned. You went with over 40 men, and you didn't even have a chance to fight back? Yifan is only a bronze-level beastmaster. How could he be that strong? Zhou hurriedly explained. He ambushed us. He had already discovered our movements. His hellhound unlocked its bloodline shackles, and with that Gale Eagle, they were practically at a silver-level strength. We were ambushed as soon as we entered the forest. He set his beasts to start a fire, and we had no way to fight back. Sun Chang's face changed at the mention of a bronze-level beastmaster unlocking bloodline shackles. He asked, then how did you survive? Zhou replied, I fought desperately to the end. Yifan wanted to kill me, but he spared me to deliver a message to you. He said, he wants to challenge you. Since you all are conspiring against him, he will kill everyone who stands against him. This Yifan is insane. Sun Chang cursed. This is Pingcheng. Mercenaries' lives are protected here. How dare he say that without fearing an investigation? Zhou whispered, he said. In the forest, there are no witnesses, so he's not afraid of an investigation. This left Sun Chang speechless. This was the line they usually said, but now it was being thrown back at them. That Yifan is way too arrogant. Sun Chang gritted his teeth. Zhou seized the moment, leader. What should we do? Wait for him to come to us. I've been running things in Pingcheng for over 10 years, and now some punk thinks he can just walk in here and challenge me. Sun Chang fumed, waving his hand dismissively. Go gone get Leader Gezi and Leader Lin Yi. I want to see this. Even Bai Chun, who's been in the silver rank for years, doesn't dare act this brazenly. And this Yifan, a mere bronze-ranked beast master, thinks he can treat us, who live on the edge, like ants? Does he really think becoming a beast master makes him invincible? As night approached, the team halted near the heart of the forest. The hunt had been incredibly fruitful. They had taken down over a dozen bronze-class beasts and several dozen iron-class beasts, as well as gathered a significant amount of spiritual herbs and fruits. Everyone's backpacks were bulging, and they were returning home laden with spoils. Captain, today's haul is amazing. One of the mercenaries exclaimed excitedly, carrying a phantom deer on his shoulder. Such a bounty was equivalent to what many skilled hunters could gather in half a year. Even after dividing it among everyone present, each person would receive a substantial share. Yifan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the group. Let's go. Time to head back, he said simply, then turned to lead the way. Li Pengzi and Ma Xiaoxue followed closely with their beasts, and the rest of the group eagerly trailed behind. They all seem pretty excited, Li Pengzi remarked. walking beside Yi Fan with a hint of surprise. Yi Fan nodded, his eyes resting on Li Pengzi as he explained, "It's normal. Many of them are new to this line of work. Some haven't even joined other mercenary groups before. This trip alone will earn them enough for a decent month, enough to support themselves and their families. Of course, they're happy." Li Pengzi nodded thoughtfully. "I get it. It's all about survival." "Exactly. And it's not just them. We're also fighting for survival," Yi Fan said with deeper meaning. "But our survival isn't just about daily meals. Is it about fighting the ancient beasts at the border?" Li Pengzi asked. Yi Fan nodded. "Yes, it's not only a struggle between humans and ancient beasts. There's constant conflict between humans and between beasts. Everyone is striving to be the best. Being the best, that must be something," Li Pengzi mused. "Above all glory? Beyond glory, perhaps then one can aspire to be the best." Yi Fan shook his head. "But we're not there yet. For now, it's enough to keep dreaming." Li Pengzi nodded in understanding, then noticed Ma Xiaoxue deep in thought, her gaze fixed on Yi Fan. "Did she achieve enlightenment?" Li Pengzi asked in surprise. Ma Xiaoxue snapped out of her reverie, a bit embarrassed. "I was just lost in thought," she said to Yi Fan. "No problem." Yi Fan waved it off with a smile in his eyes. "You all need to be prepared. Once we get back to Mercenary Street, some groups might try to cause trouble." "Why?" Li Pengzi asked, puzzled. Yi Fan pointed casually into the distance. "They sent people to follow us, planning an ambush. I took care of them." Li Pengzi drew a sharp breath. "When did that happen?" "I had no idea. This afternoon, didn't take long." Yi Fan lowered his voice. "They were just lackeys from the dynasty's organization. So what do we do when we get back? Are we going to fight?" Li Pengzi asked. Yi Fan shook his head. "There are enforcers in the city. They won't dare to make a move. At most, they'll try to intimidate us verbally. I'm just giving you a heads up so you won't be caught off guard. You are now the face of the mercenary group. You can't be timid when facing challenges. Even if you're scared, keep it to yourself, understood?" Li Pengzi and Ma Xiaoxue nodded seriously. Yi Fan smiled and said, "No need to be so tense. Just be natural. No matter what happens, I've got your back." When they returned to Mercenary Street, they found the entrance to the Divine Leaf Tavern blocked by a large crowd. Sun Chang was there, wielding a broadsword, with over 100 men armed with muskets behind him, along with 7 or 8 people with their beasts. "Where's Yi Fan? Explain yourselves," Sun Chang roared. Inside the tavern, it was dead silent. Many of the new recruits were so terrified they wanted to hide under the tables. Wang Lingxi and Yi Linqing stepped out. Yi Linqing politely asked, "What's going on, brother? What's going on?" Sun Chang responded with a glare. "Yi Fan killed over 20 of our brothers. What do you think is going on? Where is he? Didn't he say he would kill us all? We're right here. Let him come." Yi Linqing's face changed slightly, thinking, "What on earth did that brat say?" Just as Sun Chang was about to storm into the tavern, a gentle voice interrupted, "Sun Chang, this is within the city walls. No fighting allowed." Sun Chang turned to see who it was and squinted his eyes. "Bai Chun, you want a medal?" Bai Chun shook his head. "I'm just reminding you of the city's rules. If you have a problem, take it up with Yi Fan, but blocking another mercenary group's place is wrong. These innocent people have nothing to do with it. Besides, blocking this place affects other mercenaries too. Do me a favor and step back for now." Sun Chang muttered a curse under his breath but decided to give Bai Chen, a silver-level beastmaster, some face. He glared at Yi Linqing and demanded, "Where's Yi Fan?" Yi Linqing was about to reply when a new recruit spoke up first. Yi Fan and the others went hunting in the forest. "They haven't returned yet." Sun Chang glanced at the darkening sky, then at Bai Chen and snorted, "We'll wait across the street and see if he dares to come back." With that, his group sat down along the street opposite the Divine Leaf Tavern. Seeing this, Bai Chen didn't say anything further and led his men back to their own mercenary group. "Boss, didn't you say we wouldn't get involved with the Divine Leaf's matters? Why did you help Yi Fan?" Zhao Kuei asked in confusion at the entrance of Dawn's Gate. "I heard Yi Fan killed nearly 40 of Sun Chang's men. This is going to be a mess. Why get involved?" Bai Chun shook his head. "I wasn't helping him directly. I was just maintaining order on the street. Besides, we were partly at fault last time. Lending a hand now isn't a big deal." With that, Bai Chun walked into the mercenary tavern, leaving Zhao Kuei to watch helplessly, thinking to himself, the captain really does help with everything. Yi Fan and his group have returned. As soon as their figures appeared at the other end of the street, someone quickly sounded the alarm. Sun Chang had been anxiously waiting at the entrance for hours, seething with anger. Upon seeing Yi Fan return, he immediately stood up, waved his hand, and led a large group of people menacingly towards Yi Fan's party. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, having already spotted Sun Chang and his men. The mercenaries behind him were terrified by the sudden confrontation, with some even trembling. "Yi Fan, you finally decided to come back?" Sun Chang, leading the charge, walked forward with a bronze 5-star gray bear by his side. The squad leader behind Sun Chong recalled the afternoon's tragedy, a flash of undisguisable fear in his eyes. Yifan stopped not far from Sun Chong, speaking mockingly, "Captain Sun, bringing such a large group to welcome me? I'm here to send you home." Sun Chong roared, his fury boiling over. "You killed over 40 of our strong brother mercenary group, and you still dare to threaten us? Where do you get the nerve?" As soon as he finished speaking, over 100 guns were cocked simultaneously, their dark barrels aimed at Yifan and his group, cutting off their retreat. Many mercenaries turned pale with fear. Some collapsed to the ground, while others tried to flee, abandoning their prey. Yifan took it all in, shaking his head with a light chuckle. Calmly, he asked, "Sun Chong, do you dare to shoot?" "You brat, courting death." Sun Chong cursed. "You can try and see if I dare to shoot." "All right." Yifan snorted coldly and stepped towards Sun Chong without hesitation. Although Li Pengzi and Ma Xiaoxue were shocked, they forced themselves to follow, trying to appear composed. As Yifan approached, Sun Chong's expression shifted from ferocity to shock, even disbelief. By the time Yifan was right in front of him, Sun Chong's hand holding the gun was already sweaty. Yifan took another step, exuding an intangible aura. His icy gaze, coupled with this aura, caused the surrounding mercenaries to retreat involuntarily. Sun Chong was no exception, but feeling humiliated, he was about to steady himself when Yifan's voice rang out. "Shoot." Sun Chong met Yifan's cold eyes, his heart tightening, and he retreated again. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, with mercenaries stepping back, forming a vague path. Yifan snorted again and strode past Sun Chong, saying coldly, "Having more people doesn't mean having more presence. If you want to fight me, don't rely on borrowed power and empty words. Show some real skill." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yifan led Li Pengzi and Ma Xiaoxue through the throng. Gradually, the mercenaries following Yifan gathered their courage and followed. Except for one who slipped away, the rest stayed. Throughout the process, Sun Chong's group gripped their guns tightly, remaining silent. It wasn't until Yifan's group entered the Shenyi Tavern that a small mercenary group's leader couldn't help but ask, "Brother Chong, are we just letting them go?" With so many guns pointed at him, wasn't he scared at all? Sun Chong didn't respond immediately, his eyes fixed on the Shenyi Tavern, haunted by Yifan's oppressive gaze. After a moment of silence, he muttered, "We'll need to come up with a plan. We might not be able to handle him as we are." In the tavern, Li Pengzi sidled up to Yifan, still a bit shaken. "Yifan, you were really bold just now. With so many guns pointed at you, weren't you afraid they'd shoot?" Yifan explained. "With so many people gathered, the city enforcers are already on alert. Firing a shot would be a serious crime. Those cowardly rats wouldn't dare to shoot. But weren't you afraid? What if they did?" Li Pengzi pressed. A hint of a smile flickered in Yifan's eyes. "If they did fire, I had a backup plan. I'm not foolish enough to get shot for no reason. At such close range, only Sun Chong could have shot me. If anyone else tried, they'd hit Sun Chong too. Even if Sun Chong fired, I would have had time to react." Li Pengzi suddenly understood. "So that's why you were so confident." Yifan shook his head. "I don't do things I'm not sure of." After a long silence, Ma Xiaoxue spoke up. "Yifan, I have a question. When you got close to Sun Chong, why did everyone else step back? It seemed like they were all afraid of you." Yifan smiled and explained, "It's simple. There's something called presence." "Presence?" "Yes, presence." Yifan didn't elaborate but instead adopted the same demeanor he had earlier. Ma Xiaoxue's expression changed instantly. She felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her, and she involuntarily took a step back. Regaining her composure, she asked in surprise, "Is this presence?" Yifan nodded and explained, "Presence isn't something you can develop quickly. It's an almost mystical quality. You can think of it as the aura accumulated by a strong person over time, like a lion's glare that makes all other animals cower. Is it similar to the aura of someone in a position of power?" Ma Xiaoxue pondered, then curiously asked, "Yifan, how did you develop such presence?" Yifan smiled without answering directly. "It comes naturally." He didn't elaborate further, but thought to himself that in his past life, as a king-level expert who had personally slain ancient creatures, that sense of authority remained. Even if he wasn't as powerful as before, it was still something ordinary people couldn't withstand. Li Pengzi glanced at the members of the Changgu mercenary group passing by the door and asked worriedly, "Yifan, what do we do next? I don't think that Changgu guy will let this go. He might come looking for trouble." A glint of amusement appeared in Yifan's eyes. "He definitely won't let it go. Let them come and bring as much trouble as they want." Li Pengzi shrank back a bit. "Yifan, there are only a few of us. If a real fight breaks out, I'm afraid we can't handle it." Yifan patted Li Pengzi's shoulder and said meaningfully, "We can handle it. Just keep the mercenary group's operations as usual. I believe we'll soon witness quite a show." "Sun Chong, what's going on? Weren't you supposed to cause some trouble today?" As dusk fell, The dim lights flickered within the stronghold of the Chong mercenary group. Shadows moved stealthily through the hidden back door, figures lean and eyes tinged with a hint of gloom. Bai Feng had arrived. Seeing the newcomer, Sun Chong gave a slight nod and sighed helplessly. That Yifan, he seems quite formidable. With so many people around, it was hard for me to make a move. How formidable can he be? Bai Feng scoffed. Red Ghost is not as lenient as the previous leader. If we don't complete our mission soon, we will be punished. Easy for you to say, Sun Chong retorted, clearly displeased. You were supposed to take down Bai Chen months ago. Have you done it? If it weren't for Bai Chen stopping me today, I would have wrecked the Divine Leaf Tavern. Do you think Bai Chen is easy to deal with? Bai Feng's eyes turned cold. Dawn has stood for many years, and 90% of the people in Dawn follow him. To take him down, we need to use our wits and make the mercenaries believe in us. Use our wits. Sun Chong sneered. I know what kind of person Bai Chen is. Just poison his drink. If the higher-ups hadn't given the task to you, I would have acted by now. Or is it that you can't bring yourself to harm Bai Chen? After all, he's your sworn brother and the fourth leader of Dawn. Are you afraid your conscience won't let you? What are you implying, Sun Chong? Bai Feng roared, standing up abruptly with a glow in his hand, seemingly ready to summon his beast. Sun Chong wasn't one to back down either, standing up with a similar glow in his hand. Don't start fighting among yourselves, someone interjected, trying to pull them apart, causing a brief commotion. Enough, a burly man spoke in a deep voice. We're not here to fight each other. If you have issues, settle them later. Infighting gets us nowhere. Hearing this, Sun Chong and Bai Feng each let out a cold snort and sat down reluctantly. After a moment of thought, the burly man continued, based on our current intel, Yifan's power on paper is quite substantial. He's a bronze 9-star beast master with a hellhound that has unlocked its bloodline shackles and an elite peak-grade Gale Eagle. His strength can definitely rival a silver rank. The fat guy with him is also a strong beast master with 3 bronze 5-star snake beasts. The middle-aged man in the tavern is at low bronze rank, exact strength unknown. The 2 women are relatively weaker, both just over bronze rank. One is a support type, and the other has a bronze 2-star white wolf. Everyone furrowed their brows as the burly man continued. They're tough to deal with. To kill him Hedon, we need to ambush him with at least 100 mercenaries, and we must strike first. Otherwise, his counterattack would cause heavy casualties. 100 mercenaries isn't a problem, Sun Chong said. But my men were slaughtered by him today, over 40 of them. The rest aren't part of our organization, and getting them to risk their lives will be difficult. I can send some people from my side, the burly man offered. The burly man replied, I can bring the entire Dawn team. There are 120 of us in total. No wonder you're the leader of Dawn. Always so generous, Sun Chong remarked, eyeing the burly man. After all, in Dawn, my word is final. Li Ming waved his hand dismissively. The fixed team of Shan Yi operates on a rotation system. That fat guy and the woman with the white wolf each take turns on missions, and Yifan should lead a team once a month. When it's his turn, we'll make our move. With these 120 people, plus those we can mobilize here, we'll have nearly 200, all armed with firearms. Even if Yifan is as strong as silver, he won't survive. So, we just need to wait for him to go to the forest. Sun Chong exhaled in relief. Yifan alone isn't worth too much concern. Li Ming turned to Bai Yu. Our main priority now is to find a way to take down Bai Chen. Once Bai Chen is dead, Dawn will collapse, and the mercenary groups in Pingxing will be under our control. Bai Yu's expression shifted, and after a moment of silence, he replied in a low voice, I'll do it as soon as possible. It really needs to be soon, Li Ming added. We've received intel that the frontline situation is tense. Next year, the Longtong family of Pingxing will relocate, and the year after, the Guardians will be moved to the front lines. In these 2 years, Pingxing will gradually become an empty shell. This is our best opportunity. Once the higher-ups control Pingxing, we'll be considered heroes, and we might even be granted titles of nobility. I know you have some brotherly ties with Bai Chen and might be reluctant, but think it over. Do you want to be a mercenary in Pingxing for the rest of your life? Or do you want to become a noble in the new dynasty? Bai Yu remained silent for a long time, his eyes filled with turmoil. Finally, he sighed helplessly, give me a little more time. Meanwhile, in the beast space, Yifan held a newly ripened harvest fruit and called out, Xiaohua, come eat. The hellhound wagged its tail happily and trotted over to Yifan, nuzzling his leg affectionately. Go ahead. Yifan handed the fruit to the hellhound, gently stroking its head. He was secretly delighted. The hellhound's advancement to silver rank was imminent, thanks to unlocking its bloodline early, preventing it from being stuck at bronze for too long. Good job. Yifan placed some meat in front of the hellhound, calculating that in 2 months, it would reach silver rank, and by then, the Gale Eagle would also be nearing silver. The Gale Eagle flew to Yifan's shoulder, nuzzling his face affectionately. Yifan handed it a piece of wild beast meat, and the eagle flew off with it. Raising them from a young age really makes a difference, Yifan mused, patting the hellhound. The hellhound looked up, seeing Yifan watching the distant gale eagle, and showed a puzzled expression. Then, as if understanding something, it picked up a large piece of meat and offered it to Yifan. No, no, I don't eat that. Yifan shook his head repeatedly. The hellhound persisted, nudging the meat closer. All right, all right. Yifan quickly took a bite of a fruit. I'll eat this. The hellhound looked at Yifan quizzically, then shook its head and tossed a piece of meat in front of him before lowering its head to eat the other meat. Yifan stared at the bloody meat in front of him, then glanced at the hellhound, which was eating with great relish, and sighed helplessly. I can't eat this. For the next few days, everything was calm, and no one came looking for trouble, which Yifan was quite pleased about. The astonishing success of their first hunt had quickly made the Shunyi mercenary group famous. They had wiped out 40 members of the Changgu mercenary group in one outing, capturing over a dozen bronze-level beasts and numerous iron-level beasts. Such rich spoils, combined with Yifan's tough demeanor, attracted many mercenaries to sign up. Despite Sun Chong and his team's efforts to keep the news under wraps, other mercenary groups and freelance mercenaries were not bound by such constraints. In the back room of the tavern, Wang Lingxi placed a thick register in front of Yifan. Yifan, these are the mercenaries who have recently signed up with us. All right. Yifan took the register, habitually pulling out a red pin to mark suspicious individuals. As he flipped through the pages, he suddenly paused, frowning slightly. Chun Pong? He put down the pin and looked up. Is this mercenary named Chun Pong in the tavern right now? I'll go check. Wang Lingxi left quickly. Yifan stared at the brief introduction on the list, his expression changing slightly. Chun Pong was not an ordinary mercenary. In his previous life, Chun Pong was known as a task fanatic in the mercenary world, completing no fewer than 300 tasks a year. He was straightforward and loyal, once saving Bai Chen's life. From then on, he would always help Bai Chen in times of need. Eventually, he sacrificed himself to shield Bai Chen from a hidden weapon during the war between dawn and dusk. More importantly, Chun Pong was a lone wolf. In his previous life, he never joined any mercenary group and only took on tasks from the Dawn mercenary group. Yifan had crossed paths with him a few times and had a good impression of him. At this point in time, Chun Pong was still a newcomer and had yet to make a name for himself. Captain, Chun Pong is here. Wang Lingxi's voice interrupted Yifan's thoughts. Yifan looked up to see a middle-aged man in a black trench coat standing quietly behind Wang Lingxi. He had a hawk-like nose and a long scar running diagonally from his forehead to his jaw, exactly how Yifan remembered him. Yifan nodded slightly, signaling Wang Lingxi to leave. He then looked Chun Pong up and down before asking, "Why do you want to join my mercenary group?" "Shunyi offers good benefits," Chun Pong answered honestly. "The task commission for registered mercenaries is only 8%. I can earn more money doing tasks here." Yifan nodded in understanding. To attract mercenaries, they had set the commission at 8%, lower than the usual 10% charged by other groups. For a task fanatic like Chun Pong, this difference was significant. After a moment of thought, Yifan suddenly stood up and said, "Hit me." "What?" Chun Pong was taken aback. "I said, punch me." Yifan got into a fighting stance. "I'm right here. If you can knock me back, I'll lower your task commission by another 2%. Are you serious?" Chun Peng's interest was piqued. "Absolutely," Yifan confirmed with a nod. Without further hesitation, Chun Pong clasped his hands together and said, "Forgive me." In the next moment, he launched a straight punch at Yifan's face, the force of his fist whistling through the air. "Here it comes." Yifan's eyes sparkled with determination. This punch carried the power of at least 4 or 5 bronze stars. He activated the Saint method, his fists moving like dragons, and met the punch Hedon with a straight punch of his own. Boom! The fists collided with a dull thud. Chun Pong staggered back 4 or 5 steps, exclaiming, "Captain, your physique is incredibly strong." But he didn't give up. He swung his fist again, this time with a crackling sound and a faint glow surrounding it. "This is a body technique." Yifan's eyes gleamed even brighter. He activated the universal method and assumed the tiger form. Boom! Another resounding clash echoed, and Chun Pong was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the wall. Yifan barely moved, standing his ground. Coughing as he got up, Chun Pong looked at the unyielding Yifan with a mix of unwillingness and respect. Bowing his head slightly, he said, "Captain, your close combat skills are far superior to those of an average beast tamer. I can't match you. Your abilities are also far above average," Yifan replied, then suddenly asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you practice the thunder breathing technique, right?" Chun Peng's expression changed slightly, about to speak, but Yifan waved him off. A punch like rolling thunder is a hallmark of the 3rd level of the thunder breathing technique. It's not a rare technique. Many people know it. You don't need to worry about me revealing your secret. "Thank you, Captain," Chun Peng sighed in relief. "Besides the breathing technique, it seems you've also mastered a body technique quite well. Yifan continued. I haven't studied body techniques much, so I'm not sure which one it is. After a moment of silence, Qinpeng asked, Captain, what exactly are you getting at? Nothing in particular, Yifan said, looking directly at Qinpeng. Do you want to join me? Faced with the sudden invitation, Qinpeng was momentarily speechless. Yifan pressed on. Following me, you'll have a brighter future. The thunder breathing technique has more than 3 levels, and I have better body techniques to offer. After much hesitation, Qinpeng finally sighed. I want to, but I just can't, Captain. I can't follow you. Can't? Why not? Yifan asked thoughtfully. Is there something troubling you? My mother is seriously ill, and her medical expenses are very high every month, Qinpeng said with a bitter smile. I have to take on mercenary tasks to earn money. I appreciate your offer, but I just can't. Yifan interrupted him. What's your mother suffering from? The city's physician says it's fire poison, Qinpeng replied. Every month, she needs the energy essence from water spirit pearls just to barely suppress it. Fire poison? Yifan frowned deeply. Fire poison is a notoriously difficult ailment to treat. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy and the transformation of the world, the availability of suitable food for humans has dwindled. Even cultivated crops contain trace elements that pose no threat to beast tamers, but can be dangerous to ordinary people. Over time, if these elements accumulate and become imbalanced, they can turn into toxins and attack the body, with fire poison being one such toxin. Has the fire poison affected her vital organs? Yifan asked. Not yet, Qinpeng replied. Qinpeng sighed. But it's very close. So now we need the water spirit pearl every month to suppress it. Good thing we have it, Yifan nodded. The consequences of elemental imbalance are quite severe. If it backfires on the internal organs, it's almost certain death and extremely difficult to treat. After a moment of contemplation, Yifan looked at Qinpeng and said, How about this? I can save your mother, and after that, you follow me. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Qinpeng was momentarily stunned, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. He turned to Yifan, his voice trembling slightly. Leader, do you have a way to cure my mother? Yifan responded with a calm smile, speaking nonchalantly, it's just fire poison. It hasn't entered her vital organs yet, so it's not a serious illness. Seeing the doubt still lingering on Qinpeng's face, Yifan lowered his voice and said confidently, I can even cure the backlash of dragon blood. What is mere fire poison compared to that? These words struck Qinpeng like a thunderclap. He stared wide-eyed at Yifan. Being a well-informed person, he knew that the backlash of dragon blood was a death sentence for any dragon descendant. If this man before him could cure such a lethal poison, then fire poison was indeed trivial. Without further hesitation, Qinpeng clasped his hands together and pleaded, Please, leader, save my mother. Yifan nodded in agreement and said simply, Lead the way. Let me see your mother's condition. The two quickly left the tavern. Behind the bar, Yilinching asked with concern, Fanner, are you going out? It's been dangerous lately. You'd better stay in. Yifan reassured him, Don't worry, I'm just handling some business in the city. I won't get into trouble. Seeing his father's lingering worry, he changed the subject. By the way, Dad, Mom said she would check the accounts today. Are you ready? Yilinching panicked instantly and rushed to the back room. Watching his father's flustered retreat, Yifan's lips curled into a smile. Ever since Ning Qingxia became the chief steward of the Xinai family, implementing regular inspections and a reward-punishment system, Yilinching had been in awe of her. The mere mention of her visit sent him into a frenzy, clearly indicating he had been neglecting the logistics work again. Yifan shook his head and turned to Qinpeng, saying, Let's go. The two walked through the city, arriving at an old, run-down neighborhood. The walls were peeling, and clutter was everywhere, resembling a slum. Qinpeng explained that this area was originally an abandoned building project, later sold cheaply by the developers to some gangs, who then sold it to people like them, the poor. Yifan frowned and asked, Would the gangs be so kind? Qinpeng lowered his voice and replied, This place is actually where the gangs conduct illegal trades. Law enforcement rarely pays attention here. They use the guise of a poor neighborhood to establish their base. Yifan understood and asked no more questions. They navigated through the buildings and soon arrived at Qinpeng's home. Qinpeng took out his key and softly requested, Leader, could you not tell my mother that I became a mercenary? She's old and might worry. Yifan nodded in agreement. Qinpeng opened the door, revealing a cluttered interior filled with the strong scent of herbal medicine. Qinpeng, slightly embarrassed, explained, The conditions are poor. I have to make medicine for my mother at home. They entered the inner room, where an elderly woman with graying hair lay on the bed, her face pale. Hearing the commotion, she struggled to sit up. Qinpeng quickly went to support his mother, introducing her, Mother, I brought a skilled doctor to see you. The elderly woman shook her head repeatedly. No need, we don't have money. Yifan stepped forward to reassure her. Auntie, don't worry. I won't charge you. After confirming with her son, the elderly woman breathed a sigh of relief and looked gratefully at Yifan. Yifan gestured for her to lie down and began to take her pulse. Feeling the intense heat, he frowned slightly. After a careful examination, he relaxed. It's okay. It almost reached the vital organs. When Chen Peng anxiously inquired, Yifan nodded, indicating he could treat her. He asked Chen Peng to help the elderly woman sit up and placed his hand on her shoulder, initiating a breathing technique. A glow emanated from Yifan's palm, and countless luminous particles spread along her meridians. In less than 10 minutes, Yifan withdrew his hand and exhaled a long breath. All done. Chen Peng, in disbelief, quickly checked on his mother. The elderly woman looked visibly better, and her forehead temperature had returned to normal. She could even get out of bed to thank Yifan herself. Yifan responded calmly, it's just a small matter. He advised Chen Peng to ensure his mother got plenty of nutrition, explaining that he had cleared the stagnant energy in her body, and now she needed nourishment. Before leaving, Yifan stopped Chen Peng, who wanted to follow him. You should stay home and accompany your mother today. It's a joyous occasion when an elderly person recovers from a serious illness. We can talk about anything else tomorrow. Watching Yifan's departing figure, Chen Peng's eyes reflected a hint of amazement. Yifan smiled slightly without saying much and walked out the door. In his heart, he silently praised. As a son, showing filial piety is indeed a commendable quality. Tap, tap. Yifan navigated the narrow passageways between the buildings and the slum, eager to investigate the situation with the local gang. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye, and he blurted out, Madafe? In the alley, a group of 3 to 5 people had gathered, with one particularly tall and burly figure standing out. Hearing his name, Madafe jumped in fright but quickly shrank back upon recognizing Yifan. He hastily greeted the others before pulling Yifan aside under one of the buildings. Fanj, what brings you here? Madafe asked in a low voice, his expression tinged with nervousness. Yifan scrutinized Madafe and got straight to the point. I have some business. Isn't your gang supposed to be near the school? Why are you here? Madafe looked troubled and stammered. Well, last time, Lord Hongue asked me for information about you, but I didn't know anything. Lord Hongue wasn't pleased and moved our gang here. Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of teasing in his voice. So, I've caused you trouble? No, no trouble at all. Madafe quickly waved his hands. Actually, this place isn't so bad. There's plenty of profit to be made, although the competition is tougher. Profit? Yifan raised an eyebrow. What kind of profit? The black market, Madafe explained. This is Pingqing's famous black market. Many shady, unsellable items, like forbidden breathing techniques from schools or secret physical arts from sects and organizations, are traded here. Our gang acts as intermediaries and takes a cut. Yifan nodded in understanding and then asked, So, what were you preparing to trade just now? A lineage breathing technique, Madafe replied, supposedly obtained from a prominent family. A breathing technique from a prominent family? Yifan pressed, which family? Madafe hesitated, his face turning uneasy. Speak. Yifan's tone was firm. It's the Yi family's breathing technique. Madafe's voice dropped. From the Yi family in Pingqing? At these words, Yifan's expression hardened. He knew how precious these family techniques were, representing the family's honor and heritage, guarded with stringent secrecy. To find one being sold was a profound disrespect to their ancestors. Descendants of dragon progeny, could there really be someone so disgraceful? Yifan muttered to himself, then asked, Can you find out who's selling it? Madafe looked terrified. Find out? These sellers are too powerful. If I investigate, I fear. Investigate, Yifan interrupted. You don't have to do it yourself. Send someone. If you're discovered, just run to me. But if I run to you, what about the organization? Madafe hesitated. Yifan narrowed his eyes and countered. Do you really think the person selling you these items has no connection to your royal organization? People at their level see things differently. They know who's backing you. Otherwise, they wouldn't choose you for the transaction. Madafe suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. Got it, got it. Good, now go. Yifan instructed. Don't sell the breathing technique. If he finds out, take it and run. Madafe shuddered and quickly agreed, then turned and left. Yifan watched Madafe leave, calculating in his mind. Sending Madafe to investigate was like sacrificing a pawn, but gaining a traitor from the Dragon Slayer's lineage was worth it. He had planted 2 spies within the dynasty's organization and had already gathered significant information, waiting for the right moment to act. The appearance of this Yi family traitor was an unexpected bonus. Yifan turned and left, feeling relieved that the old master had already been cured. Otherwise, hearing that someone was trying to sell the family's millennial breathing technique would have infuriated him. The next day at noon, Chen Peng arrived as promised. As soon as he saw Yifan, he knelt on one knee without a word. With a heavy thud, Chun Peng solemnly declared, "The captain saved my mother. From today onwards, I am at the captain's service." A hint of a smile flashed in Yifan's eyes as he gestured for him to rise. "Stand up. I just want you to follow me." There's no need to talk about servitude, but Chun Peng stubbornly remained kneeling. "No, we had an agreement. I'm not one to forget kindness. From now on, my life is yours to command." Yifan shook his head helplessly and then asked, "You seem to have a deep bond with your mother." Chin Peng's voice choked with emotion. "Yes, I was born late in her life. She was nearly 50 when she had me, and after my father died early, she raised me with great difficulty. She means everything to me. When she was diagnosed with fire poison, the doctors said there was no cure, only a way to prolong her life. But you cured her completely. This kindness might mean little to you, but to me, it's as heavy as a mountain." Yifan nodded in understanding and then asked, "I noticed your family doesn't seem wealthy. How did you come by your breathing technique and physical training?" Chin Peng explained, "My father was an old-school martial artist who once ran a martial arts school. He left me with some basics. But I have average talent and have been training since I was young. Even now, my strength isn't particularly impressive." Yifan shook his head. "Being able to kill a bronze-level beast with your bare hands is quite something. Your skills seem good enough to land a decent job." "Why?" Chun Peng hesitated for a moment before revealing the truth. "My father was competitive and died in a martial arts duel. My mother worries I'll follow the same path, so she doesn't want me to pursue martial arts as a career. Although I practice the breathing technique and physical training, my job isn't related to combat." Yifan nodded in understanding but spoke frankly, "Her concern is valid, but it also cuts off your path to becoming stronger. Aren't you worried your mother will oppose you following me?" Seeing Chun Peng's hesitation, Yifan continued, "Becoming stronger is the best way to ensure your family's safety. Talking about filial piety without strength only adds to the burden. If you are now a silver level, gold level, or even higher level expert, is your mother's illness still hard to cure?" Chun Peng suddenly realized and nodded repeatedly. "Yes." Yifan spoke earnestly, "I will give you time to visit your mother. As for the kind of life you can provide for her, that depends on your own efforts." He didn't dwell on the topic any further and instead said, "All right, since you have fulfilled your part of the bargain, I won't hesitate to keep my promise. I can teach you a better breathing technique and superior physical skills right now." Upon hearing Yifan's words, Chun Peng's expression changed slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Captain, are you really going to teach me the breathing technique and physical arts?" Yifan nodded solemnly. "Of course. To become strong, these are the foundations. I grow quickly, and if you want to help me, you need to be strong enough. You're not a beast master, so the breathing technique and physical arts are extremely important for you." Chun Peng bowed respectfully. "Understood. Thank you, Captain." Yifan then began teaching the breathing techniques mantra. Chun Peng listened intently and started practicing it simultaneously. After the lesson, Chun Peng opened his eyes, filled with confusion. "Captain, is this the thunder breathing technique? It feels much more complex than what I practiced before." Yifan shook his head with a smile. "No, it's not. They are similar, but the thunder breathing technique you practiced before was a simplified version I gave you." "Simplified version?" Chun Peng was stunned. "What is the name of the one I just practiced?" "It's called Jingzhi method," Yifan explained. "It's the progenitor of thunder attribute breathing techniques, with 9 levels in total. The thunder breathing technique you practiced before is equivalent to the mid-stage of the 2nd level. Reaching the 3rd level grants you silver level strength and true mastery over the thunder element. At its highest level, you could even alter the weather and summon lightning that stretches for miles." Chun Peng looked at his hands in shock, barely able to believe such a precious breathing technique existed. Yifan patted his shoulder. "The breathing technique is precious, but how much you can utilize it depends on you. As for the physical arts, they're too complex to explain now. I'll write a book called 100 Battle Fist for you. It's a type of physical art that improves through combat, very suitable for you." "Thank you, Captain." Chun Peng was deeply grateful. Yifan waved his hand dismissively. "I never hold back with my people. Next, you'll join Li Yu and the others on missions. It will be a good opportunity to refine your breathing technique and earn some income. You've reached this level with basic breathing techniques and physical arts, which shows you're well suited for this path. But having the techniques isn't enough. You need to strive and fight to become truly strong. Only strength is fundamental." Half a month later, Fatty Li found Yifan, speaking in a hushed, astonished tone. "Yifan, Chun Peng is incredible. He's been hunting daily for the past 2 weeks, and his strength has skyrocketed. Yesterday, I saw him single-handedly take down a bronze 9-star gray bear and a bronze 8-star razor wolf. His combat power might be higher than my 3 beasts combined." Yifan wasn't surprised. He was never weak to begin with. His strength was around bronze 4-star, and with his mature physical arts, close to bronze 5 or 6-star. Now that he has the Jingzhi method, It has unlocked the upper limits of the thunder-breathing technique. Combined with his strong physical arts, his combat power is bound to surge in the short term. Fatty Lee was still in shock. I've never seen a non-beast master this powerful. Does he have some ancient bloodline? Yi Fan shook his head. He's just an ordinary person with a knack for physical arts. Some people are strong not because of their talent or bloodline, but because they work hard enough. Look at Shin Pong. Apart from spending half a day on weekends visiting his mother, he's either hunting or training. He wakes up at 5 and goes to bed at 10 every day, disciplined and hardworking. Given the right opportunities, how could someone like that not be strong? Fatty Lee was speechless for a long while before sighing. That's incredible. I can't even manage to wake up at 5. Yi Fan spoke seriously. That's why you need to work harder too. Your gluttonous method may only require eating, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't put in the effort. Ma Xiaoxue is already at bronze 5 stars and has tamed a second bronze 4-star beast. You're just at bronze 6 stars, and even though you have 3 beasts and a better start, don't let others surpass you. It would be embarrassing. Ma Xiaoxue is that quick? Li Pengzi couldn't sit still. Yi Fan chuckled. Yeah, she and Shin Peng go on missions 4 or 5 times a week, basically once a day, sometimes twice. Wow, that's intense. Li Pengzi shot up. I'm going to take my fixed team on missions, once a day, 7 times a week. With that, he rushed to the bar to gather mercenaries. The mercenaries who had just finished a mission with Qian Peng were stunned, but soon a team of 30 was assembled. After all, who minds making money? After Li Pengzi's team left, Ma Xiaoxue came in to organize the next fixed team. The remaining people exchanged puzzled looks, not understanding why everyone was suddenly so diligent today. Outside the Shanyi Tavern, members of the Changgu mercenary group watched another team set off, envious. Shunyi goes out 3 times a day, always with a top leader. It's amazing. Staying with a fixed team at Shenyi for a month is probably worth years of income. Many were tempted and started joining Shenyi. In no time, Shenyi had over 1,000 registered mercenaries, poised to surpass the Changgu mercenary group and become the 3rd largest group on Mercenary Street. In the Changgu mercenary group's headquarters, Sun Chang's face was dark with anger. The second in command, Fengmi, was worried. Boss Chang, this can't go on. Shenyi is working so hard, gaining more momentum, and our people are all leaving for them. If Yi Fan doesn't step out soon, we'll lose everyone before we even deal with him. Sun Chang cursed angrily. Nonsense. Shenyi just relies on overworking. Going out 3 times a day is nothing. Starting tomorrow, the Changgu mercenary group will go out 4 times a day. Let's see who can outwork whom. The mercenary street of Pingsheng was bustling. Shen Ye's initiative of organizing multiple fixed task teams per day quickly triggered a chain reaction. Chang's mercenary group followed suit, and other groups had no choice but to imitate. Even the once laid-back Dawn mercenary group got swept up in the trend, increasing their frequency from once a month to every 3 days, led personally by Bai Qian. The street was teeming with merchants, and tasks on the bulletin board were snatched up instantly. This influx even drew in merchants and employers from other regions to post their tasks. Sensing an opportunity, the Mercenary Guild introduced a reward program, promising substantial cash prizes to the top 3 mercenary groups in terms of completed tasks each month, further igniting the mercenaries' enthusiasm. Fatty Lee, drenched in sweat, walked into the hall and looked at Yi Fan with a helpless expression. I'm back, Yi Fan. There are so many people on missions that the wild beasts can barely keep up. The outskirts of the forest are almost completely scoured. At this rate, the beasts will go extinct. Yi Fan shook his head. The Silver Moon Forest is vast. With just these few people, it's impossible to drive the wild beasts to extinction. However, overhunting is indeed problematic and could provoke unrest among the inner and core beasts. He patted Fatty Lee on the shoulder. You can take a break for now. The Academy's freshman trials are about to start, and we need to head back. A break? Fatty Lee was taken aback, wiping the sweat off his forehead, seemingly not comprehending. Yi Fan chuckled. What, have you gotten so used to hunting every day? Kind of. Fatty Lee scratched his head. I've been so focused on hunting lately that the idea of a break feels strange. It's not entirely a break, Yi Fan clarified. This year's freshman trials are quite challenging. We need to be prepared. Inform Ma Xiaoxue and Chun Peng that we won't be taking on any missions for now. We need to get ready and be in our best shape for the trial. The trial site has some valuable resources, and each student only gets 1 chance to enter during their first semester. If we perform well, it could be a significant boost. No problem. Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly, then asked, Can Chin Peng go too? He's not from our school, right? Yi Fan explained. He can go, but there are many restrictions. He can participate as an accompanying student, similar to Long Wu by Ji's side, by paying a high fee. He can join me in the trial but can't use the school's facilities or obtain resources independently within the trial site. Also, his realm must not exceed mine significantly. He must be within 1 major realm of me. Fatty Lee suddenly understood. Oh, I see. I didn't know the academy allows accompanying students for a fee. Yifan said, many high schools have such unofficial rules. Some prominent families can't risk their heirs going on adventures alone. However, this is only allowed in high school. Once they reach university, it's no longer permitted. Are the rules stricter in university? Fatty Lee asked. No, the purpose is different. Yifan replied, high school is just for nurturing potential talent, but university is meant to train warriors for humanity's frontlines. Daily life is already rigorous, and exceptions like allowing companions are rarely permitted. Li Pengzi nodded, and Yifan immediately stepped outside. Outside, at the entrance of the Strong Brother mercenary group, someone excitedly shouted, he's out! He's out! The news quickly reached Sun Chong, who stood up with a start, his hand trembling slightly as he held his teacup. Nearly 2 months and finally, Yifan is out. To compete with Shan Yi, the Strong Brother mercenary group had dispatched their finest over the past month, with Sun Chong himself leading exhausting missions every other day. At this moment, he exhaled deeply, his eyes growing cold. Yifan, you bastard. I've been waiting for this day. He turned to Feng Mi beside him. Go, find Bai Yu and Li Ming, and tell them to bring their men. Soon, a group discreetly assembled on Mercenary Street. They were like a pack of venomous snakes, seeking prey, their tongues flicking out. The past month's hardships had left them seething with hatred for Yifan. Yifan must die. Kill him. I can't stand these 9 to 9 missions, 28 days a month anymore. Meanwhile, Yifan stood at the gate of Pingqing High School, taking a deep breath as he looked at the familiar big characters. He thought to himself, competing with these immature students is pointless. I'd rather interact with those mercenaries outside. Reflecting on his recent gains, Yifan mused, in just this short period, besides Chen Peng, I've also promoted 2 acquaintances from my past life. Although they didn't get the same opportunities as Chen Peng, I've at least made them core members of the mercenary group. Thinking of Ji Jia, Yifan sneered. Ji Jia, that scoundrel, hasn't come to trouble me for a while. He must be in seclusion. As a scion of a prominent family, he won't lack anything. The high-level treasures that Pingqing lacks, his family can provide. During this period, his strength might have significantly increased. Yifan flashed a cold smile. I actually hope he grows quickly. Killing the current Ji Jia wouldn't even be satisfying. He'll definitely appear in the upcoming secret realm. Just as he was about to enter the school, Yifan sensed something amiss and glanced back. In the distance was a bustling market, teeming with people and vehicles, but Yifan's sharp senses detected those hidden among them. Why are these guys following me to school? Yifan wondered, a puzzled expression on his face. Not on a mission today? So free? After a moment's thought, Yifan dismissed it with a wave and walked into the school. Half an hour later, in a corner of the market, a mercenary hurried over, looking at Sun Chong's increasingly grim face. He spoke timidly, Commander. It seems Yifan has entered the school. I heard from our spy in Xinai that the others have paused their tasks today and might be heading back to school. Why are you only telling me this now? Sun Chong shouted angrily, his fury rising upon learning that Yifan was merely returning to school. Our spy just relayed the information. The mercenary explained. Get lost. Sun Chong kicked the mercenary to the ground and stood up abruptly. Thinking about the arduous month of hunting in the Silver Moon Forest, almost losing his life to compete for the Silver Beast, scenes flashed through Sun Chong's mind. He looked at his hands, gripping his large knife, trembling uncontrollably. Yifan, you bastard. Do you not know it's over 10 kilometers from Mercenary Street to the school? Couldn't you take a cab? Do you know I just got back from the Beast Forest today? Damn you. In the afternoon, everyone gathered in the school classroom. Upon hearing the news, Pan Zhao hurried over. As he pushed the door open, he saw Yifan and his group. With a smile on his face, he strode over to Yifan and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Well done, kid. Pan Zhao laughed. I heard all about it. You got some kind of divine leaf and turned the Mercenary Street and Pingqing upside down. Even the principal has heard about it. You're quite the celebrity now. Yifan modestly replied. You're too kind, Mr. Pan. Pan Zhao's gaze swept over the group as he inquired. So, how much have you all improved lately? He paused when he saw Chen Peng. Yifan explained. This is my follower. I'm planning to arrange for him to study with me. It'll be more convenient for him to accompany me into the secret realms. Is that so? All right then. Pan Zhao nodded, not pressing further, and turned his attention to the others. Li Pengzi puffed out his chest and said, all 3 of my beasts have reached bronze 7 stars. Their abilities have improved a lot too. Pan Zhao immediately retorted. What? They used to be as useless as crap, and now they're just slightly less useless? The remark left Li Pengzi speechless. Pan Zhao then looked at Ma Xiaoxue with some surprise. Have you been following Yifan recently too? Ma Xiaoxue nodded. Yes, Yifan helped me out of a big problem a while ago. Now I have 2 beasts. One is a sharp-toothed wolf evolved from a white wolf, at bronze 6 stars, and the other is a newly tamed iron bear, at bronze 5 stars. Such significant progress? Pan Zhao nodded repeatedly. That's great, very impressive. He then advised, with this level of strength on paper, you should be able to gain some good rewards in the upcoming Trial Secret Realm. The Trial Secret Realm for new students is different from the usual ones you enter. It's very dangerous. Listen to Yi Fan and don't take unnecessary risks. Your safety is the priority. After finishing his remarks, Pan Zhao left the classroom. Li Pengzi sidled up to Yi Fan and complained in a low voice. Pan Zhao, Yi Fan, do you think he's deliberately targeting me? He praises Ma Xiaoxue for her progress, but scolds me for mine. Look at the way he talks. It's so infuriating. Yi Fan smiled and reassured him, that's just Mr. Pan motivating you. If you want his approval, you have to work hard. His scolding means he has high expectations for you. If he didn't, he wouldn't even bother talking to you, right? Li Pengzi was silent for a moment, then looked at Yi Fan and said, when it comes to motivational speeches, you're the best, Yi Fan. You always make it sound so good and never repeat yourself. But Pan Zhao, he always says my beasts are useless. He should take some lessons in communication skills. Just then, there was a loud bang from the classroom door. Pan Zhao's voice followed. Li Yu, what are you grumbling about now? Li Pengzi immediately shrank back and muttered, I didn't say anything. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at his embarrassed expression. The initiation trial for new students began as scheduled, but this time, they were in the senior student area. As soon as Yi Fan and his friends entered, they saw many upperclassmen. On the way, Fatty Li pointed to a senior who was standing with his hands behind his back, quietly watching them, and whispered to Yi Fan, do you think that guy is Deng Chang's cousin's cousin? Yi Fan shook his head. No, that's Ling Long. He's one of the top students in the 3rd year, almost at silver 9-star level. There's nothing particularly special about him. That's just his habit. After this initiation trial, all school districts will be open, so you'll probably see him often. Fatty Li was stunned for a moment, then blurted out while looking at Ling Long. He just stands there every day, not talking, pretending to be a master. Ling Long heard this and his expression turned slightly sour. Yi Fan quickly cupped his hands in apology to Ling Long, who nodded slightly and said nothing more. Yi Fan whispered to Fatty Li, this guy is actually pretty decent. Don't talk nonsense about people. Fatty Li nodded quickly. Got it, got it. He then awkwardly waved at Ling Long. Yi Fan thought to himself, Ling Long was indeed a good person. In his previous life, after graduating from university, Ling Long joined the military and later became a junior commander, fighting beasts on the front lines, bringing glory to his hometown and benefiting the region. He had a peculiar habit of watching people with his hands behind his back, which earned him the nickname Owl General. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the trial's secret realm. This time, the secret realm was evidently of great importance to the school. Not only did many new student mentors show up, but even the principal, grade directors, and some high-ranking school officials were present. Wang Lingxi saw Yi Fan and quickly walked over with a smile. Yi Fan, you guys are here. I've transferred from the elite class to the regular class. Yi Fan nodded. All right, that's convenient. Being in the same class would indeed be easier, and with their current income from the mercenary group, they didn't need the daily secret realm opportunities as much. Yi Fan looked around but didn't see Jijia. He frowned and asked, where's Jijia? Didn't he come? Wang Lingxi shook her head. I don't know, maybe he's not here yet. The initiation trial only opens once for each cohort. Such an important opportunity, even if he comes from a wealthy family, he wouldn't miss it. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say more. It didn't really matter when they went in today. Entering early just meant more exploration time. Next came a series of speeches from the school leaders, covering everything from national duty to precautions in the secret realm. After more than an hour of detailed instructions, everyone finally began entering the secret realm. Meanwhile, in a private room of a tea house outside the city, Jijia was meeting with someone named Red Ghost. Jijia looked grim and said, you want me to help you set up to kill the descendant of an ancient beast, and in the secret realm no less. With such a huge risk, you're just giving me a map? Red Ghost smiled and laid a map on the table. Young Master Ji, coming to a place like Pingqing despite your family's wealth and status, isn't it all for the Ancient Century opportunity to obtain the fortune fruit? Jijia shook his head. It's true I'm looking for the fruit of fortune, but risking so much for a map isn't worth it. Killing the descendant of a dragon slayer and working with you if found out, my entire family couldn't bear the consequences. Red Ghost snorted. How could it be found out? The guardian of this secret realm is one of ours. As long as you, young Master Ji, take action, who could discover it? Is that really true? Jijia's expression changed. Red Ghost smiled. Of course. The guardian of a small place like Pingqing is nothing, even if it were someone else. He trailed off, a playful smile on his lips. The map is right here. Whether you agree or not depends entirely on you, young Master Ji. Jijia remained silent for a long while, finally nodding slowly, a cold smile gradually appearing on his face. Let's hope. for a successful collaboration. The secret realm welcomed a new batch of students for exploration. Unlike many eager to delve deeper, Yifan and his friends leisurely rested on the outskirts. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Li Pengzi sat on a moss-covered rock, puzzled, and asked, Yifan, why aren't we rushing towards the inner area? Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile, a glint of wisdom in his eyes. Different environments call for different strategies. They're rushing in to find something, but we don't need to search. Don't need to search? Li Pengzi was taken aback and scratched his head. So, the good stuff will come to us on its own? Yifan chuckled and shook his head, patting Pengzi on the shoulder. Of course not. Rest well, and conserve your energy. We have something big to do tonight. Something big? Li Pengzi's interest was piqued. He leaned closer to Yifan and whispered, What big thing? Yifan raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Li Pengzi pouted and muttered under his breath, Always so mysterious. Just then, the nearby portal suddenly trembled, emitting a low hum. Two figures emerged from it, and Yifan's eyes narrowed, his expression turning vigilant. Jijia, Longwu. Yifan murmured their names, and the other three immediately grew serious. Jijia, having just exited the portal, noticed Yifan and his group. He was momentarily stunned but quickly composed himself, pretending to be calm. Yifan? What are you doing here? Yifan coldly retorted, Is there a problem with me being here? Is this secret realm owned by your family? Jijia's face darkened, but he said nothing more after glancing at Yifan. He waved his hand, summoning a swift wolf, mounted it, and sped towards the depths of the secret realm. Long Wu followed closely, casting a hesitant glance at Yifan before leaving. Jijia, at bronze 8-star already, Li Pengzi said in astonishment. He's progressing faster than us. Yifan thoughtfully watched Jijia depart. That might not even be his best beast. I noticed his emotions were unstable when he saw us, like he had a guilty conscience. Li Pengzi's eyes widened. An elite, peak-grade bronze 8-star beast isn't his best? Doesn't he only have 2 beasts? Yifan waved his hand, explaining, That's just what others say. Who do you think those noble families buy those high-priced beast eggs for at the mercenary guild? Li Pengzi gasped. You mean Jijia might have an extraordinary grade beast? Not might, definitely, Yifan asserted. These noble family heirs practice special breathing techniques from a young age. When they awaken their beast-taming abilities, they can open multiple beast spaces. It's normal for them to hide an extraordinary grade beast as a trump card. Seeing Li Pengzi's astonished expression, Yifan smiled. What are you scared? Scared? Not really, Li Pengzi quickly denied, but then asked quietly, if he was that strong last time, why didn't he dare make a move against us? He wasn't confident enough. Yifan was unimpressed. Just excellent, not invincible, he said. Li Pengzi was silent for a moment before he sighed. It seems my perspective is too narrow. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, Jijia's followers had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Jijia appeared, they rushed forward, showering him with flattery. Young Master Ji, you're finally here. It's been a month, and you've improved so much, young Master Ji. Bronze 8-star such strength will definitely dominate our peers. Young Master Ji truly lives up to his name. Despite the compliments, Jijia's expression remained grim. He scanned the crowd and coldly ordered, Prepare yourselves. Within the next 2 days, we will hunt down Yifan. The crowd was stunned. A burly man cautiously asked, Young Master Ji, didn't you say last time that we just needed to cause some trouble for him? Do you think I keep you around just to cause trouble? Jijia snapped. The man shrank back, his voice dropping. But young Master Ji, this is the secret realm. The Guardians are always watching. To kill him, the Guardians are none of your concern, Jijia interrupted. The group fell silent. Most of them were pampered young masters, used to bullying but not to killing. The thought of murder weighed heavily on these 15 and 16-year-olds. Seeing their hesitation, Jijia scolded, It's just one person. You won't bear any responsibility. Why are you so cowardly, like turtles? He paused before adding, Kill Yifan, and he'll give each of you 100,000. The crowd was taken aback, their interest piqued. Jijia pressed on. Besides the 100,000, he'll also give each of you a spiritual herb. And for the one who kills Yifan, he'll reward them with an outstanding grade beast egg. Outstanding grade. The group's breathing grew heated. Young Master Ji, are you serious? Of course. In the Ji family, an outstanding grade beast egg is nothing. Jijia's eyes turned icy. I've said my piece. Follow me if you will. If not, humph. With 2 cold snorts, the crowd shivered, understanding the unspoken threat. Unlike Yifan, they relied on Jijia for their power. Without him, they'd be at a disadvantage and potentially targeted by him. I will definitely follow young Master Ji, one person declared, and the others quickly echoed. The generous rewards and looming threats made these hesitant lackeys eager to show their loyalty. Jijie nodded and asked, "Where is the one with dark vision from last time?" A monkey-like man stepped forward. "Young Master Ji, am here. From now until tomorrow, keep track of Yifan and his group," Jijie instructed. "You don't need to pinpoint their exact location, just get a general idea. As soon as they enter the depths of the secret realm, notify me immediately." Understood. Jijie continued giving orders. "Everyone else, stay nearby. Do not light any fires or set up any tents. Leave no trace that might alert Yifan. Once we confirm that Yifan has ventured deep into the secret realm, we'll strike with full force. No one must be left alive." Understood. The crowd responded in unison. They scattered into the surrounding forest, moving stealthily with their heads down and steps muted. The scene resembled a swarm of pitch-black rats emerging from a manhole. "Young master, do you think it's feasible to have these people surround and kill Yifan?" Long Wu approached Ji Jie silently, lowering his voice as he asked. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes as he continued. "Yifan has 2 bronze 9-star beast companions. His actual combat power might already be at the silver level. And then there are those people with him." Ji Jie snorted coldly, cutting Long Wu off. "I don't need these fools to kill Yifan. They're just cannon fodder. I'll handle him personally when the time comes." Long Wu was silent for a moment before cautiously asking, "Are you confident in taking him on yourself, young master?" Ji Jie sneered, a trace of disdain in his eyes. "He's just a disregarded descendant of the Yi family. Even if he has had some lucky encounters, so what? The last time, I didn't act because I wasn't yet familiar with the methods of controlling beasts. After 2 months of seclusion, I'm no longer the same. The heritage of the 8 great families is beyond your imagination." Long Wu's expression changed slightly. Then he knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Young master's talent is extraordinary and the family values you greatly. You will undoubtedly become a peerless powerhouse in the future." "A peerless powerhouse, of course," Jijie replied with a hint of pride in his voice. He then turned serious. "Yifan is nothing. Just kill him. But remember, our collaboration with the dynasty must remain a secret." Understood. Long Wu nodded, then hesitated before asking quietly, "Young master, what exactly is the creation fruit that makes you willing to take such a risk to deal with the dynasty?" Ji Jie's eyes narrowed with a hint of suspicion. "Why do you ask, Long Wu?" "I'm just concerned," Long Wu quickly explained. "You've taken a great risk for just a map. I'm worried you might be at a disadvantage." Ji Jie waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not at a disadvantage. I came to Pingxing for the creation fruit. If it's truly the map to it, then the risk is worth it." He did not continue on the topic. "Enough. Just know that the creation fruit is extremely valuable. You don't need to know more." "I understand," Long Wu replied, bowing his head. In the moment his head lowered, a barely noticeable cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Night had fallen over the forest. Suddenly, Yifan's voice broke the silence. "Let's go." Inside the tent, Chun Pang immediately got up. Li Pengzi, still in his dreams, was startled awake by the sudden noise. Opening his eyes, he saw 2 dark figures standing in front of him and screamed, "Oh my God, ghosts!" His shout echoed through the quiet forest, startling the resting birds. From another tent, Ma Xiaoxue and Wang Lingxi hurried over, only to see Yifan and Chen Pang standing there with smiles. "What happened?" Wang Lingxi pointed at the tent. "I think I heard Li Yu shouting something." Yifan waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. He was just confused from sleep." He looked around. "Get ready, we're leaving now." "Leaving now?" Wang Lingxi asked, puzzled. "Where are we going?" "To find something good," Yifan replied. Yifan responded briefly. "That valuable item is guarded by a silver-tier beast, and this is the time it usually rests." Wang Lingxi suddenly understood. "So, we're going to hunt a silver-tier beast?" Yifan nodded in confirmation without further explanation, urging, "We need to hurry. The beast only sleeps for 3 hours a day. If we miss this window, it'll be much harder to deal with." The group quickly prepared themselves. Chun Peng asked excitedly, "Captain, what do you need me to do?" Yifan patted his shoulder. "Just do what you do best and give it your all in the fight." "Got it." Chun Peng nodded vigorously, eyes filled with determination. Seeing that everyone was ready, Yifan called out, "Fatty, hurry up and get out here." Li Fatty reluctantly emerged from the tent, still looking a bit shaken. Yifan chuckled at the sight. "You scaredy-cat. Let's get moving." With that, he took the lead. The group followed Yifan, with Li Fatty trailing behind, muttering under his breath, "Who wouldn't be scared? Waking up in the middle of the night to see 2 shadows standing over you. Anyone with a weak heart would have dropped dead right there." In the dense jungle of the secret realm, Yifan led the group stealthily. Guided by Yifan, they managed to avoid all the beast territories and progressed smoothly. Suddenly, Wang Lingxi whispered, "Yifan, I see someone from the elite class. It looks like they're sneaking around, following us." Yifan stopped in his tracks. Someone's tailing us? Wang Lingxi nodded. Yes, I've seen him a few times. I remember hearing that his talent is night vision. It's not very useful, and his family paid to get him into the elite class. Night vision, the ability to detect life forms around him, Yifan mused. No wonder he can track us. It must have been him last time in the Daily Secret Realm, which is how Long Wu and his team found us at the border of the core area. With that, Yifan turned to the group, a sly smile forming on his lips. Let's catch this guy and see what Jijie is planning. In the heart of the forest, a young boy with sharp features leaned against a large tree, his wooden smile as silent as the surrounding woods. Yet, if one listened closely, they could clearly hear the rapid thumping of his heart. The sound, like a bat's sonar, echoed outward, each beat reverberating as if from a distance, quick and anxious. The boy watched his surroundings warily, puzzled. What are Yifan and his group doing in the jungle this late at night? Suddenly, he sensed something, his brow furrowing as his heartbeat quickened. The echoing beats confirmed his fear they were coming his way. Had they discovered him? Driven by instinct, the boy cautiously shifted his position, his heartbeat growing more frantic. The increasing intensity of the echoes confirmed his suspicion. They were indeed coming for him. Within mere seconds, he sensed the rapid heartbeats of others moving swiftly through the forest. His face went pale, and he quickly retreated. Several figures trailed him closely, closing the gap in an instant. Fear gripped the boy's heart as he glanced towards the distant camp, his steps quickening involuntarily. The pursuers drew nearer, and he ran with all his might. At this rate, I won't make it to the camp. At one point, amidst the barrage of sensory information, the boy reached a desperate conclusion. He glanced back, and human silhouettes emerged from the forest. He even considered shutting off his sensory ability, as the continuous flow of information during his escape was shaking his mental resolve. His hands and feet turned cold, and in his panic, he tripped over a tree root, falling to the ground. Just then, a sharp eagle cry pierced the night sky, and a massive wind eagle swooped down, pinning him harshly. Its talons, sharp as knives, tore through his clothes and sank deeply into his flesh. Help! The boy's scream of agony echoed through the forest. As he tried to fight back, a figure landed on him. If you keep screaming, you might die. Yifan's cold voice rang out. He sat atop a hellhound, looking down at the boy. I won't scream, I won't scream. The boy quickly shut his mouth, and the wind eagle's claws pressed against his throat. Answer my questions truthfully. Yifan's gaze was as sharp as a sword. Okay, the boy replied, trembling under Yifan's intimidating stare. As his Adam's apple moved, a fresh cut appeared on his throat, held by the wind eagle. The pain in his throat sent the boy into a panic. These bullies who usually followed Jijia had never encountered such a situation. He quickly raised his hands. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. Yifan's face remained expressionless, showing no mercy towards these lackeys. He snorted coldly. Why did Jijia send you? To track your movements, the boy answered hastily. Do you think I need you to tell me that? Yifan's eyes grew colder. You should know exactly what I want to hear. It's best if you say everything at once. I don't like asking repeatedly. Understood, understood. The young boy nodded vigorously, like a pecking chick. Young Master Ji sent me to track your movements. He instructed me to notify him as soon as you entered the inner circle, so he could lead the others to ambush and kill you. Ambush and kill? Yifan narrowed his eyes. Jijia, daring to commit murder under the nose of a guardian? He dares, the boy replied, trembling. He said the guardian is one of us. A guardian? One of the Ji family? Yifan pondered for a moment, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He muttered to himself. The guardians in these small towns and cities are not ordinary people. Most of them are elite warriors from the Demon Suppression Army, sent by the higher-ups after retiring, to maintain the operation of the school's secret realms and ensure the safety of the city. Their strength is formidable. Typically, these warriors are impartial, their duty being to protect, and they only take orders from the top. If I remember correctly, there aren't any Ji family members in the front lines of the Demon Suppression Army. Sensing something amiss, Yifan looked at the boy again. Do you know anything else? Yes. The boy quickly responded. Jijia said everyone participating in your ambush would be rewarded with spiritual herbs, and whoever kills you personally would get an exceptional grade beast egg. An exceptional grade beast egg? Yifan narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed. Do you really believe he would give you an exceptional grade beast egg? The boy scratched his head awkwardly. Yifan shook his head. The 8 great families are wealthy, but they're not foolish. Hatching a beast from an egg is the easiest way to tame one, making the egg more valuable than the beast itself. Exceptional grade beast eggs are rare and precious. Even the sons and daughters of these families might not have one, let alone give them to others. You all are just being gullible. Yifan spoke again. Any other information? No, no more. The boy shook his head quickly. the blood on his throat already starting to scab. I've told you everything I know. All right then. Yi Fan waved his hand, and the swift-winged eagle released its grip. The boy, feeling a huge sense of relief, quickly stood up, about to beg for mercy. But Yi Fan said, "Fatty, tie him up." "What?" the boy exclaimed in surprise. "I've told you everything. Just because you told me doesn't mean I'm letting you go," Yi Fan said, waving his hand as he walked away. The boy panicked, but before he could react, Li Fatty approached with a rope. "Don't talk, or I'll stuff your mouth with a stinky sock," Li Fatty said, efficiently tying him up. Soon, under Li Fatty's meticulous care, the boy was bound tightly, looking like a dumpling. "Wow, I do have an artistic touch, don't I? Even tying someone up looks so good." Li Fatty clapped his hands and called out to the distance, "Yi Fan, he's all tied up." "What now?" "Tie him to a tree. The guardian will take him out," Yi Fan replied. Yi Fan's voice echoed from afar. In the jungle, Li Pengzi was cursing under his breath as he moved quickly forward. Behind him, a rock python slithered silently, carrying a terrified man with a monkey-like face on its back. Yi Fan led the way, occasionally glancing back at Li Pengzi with a look of resignation. "Keep moving. We should reach the place I mentioned soon," Yi Fan reminded them. "The beast there is formidable, so everyone needs to be fully prepared. Don't let your guard down." Hearing this, the group immediately perked up and followed closely behind Yi Fan. Meanwhile, high above the secret realm, two figures dressed in black hovered silently. Unlike the previous guardians of the secret realm, they exuded a chilling aura, like bats in the night. "Yin, this kid is a bit tricky," the female guardian said, her voice icy. "With Wang Lingxi around, it's questionable whether Jijia and his team can even find them, let alone ambush them." Yin, the male guardian, was silent for a moment before saying, "This Yi Fan shows some frightening potential." "Frightening? A mere bronze level. What's so frightening about him?" the female guardian asked, puzzled. Yin explained, his mindset, strategy, leadership skills, and combat talent far exceed his peers. In just 2 months on Mercenary Street, he disrupted the decades-old order of the Pingqing mercenary group and established the third-largest mercenary group. Given more time, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to our organization in Pingqing. If it weren't for the monitoring devices on us preventing action, I would personally eliminate him." The female guardian fell silent, still somewhat incredulous. Yin continued, "I trust my judgment. In Yi Fan, I see the shadow of his illustrious ancestor. This Yi Fan must be killed. If not, he will undoubtedly become a major enemy to the dynasty organization." In the jungle, Yi Fan's group stopped after passing a cliff. "Are we there yet, Yi Fan?" Wang Lingxi asked nervously. "It's just ahead in the canyon," Yi Fan replied, his eyes turning cold. He instructed Wang Lingxi to send the Bopi bird and Jinmao rat to scout the canyon. Wang Lingxi complied immediately. Soon, through the synchronized vision of her beasts, Wang Lingxi reported, "There's a silver 5-star ironclaw tiger resting in the canyon." The group's expressions changed slightly. A silver 5-star beast was a mid-tier silver beast, posing a significant challenge. Li Pengzi hesitated. "Yi Fan, this silver 5-star might be hard to kill." Yi Fan remained unfazed. "It's manageable. The ironclaw tiger is the weakest among tiger-type beasts, just at the elite grade." "Elite grade is still tough to deal with," Li Pengzi said, still worried. Yi Fan replied seriously, "As long as we understand its combat traits, it won't be hard to kill. Listen carefully to what I say and follow my instructions." Yi Fan then detailed the ironclaw tiger's characteristics and weak points, emphasizing caution. After he finished, he signaled for them to prepare for action. Li Pengzi was surprised. "Are we going in now? Shouldn't we discuss the battle plan in more detail?" Yi Fan explained, "Details need to be honed through experience. Opportunities are fleeting and won't always give you time to plan and prepare." After speaking, Yi Fan took the lead, and the others followed closely behind. Li Pengzi hesitated for a moment, but eventually joined them. The monkey-faced man suddenly remembered that he was still on the back of the rock python and shouted, "Hey, I'm still up here. Get me down first." Li Pengzi paused, thought for a moment, and decided to tie the monkey-faced man to a nearby tree to prevent him from yelling and disrupting the fight. The group carefully scaled the cliff and hid behind a large rock. Not far away, a massive ironclaw tiger was sound asleep, its snores thunderous. Yi Fan instructed Li Pengzi to release the ghost snake to approach the ironclaw tiger, then commanded, "Attack." In an instant, everyone sprang into action, and their beasts launched their assaults. The ghost snake emitted a cloud of poison, which the ironclaw tiger inhaled deeply upon waking. Flames followed, as the swift eagle and hellhound attacked simultaneously, joined by the other beasts. The canyon echoed with the ironclaw tiger's furious roars. Meanwhile, the monkey-faced man, tied securely to a tree nearby, stared wide-eyed in terror. He wanted to call for help, but with Li Pengzi's smelly socks stuffed in his mouth, He could only produce muffled whimpers, tears welling up in his eyes as he struggled. At that moment, a figure appeared silently, and a gentle voice asked, "Hey there, are you all right?" In the canyon, Yifan and his group were locked in a fierce battle with the Ironclaw tiger. They had the upper hand, and under the assault of several summoned beasts, the Ironclaw tiger was beginning to show signs of fatigue. In a powerful collision, a hellhound rammed into the Ironclaw tiger, forcing it back. The beast stood its ground, letting out a deafening roar. The tiger's might was intimidating. Even at the brink of defeat, it remained ferocious. The group's faces paled at the sheer savagery of the creature. Li Pengzi, eyeing the Ironclaw tiger's exposed fangs, felt a chill down his spine. If this beast were in the Silver Moon Forest, imagine how many people it would have devoured. Yifan explained, in the school's managed secret realms, apart from a few native creatures, many summoned beasts come from places like the Silver Moon Forest. Guardians protect students' safety in these realms, making such ferocious beasts perfect for testing the resolve of novice beast tamers. Most students wouldn't withstand the tiger's might. Chen Peng, a few years older, frowned and remarked, only someone with the captain's extraordinary temperament could face such a fierce beast without flinching. Yifan shook his head. Anyone who has witnessed a dragon's lament would not fear a dying tiger's desperate roar. Prepare to finish it off, but stay vigilant. He raised a dagger forged from fine steel, its blade glinting in the moonlight. Yifan led the charge towards the Ironclaw tiger, with the group's summoned beasts following closely behind. Knowing its end was near, the Ironclaw tiger continued to roar, opening its blood-stained maw to bite at Yifan. Yifan dodged nimbly, slashing his dagger across the tiger's throat, leaving a deep, bone-revealing gash. The Ironclaw tiger turned, eyes filled with hatred, ignoring the other summoned beasts and lunged straight at Yifan. Yifan snorted, clashing his dagger against the tiger's iron claws, sparks flying. The immense force nearly knocked him off his feet. Just as Yifan was about to counterattack, Chun Peng shouted, "Vile tiger, do not harm our captain." His fists crackled with lightning as he delivered a powerful punch, sending the Ironclaw tiger's massive body reeling back. Several summoned beasts then pounced, finally subduing the exhausted beast. With the Ironclaw tiger dead, Chun Peng exhaled in relief, his fists trembling slightly. Yifan praised him. That move just now must have been the inch-step punch from the 100 Battles fist, right? It focuses on explosive force. You're close to mastering it, well done. Chin Peng scratched his head sheepishly. I haven't fully learned it yet. In the heat of the moment, I just somehow pulled it off. Yifan patted his shoulder. Insights gained in battle are often the most valuable. Reflect on that punch, and you'll master it soon. Thank you for your help. Hearing this, a light sparked in Chan Peng's eyes. Li Pengzi raised a spirit pearl, excitement evident on his face. A 5-star silver, attributeless spirit pearl. It's worth at least 10 1-star silver ones. We're in for a windfall. Yifan shook his head. We're not here just for spirit pearls. His gaze fixed on a patch of overgrown weeds. Follow me. The real treasure is over there. The group followed Yifan to the weed-covered spot. Yifan moved the weeds aside, revealing a half-human hate hole. Li Pengzi was astonished, while Yifan smiled. It's still here. What we've been eyeing for months must be inside. This time, we might hit the jackpot. Yifan led the way into the hole, with the others close behind. The inside was dark and damp, with little light, and the narrow passage made them feel somewhat uneasy. Fatty Li said worriedly, "There aren't any vampire bats in here, are there?" As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of glowing red eyes lit up on the cave ceiling, scaring him so much he nearly fainted. Yifan reassured him, "Don't be afraid. These are just low-level cave bats, at most black iron 1-star. They're timid by nature and won't harm us." As they continued forward, the cave suddenly opened up into a spacious chamber. The walls were adorned with glowing fruits, their faint light converging at the center. There, on an altar-like protrusion, a peculiar lotus flower bloomed, its 7 petals displaying the colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Yifan's eyes lit up. "Xuanji lotus," he exclaimed, quickly stepping forward and carefully uprooting the flower. Those guys seem to have found the hidden treasure in the secret realm. Yin stood in the sky, frowning as he watched the group enter the cave after killing the Iron Claw tiger. The female guardian beside him asked in confusion, "Is there really a hidden treasure in the secret realm?" Yin replied coldly, "The secret realm is controlled but not fully developed. There must be many spiritual herbs and fruits growing in places we don't know about." The female guardian's face changed slightly. "So, they must have gotten something valuable?" Yin shook his head. "Hidden things can be good or bad. But since it's a treasure guarded by a silver 5-star Iron Claw tiger, it shouldn't be too shabby." That boy seemed well prepared, heading straight here as soon as he entered the realm, with a very clear purpose. "Are you saying someone detected the things in the secret realm and told Yifan?" The female guardian speculated. But the secret realm is a classified zone. Who else could enter besides us? Yin snorted. Who else? Zhun has access to all secret realms. The female guardian hesitated. Zhun has always been fair and impartial. He wouldn't favor Yifan, would he? Yan's eyes grew colder. He was once part of the Zhantian army, and Yifan is the descendant of his commander. Can you say for sure he wouldn't be biased? Those self-proclaimed righteous folks are just like us behind the scenes. The female guardian pondered for a moment. If Zhun is backing him, it might be difficult for us to deal with him. Yin said firmly. I don't believe he can protect that boy forever. I'll find a chance to take action personally. This boy must not be allowed to live. You're going to take action yourself? The female guardian was surprised. We have a bigger mission in Pingqing. If we're exposed, Yin interrupted. We won't be exposed. I'll be careful. A flash of fear crossed his eyes. You haven't experienced the great battle 40 years ago. You don't know what Yizhantian meant. If it weren't for him, the dynasty's restoration would have succeeded 40 years ago. Now is the best time. We can't let a second Yizhantian appear. Meanwhile, Yifan and his group were walking through the canyon. Lipatzi asked curiously, Yifan, what exactly is the Xuanji lotus? Why are you so happy? Yifan explained. It's an extremely rare spiritual treasure. You can think of it as an upgraded version of the inferior transformation fruit, specifically for elite-grade beasts. An upgraded inferior transformation fruit? Lipatzi exclaimed. Can the Xuanji lotus also enhance a beast's bloodline? Yifan nodded. That's right. The Xuanji lotus blooms once every 10 years, with 7 petals, each corresponding to one of the basic elemental powers. Consuming the corresponding petal will enhance the beast's grade. Can it reach the outstanding grade? Lipatzi asked eagerly. It can, but it takes several times, Yifan said with a smile. From elite to elite peak requires 2 uses, and from elite peak to outstanding requires 3. Fatty Li did some calculations, and immediately felt disheartened. It takes 5 rounds to go from elite to exceptional, and with the event happening once every 10 years, that's 50 years. Yifan shook his head and said, luckily, the time flow in my beast space is 30 to 1. 1 year there is only 12 days here, so 10 years is just 4 months. 5 rounds will only take a year and a half. He secretly rejoiced. With the Xuanji lotus, not only could he elevate all his beasts to the exceptional grade, but he could also help those around him achieve the same. This would perfectly bypass the limitations imposed by bloodline grades, making it indispensable for someone as perfectionistic as him. Fortunately, in this life, I can win. Yifan sighed softly as he looked at Fatty Li. He recalled narrowly escaping with just a few leaves in his previous life, missing out on this precious opportunity. Wang Lingxi suddenly asked, Yifan, if the Xuanji lotus is so powerful, why is that iron claw tiger still at the elite grade? Didn't it discover the lotus? Yifan explained. Of course it discovered the lotus. Otherwise, how could it have reached silver 5-star and chosen this place as its lair? He pointed to the cave, a smile flickering in his eyes. As for why it's still at the elite grade, it could fit in when it was young, but after growing stronger and larger, it couldn't get in anymore. The iron claw tiger really had it rough, Li Pengzi remarked as they walked, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. Guarding such a treasure but unable to eat it is a real loss. Yifan waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. It's not really a loss. Without the Xuanji lotus, it wouldn't be this fierce. That's true. Li Pengzi nodded in agreement, then asked, so, what are we going to do in the next few days? Yifan thought for a moment, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Naturally, we'll be causing trouble for Jijia. He tried to have me killed, and his plan got exposed. If I don't fight back, it wouldn't be my style. Li Pengzi frowned slightly, a hint of worry in his voice. Causing trouble for Jijia? He has a lot of people around him, and there are only 5 of us. We might be at a disadvantage. We don't need to fight them, Hedon. Just give them a good scare, Yifan said, patting Li Pengzi's shoulder with a relaxed tone. That sounds doable. Li Pengzi nodded, feeling reassured. The group continued forward, and before long, they saw a figure standing in the middle of the path ahead, as straight as a tree. A closer look revealed it was the monkey-faced man that Li Pengzi had tied up earlier, now free from his bindings. Yifan frowned, and the others immediately became alert. Who untied you? Li Pengzi demanded, his voice sharp. Was it Jijia? The monkey-faced man shook his head quickly, his voice filled with obvious panic. No. A classmate saved me and told me to wait here for you then. Then what? Li Pengzi pressed, his eyes wary. At that moment, a steady voice sounded. Then, to seek justice, a tall figure emerged from behind a tree. The newcomer was burly but had an air of scholarly refinement, wearing glasses. It was Chuji. Yifan raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. It's you? Chuji? Chuji looked taken aback. You know me? I've heard of you, Yifan replied coolly, a hint of a smile in his eyes. He thought to himself, Chuji was quite famous in his past life. Known as Justice Bro, always stepping in to help the oppressed. Unfortunately, he later encountered enemies in the Silver Moon Forest, got severely injured, and never recovered. Unaware of Yifan's thoughts, Chuji got straight to the point. You people tied up this classmate without any reason, gagging him so he couldn't call for help. Such behavior is akin to attempted murder. By rights, you owe him an apology and compensation. Li Pengzi's anger flared up, and he was about to retort when Yifan stopped him with a firm hand. Chuji, Yifan spoke calmly but firmly. Before you seek justice, did you get the full story? Chuji hesitated, then retorted. Isn't the full story that you tied him up? Yifan shook his head and turned to the monkey-faced man. You tell Chuji the full story. Under Yifan's cold gaze, the monkey-faced man shivered and hesitantly revealed everything. He explained Ji Jie's bounty to kill Yifan and his role in tracking their whereabouts. As the truth came to light, Chuji's face grew increasingly awkward. He shot a venomous glare at the monkey-faced man and demanded, Why didn't you say this earlier? The monkey-faced man weakly replied, You never gave me a chance to speak before. Chuji fell silent for a moment, then turned to Yifan and clasped his hands in a gesture of apology. Given the circumstances, this guy brought it on himself. I acted without knowing the full story and stood up for the wrong person. For that, I apologize to you, Yifan. Yifan waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind. Chuji continued. As for Ji Jie, Yifan, you should seek justice from him. Do you need my help? Consider it my way of making amends for my earlier rashness. After a brief moment of thought, Yifan nodded. If you can help, that would be good. Hearing this, Chuji strode towards Yifan and his group. This sight made the monkey-faced man panic. He quickly pleaded with Yifan. Brother Yifan, please spare me. Yifan replied calmly, I can spare you, but on one condition. Tomorrow morning, take me to your base. The monkey-faced man hesitated for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. Seeing this, Yifan offered him a way out. Do you know the mercenary group? After this, go to Shanyi. That's my mercenary group. But I'm not offering you shelter, you'll have to earn your keep. I won't give you any special treatment. The monkey-faced man nodded repeatedly, filled with gratitude. Yifan added one last thing. Also, I don't like being called Brother Fan. You can either call me by my name or call me Captain. The group continued on their way. Li Fati sidled up to Yifan and whispered, Yifan, are you planning to recruit that monkey-faced guy? He's Ji Jie's lackey. Why give him a chance? Yifan explained, he's just a teenager and hasn't committed any major wrongs yet. Giving him a chance isn't a big deal. He has decent potential. If he can grow, he might be useful. But if he squanders this chance, there won't be another. Li Fati nodded thoughtfully and then asked, What about Chuji? He seems quite capable. Shouldn't we recruit him too? After a moment of contemplation, Yifan shook his head. We'll see. Seeing Li Fati's confusion, Yifan elaborated. He's always talking about justice and fairness. You must have noticed that. Yifan fell silent for a long time, seemingly lost in memories, before finally sighing, he's a good person. But in this world, absolute justice is hard to come by. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Yifan rose as usual to practice his martial arts. Chunpeng was also up early, joining Yifan in training. After observing for a while, Chunpeng couldn't help but exclaim, Leader, your technique has some real depth. It looks like an ancient form of martial arts. Yifan smiled slightly and replied, You could say that. It's something I developed by integrating some ancient techniques. I call it the universal method. Chunpeng's eyes widened in amazement as he praised, creating your own martial art. Leader, you truly have extraordinary talent. This is the kind of skill that can establish a new school. Yifan waved his hand modestly. It's just a martial art. Nothing too special. Do you want to learn it? Chunpeng nodded honestly but hesitated. I do, but I practice the 100 Battles Fist, which is fierce and aggressive. Wouldn't it conflict with your gentler technique? Yifan explained, It won't. The 100 Battles Fist is about moves, while my universal method is about strengthening the body. They don't conflict. Hearing this, a spark of enthusiasm lit up in Chunpeng's eyes. Though he felt a bit embarrassed, I've received so much from you without making any significant contributions. First the awakening technique, then the 100 Battles Fist, and now this self-created martial art. Yifan patted his shoulder encouragingly. To achieve great things, you need to be strong first. This martial art isn't particularly precious to me. If you have the heart, repay me with a technique of your own when you're able. Chunpeng nodded firmly. Yifan then began demonstrating the universal method, and Chunpeng watched intently, soon mimicking the moves. Though his actions were a bit clumsy, he managed to capture the essence. Yifan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. He thought to himself that Chunpeng had great potential in martial arts. Even if he wasn't a beast master, he could still become a formidable figure. Yifan firmly believed that a D-level talent didn't preclude becoming a strong beast master or a powerful individual. The key was seizing opportunities. Before long, Wang Lingxi and Ma Xiaoxue emerged from their tents, surprised to see the two already training. Yifan instructed them to wake up Li Pengzi and the others, reminding them of the tough battle ahead. After a simple breakfast, Yifan called monkey-faced Zhou Tsong to lead the way. Zhou Tsong, though uneasy, guided the group deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, at Jie's camp, the atmosphere was tense. Jie, dissatisfied, questioned, "It's already the second day, and there's still no news of Yifan? Where's Zhou Tsong?" Someone reported that Zhou Tsong hadn't returned all night. Jie snorted in disdain. "That Zhou Tsong is useless." Sensing Jie's displeasure, Zhou Tsong's friend Deng Ai volunteered to search for him. Jie impatiently waived his consent. Deng Ai searched the jungle for a long time before finally encountering Zhou Tsong's group. However, upon seeing Yifan and the others, he immediately turned and fled. Zhou Tsong awkwardly explained to Yifan that Deng Ai was timid by nature. Yifan was unbothered and signaled Li Pengzi to act. Li Pengzi whistled, and suddenly a black flame serpent darted out from the bushes. Deng Ai's terrified cries for help echoed through the forest. "Help!" Deep in the jungle, Zhou Tsong watched his childhood friend Deng Ai, who was pale and entangled by the black flame serpent, and couldn't help but plead with Yifan, "Brother Fan, he's just scared. He didn't mean to inform on us. Can you let him go?" Yifan waved his hand slightly, signaling Li Fati to have the black flame serpent release Deng Ai. "Since he's your childhood friend, you take care of him," Yifan said calmly. Zhou Tsong nodded repeatedly and quickly pulled Deng Ai to his side. Yifan's gaze pierced through the dense foliage, landing on a barely visible encampment in the distance. "That's your encampment up ahead, isn't it?" "Yes," Zhou Tsong answered quickly, then leaned closer to Yifan and whispered, "There are about 100 people there. A frontal assault might not be wise. I know a small path we can use to sneak in from the side." Yifan shook his head and interrupted, "We don't need to take a small path to deal with this lot." As he spoke, he waved his hand, summoning his hellhound and swift eagle. Li Fati and Ma Xiaoxue also released their own beasts, ready for action. Chu Ji hesitated for a moment, remembering his promise from the previous day, and summoned his 2 bronze 7-star Biasa rare-grade iron-eating beast and an elite-grade fiery sparrow. Yifan nodded in approval at this lineup. Turning to Zhou Tsong and Deng Ai, he said, "If you want to come along, follow us. If you're scared, stay here or hide." Before he finished speaking, Yifan had already started swiftly moving toward the encampment. As Yifan and his group moved away, Deng Ai snapped out of his daze and urgently said to Zhou Tsong, "Are you crazy?" Informing Yifan, "Aren't you afraid of Jie punishing us? How are we going to survive in Pingqing High School if we cross Jie?" Zhou Tsong sighed helplessly. "I had no choice." Yifan said I could join his mercenary group afterward. Join his mercenary group? Deng Ai was stunned. "Shunyi? How do you know Shunyi?" "Shunyi is now the 4th-rank mercenary group in Pingqing. They're quite famous," Zhou Tsong explained. "Their benefits are much better than following Jie. Over there, we barely get anything and get scolded all the time." As they were talking, sounds of fierce fighting and beastly roars erupted from the distant jungle. Flames shot into the sky, and Jie's furious shouts could be faintly heard before abruptly stopping, as if he had been struck down. Zhou Tsong and Deng Ai exchanged glances. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Tsong suggested, "Since we can't stay with Jie anyway, why not go help Yifan and prove our loyalty?" Deng Ai gritted his teeth, picked up a wooden stick from the ground, and said, "Let's go." Meanwhile, Yifan was facing off against Jie. A bright red handprint on Jie's shoulder was particularly striking, clearly showing he had taken a hit in the earlier clash. His subordinates were in disarray, and the only one who had stepped forward, Long Wu, had been repelled by Chen Peng, leaving Jie isolated despite his numerical advantage. Jie gritted his teeth and said, "Yifan, do you dare to lay a hand on me? Have you thought about the consequences?" Yifan replied coldly, "Have you thought about the consequences? You ordered your men to gather and try to kill me. Murdering classmates is a serious crime. Do you think no one in Pingqing can hold you accountable?" "Who can prove it?" Jie retorted, raising his hand to summon his beast. "Enough talk. Beast masters settle things with strength." "Fine by me," Yifan replied. 2 beasts instantly appeared by his side, enveloped in a radiant glow. Jie snorted disdainfully, a drank talent, just as worthless as expected. He raised his hand, summoning a beast that stood as tall as 2 people, its body covered in armor-like scales. Exceptional grade, silver 2-star, Qianjun beast. Yifan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the formidable beast. Jie smirked, "Yifan, you've walked right into this. Makes things easier for me." He raised his hand, a red glow enveloping the Qianjun beast. "Beast, divine power." The Qianjun beast swelled in size, its eyes glowing red as it let out a roar that sent shockwaves through the air. This rank divine power could boost a beast's strength by over 50, instantly elevating the Qinjun beast power by 2 star levels. From a distance, Li the Fatty watched, worried for Yifan. But Yifan remained unfazed, saying calmly, making such a big deal over an exceptional grade beast. I thought you had something rarer. With that, Yifan brandished a dagger and charged at the Qinjun beast alongside his hellhound and wind eagle. The hellhound spewed flames, and Yifan deftly dodged the beast's claws, aiming his dagger downward. Sparks flew, but the dagger failed to penetrate the Qinjun beast's armor. The hellhound's flames only left a scorched mark. GGS sneered, my beast isn't some forest creature. The Qinjun beast is top tier in both offense and defense among exceptional grades. You think your market stall goods and a hellhound can break its defense? Dream on. Yifan smirked. Is that so? Let's see how strong your Qinjun beast's defense really is. He struck again and quickly retreated. The Qinjun beast's claws slammed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wind Eagle, kamikaze attack. Yifan commanded. A sharp eagle cry pierced the air as the wind eagle dove, its talons gleaming as they slashed across the Qinjun beast. More sparks flew, and the wind eagle swiftly ascended. Jie was about to mock Yifan when his eyes widened in shock. 3 bloody gashes appeared on the Qinjun beast's back. Though the wounds weren't severe, its armor had been breached. How is this possible? Jie exclaimed. Yifan's lips curled into a smile. You think an exceptional grade beast makes you invincible? My Wind Eagle's attack power is top-notch among elite beasts. With a high-speed dive and skill boost, just because you're 2 levels higher and your talent doesn't enhance defense, why wouldn't it break your Qinjun beast's armor? As soon as Jie spoke, his eyes filled with uncertainty, clearly not expecting such a reaction from Yifan. Seeing this, Yifan smirked mockingly and said, with just this much skill, you think you can kill me? That's wishful thinking. Infuriated, Jie shouted, Yifan, stop provoking me. Do you think you've won just because you got a slight advantage? He then decisively ordered, Qinjun beast, use earthquake. The massive Qinjun beast immediately moved. Its giant claw, covered in thick scales, slowly lifted, gathering a pale yellow light in its palm. In the next moment, this terrifyingly powerful claw slammed down towards Yifan. Prepared for this, Yifan quickly retreated while calling out to his hellhound. The loyal companion instantly dashed forward, carrying its master several meters away in a leap. Boom! The Qinjun beast's powerful strike missed Yifan but struck the ground heavily. In an instant, the earth trembled, trees within a radius of several dozen meters toppled, and the ground split open with huge cracks, showcasing the immense destructive power. Yifan and the hellhound landed steadily at the edge of the destruction zone, effortlessly avoiding the deadly blow. Seeing this, Jie grew even more anxious and immediately issued a new command. Qinjun beast, boulder crush. The Qinjun beast roared and raised its claw again. As light flickered, several huge boulders materialized and flew towards Yifan with a whoosh. However, a faint smile appeared on Yifan's face as he lightly patted the hellhound, signaling it to dodge. The hellhound swiftly evaded, causing the boulders to miss and instead crush several of Jie's subordinates. Seizing the opportunity, Yifan ordered, Gale Eagle attack. The Gale Eagle shot down like an arrow, its sharp talons tearing along the previous wound on the Qinjun beast. Roar! The Qinjun beast let out a thunderous howl of pain. Seeing the chance, Yifan leaped off the hellhound, his dagger flashing as he aimed for the Qinjun beast's throat. At the same time, the hellhound spewed scorching flames at the beast's wound. The Qinjun beast was forced to lift its upper body, swinging its giant claws to fend off the attacks. A glint of determination flashed in Yifan's eyes as he seized the fleeting opportunity, darting forward like lightning and slashing his dagger across the beast's throat. With a sickening sound, the sharp dagger sank in. In excruciating pain, the Qinjun beast went berserk, wildly swinging its claws. Yifan used the momentum to drive the dagger deeper before nimbly retreating. At this moment, the Gale Eagle swooped down again. The Qinjun beast tried to dodge, but still received another wound from the sharp talons. In just a few breaths, the situation had become clear. Jie's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly recalled the Qinjun beast. The giant beast retreated to its master's side, blood dripping from the dagger still lodged in its throat, looking utterly defeated. The battle's outcome was clear, leaving the onlookers in shock. Some even forgot to resist, allowing Li Pengzi's rock python to easily subdue them. With his arms crossed, Yifan looked at Jie mockingly. Your beast taming skills are pathetic, not even as good as Li Yu's. Jie erupted in anger. Nonsense? You think I'm worse than that fat idiot? Yifan sneered. At least he doesn't underestimate his opponents like you do. Jie pulled the dagger from the Qinjun beast's throat, his face dark and menacing. Yifan continued to provoke. Young Master Ji, what do you have to say now? Jie gritted his teeth. What's there to say? Yifan shrugged. You're not as skilled. I doubt you have any other beast tamers who can beat me. So, what do you plan to do? Jie glared. Yifan, are you planning to kill me? Yifan pointed to the sky and smiled meaningfully. I'm not like you, Jie. Always looking to kill someone. Besides, there's a guardian in this secret realm. Killing you is out of the question. But if you want to leave here in one piece, I think you should pay a price. A price? Jie was furious. Yifan, you want me to pay a price? I have over 100 people here. If we go down, we'll take you with us. Do you really think you'll come out ahead? Yifan snorted. If all 100 of them are willing to die for you, maybe I'd reconsider. But take a good look around. These people aren't your Ji family lackeys. They won't rush to die for the Ji family young master. Jie looked around and saw everyone scattering, unwilling to resist. His gaze fell on Deng Ai and Zhou Tsong, burning with rage. Zhou Tsong, Deng Ai, how dare you betray me? The two tried to shrink away and explain, but Yifan raised a hand to stop them. What's the point of being someone's lackey, living off scraps? Everyone, not just Zhou Tsong and Deng Ai, if any of you are interested, I can give you a chance. Come to the city, join my mercenary group, and hunt wild beasts in the Silver Moon Forest to keep Pingqing safe. You'll earn a good living. Beast tamers should do what they're meant to do. His words stirred many in the crowd, making them eager. Seeing this, Jie was enraged. Who dares? Try it, and you become my enemy. I'll hunt you down to the end. Li Pengzi couldn't help but mock. Wow, young Master Ji, such authority. Talking about hunting people down like you're the governor of Pingqing. Oh wait, even the governor wouldn't dare say that. Young Master Ji, you're so powerful, even more so than the governor. Jie's face turned livid as he glared at Li Pengzi. Fatty, do you think you can defy me just because you're with Yifan? Li Pengzi retorted, I don't know about defying you, but at least I'm not a lackey, barely getting by and getting scolded every day. With Yifan, I earn what I work for. With some people, you can't even fill your stomach. Jie was about to retort when Yifan raised a hand to stop him. Enough, Jie. Where they go is their choice. Let's discuss what we need to. He smiled and extended his hand towards Jie again. So, what are you willing to offer to save face? Being thrown out by me would be pretty embarrassing. I doubt you can accept such humiliation. Upon hearing the words, Yifan, you jerk, Jie's face instantly darkened. A talisman-like object emitting an ominous aura suddenly appeared in his hand. Long Wu sensed the abnormality and his expression changed slightly, eyeing the talisman warily. Yifan remained unfazed and let out a light snort. What? Is young Master Ji planning to use an energy talisman here? He stared directly into Jie's eyes, his tone calm but carrying a warning. Don't think you can act recklessly just because you have more tricks up your sleeve. If an energy talisman explodes, it will blow up the entire secret realm. Every young person with beast taming talent from Pingqing and the surrounding areas will die. If this gets investigated, even the Ji family might not be able to protect you. Jie's expression changed again upon hearing this. He gritted his teeth, but eventually put away the talisman. What do you want? He asked angrily. After a brief silence, Yifan spoke. An exceptional grade beast egg. Young Master Ji should be able to provide that, right? An exceptional grade beast egg. Jie was furious. Yifan, you have some nerve. Those eggs are priceless. My family barely managed to get me one. Yifan smiled. Oh, I thought someone of your status could easily get one. Jie's face grew even darker, and he let out a cold snort. Yifan continued. How about a few seeds of the rampage fruit? If I'm not mistaken, you should have some with you right now. Jie was momentarily speechless, looking at Yifan in disbelief. Yifan explained. The rampage fruit is specifically for large beasts. You have a Qianjun beast. Given the Ji family's resources, they wouldn't deprive you of rampage fruits. The seeds are just the fruit's cores, which should be useless to you. Jie admitted. I do have the seeds. He asked suspiciously. What do you need them for? Yifan replied. What I do with them is none of your concern. Just hand them over. After a few seconds of silence, Jie retrieved 2 black and red fruit cores from his beast space and tossed them to Yifan. The cores were large, about the size of a fist, 10 times bigger than ordinary fruit seeds. Here are 2 cores, Jie said. All right. Yifan caught the cores and put them away. Can I leave now? Jie asked, glaring at Yifan. Yifan made a gesture of invitation. Feel free, young Master Ji. If you have more business like this in the future, you can come find me. Jie snorted coldly again and left with a dark expression, calling Long Wu to follow him. Ignoring his lackeys who were still being chased and beaten, Yifan quietly watched Jie leave. Soon, Li Pengzi and a few others drove the remaining students away. Ah, that felt great. Li Pengzi twisted his neck as he walked over to Yifan. I've had enough of these bullies. Beating them up feels so satisfying. Yifan smiled. Pengzi, you've changed. Changed? How have I changed? Li Pengzi asked, puzzled. Heart and courage. Yifan patted Li Pengzi on the shoulder. Chen Peng also approached Yifan, his expression slightly grave. Captain, the dragon warrior by Ji Jie's side is not ordinary. Yifan nodded. Yes, he's different from regular people. Why? You just clashed with him, and you had the upper hand. Chen Peng pondered. I did have the advantage. But I feel like the dragon warrior wasn't using his full strength against me. Yifan raised an eyebrow in thought. Just then, a tall figure emerged from the bushes. Dragon warrior? Yifan frowned. What do you want? Dragon warrior looked uneasy. Brother Yifan, the young master asked me to deliver a message. What is it? He said this matter won't end here. Yifan lowered his voice. And? If you have something to say, make it brief. Dragon warrior hesitated for a moment, then also lowered his voice. Brother Yifan, the young master is trying to kill you this time because the dynasty organization offered the map of the creation fruit as a condition. The guardian in this secret realm is also from the dynasty organization. After speaking, Dragon warrior quickly retreated into the bushes and disappeared. Yifan explained to his puzzled companions, Dragon warrior is now on our side. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Though Dragon warrior's words were brief, they brought shocking news. Ji Jie was colluding with the dynasty organization. The guardian of the secret realm was from the dynasty organization, and most importantly the creation fruit. Just mentioning the name made Yifan's eyes burn with intensity. The legendary fruit that could unlock a second beast master talent. Among the protectors of Pingxing, there are members of the dynasty organization. This shocking news hit Yifan and his companions like a heavy blow. Although Li Fati and the others didn't know what the creation fruit was, they sensed the gravity of the situation. The protectors, dispatched directly by the higher-ups and possessing extraordinary strength, were supposed to be the top-tier force safeguarding the peace. However, their defection to the dynasty organization undoubtedly spelled catastrophic consequences. Yifan. Li Fati's voice trembled slightly as he instinctively looked up at the sky. Don't look up. Yifan immediately warned in a low voice, his eyes growing sharp. The protectors can directly observe us. Try not to act suspiciously. Keep your voice down to avoid being overheard. Hearing this, Li Fati quickly shrank his neck and moved closer to Yifan, whispering, what should we do? Pingxing has more than just the protectors. There are even stronger individuals. Yifan replied calmly. We need to be extra cautious during this period. Don't go out alone, and definitely don't spread the news. Hold on for a while, and others will come to deal with them. These words somewhat alleviated the unease on everyone's faces. Li Fati couldn't help but sigh. This Ji Jie must be mad. Colluding with the dynasty organization over some creation fruit, that's a death sentence. I didn't expect him to be involved with the dynasty organization either. Yifan shook his head, his face showing a puzzled expression. The creation fruit, a mysterious item that had only appeared a few times over the centuries, usually grew in hidden, unknown realms. Yifan had spent years searching for it in his past life to no avail, yet now clues had surfaced in Pingxing. Recalling Ji Jie's mention of an important matter in his past life, Yifan suddenly realized it was likely about finding the creation fruit. This understanding ignited a fiery determination in Yifan's eyes. If the creation fruit truly existed, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yifan calculated silently. If he could transplant it into his beast space, leveraging the space's enhancements, it might bear more creation fruits within a few years. This would not only significantly boost his strength, but could also cultivate a powerful team with dual talents. With this in mind, Yifan patted Li Fati's shoulder encouragingly. Fati, keep it up. The future holds great promise. Though Li Fati was a bit confused, he nodded in agreement. He leaned closer to Yifan and whispered, Yifan, is the creation fruit really that incredible? Absolutely, Yifan nodded with a smile. And it's something we must obtain. Got it. Li Fati echoed, then asked, Yifan, compared to Mr. Pan, how strong are the protectors? Yifan teased, usually, it's Pan Zhao this and Pan Zhao that, but when danger comes, he becomes Mr. Pan? Then he turned serious. The protectors are definitely stronger than Mr. Pan Zhao, but perhaps not by much. At least they have a golden level of strength. But don't worry, just find some good stuff in the secret realm over the next few days. I'll have arrangements once we're out. In Pingxing, there are more than just these two guardians, and they are not considered the top-tier power. In the following days, without Ji Jie causing trouble, Yifan led the group on a massive looting spree in the secret realm. They avoided formidable beasts like the iron-clawed tiger and focused on hunting weaker low-star silver beasts, while also collecting a large amount of spiritual herbs and medicines. Although they didn't come across any treasures as rare as the Xuanji lotus again, the resources they gathered were enough to push them close to the bottleneck of advancing from bronze to silver. On the morning the trial ended, Yifan and his team were the first students to leave the secret realm. At the entrance, Pan Zhao, who had been waiting for a long time, grabbed Yifan and led the group towards the freshman dormitory, asking as they walked, How did you guys do these past few days? Not bad, Yifan replied. We got the Xuanji lotus and a whole bunch of spiritual herbs and fruits. At that moment, Li Fati took out a large bag filled with spiritual herbs and fruits. Seeing the bag brimming with loot, Pan Zhao couldn't help but exclaim, You guys, it's like you went shopping instead of exploring a secret realm. I've never brought back this much from my trips. Maybe we're just naturally suited for secret realm adventures, Yifan replied with a smile, then glanced around at the still noisy crowd and lowered his voice. Mr. Pan, I have something important to tell you. Pan Zhao was momentarily stunned and saw the unusual expression on Yifan's face. He immediately straightened up and said, What's so important? Tell me. Yifan lowered his voice, his expression serious. This time, the guardian of the secret realm is a member of the dynasty organization. Pan Zhao's face changed drastically upon hearing this, his brows furrowing. Do you know what this means? Of course I do. Yifan nodded, then proceeded to share the information he had gathered in the secret realm with Pan Zhao, omitting only the part about the fortune fruit. After listening to Yifan's account, Pan Zhao's face grew even darker. He clenched his fists and cursed. This Jie is out of his mind. I need to inform the principal right away. Yifan reached out to stop Pan Zhao from leaving. Mr. Pan, hold on. Informing the principal right now might not be the wisest move. Why? Pan Zhao shook his head in confusion. The old principal is quite powerful. He used to be a frontline expert. Yifan looked Pan Zhao in the eyes, his tone heavy. Can Mr. Pan guarantee that the principal is on our side? These words hit Pan Zhao like a bucket of cold water. He looked at Yifan in disbelief. You suspect the principal might be? Not exactly suspecting, but I can't fully trust him. Yifan shook his head and, after a brief pause, continued, Mr. Pan, if the guardian is from the dynasty organization, isn't it possible that there are members among the dozens or even hundreds of teachers at Pingqing High School? Pan Zhao suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. He clenched his fists, his voice low. The dynasty organization has infiltrated the school? Yifan nodded and added, not just the school. They've infiltrated underground gangs, mercenary groups in the city, and even law enforcement in Pingqing. You know Dingli, the guy who often clashed with me? He's one of their pawns. Pan Zhao frowned. So, your conflicts with Dingli were because of this? Exactly. Yifan's face showed a knowing smile. Pan Zhao fell silent for a moment, closely observing this young man. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Yifan gave him an impression of deep, unfathomable wisdom, a feeling that had only grown stronger over time. What do you need me to do? Pan Zhao asked directly. Yifan nodded and began to explain slowly. Mr. Pan, as a teacher, you have more opportunities to interact with other staff. Over the next period, can you help me investigate if any teachers have joined the dynasty organization? If you find any, don't alert them. Just compile a list and find a safe way to get it to me. No problem. Pan Zhao agreed, then asked, but what will you do with the list? Most of the teachers at Pingqing High are high-ranking silvers or even gold level. You and I can't handle them alone. Yifan shook his head, revealing a mysterious smile. It won't just be up to us. There are others who will step in, and they have the power to clear out this threat. Pan Zhao was taken aback, surprise flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Yifan didn't elaborate further, simply adding, Don't worry, Mr. Pan. Of course. Pan Zhao nodded repeatedly, without inquiring about the mysterious figure's identity. After Yifan finished speaking, he prepared to leave. Thank you for your help, Mr. Pan. Until the Indofterm competition, I'll stay with the mercenary group, investigating some remnants of the dynasty in the city. These remnants must be eradicated, and we must do it thoroughly in one go. Meanwhile, in the newly built teacher's dormitory loft in the south, Zhang Hong was reviewing the statistics of the secret realm. He was surprised to find that Yifan had managed to suppress Jie. Just as he was pondering this, the lights in the room flickered, and the candle on the table went out. Who's there? Zhang Hong stood up alertly, light shimmering in his hand. A man cloaked in black appeared out of thin air. Recognizing him, Zhang Hong quickly cupped his hands in respect. Lord Yin. Yin scanned the room coldly, his gaze landing on the report on the table. Zhang Hong, you seem to have a lot of free time. The higher-ups ordered you to kill Pan Zhao over a year ago. Why hasn't there been any progress? Zhang Hong felt uneasy and defended himself. Lord Yin, Pan Zhao and I are evenly matched in strength, and as mentors in Pingqing, we are both deeply involved with many others. Killing him is difficult and requires careful planning. Yin responded icily, with your intelligence, if you truly wanted to kill Pan Zhao, it wouldn't be that hard. Don't forget, Zhang Hong, you are now part of the dynasty's organization. Everything must be for the dynasty. Don't let personal feelings hinder our grand plan. 15 years ago, you made a choice. I assume you don't want to make that choice again. Zhang Hong's face stiffened. After a long pause, he nodded reluctantly. I understand, Lord Yin. Yin continued, I'm not here to pressure you to kill Pan Zhao right now, But there is another task I need you to accomplish. Jiang Hong raised an eyebrow. Another task? Please, tell me, my lord. You should be aware of a student named Yi Fan from your current cohort, Yin asked. Jiang Hong nodded repeatedly. Yes. That guy is Pan Zhao's student and very strong. I heard he just defeated Jijia from my class in the secret realm. Yin confirmed with a nod. Yes, that's him. Find an opportunity to kill him. Killing Yi Fan. This statement made Jiang Hong pause for a moment. He hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. A high school freshman with some combat talent, why is the organization so concerned? If he were just an ordinary student, it wouldn't matter. Yin shook his head, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. Yi Fan knows that Deng Li is part of the dynasty organization, but he hasn't reported it. We've already attempted several assassinations, all unsuccessful. Jiang Hong furrowed his brow. Even if he knows, how much trouble can a student cause? He can't possibly report the information. Don't be so sure. Yan's voice was low. You know Yi Zhantian, right? Yi Fan is his grandson. This news hit Jiang Hong like a heavy blow. He looked up sharply. Yi Zhantian's grandson? I thought he had no children. He does. Yin nodded, his gaze piercing. He was hidden in Pingxing. We only discovered this in the past 2 years. If he were mediocre, it wouldn't matter, but this kid is exceptionally talented. If he grows up, he will become a major threat. Jiang Hong's expression grew serious as he nodded. So, Lord Yin wants me to make sure it's a clean kill? Exactly. Yan's voice was icy. This is critical. If you succeed, the higher-ups might reconsider Pan Zhao's situation. Understood. Jiang Hong cupped his hands in response. Yin gave Jiang Hong a deep look. If I weren't so tied up, I'd handle it myself. You must complete this within a month. As soon as Yin finished speaking, the lights in the attic flickered, and the candle on the table reignited. Yan's figure had vanished, leaving Jiang Hong alone. So that's how it is, Jiang Hong murmured, his gaze falling on the intelligence reports on the table. No wonder this kid is so formidable as a descendant of Yi Wang. Meanwhile, at the Shunyi Tavern, Li Pengzi sat idly on a high stool, looking at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, are we not going hunting anymore? Chen Peng and Ma Xiaoxue also wore bored expressions. Only Wang Lingxi seemed composed, as she was used to working in the tavern. Yi Fan had a faint smile on his face. I didn't ask you to stay in the tavern to do nothing. I want you to digest your recent gains. This period at the silver level is a perfect time for consolidation. Li Pengzi scratched his head. Consolidation? I have no idea where to start. Yi Fan frowned slightly, glanced at the others, and after a moment's thought, said, let's change the venue. We'll go to the beast arena in the city for some training. There are many beast masters there, and we can spar with different opponents. Great. Li Pengzi perked up immediately. I've been itching to compete with others. Yi Fan nodded but reminded them, maintain a good mindset. Although Pingxing is small, it has its share of experts. There are silver and even gold level beast masters. We're mainly going for experience. Li Pengzi patted his chest and assured. No problem. My mindset is rock solid. Yi Fan shook his head with a smile. We'll see about that after the fight. Let's get ready to head out. The figures leaving the tavern immediately caught Sun Chong and his group's attention. What are those guys up to now? Sun Chong frowned, watching their retreating backs. The second-in-command muttered under his breath. No idea. All our spies have been cleared out by Yi Fan. Those bastards have the Pingxing mercenary group acting like they're on steroids. The competition is so fierce right now. While others are working themselves to the bone for assignments, they're already taking a break. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, Chong, should we follow them and see? Go if you want. Sun Chong snapped, still bitter about the last time Yi Fan had led him on a wild goose chase. The second-in-command shrank back. So what do we do next? They're all resting. Do we still have to work ourselves to death for assignments? Sun Chong was silent for a moment, then smirked. If they're resting, why should we keep pushing ourselves? Starting tomorrow, we rest too. If they're not hustling, why should we? Not long after, Yi Fan and his group arrived at the entrance of the Colosseum. The grand structure, reminiscent of ancient Roman arenas, was awe-inspiring. Fatty Li marveled. So this is the Colosseum? How much money must it have taken to build this? Yi Fan replied, probably tens of millions. But more importantly, you need connections and skills. A place like this is chaotic. Without some clout, you can't run it. He clapped his hands. Let's go. This place is full of shady characters. Watch your wallets and stick close to me. Inside, the Colosseum was spacious, with a massive main arena at its center and several smaller arenas surrounding it. The main arena opened only once a day for top-tier combats. Spectators had to buy tickets to enter and could place bets on the matches. The winning Beastmasters would receive a prize set by the Colosseum. As they walked through the corridors, scantily clad women carrying trays of drinks weaved past them, and occasionally, bloodied individuals were carried out. Cheers erupted from the crowd. with winners celebrating wildly and losers gritting their teeth, ready to try again. This was a world of decadence and a hotbed for shady deals. People here indulged their most primal desires, cheering on the Beastmasters in the arena as if they were part of the action themselves. Yifan, a 9-star bronze Beastmaster, stood calmly at the registration desk of the arena, filling in his information. A chubby fellow and others followed suit. The young lady in charge of registration looked up instinctively when she heard Yifan's voice, only to see a youthful face that left her momentarily stunned. 9-star bronze? Are you sure? She asked suspiciously. Yifan nodded and, without hesitation, summoned his hellhound. Seeing this, the young lady promptly apologized. Liu and Ma Xiaoxue also registered as 9-star bronze Beastmasters. When it was Chun Ping's turn, he looked troubled and whispered to Yifan, "I'm not a Beastmaster." Yifan turned to the receptionist and said, "Chun Peng, 9-star bronze warrior." The young lady nodded repeatedly and asked what events they wanted to sign up for. After thinking for a moment, Yifan decided that he and Chen Peng would enter the beast fights, while Liu and Ma Xiaoxue would join the Beastmaster duels. After completing the registration, the young lady handed them several watch-like communication devices and briefly explained how to use them. Yifan declined the explanation about the prize system and led his companions to a spacious waiting area. The waiting area was filled with a diverse crowd, most of whom had fierce expressions. Li, the chubby fellow, nervously leaned towards Yifan and whispered, "Yifan, are the silver and gold ranks here too?" Yifan shook his head and explained, "Those are the arena celebrities. They have their private lounges. Most here are bronze, black iron levels, and some beast hunters. They participate in beast fights, facing off against the arena's ferocious beasts for a chance at substantial rewards." Li nodded in understanding, realizing the reason behind Yifan's arrangement for him and Ma Xiaoxue to join the Beastmaster duels. Yifan then turned to Chen Peng, encouraging him to hone his skills in the beast fights and aim to break through to silver rank. Just then, Yifan's communicator buzzed. Hall 1. He glanced at the message, maintained his composure, and instructed the others to head to the upstairs viewing area while he made his way to Hall 1. Inside Hall 1, the host was passionately narrating an intense battle. A diamond rhino had defeated 4 high-star bronze beastmasters in a row, including the titled fighter white-browed eagle Chu Xiao. The stands were roaring with excitement. In the far back of the stands, a middle-aged man in black, known as Yisan Xiao, sat leisurely, surrounded by a cordon of people. A scantily clad woman attended to him carefully. Just then, a man in a fur coat swaggered over and sat next to Yisan Xiao. "Yisan Xiao, what did you feed your diamond rhino today?" "It's unbeatable. It took down my hard-earned titled fighter," the fur coat man complained. Yisan Xiao snorted, "Baijan, your fighter wasn't up to the mark. A titled fighter who can't even handle a beast of the same rank? Pathetic." Baijan's face darkened, and he fell silent. Yisan Xiao yawned and was about to leave when he suddenly heard the host announce the next challenger. "Alright, next up is a newcomer to the arena named Yifan, a bronze 9-star beastmaster, who will be facing off against a formidable opponent, the mighty Rhino, in his debut battle. Let's give a warm welcome to this brave newcomer as he enters the arena." Yisan Xiao paused and turned his gaze toward the arena. "Yifan? Why does that name sound familiar?" he muttered to himself. Yisan Xiao looked up at the arena. When he saw Yifan enter, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "Isn't that the grandson of my young lord's family?" he thought to himself, his expression darkening. A descendant of the Yi family had fallen to the point of becoming a fighter in a beast arena. How disgraceful for the family's honor. Recalling his own glorious past, Yisan Xiao sighed deeply. The harsh reality of being part of a great family loomed before him, especially one with ancient lineage, where everything depended on bloodline and talent. No matter how powerful the previous generation was, if the descendants were inept, they couldn't even inherit the family's breathing techniques. Baijan noticed Yisan Xiao's unusual expression and asked quietly, "San Xiao, what do you think of Yifan? Reaching bronze 9 stars at his age is quite impressive for a beast tamer. What good is rank? It's all about real combat." Yisan Xiao shook his head. "Fancy skills are useless." "That's true," Baijan agreed, turning to look at the arena. Suddenly, he froze. "San Xiao, something seems off." "What's off?" Yisan Xiao looked up instinctively, just in time to see Yifan leap high into the air, the blade in his hand flashing coldly. In a split second, the dagger traced a silver arc, and Yifan landed steadily on the other side. A long, bloody gash appeared on the neck of the Iron Rhino. With a thunderous crash, the massive body of the Iron Rhino collapsed. The arena was silent for a moment, then erupted in deafening cheers. "One-hit kill." The announcer's voice trembled. "This newcomer Yifan has, in his first match, swiftly killed an Iron Rhino, a beast that usually requires multiple fighters to take down. Congratulations on winning a prize of 30,000 yuan." Yifan emotionlessly retrieved his beast and turned to leave. From his entrance to the kill, the entire process had taken less than a minute, yet it had caused a tremendous stir in the arena. Many well-dressed spectators stood up, clearly intrigued by this new fighter. I must recruit Yi Fan, Bai Zhan said excitedly, hurrying towards the passageway, leaving Yi Sanxiao alone in the stands, staring at the fallen iron rhino, seemingly still in shock. As they exited the passageway, Li Pengzi exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, Yi Fan, that was a clean and swift win. You took down a bronze 9-star iron rhino in one strike. Bronze level is nothing. Find the weak spot, and it's a one-hit kill," Yi Fan replied calmly. Just as he was about to say more, urgent shouts came from behind. Yi Fan, Yi Fan. Frowning, Yi Fan turned to see a group of people approaching quickly, led by a sharply dressed young man in his 20s who clearly wasn't an ordinary person. What do you want? Yi Fan asked, stopping. Bai Zhan spoke first. How about joining my fighter group? 15,000 yuan a month, plus 10 spirit herbs or fruits monthly, and priority in title matches. Upon hearing these terms, the faces of the people behind him turned sour, clearly realizing that Bai Zhan's offer far exceeded their expectations. Yi Fan remained unmoved and shook his head. I won't join any bodyguard group. Come on, think about it. Bai Zhan persisted, pointing to himself. I'm Bai Zhan. Do you know me? Bai Zhan? Yi Fan frowned slightly. The Bai Family Business Association? Yes, yes. Bai Zhan said excitedly. Since you've heard of the Bai Family Business Association, you should know my status. Join my bodyguard group, and you'll get benefits that no other mercenary group can offer. The Bai Family Business Association's wealth is certainly extraordinary, Yi Fan said with a hint of a smile. As one of the top 10 business associations, the Bai family had a presence in dozens of cities and immense financial power. However, because it was a business association, its higher-ups were not particularly strong, making them eager to recruit powerful individuals to protect their property and personnel. Bai Zhan's efforts to form a bodyguard group were likely for this reason. So, does that mean you'll join? Bai Zhan smiled. No, I won't join your bodyguard group. Yi Fan's response left Bai Zhan momentarily stunned. Why not? Bai Zhan asked incredulously. Aren't you here to make money? Joining my bodyguard group will give you better benefits and more money. That's true, but I don't like being restricted, Yi Fan said, cupping his hands. Thank you for the offer, Brother Bai, but I'm used to my freedom. Well, all right then, Bai Zhan replied reluctantly, just as Chen Peng's communicator suddenly rang. Captain, it's my turn, Chen Peng said. I'm in Hall 1. Then this is the place, Yi Fan nodded. Go ahead. All right, Chen Peng responded, walking past the crowd towards the arena. You're the captain? Bai Zhan asked in surprise. You have your own group? It's not a bodyguard group, it's a mercenary group, Yi Fan corrected, saying no more. Bai Zhan muttered to himself and turned his attention to the arena, where Chen Peng was already grappling with his opponent's beast. With Thunder Stance in full effect, lightning crackled around Chen Peng as he used his powerful 100 battles fist to push the opponent's beast back step by step. A martial artist? Bai Zhan's eyes widened in surprise. Pingqing has a martial artist with near silver level combat power? Yi Fan simply smiled in response. Soon, the battle ended, and Chen Peng's bold and open fighting style caught everyone's attention. Captain, Chen Peng said as he walked out of the passage. Well fought. Yi Fan nodded approvingly. Your physical techniques have improved significantly. Thanks to you, Captain, Chen Peng said gratefully, glancing at Bai Zhan. Feeling the group's gaze, Bai Zhan looked slightly embarrassed but quickly composed himself. Smiling, he turned to Chen Peng and asked, Chen Peng, are you interested in joining my mercenary group? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but be at a loss for words. Bai Zhan's audacity was truly astonishing. Despite knowing that Chen Peng was following him, Bai Zhan still feigned ignorance and asked about it. Yi Fan responded bluntly, sorry, the leader has shown kindness to Chen Peng, and Chen Peng has sworn to follow him. Chen Peng also took the opportunity to apologize to Bai Zhan with a cupped fist salute. Sorry, Brother Bai. The leader has been kind to me. Hearing this, Bai Zhan turned his gaze to Yi Fan and shook his head helplessly. All right then, he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Yi Fan. Here's my contact information. If you need anything, you can reach out to me. Yi Fan accepted the card with a slight nod. He watched Bai Zhan leave, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Li Fati, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask, Yi Fan, why are all these people recruiting fighters? They're offering money and all sorts of benefits. Do they have too much money to spend? Yi Fan shook his head and explained, of course not. They have money and brains. First, in the arena, fighters represent status. Having more powerful fighters means a grander display. These people care a lot about face. Second, strong fighters are valuable assets. They can be brought into the family as bodyguards or protectors. The more powerful ones can even become family elders, strengthening the family's power. Li Fati seemed to understand. So it's basically a way of recruiting people. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. You could say that. Li Fati then asked, but what if these families spend so much money training fighters, and the fighters run away once they're strong enough. Yi Fan countered, if you can think of that, don't you think these cunning family members have thought of it too? He continued to explain, most contracts with fighters and mercenary groups have traps. A minor mistake could result in hefty penalties. As for those taken in by families, there are even more restrictions, like soul contracts. It's not easy to take the benefits and leave. Generally, once you join a mercenary group, your choices are limited. Most of the time, you're tied to your benefactor. Li Fati suddenly realized. No wonder you said you didn't want to lose your freedom. So that's why. He then asked, but I see a lot of fighters in mercenary groups. Don't they know about these pitfalls? Yi Fan sighed, they know, but what can they do? Most of them become fighters to make money. Joining a mercenary group means earning more, and aligning with powerful families means more resources. When you need to survive, losing a bit of freedom doesn't seem like such a big deal. Meanwhile, in the stands, Yi Sanxiao watched Bai Zhan return dejectedly and asked with a hint of mockery, what? Couldn't recruit anyone? Bai Zhan waved his hand dismissively, don't even mention it. Even his subordinates wouldn't budge. That guy is the leader of a mercenary group. Yi Sanxiao looked slightly surprised. Mercenary group leader? Bai Zhan explained, yes, I just asked someone about it. He's the leader of the Xinai group, ranked 4th in Pingqing, commanding several hundred mercenaries. No wonder he's so skilled. He's always hunting in the forest. Yi Sanxiao showed a hint of interest. The 4th-ranked mercenary group in Pingqing. So, this Yi Fan is quite impressive? Bai Zhan nodded in agreement. Indeed, he's impressive. You can tell from the way he killed that golden rhinoceros. He must have trained in some powerful breathing technique, giving him strength comparable to a silver-level warrior. His 2 beasts are also on the verge of breaking through to the silver level. Such strength is quite formidable, even in this beast arena. Yi Sanxiao nodded thoughtfully, his eyes flickering. Seeing this, Bai Zhan cautiously suggested, you'll be heading to the capital next year. Aren't you planning to bring some people with you? Yi Sanxiao shook his head. The capital is full of talent, and our Yi family has many foundations there. There's no need to bring people from Pingqing. Members of the Yi family are inherently strong and don't need extra protection. Bai Zhan timely flattered. The bloodline of the dragon eye is as strong as a dragon. Everyone knows that. He then tentatively asked, the Yi family is preparing to choose the next heir, and I've heard your reputation is quite high. Yi Sanxiao modestly replied, it's all right, but I can't compare to my elder brother. He's the eldest son, with more age and experience than I have. Bai Zhan countered, the eldest son is naturally suitable, but the heir is chosen based on talent. The eldest son's talent is mediocre. He's almost 30 and hasn't reached the eternal level. You, however, are the purest dragon eye bloodline in this generation, reaching the 9th star of the gold level at just 23. At this rate, it's not impossible for you to reach the glory level in the future. The dragon-slaying clan can't be divided by age. Yi Sanxiao abruptly interrupted, enough, this is a family matter. My grandfather is still alive, and my father is also in good health. They will decide who the heir is. Bai Zhan immediately felt awkward, and repeatedly shook his head. At that moment, a slightly deep voice sounded, third brother, what brings you to my beast arena today? The two looked up to see a man in a gray robe approaching. His face was square and dignified, with deep dragon phoenix eyes. Though dressed plainly, he exuded a subtle aura of authority. This was Yi Sanxiao's elder brother, Yi Shenji, the eldest son of the current head of the Yi family, Yi Guihai. Yi Sanxiao stood up and saluted. Elder brother, he explained, I recently acquired a golden rhinoceros and had some free time to come and see its strength. Yi Shenji nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. I see. Bai Zhan greeted nervously. Good morning, Shenji. Yi Shenji only nodded lightly and sat beside Yi Sanxiao, asking, third brother, where's your golden rhinoceros? Yi Sanxiao replied, it was just killed by a rookie fighter. Yi Shenji showed a keen interest. A new fighter managed to defeat the beast my third brother valued? It seems this new fighter is quite capable. What's his name? Yi Sanxiao's expression turned slightly uneasy, and he lowered his voice. His name is Yi Fan. Yi Shenji was taken aback and quietly confirmed. Is he from our family? Yi Sanxiao nodded. Yes. Yi Shenji suddenly understood. Well, that explains it. He stood up. Since he's a member of our clan and the only direct descendant of the young master, I, as the eldest son of the Yi family, should go and check on him at the arena we've contracted. With that, Yi Shenji turned to leave, a gentle smile on his face. However, in that brief moment, a hint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the usually amiable eldest son of the Yi family. On the other side, Li Pengzi faced his first battle. His opponent was a beast master in his 30s, with only one bronze 9-star beast but rich combat experience. The open environment of the arena was unfavorable for snakes to hide, putting Li Pengzi in several tight spots. Fortunately, with the advantage of having 3 beasts, he narrowly secured a victory. As he walked out of the tunnel, drenched in cold sweat, Li Pengzi said with lingering fear, I almost lost. Yifan smiled and asked, so, how does it feel? Any difference? Li Pengzi shook his head and sighed. It's totally different. The opponent's combat skills were way stronger than mine. Whether it was the connection of moves or the release of skills, he was much better. Yifan explained. He's been a beast master for over 20 years longer than you. It's normal for him to have more experience. He then suggested, it's good that you recognize your shortcomings. Keep honing your skills in actual battles. Reflect on your beast's weaknesses after each fight and make improvements next time. Beast mastery is a craft that needs to be polished slowly. You can't rush it. Li Pengzi nodded thoughtfully. Got it? Not long after, Ma Xiaoshue's name was called. The group hurried to another arena. Ma Xiaoshue's battle went much more smoothly. Although she had fewer beasts than Li Pengzi, her combat awareness was outstanding. Facing an opponent of similar age, Ma Xiaoshue dominated the fight and won easily. Watching Ma Xiaoshue walk out of the arena, Li Pengzi said somewhat dejectedly, I feel like I'm the weakest in the team now. Yifan patted his shoulder and encouraged, no way. What you're lacking is combat awareness and beast mastery, but you have the advantage in the number, quality, and physical condition of your beasts. Once you improve your weak points, your combat power will definitely surpass the others. Li Pengzi nodded repeatedly and immediately picked up his card to sign up for the next match at the front desk, eager to improve. Yifan watched Li Pengzi's back with a wry smile. He didn't want to put too much pressure on him. With the best breathing techniques and abundant resources, Li Pengzi's growth was just a matter of time. Of course, if he worked even harder, that would be even better. Ma Xiaoshue walked up to Yifan and asked eagerly, Yifan, how did I do just now? Yifan evaluated seriously. You did well. But you were a bit hasty when you commanded Fangtooth Wolf to attack the second time. You gave the order before it was steady, resulting in a lack of force. This happened a few times. You need to pay attention to your beast condition and adjust the timing of your attacks. Forcing consecutive attacks doesn't enhance your suppression. He continued to suggest, also, you seemed stiff when commanding two beasts simultaneously. Try to command them in batches, combining their attacks into one sequence. For example, Fangtooth Wolf attack left, Gray Bear attack right, or Fangtooth Wolf bite, Gray Bear chase as linked commands. Ma Xiaoshue listened carefully, thought for a moment and nodded. I'll remember that. Yifan looked at Ma Xiaoshue with satisfaction. Among the group, her performance pleased him the most diligent, eager to learn, with a strong fighting spirit. She was already showing the potential of a strong contender. Although the future may not be the most promising, our combat power is definitely not weak. All right, you should sign up for another match, Yifan said to Ma Xiaoshue. You and Li Pengzi can rest after playing 5 full matches today. Then, turning to Chen Peng, he added, we'll play it by ear. There might not be suitable opponents of our level in the arena. If there are, we'll fight a few more matches. In a few days, we'll start challenging the silver-level beast masters. Just as Chen Peng nodded in agreement, a voice filled with laughter sounded behind them. Fan, I didn't expect to find you here. Yifan frowned and turned around, only to see Yi Shunji standing there with a friendly smile on his face. And you are? Yifan asked. You should have seen me before. I am your granduncle's eldest grandson, Yi Shunji. Yi Shunji introduced himself. Yifan was slightly surprised but still nodded politely. Nice to meet you, brother Shinji. Yi Shunji smiled and said, I've heard about your impressive performance in the arena today. Since I'm in charge of this place, it's my duty to host you properly. Yifan politely declined. There's no need for that. I'm here to train with my partners, and I still have some mercenary group matters to handle later. I appreciate your kindness, brother Shinji, but I'm quite busy. Yi Shunji didn't insist and cupped his hands. If that's the case, I won't force it. Train well here, and I'll make sure to prioritize arranging matches for you. If you encounter any trouble or issues you can't resolve, feel free to come to me. After Yi Shunji left, Yifan frowned deeply. He sensed a hint of hidden hostility behind Yi Shunji's words and smile, which puzzled him. Why would a fellow clan member harbor ill intentions towards him? It seemed Yi Shunji was not a simple character. Chen Peng whispered, Captain, Yi Shunji seems really strong. Yifan asked in return, can you sense it? Chen Peng scratched his head and explained, it's not very precise, but when he was standing nearby, I felt a strong, oppressive aura from his blood energy. I practice body techniques, so I'm very sensitive to others' blood energy. A martial master's strength is often determined by their blood energy. Yifan nodded. That's right. The man just now is a dragonid warrior, with blood energy as fierce as a dragon, and his strength is at the gold level. It's normal for you to feel such a strong presence. A dragonid warrior? Chen Peng was taken aback. Does that mean he has ancient beast lineage like Longwu? As he spoke, he seemed to realize something and looked at Yifan, asking, Captain, are you also from a family with ancient beast lineage? Yifan waved his hand dismissively and said in a calm tone, Yes, My family is from a clan of dragon slayers. However, my father and I don't possess the dragon eye bloodline, so we're on the fringes of the family without much influence. Chen Peng's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this. Even without the dragon eye bloodline, you're still incredible, Captain. You've managed to outperform a ranks of the same age, which is more impressive than any legacy bloodline. He paused for a moment and added, the family not valuing you is their loss. Yi Fan let out a faint snort, his brow slightly furrowed. I don't need the family's recognition, he said coldly. Besides, times have changed. Some dragon slayers have probably forgotten whether they are descendants of dragon slayers or heirs of the evil dragons. With that, he said no more and waved his hand. Seeing this, Chun Peng wisely refrained from asking further questions. Soon, the first day's battles came to an end. Perhaps Yi Shunji really had put in a good word for them, as Yi Fan and his group's matches were tightly scheduled. They had initially expected to fight 5 matches, but ended up completing 7. According to the rule of earning a title after 100 matches, at this pace, Yi Fan and his team would soon achieve their arena titles. Phew, I'm exhausted. Finally, we can go home, Li Pengzi said, stretching and looking at the darkening sky. Beast battles really take it out of you. Yi Fan looked at Li Pengzi's worn-out demeanor and shook his head helplessly but said nothing. He motioned for everyone to head to the front desk to settle their accounts. Each beast battle earned them 30,000, and each duel 15,000. With all 4 members winning all 7 matches, they raked in over 600,000 in total prize money. Damn, the money comes fast. Li Pengzi exclaimed excitedly to Yi Fan as he looked at the increased balance in his account. Feels like we made more here than hunting in the beast forest. Yi Fan shook his head. Quick money isn't everything. Once you reach the silver level or higher, unless you're filthy rich and can buy spirit beads directly, you'll still need to hunt. Not to mention many spiritual herbs and medicines are hard to buy with money alone. He added, besides, 600,000 split 4 ways is just 150,000 each. It's not that impressive. Just as they were about to leave, a neatly dressed guard approached them hurriedly. Young Master Yi Fan, please wait, the guard said respectfully. Yi Fan paused, seemingly unaccustomed to being addressed as young master. He turned and asked, what do you need? The guard handed over several cards and explained, young Master Shunji asked me to deliver these room keys to you. He said you must be exhausted after a day of fighting, and since you're here, he wanted to offer a small gesture of hospitality. The arena has excellent guest rooms that are quiet and come with facilities like medicinal baths. Young Master Shinji hopes you'll accept this token of his goodwill. Yi Fan frowned and asked, how many rooms did Yi Shinji arrange for us? After a moment's hesitation, he took the room keys. In that case, please thank young Master Shinji for me. The guard bowed and added, that golden room card is for the top-tier suite that Master Shinji specially arranged for young Master Yi Fan. Yi Fan picked up the golden room card and nodded. All right, I got it. After the guard left, the group exchanged glances, staring at the card in Yi Fan's hand. Fatty Lee asked, Yi Fan, are we really going to stay here? When I passed by their guest room hallway during the match, the noise was intense. We young folks might not be able to handle it. Yi Fan replied, since it's offered by others, we might as well stay. As for the noise, consider it a test of your willpower. With that, he led the group towards the guest rooms. The guest rooms were located behind the arena, down a long corridor lit only by a few candles. As they walked, all sorts of sounds filled the air, people gambling loudly, others moaning softly, and a mix of indescribable noises. This arena is truly a den of vice, Yi Fan thought to himself, shaking his head. He handed the room cards to the others and took the golden card up to the second floor. The corridor on the second floor was very quiet, and Yi Fan quickly found his room. When he opened the door, a spacious room greeted him. It had a complete set of furniture and a large balcony overlooking another arena in the distance. Inside, there was a big wooden tub filled with various herbs, a medicinal bath prepared for each guest room. Yi Fan walked into the room, sat on the bed, and did not take off his clothes. Instead, he leaned quietly against the headboard, a faint smile on his face as if he was waiting for something. I want to see what a descendant of a dragon slayer can do to his kin in broad daylight in Pingsheng, Yi Fan muttered coldly, a hint of frost in his eyes. Time passed slowly, and the night deepened. Yi Fan's eyes remained as bright as ever. Suddenly, there was a soft sound in the room. A shadow slipped through the door and into the room. Upon seeing Yi Fan sitting quietly by the bed, the figure paused in surprise. At the same time, the room lights turned on, catching the figure off guard and revealing his face. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed slightly upon recognizing him. Jiang Hong? Why is it you? Yi Fan asked in astonishment. The visitor was Jiang Hong, a rival of Yi Fan's teacher, dressed in thick black clothing as if trying to hide himself. You are quite alert, kid, Jiang Hong said urgently. He had been forced by higher orders to act and had finally found the perfect moment to kill Yi Fan. But now, his plan had been foiled. leaving him no choice. Yifan, today you will die. Jiang Hong roared, clenching his fist and launching a terrifying attack. This punch was the full force of a golden 8-star warrior, and despite his primary focus on beast taming, its power was immense. Yifan reacted quickly. As the punch came towards him, he pressed the communicator given to him by Pan Zhao and swiftly rolled to the side. Boom! With a single punch, a large hole was smashed into the wall. Jiang Hong, you're a teacher at this school. Aren't you afraid of the law for attacking a student? Yifan questioned as he swiftly moved towards the balcony, preparing to leap out. At this moment, Yifan had already formed a rough judgment. Being left alone to rest while someone else was notified to assassinate him, such a vicious tactic. No wonder Yi Shunji had subtly shown signs of murderous intent earlier in the day, and the person sent to kill him turned out to be Jiang Hong. With a thunderous crash, Yifan tumbled out from the second floor of the lounge, only to be caught midair by the swift-winged eagle, which gently lowered him to the ground. The arena, eerily silent in the early hours of the morning, was devoid of its usual guards and maintenance staff, evidence of a meticulously orchestrated trap. Yifan scanned his surroundings warily, his voice cold as he called out, Yi Shunji. A soft thud followed as Jiang Hong landed opposite Yifan. The two stared each other down across the vast, empty arena. Beside Jiang Hong, a massive silver moon direwolf materialized, its golden 8-star aura instantly dominating the space. Yifan, Jiang Hong began, his tone laced with contempt. You're too cautious for your own good. But unfortunately for you, once we decided to act, we made sure everything was in place. This arena is soundproof. There's no escape for you. Yifan's brow furrowed. Why are you targeting me? Jiang Hong sneered. Yifan, do you really not know what you've gotten yourself into? The dynasty organization? At these words, Yifan's expression shifted as he quickly pieced together the clues. He and his father were marginalized within their family. Yi Shunji had no reason to target him, unless Yi Shunji was part of the dynasty organization, the eldest son of the Yi family's younger generation, and yet you're nothing but a beast in human skin. Yifan cursed, then turned to Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong, as Peace City High School star mentor, you should be nurturing talent, not secretly joining an organization that harms the people. Do you even deserve the title of star mentor? Jiang Hong's face darkened. Anyone can spout grandiose words. Titles are just masks. In this world, it's survival of the fittest. Only by staying alive can you have a shot at power. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Hong raised his hand. The towering silver moon direwolf lunged at Yifan, its howl echoing as a ghostly silver moon appeared in the sky. Yifan muttered, "Madman," under his breath and quickly dodged. A flash of silver, and his shirt tore open with 3 claw marks across his chest, fortunately only grazing his skin. Facing such a formidable opponent, Yifan's mind raced, searching for a way out. Another swipe came, forcing Yifan to retreat again. This time, 3 bloody gashes appeared on his chest, and blood soaked through his clothes. The silver moon direwolf continued its relentless assault, with Yifan dodging desperately around the arena like prey in a death trap. Jiang Hong watched coldly. You have a strong combat sense, kid. Give you a few more years, and you might truly achieve something. But sadly, you won't get that chance. With that, he raised his hand again. Silver moon direwolf, use moonfall. With a deafening roar, the silver moon direwolf howled at the sky, and a silver moon rose above it, bathing the entire arena in moonlight. The moon trembled violently before shattering into countless silver shards that hurtled towards Yifan. Moonfall was the silver moon direwolf's innate skill, using elemental power to condense a silver moon and then shatter it into fragments for a wide area attack. Each shard had the power of a high-caliber sniper bullet, and the coverage was immense. Yifan panted heavily, his eyes darting around the arena. Facing a golden 8-star opponent 2 major levels above him, he knew he couldn't rely on his own strength alone. He needed external help. Suddenly, Yifan's eyes brightened. He swiftly rolled to the side and unleashed his hellhound. A flash of silver grazed his back, causing a brief pause, but he quickly positioned himself next to a large boulder in the arena. Jiang Hong was relentless in his pursuit, commanding his silver moon wolf to press the attack. The boulder shattered under the wolf's powerful strike, giving Yifan an opening to command the hellhound to attack while he dashed towards another stone. These rocks, originally meant as decorations, had now become his lifeline. As time went on, the playful expression on Jiang Hong's face gradually turned to one of irritation. The fact that a mere bronze-level fighter could evade him for so long was infuriating. If Yifan were to reach silver or even gold level, he would be an even greater threat. Determined to end it quickly, Jiang Hong decided to go all out. Raising his hand again, Jiang Hong summoned 3 more silver moon wolves. Though not as powerful as the first, they had just crossed into gold level themselves. Where the pack goes, all beasts tremble, Jiang Hong commanded coldly. The silver moon wolves lunged forward, creating a scene akin to a pack of wolves attacking an injured deer. The situation became dire in an instant. Despite his extensive combat experience, Yifan struggled against the overwhelming difference in strength. Yet, in this critical moment, Yifan's gaze only grew more focused. He took a deep breath, skillfully adjusting his movements while dodging the attacks. Though he couldn't avoid getting hurt, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Gradually, he maneuvered closer to Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong snorted, dismissing Yifan's actions as insignificant. In his eyes, a bronze-level fighter posed no real threat to his absolute power. Just then, a sharp eagle cry pierced the night sky. Jiang Hong's expression changed as he looked up to see the Gale Eagle, which had been circling high above, suddenly vanish. In the next instant, the Gale Eagle reappeared, its talons gleaming with a fierce silver light, aiming straight for Jiang Hong's face. A spatial skill? This is your trump card? Jiang Hong's face darkened. Just as he was about to raise his right hand, Yifan's voice rang out, "Hellhound, overheat burn." Jiang Hong's expression shifted dramatically as he locked eyes on the Hellhound, which had somehow crept up beside him. Overheat burn was akin to a suicidal fire-based explosion, and at such close range, even he couldn't escape unscathed. "You insolent brat! How dare you!" Jiang Hong's words were cut short as flames erupted from the Hellhound. In an instant, the blazing inferno engulfed both Jiang Hong and Yifan. Crack! Flames surged forward, forcing Yifan to retreat swiftly and escape the fiery encirclement. Jiang Hong was engulfed by the flames, but emerged seconds later, his body glowing with a mysterious light, a sign that he had mastered a breathing technique to a level where he could manipulate elemental forces for protection. "You brat! Damn you!" Jiang Hong roared, looking disheveled with a large portion of his hair singed. His eyes blazed with murderous intent as he glared at Yifan. Nearly being harmed by a mere bronze-level kid was a deep humiliation for him. Jiang Hong hesitated no longer. He curled his right hand into a claw and lunged at Yifan with lightning speed, fully locking onto his target. Yifan retreated rapidly but couldn't shake off the attack. Just as the claw was about to grasp his throat, a familiar aura surged from behind him. Feeling this aura, Yifan was momentarily stunned but then smiled and dropped his defensive stance. "Too bad, Jiang Hong. It seems you won't be killing me today." Jiang Hong was briefly taken aback by these words, his expression changing slightly, but he didn't abandon his final strike. At this critical moment, a thunderous shout echoed across the field. "Jiang Hong, how dare you attack my student?" Smack! A heavy punch collided with the claw, and both figures were sent flying backward. "Pan Zhao?" Jiang Hong's face darkened instantly. "Teacher." Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes," Pan Zhao responded, his muscular frame standing like a mountain in front of Yifan. He coldly questioned, "Jiang Hong, have you lost your mind? Who gave you the audacity to attack my student?" Several silver moon wolves surrounded them, but Pan Zhao showed no fear. He raised his hand and summoned a roaring golden lion of 9 stars. "Pan Zhao, this has nothing to do with you," Jiang Hong said coldly, his gaze as venomous as a snake's. "You'd better step aside. Yifan is my student, and you say this has nothing to do with me?" Pan Zhao retorted, suddenly recalling something. "Jiang Hong, wasn't it you who killed Tower over a decade ago?" Jiang Hong's face twisted with rage. "Tower wasn't killed by me. How many times do I have to tell you?" Pan Zhao scoffed repeatedly. "Not you? I questioned everyone who survived the secret realm back then. They all said you were the only one with Tower. She was strong, and you both went exploring together. You claimed the Dynasty organization ambushed you, but you came out unscathed while she died silently in there. Do you think I'd believe there was no foul play? To me, it's clear you were the one who killed her." "I said, Tower wasn't killed by me," Jiang Hong repeated, his eyes fixed on Yifan. "Regardless, Pan Zhao, today I must take Yifan's life. Don't force my hand. Yifan is my student. If you want his life, you'll have to step over my dead body." Pan Zhao roared, refusing to budge an inch. The scene instantly reached a stalemate. For silver moon wolves, 1 roaring golden lion, and 2 high-level golden warriors stood in a tense standoff, filling the entire arena with a deadly aura. At that moment, the silence was shattered by the sound of footsteps. All 3 turned their heads simultaneously, only to see a figure slowly approaching from the other side of the arena. "Yishunji." Yifan squinted his eyes. Yishunji was the first to speak, his face wearing a calm smile. "2 mentors, the arena has long since closed. Why are you still here at this hour?" Pan Zhao retorted bluntly. "Someone wants to kill my student, and you just ignore it? Can the Yi family not even provide basic protection for their guests?" Student Yishunji's expression changed slightly as he looked at Yifan, feigning surprise. "Fan, someone wants to harm you?" He then turned his gaze to Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong spoke coldly. "I have a personal vendetta against him. Are you going to interfere in that too?" Yishunji seemed momentarily surprised but quickly regained his smile. "Personal vendettas are indeed not my concern. but attacking my guest and my clan's brother in this arena, even if you are the renowned mentor of Pingqing, seems a bit inappropriate. Before he finished speaking, Yishunji clapped his hands lightly. Instantly, over a dozen golden-ranked warriors emerged from all directions, surrounding Jiang Hong. Fan, sorry for the scare. Yishunji turned to Yi Fan with a smile. Didn't I tell you to call me if anything happened? As long as I'm here, no one can touch you in this arena. Yes, Yi Fan responded briefly, a hint of caution in his eyes. He thought to himself, Yishunji is indeed cunning. If he hadn't had his suspicions, he might have been deceived. Yishunji must have been nearby all along. If he truly wanted to protect him, why didn't these golden-ranked warriors, who are not deaf, come out when he was in danger? Why only appear when Pan Zhao arrived and the situation was beyond control? After a moment of silence, Yi Fan suddenly spoke. Mr. Pan, let's go. Go? Pan Zhao was somewhat dissatisfied, pointing at Jiang Hong. But this guy. It's fine. This happened in Shunji's place. I trust he will give us a satisfactory resolution. Yi Fan interrupted, turning his gaze to Yishunji. After all, if grandfather finds out that a clan member was attacked in our own arena and no one did anything, he wouldn't be happy. Right, Shunji? Yishunji's face changed slightly. After a long pause, he nodded. Rest assured. Since this happened here, I will provide Fan with a satisfactory resolution. However, Jiang Hong is a mentor, so how you handle it is up to you, Shunji. I trust you, Yi Fan interrupted again, giving a meaningful smile and pulling Pan Zhao towards the exit. Yishunji hesitated for a moment, but ultimately said nothing more, waving for them to leave. Walking on the street outside the arena, Pan Zhao couldn't hold back any longer and asked, Yi Fan, why were you in such a hurry to pull me away just now? Yi Fan shook his head and explained, Jiang Hong and my cousin are in cahoots. My cousin bringing people in at that time may not have been just to catch Jiang Hong. If he hadn't left just now, he might have been worried about being exposed and could have resorted to desperate measures, even attacking the teacher. All the way here? Pan Zhao was puzzled. What are they afraid of being exposed? Who would want to kill me so badly? Mr. Pan Zhao, you should be able to guess, Yi Fan said in a low voice. Pan Zhao was silent for a moment, recalling some things Yi Fan had previously told him. His face suddenly changed. You mean Jiang Hong and your cousin are both members of the dynasty organization? Yi Fan nodded silently, his face dark with anger. Jiang Hong's admission stirred a storm of fury within him, but he restrained himself from showing it. Pan Zhao, on the other hand, couldn't control his emotions. He slammed his fist on the table, shouting, that scoundrel! A respected mentor, and yet he has fallen so low. His voice was filled with rage as he continued. I always suspected he was responsible for Tower's death. I never thought this bastard was part of the dynasty. Furrowing his brow, Yi Fan asked curiously, Mr. Pan, you and Jiang Hong keep mentioning Tower. Who is Tower? Did you have a history with him? Pan Zhao took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Jiang Hong and I were friends for years. Tower was another close friend of ours. The three of us grew up together. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further questions. From Pan Zhao's confrontation with Jiang Hong and what he had just said, Yi Fan had already pieced together most of the story. The details were Pan Zhao's personal matter, and it wasn't his place to pry. Mr. Pan, Yi Fan spoke calmly, his gaze steady. We can't let anger cloud our judgment. The dynasty's infiltration in Pingqing is deeper than we imagined. Guardians, descendants of dragon slayers, top mentors, these are all significant figures here. Pan Zhao clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Those bastards, how dare they? They hold important positions and should be the staunchest opponents of the dynasty. Yi Fan shook his head, a hint of resignation in his voice. Some people always forget the blood of martyrs runs through their veins. He had seen too many like them in his past life and understood it all too well. Mr. Pan, we need to be patient, Yi Fan advised. We've gathered a lot of information already. Just a bit more time, and we can close in on them. Pan Zhao nodded in agreement, but he couldn't help but warn. You need to be extra careful. If what you say is true, then your cousin is setting a trap for you. You're still growing. Don't overestimate yourself. Yi Fan didn't argue, responding with a simple acknowledgement. He had his reasons for staying, including the communicator given to him by his elder. But that was a last resort, something he wouldn't use unless absolutely necessary. Mr. Pan, you should go back, Yi Fan said, waving his hand. Yishunji won't do anything to Jiang Hong. At most, he'll make up an excuse. There's no rush to confront Jiang Hong. Revenge will come in due time. Whether he admits it or not, the truth will eventually come out. Pan Zhao nodded, though the anger in his eyes hadn't entirely faded. All right, but it's hard to swallow this. Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. If you can't hold it in, give him a good beating. In 2 months, there will be the new student and mentor competitions. Mr. Pan, focus on improving your strength. Then you can vent your anger justifiably. Pan Zhao's eyes lit up as he clenched his fist. That's a great idea. I need to practice hard and make sure I get my revenge, he said emphatically. He then added, be extra careful during this time. If anything happens, contact me immediately with the communicator. Don't take any chances. Pan Zhao turned and walked away, gradually blending into the night. Yifan watched him go before turning back to the distant arena, his gaze growing colder. Although tonight was fraught with danger, Yifan had gathered a lot of crucial information, filling in many previous gaps. First was the Dragon Eye turmoil. With the appearance of Yi Shunji, the mystery began to unravel. As the eldest son of Yi Guihai, the head of the Yi family, and the leading figure of the younger generation, Yi Shunji was a likely candidate to command the vast Dragon Eye clan. Next was the beast-tide chaos in Pingqing. There had been many questions, such as why the secret realms around Pingqing, guarded by protectors, fell into the hands of the dynasty organization, and why there was almost no resistance to the beast tide. The answer was now clear: there were moles from the dynasty organization among the protectors and top academy mentors. Under such circumstances, chaos was inevitable, and resistance was futile. Yifan shook his head, realizing that in his previous life, he had underestimated the dynasty organization, often referred to as a cancer. When he first learned that the conflict between Dengli and Ma Dafei involved the dynasty organization, he didn't think much of it and planned to deal with it casually. But as key figures emerged one by one, Yifan realized that the organization was labeled a cancer for a reason. In Pingqing alone, the dynasty organization's influence extended from law enforcement agencies to gang members. If this was true elsewhere, the organization's power was immense. If these forces erupted internally, seizing the opportunity during the frontline counterattacks, they could overthrow the balance maintained by countless generations over millennia. At this point, the dynasty organization was more like a ticking time bomb than a cancer. If not eliminated in time, the consequences would be catastrophic. Early the next morning, Fatty Li opened the door to find Yifan seemingly waiting for him. Surprised, he said, Yifan, I slept so well last night. Did you get up this early? Yifan smiled faintly. The sun's almost up, and you call this early? He hadn't taken anyone away or said anything special yesterday. Zhang Hong and the others had their eyes on him, ignoring Fatty Li and the others. Yifan's smooth escape meant they had an absolute witness, preventing any harm to Fatty Li and his group. This allowed them to sleep soundly. Chun Peng also emerged from his room, dressed in a loose robe and sweating slightly, indicating he had been exercising early. He asked, Captain, are we going to challenge the Beast Masters and their beasts again today like yesterday? Yifan nodded, not saying much, and simply motioned for the group to follow him to the front desk. He chose to return to the arena to show no fear. What happened yesterday was in the past, and no matter how bold Yi Shunji was, he wouldn't dare to make a move a second time. At this moment, the other person's emotions must be incredibly complex. Yifan didn't reveal the other's identity. Being attacked in his arena and in the room he arranged could be justified in many ways, but Yifan said nothing, leaving a mystery instead. Someone as deeply calculating as Yi Shunji would maintain this mystery, even if it meant pretending to be a good person. In the Colosseum stands, Bai Zhan was the first to rise, his eyes fixed intently on the entering Yifan. The host's introduction was refreshed, meticulously detailing Yifan's remarkable record of 7 consecutive victories in the previous round, crushing opponents of the same rank, virtually cementing his title. Yi Sanxiao watched Yifan with a complex expression. As a prodigious talent, he had witnessed several of Yifan's battles in just one day, and had to admit that the cousin he once underestimated possessed extraordinary strength. Yifan's exaggerated combat awareness and flawless execution left him virtually unscathed in 7 fights. Such a performance was far from mere showmanship. After Yifan effortlessly won another beast fight, Bai Zhan couldn't contain himself, standing up and muttering, "No, I must try again." Raise the offer to 400,000. If we can recruit these people, they might one day become elders of our clan. Upon hearing this, Yi Sanxiao's eyes flashed with pride. Some people are born with a spirit that will never bow to others. Besides, a mere few 100,000 is just the price of a single spirit pearl used for training after entering the silver rank. With that, he stood and walked towards the passage, with Bai Zhan following closely, albeit somewhat confused. In the passageway, Yifan returned to find Yi Shunji already there, chatting happily with Li Pengzi. Li Pengzi was enthusiastically praising the breakfast provided by their accommodations and the special herbal baths. Yifan shook his head helplessly. Seeing Yifan arrive, Yi Shunji greeted him with relief. "Fan, you're finally here. I watched the beast fight earlier, and you are truly in a league of your own among your peers in Pingqing." Yifan nodded humbly, a hint of deeper meaning in his eyes. "Brother Shinji, what brings you to me?" Yi Shunji, slightly embarrassed, pulled Yifan aside and whispered, "About last night, I must apologize. We've detained Zhang Hong and discussed a solution all night." "Oh, what solution?" Yifan asked, narrowing his eyes. Yi Shunji explained that Zhang Hong was willing to compensate with 1 million as reparation for the fright Yifan experienced last night. He also hinted that this sum included hush money to protect Jiang Hong and the school's reputation. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully, then posed a sharp question. Brother Shinji, you gave me the room card yesterday. There shouldn't have been anyone else able to enter my room, right? Yi Shinji quickly explained that it was due to the front desk losing the spare room card and assured that the responsible personnel had been dismissed. Seeing Yi Fan's continued doubt, he proactively offered an additional top-grade spirit tree as compensation. After careful consideration, Yi Fan finally agreed. Relieved, Yi Shinji immediately arranged for the check and the box containing the spirit tree to be brought over. At that moment, Yi Sanchao suddenly appeared, teasing, Big Brother is being generous today. Are you planning to throw a celebration banquet for our cousin? Yi Shinji's expression froze, while Yi Sanchao introduced himself. Fan, my name is Yi Chuan, the third son of your uncle. You can call me Chuan. Yi Fan responded politely, while Yi Chuan's gaze shifted to the check-in box in Yi Shinji's hand. With a hint of implication, he asked, Big Brother, are you planning to recruit Fan as a bodyguard? Yi Shinji was immediately embarrassed and stammered. We're all family here, no need to talk about bodyguards. Yi Chuan's gaze shifted from Yi Shinji's embarrassed expression to Yi Fan, his eyebrows slightly raised. It was the first time he had seen his usually composed older brother so flustered. Normally, Yi Shinji exuded confidence, which was one reason many favored him over Yi Chuan. Sensing the subtle shift in the atmosphere, Yi Fan smiled and explained, Brother Chuan, Brother Shinji isn't trying to recruit me into a gang. These are compensations. I was attacked while resting at the Colosseum last night, and these are peace offerings from Brother Shinji. Attacked? Yi Chuan's face changed slightly, his brows furrowing. As a member of the Yi family, he was well aware of the Colosseum's security, with numerous golden-level guards and even family elders secretly protecting it. An attack should have been impossible. After a brief moment of thought, Yi Chuan turned his gaze to Yi Shinji. He had a suspicion but didn't reveal it. Instead, he said slowly, Brother, it seems our Colosseum guards have been lax. How could they let a guest, especially our cousin, be attacked there? Yes, Yi Shinji responded repeatedly, lowering his head, a shadow passing through his eyes. Yi Chuan shifted his attention back to Yi Fan, saying, Brother Fan, you were frightened last night. How about I host a banquet today to calm your nerves? Yi Fan was about to decline, but Yi Chuan had already grabbed his hand, smiling, Brother Fan, you mustn't refuse. Since you came to the Colosseum, I should have hosted a banquet for you. Besides, I have a piece of blazing firegrass that can help fire attribute beasts break through their bloodline shackles. I'll give it to you as well. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced at Yi Chuan. This was an obvious gesture of goodwill. Although a blazing firegrass wasn't as valuable as a spirit tree, its specificity made it worth tens of thousands. Besides his aunt, who else in the Yi family treated him so kindly? After a moment's consideration, Yi Fan gladly accepted. Thank you very much, Brother Chuan. Yi Chuan's face lit up with joy, and he nodded, Great. Let's head to the best restaurant in town, Etienne Tower. All of you, as Brother Fan's companions, are welcome to join us. Li Fatty, excited by the invitation, exclaimed, That sounds wonderful. Etienne Tower must have a lot of delicious food, right? Yi Chuan laughed and replied, Etienne Tower is renowned for its heavenly flavors. The food is, of course, abundant. The group, chatting and laughing, prepared to leave. Yi Shinji stood aside, his expression grim. He forced himself to speak. I should have been the one to invite Brother Fan for a meal. Sensing his brother's displeasure, Yi Chuan quickly explained, Brother, I felt an instant connection with Brother Fan, so I acted first. You don't mind, do you? Not at all, Yi Shinji replied, forcing a smile. Since you have the intention, take good care of Brother Fan for me. Yi Chuan nodded in agreement, and then led Yi Fan and the others away. Once they had gone, Yi Shinji's face darkened as he stared at their departing figures. Coldly, he muttered, You want to compete with me for everything. Let's see if you also plan to vie for the position of the Yi family heir. Meanwhile, in a dark attic at the academy, Jiang Hong silently entered. The place was dimly lit, cramped, and seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Just as he stepped onto the stairs, a gust of cold wind hit him, and Yin, clad in a black robe, suddenly appeared at the entrance. Jiang Hong, didn't I tell you not to come to my place unless absolutely necessary? Yan's tone was icy. Jiang Hong knelt halfway to the ground and replied, I didn't mean to disturb you, my lord. Yesterday, I failed to assassinate Yi Fan at the Yi family's beast fighting arena. Yan's brow furrowed upon hearing this. You, a high-ranking Golden Star warrior, failed to kill a mere teenager? How could that happen? Jiang Hong explained, Yi Fan had a communicator given by Pan Zhao. I had him, but Pan Zhao intervened. Yi Shinji feared exposure and mediated our conflict. Yan's face darkened. Pan Zhao was involved too? So not only did you fail to kill Yi Fan, but you also exposed yourself? Jiang Hong remained silent for a long time before nodding. Yin spoke coldly, You have greatly disappointed me, Jiang Hong. You're a smart man. How could you mess up something so simple? Jiang Hong offered no further explanation, merely replying, yes. But Yi Fan hasn't spoken of the incident. He accepted compensation from Yi Shinji and is pretending nothing happened. Yin frowned again. Saying nothing is even more dangerous. He glared at Jiang Hong in anger. Neither your identity nor Yi Shinji's must be exposed, and yet you've made a mess of things. Jiang Hong tried to salvage the situation. I can make amends. I'll strike again. Yin interrupted. Striking again is inevitable, but not in the near future. Yi Fan is extremely vigilant. We need to pick a new time. The next attempt must be fatal. The boy is, after all, a member of the Yi family, and Yi Mao is still in Pingqing. Even though he's weakened by dragon blood backlash, he's still formidable. If we anger this Yi family elder, we can't afford the consequences. Jiang Hong asked, when would be the right time? Yin replied, when the creation fruit appears. I will have someone spread the news that the creation fruit is about to emerge. With Yi Fan's great talent, he will definitely go searching for it. Once he enters the secret realm, amidst the chaos of everyone fighting for the fruit, with no one to oversee, we'll have our chance. Creation fruit? Jiang Hong was surprised. Does Pingqing really have a creation fruit? Yin nodded. Indeed, there is one, but it's within a secret realm. The secret realm hasn't opened yet, and is under our control for now. Jiang Hong inquired, do we need to give Yi Fan a map? Under what pretext? Yin scoffed, what pretext? Aren't the mercenary groups in Pingqing already at odds with him? Find a suitable moment to have Red Ghost lead them to their deaths and pass the map to Yi Fan. Jiang Hong pondered, borrowing flowers to offer Buddha. Yin shook his head, his gaze turning icy. No, this is borrowing a knife to kill. At Etianlu, Yichuan had rented out a private room on the third floor and spared no expense to prepare a lavish feast. The round table was filled with aromatic dishes, each one a culinary masterpiece. The meat from silver-grade beasts glistened enticingly, and the soups made from rare herbs and treasures steamed warmly. Even the rice and drinking water were specially treated, emitting a faint spiritual energy. Li Pengzi's eyes lit up as he eagerly began to devour the food. Watching him wolf down the dishes, the others couldn't help but feel a bit concerned. Yichuan lightly knocked on the table and said with a smile, it seems Fan's friend really enjoys today's arrangement. Since it's my treat, please eat to your heart's content. There's plenty more if you need. Yi Fan politely responded, thank you, Brother Chuan. With that, he picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of the translucent stir-fried meat. It melted in his mouth, spreading a warm sensation from his stomach throughout his body, with a distinct spiritual energy permeating his limbs. Yi Fan explained softly, this should be the meat of the pearl linglong deer. It's beneficial for foundation building, and just a couple of ounces of the wild variety are worth thousands. Brother Chuan has really gone all out. Yichuan put down his chopsticks and smiled. It's not a big deal, it's my pleasure. After a brief pause, he shifted the conversation. Fan, have you decided which university you'll attend? After thinking for a moment, Yi Fan replied, if everything goes as planned, it should be Kyoto University. Yichuan nodded in agreement and continued. What about your future plans? Are you considering joining the front lines or entering politics? They're not mutually exclusive. Yi Fan shook his head. Politics and serving on the front lines aren't separate paths. Yichuan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. I still recommend you go into politics. Our Yi family will be relocating to Kyoto next year. Grandfather's health is declining, and he might step down. The family needs to groom a successor. A hint of a smile flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. So, Brother Chuan, are you planning to vie for that position? Yichuan was taken aback and explained awkwardly. You're joking, Fan. I'm still young and not qualified. My elder brother is still around. Yi Fan looked directly at Yichuan. Brother Chuan, just speak your mind. Yichuan appeared slightly embarrassed but finally confessed. The thing is, I will also enter politics next year, likely starting with a regional position in Kyoto. By the time you graduate, I should have already been promoted. If you decide to go into politics, I can offer some support. Yi Fan nodded in understanding. Got it. If that time comes, I'll reach out to you. Yichuan smiled and immediately ordered more dishes. After the banquet, he personally escorted the group out and arranged for a special car to take them back. On the way, Li Pengzi couldn't help but ask, Yi Fan, why is your cousin so good to you? He treats you to meals, provides a car, and even promises future support. Yi Fan shook his head and explained, Pengzi, you're only seeing the surface. Yichuan is actually inviting me to join his camp. Seeing Li Pengzi's puzzled look, Yi Fan patiently explained, it's quite clear. My granduncle is about to retire, and Yichuan wants to inherit his position. But with his elder brother in the way, he's worried he won't succeed. So, he's trying to recruit some family members into politics to support him in the future. Li Pengzi suddenly understood. I see. Well, you're only in high school now. It'll be another 7 or 8 years before you enter politics. Are these big families always so forward-thinking? Yifan pondered for a moment. Planning 7 or 8 years ahead isn't that difficult. Some things, if you put your mind to it, can be planned decades in advance. In the following days, Yifan and his companions continued their challenges in the arena, making rapid progress. Their reputation began to spread. Both Li Pengzi and Ma Xiaoxue switched from beast duels to arena combat. The four of them challenged the arena from morning till night, to the point where they almost ran out of beasts to fight. Yifan and Chen Peng quickly accumulated 50 victories, while Ma Xiaoxue and Li Pengzi reached over 20. One day, as they were about to continue their challenges, a member of their mercenary group rushed in, looking flustered. Captain, the mercenary group is in trouble. Yifan frowned and asked, what happened? The member hurriedly explained, it's the Changgu mercenary group and the Dawn mercenary group. They've been targeting us lately, blocking the entrance to Silver Moon Forest and robbing anyone who goes on a mission. They demand we hand over any gains, and if we refuse, they kill. This morning, a few of our members resisted, and they were killed on the spot. Now no one in the group dares to go on missions. Yifan raised an eyebrow and turned to his companions. What do you all think? Li Pengzi angrily responded, let's take them down. These scumbags start causing trouble the moment we're not around. We need to teach them a lesson. Chen Peng agreed. I think we should teach them a lesson too. It's one thing to trouble us, but bullying ordinary mercenaries is too much. Ma Xiaoxue nodded in agreement. Yifan's eyes grew cold. I hadn't planned on dealing with them so soon, but it looks like they're asking for it. Since that's the case, let's give them a proper lesson. At the entrance of Shinai, a group of mercenaries gathered excitedly, cheering, the captain is back. The return of Yifan and his team was like a shot of adrenaline, causing the entire mercenary group to erupt in excitement. Under the oppression of Changgu and his men, a fatal incident had occurred today, leaving the mercenaries in a state of fear, with no one daring to take on missions. Yifan nodded without expression and walked straight into the tavern. Wang Lingxi, let's go, he called out briefly. Wang Lingxi immediately stood up and followed him. Yi Linqing walked out of the tavern, his brow furrowed with concern. Son, are you planning to confront them? I heard that Changji's mercenary group and the Dawn mercenary group might mobilize over 100 well-equipped men. It doesn't matter. Numbers alone don't guarantee victory. Yifan shook his head and turned to the mercenaries at the door. I'm going to get justice for us. Anyone who wants to vent their anger, come with me. His words ignited the long-suppressed fury of the mercenaries. They quickly followed Yifan, and in no time, nearly 100 people had gathered. Yifan was slightly surprised but soon smiled. It seems oppression only makes people more united. Let's go. He waved his hand coldly and took the lead. In Shinai, we won't tolerate any bullying. Long live the captain! The crowd shouted in unison as they left the tavern, causing quite a stir on Mercenary Street. At the entrance of dawn, Zhao Kuei watched the scene, clicking his tongue in amazement. Is Yifan really going to lead his team to clash with Sunchong? Shinai has grown rapidly, gathering so many loyal mercenaries in such a short time. Bai Chen explained, after all, they have some powerful beast tamers. His gaze was complex as he watched the crowd. Why do Sunchong and Li Ming have such animosity towards Yifan? They've provoked him several times already. Zhao Kuei scoffed, that's just how they are. Those scoundrels bully the weak and fear the strong. When we at Dawn were still struggling, they tried to suppress us too. I can't stand those people. Mercenaries are just trying to make a living, but they have to make everything so complicated with their scheming and fighting. Bai Chun nodded in agreement, his eyes scanning the tavern. Suddenly, he asked, where's Lao Si Bai Feng? Didn't he just get back yesterday? Why is he gone again? Zhao Kuei lowered his voice. He said he had something to do this morning and went out. Brother Chen, Lao Si has been getting close to the Dawn people lately. My men have seen him sneaking over there several times at night. Bai Chun frowned upon hearing this. What is he doing at dawn in the middle of the night? Zhao Kuei shook his head. I don't know. My men didn't dare get too close for fear of being discovered. Brother Chen, Lao Si has been acting strange these past few years, secretly recruiting people and cultivating loyal followers. He doesn't even listen to our orders anymore. It seems he has some plans of his own. You should be careful. Bai Chan hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. We've fought side by side for many years and know each other well. I trust Lao Si's character. He waved a hand to cut off Zhao Kuei, who was still trying to speak. We are sworn brothers. I trust you all. There must be a reason for Old Fourth's actions. He'll come to me with an explanation in time. I've got a mission in Icheng today. You keep an eye on the mercenary group at the tavern. If anything comes up, call me. And make sure my brother doesn't wander around Mercenary Street. It's too chaotic lately. With that, Bai Chun went into the house, surrounded by mercenaries who had accepted tasks. Zhao Kuei stood at the door, looking helpless and hesitant. He had already spoken as tactfully as he could, but their leader was someone who never doubted his brothers. It was a quality that Zhao Kuei respected in Bai Chun, valuing his loyalty and righteousness. Big brother isn't wrong, but old fourth. He's probably not the naive kid he was when we first swore our brotherhood. Zhao Kuei sighed deeply. He lost interest in the ongoing disputes among Yi Fan and the others and turned back into the tavern. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Silver Moon Forest, Li Ming and Sun Chong sat arrogantly on the ground with their respective groups, forming a large circle. On the surface, they appeared confident, but only Li Ming and Sun Chong knew they were actually quite anxious. Sun Chong took a sip of water, his eyes nervously scanning the deserted road. Li Ming, we killed Shan Ye's men yesterday. If Yi Fan comes after us in anger, what should we do? Yi Fan and his companions have powerful beasts with wide-range attack skills. A direct confrontation would be disastrous for us. Li Ming shook his head, his tone resigned. I understand that, but what can we do? The higher-ups ordered us to openly provoke Yi Fan, then offer a special map as a peace offering after the conflict. Sun Chong was frustrated. They're just using us as cannon fodder. If they want to give him a map, just give it to him. Why force us into a direct fight with Yi Fan? They don't care about our lives at all. Li Ming explained. The higher-ups want it to look natural. It has to be convincing, so Yi Fan doesn't suspect anything. His expression also showed dissatisfaction, but he could only sigh. Our original plan was good. We could have ambushed Yi Fan with these men and had a chance. But now, it's like they're sending us to our deaths without even letting us win. That's the price of being under someone's thumb. We took their benefits, so we have to follow their orders. If you ask me, Sun Chong was about to complain further when a sneaky-looking mercenary ran over, panting. Brother Chong, Yi Fan and his men are coming. You're here? Hearing these words, Sun Chong froze for a moment, instinctively pulling his neck back. Realizing his reaction was inappropriate, he forced himself to appear calm and shouted, What's there to be afraid of? I'm here. The messenger was the squad leader Yi Fan had spared last time. Trembling, he reported, He's brought over 100 men, all armed with muskets. It looks like they're ready for a shootout. As he spoke, he cast a nervous glance at Yi Fan, his mind haunted by Yi Fan's nightmare-inducing smile over the past few days. Sun Chong and Li Ming frowned at the sight, clearly displeased with the squad leader's fear. They both recalled Yi Fan's previous ruthlessness, momentarily hesitating. Sun Chong whispered, If Yi Fan really attacks, do we have to fight to the death? Our lives matter too. Li Ming pondered for a moment before replying, If it comes to a battle, it won't be resolved with just a few casualties. Yi Fan has always been domineering. If things get tense, we can feign weakness and hand over the map when he starts making outrageous demands. All right, Sun Chong agreed, though he hesitated. But doing that would be a loss of face for us. Li Ming's eyes turned cold as he said indifferently, Pride is for the living. The higher-ups have already provided the map, clearly setting up a trap to kill Yi Fan. He won't live long. Losing a bit of face is a small price to pay. Sun Chong nodded repeatedly, feeling slightly reassured. Li Ming reminded him, Get ready. Yi Fan is coming. When we talk, don't show any weakness. Both men looked towards the end of the road. Soon, Yi Fan and his group came into view, with a gale eagle on his shoulder and a hellhound by his side, exuding an intimidating presence. Sun Chong cleared his throat, about to speak, when Yi Fan suddenly raised his hand and shouted, Fire! In an instant, gunfire erupted. The volley from over 100 guns caused massive casualties, throwing Li Ming and Sun Chong's men into chaos. Seizing the moment, Yi Fan commanded his beasts to attack. The hellhound's flames ignited the forest, further spreading panic. From the underbrush, a ghost serpent emerged, releasing deadly venomous gas that enveloped many. Those mercenaries who escaped the gas didn't get far before a giant rock python burst out, biting one person and sweeping several others to the ground with its tail. Li Ming suddenly realized, he came prepared. It dawned on him that Yi Fan had never intended to negotiate. He had planned for battle from the start. Sun Chong roared, Is Yi Fan insane? He's attacking us heathen with just over 100 men against our several hundred. Li Ming calmly analyzed, The terrain here puts us at a disadvantage. It's an open area, making us easy targets. We need to retreat into the forest, or we'll all be wiped out here. Before he could finish speaking, another round of gunfire erupted. Two of Sun Chong's men dropped to the ground as a bullet whizzed past his face. In that instant, the rage in Sun Chong's heart was replaced by fear. He looked at his team scrambling in panic, and then at Yi Fan and his men, who were advancing with precision. A sudden realization dawned on him, filling him with dread. Retreat! Sun Chong shouted, leading his men into the forest. The once formidable group of hundreds retreated in disarray, having already suffered significant losses in the hasty skirmish. Yi Fan watched them flee into the woods, a cold smile curling on his lips. These people, he said with disdain, they really have no battlefield experience. With their numbers, the best tactic would have been to organize a counterattack and use their numerical advantage. but instead, they chose to run into the forest. Yifan continued. I brought Wang Lingxi along for this battle, and the guy with night vision who joined the mercenary group is also here. With Wang Lingxi and the others, the forest is actually our stronghold. We can pick them off one by one. Li Pengzi, standing nearby, was taken aback. Yifan, are we really going to kill all of them? Of course, Yifan nodded. They're just lackeys of the dynasty's organization. Since they're all gathered here, we might as well eliminate them in one go. Li Pengzi took a sharp breath. That's hundreds of people. Killing them all sounds tough. Yifan shook his head. For us now, it's just a matter of effort, not difficulty. Especially since we're fighting in the forest, which we know best. I gave them a chance, but they insisted on challenging us at this time. So I have no reservations. He glanced at Li Pengzi, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He explained that he had been looking for an opportunity to wipe out these mercenary pests of the dynasty's organization, but had been wary of retaliation from their higher-ups. However, with Jiang Hong being repelled by Pan Zhao, the dynasty's organization must be on high alert and unlikely to take immediate action. These people showing up now was the perfect chance to get rid of them. It's a pity that if the people from Dawn were here, we could end this once and for all, Yifan muttered to himself. He patted the hellhound beside him, which then darted into the forest. Soon, the sound of explosions filled the air, setting large sections of the forest ablaze and accompanied by cries of agony. Yifan! Sun Chang's furious shout came from the forest but was abruptly cut off, followed by silence. Hearing this, Yifan smiled slightly and walked into the forest with a calm demeanor. Inside the forest, Sun Chang's body lay on the ground, his throat pierced. He had been caught and killed by the hellhound during his desperate escape. The hellhound moved on, leaving Sun Chang's eyes wide open in disbelief, as if he couldn't fathom that Yifan would dare to slaughter so many of them. Thud, thud. In the depths of the jungle, Yifan's footsteps echoed as he came to a halt in front of a fallen body. His gaze settled on the tightly clenched parchment in the dead man's hand, and his brows furrowed slightly. The corpse belonged to Li Ming. Yifan recalled how Li Ming had desperately waved the parchment before his death, as if trying to barter for his life. Unfortunately, such a trade held no value in Yifan's eyes. Killing you means this is mine, Yifan muttered, shaking his head. He knelt down and carefully pried the parchment from the stiffened fingers. Unfolding it cautiously, a complex map revealed itself. At the top, 3 ancient characters were inscribed. Zhaohua fruit. Yifan read aloud, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Being well-versed in ancient scripts, he immediately recognized the meaning. But soon, a trace of doubt crept into his mind. Is this a map to the Zhaohua fruit? How did it end up with Li Ming? Yifan stood up, feeling a twinge of unease rather than excitement over obtaining the coveted map. He knew well that the importance of a Zhaohua fruit map was beyond ordinary comprehension. Such maps were typically in the possession of the powerful and influential, far beyond the reach of mere mercenaries. Zhou, come here, Yifan called out after a brief pause, summoning the squad leader he had deliberately kept behind. Yes, Zhou stammered as he approached Yifan nervously. Captain, is there a problem? Holding up the map, Yifan asked directly, do you recognize this? Why did Li Ming have it? Zhou stuttered. It seems it was given to Li Ming by higher-ups. I'm not entirely sure, but I know we were sent to cause trouble for you, Captain Yifan. The higher-ups? Yifan raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before letting out a cold snort, causing Zhou to shudder. Waving his hand dismissively, Yifan stood up and laid out his conjecture. They sent this map to lure me into the Zhaohua fruit's secret realm. Once I'm isolated, they can attack without restraint. Such a crude tactic suggests the dynasty's organization still sees me as a child. Zhou bowed in response, but his body trembled uncontrollably. His eyes darted around the jungle, where bodies were strewn everywhere. Yifan and his companions had moved through the jungle like ghosts, decimating a mercenary force of hundreds, leaving only a few lucky survivors who managed to escape. At that moment, Qin Peng approached, clapping his hands and carrying a large bag of loot. Captain, we've finished clearing the area. These are the spoils. Would you like to check them? No need. Yifan shook his head. Have Wang Lingxi tally everything and distribute it according to each person's contribution when we get back. You're generous, Captain, Qin Peng praised, glancing curiously at the map in Yifan's hand. What's that? Yifan explained simply, it's a map to a rare treasure. The dynasty's organization set up an elaborate trap. Li Ming and his team originally planned to use the conflict as a cover to deliver this map to us without raising suspicion. By following the map, I would have walked right into their trap. Qin Peng glanced at the corpses scattered around and hesitated before saying, he definitely didn't expect the captain to be so decisive, killing so many people in one go. Yifan responded calmly, these were all willing lackeys of the dynasty. I thought it would be troublesome to clean them up later, but since they gathered here, it saves us some effort. At that moment, An excited voice came from Li Fati. Oh my god, these people are loaded. He walked over to Yi Fan holding a bulging money bag. The earnings from this trip are worth more than what we made in a month before. Yi Fan smiled and reminded him, remember, we won't get this kind of windfall again. Li Fati scratched his head, looked around, and asked worriedly, Yi Fan, we killed so many people. Won't we get caught? Yi Fan reassured him, no, the Silver Moon Forest is a place where mercenaries settle private scores. Just make sure to clean up the traces and avoid leaving evidence. Seeing Li Fati's slightly excited expression, he added seriously, Fati, we can't be indecisive. We won't achieve great things that way. I don't encourage killing, as everyone has their own families and lives. But some people don't deserve to be called human. For those, we must kill without hesitation. Kill without hesitation? Li Fati pondered, sensing Yi Fan's iron will. He nodded, I understand. Good, as long as you understand. Yi Fan patted Li Fati's shoulder, then waved his hand and commanded the group, everyone, take a short break, then follow me back to the city. The news spread like wildfire through Mercenary Street. The captains of the second-ranked Dawn Mercenary Group and the third-ranked Strong Brother Mercenary Group, along with hundreds of mercenaries, were all slaughtered by Yi Fan's team in one battle. This brutal fight threw both the Dawn and Strong Brother groups into chaos. The captains had brought along their most loyal followers, who were core members of the dynasty's organization. Their defeat led to internal power struggles and rapid personnel loss, causing the once dominant groups to decline swiftly. Meanwhile, the Shunyi mercenary group seized the opportunity to rise. The victory attracted numerous mercenaries, and within a month, Shan Ye's size surpassed that of Dawn, climbing to second place on Mercenary Street, nearly rivaling the strength of Dawn's former glory. In just a few months, the landscape of Mercenary Street was completely transformed. Zhao Kuei of the Dawn Mercenary Group stood by the window, watching the expansion of the Shanyi headquarters with mixed emotions. He had witnessed Yi Fan's rise from joining Dawn and taking on his first mission, to clashing with Bai Yu and leaving the group, and finally establishing his own faction. Who would have thought that Yi Fan's seemingly impulsive decision could lead to such greatness in such a short time? Those two long-standing mercenary groups crumbled like glass in the face of Yi Fan's challenge, shattering at the slightest touch. It's like a dream, Zhao Kuei remarked. Suddenly, something crossed his mind, and he turned to look at Bai Chan behind the bar. With a sigh, he said, if the captain didn't have that brother, someone with such talent could have taken our Dawn to new heights. Roar. A low, guttural growl shattered the silence within the beast's space. Yi Fan, who was in the midst of practicing the sage technique, abruptly looked up. The hellhound was stretching its body, its form expanding once again until it nearly reached a height of 3 meters. Its fangs grew sharper, and its limbs were engulfed in roaring flames. Xiaohua, it seems you were the first to break through to the silver level, Yi Fan remarked with a hint of a smile in his eyes. His preparations had indeed paid off. The hellhound had unlocked its bloodline shackles while still at the bronze level, greatly reducing the difficulty of advancing to silver. Coupled with the accelerated time in the beast space and carefully prepared spirit fruits, the hellhound had successfully advanced from bronze 9-star to silver in just 2 months. Xiaohua, come and get your reward, Yi Fan called, walking into the herb field. He plucked a red lotus leaf from the Xuanji lotus and took out a pre-prepared silver 1-star fire spirit pearl from his bag. The hellhound devoured it without hesitation, and its flames surged, immediately boosting it to silver 2-star. Stepping into silver is just the beginning, Yi Fan said, squatting down to rub the hellhound's head. The hellhound affectionately nuzzled his clothes. Thinking about next month's freshman competition, Yi Fan fell into deep thought. The Gale Eagle needed more time to break through, while Ji Jie's exceptional beast, unrestricted by bloodline shackles and supplied with unlimited spirit pearls, was likely nearing silver 7-star strength. Yi Fan recalled the map of the creation fruit he had obtained after eliminating the Mercenary Street Scourge. He hadn't acted recklessly, knowing it was bait. The creation fruit blooms once every 100 years, and news of its bloom would inevitably spread. When that time comes, the informants he had planted in the Dynasty organization would disseminate the news, causing a storm of upheaval. Even the Dynasty organization would find it difficult to target him. Currently, Yi Fan's strength was still lacking. Even Jiang Hong posed a lethal threat to him. But he understood that sufficient strategy and planning could yield significant results. Now was not the time for impatience. He needed to wait patiently. With this plan in mind, Yi Fan found himself with more free time recently, focusing on self-improvement. The advantages of the beast space were fully utilized, and he also identified some of his shortcomings, which he planned to address after his beast broke through to the silver level. His primary task was to find a new beast. With the hellhound's advancement to silver, Yi Fan could now hunt for more powerful beasts. He hoped to find a new companion of exceptional grade. Secondly, there was his sage technique practice. Yi Fan had reached the 3rd level, devouring, and his progress was astonishing, successfully breaking through to silver level physical strength. With his terrifying combat awareness, Dealing with beasts of the same level was easy. However, Yifan was not proficient in physical techniques. Most advanced techniques didn't suit him. He needed a suitable physical technique, preferably ancient martial arts. Where can I find an exceptional beast in ancient martial arts? Nan's words echoed in Yifan's mind. Suddenly, a place name surfaced, the ancient city in the south. How could I forget this treasure trove? Yifan slapped his forehead, stood up, and left the beast space. In the Xinyi mercenary group, Li Pengzi and Ma Xiaoxue were absent, and only Chun Peng had just returned. Yifan stepped inside and said to Chun Peng, come with me to the ancient city in the south. All right. Chun Peng didn't hesitate and immediately started packing his belongings. Yifan nodded to himself, feeling very satisfied with Chun Peng's performance. Such a loyal and self-disciplined person was the ideal subordinate. He thought to himself that he would find a way to bring Chun Peng along when they went to the capital in the future. Just as the two were about to leave, Li Pengzi returned with his group. Seeing that they looked like they were heading out, he quickly asked, Yifan, where are you guys going? We're heading to the ancient city in the south to buy some things, Yifan replied, smiling at the sweat-drenched Li Pengzi. Want to come along? Yes. I've been exhausted these past few days and could use a break, Li Pengzi said without hesitation, taking off his armor and joining them. Let's go, let's go. Yifan's eyes twinkled with amusement as he waved his hand. All right, let's visit the ancient city. Consider it a day's vacation. When they arrived at the ancient city in the south, Li Pengzi looked at the dilapidated buildings and the densely packed street stalls and exclaimed, Is this the ancient city? It looks like a tourist spot. Why haven't I heard much about it despite living in Pingsheng for so long? Yifan explained. The southern ancient city is a niche place in Pingsheng. It can be seen as both a tourist spot and a treasure hunting ground. Almost every city has a place like this. He pointed to a stall and continued, There are many miscellaneous stalls here selling all sorts of items: jade, calligraphy, martial arts manuals, and even beast eggs. Even beast eggs? Li Pengzi asked in surprise, but quickly shook his head. Those beast eggs are probably all low-grade bronze level, right? Not necessarily. It depends on luck, Yifan said with a smile. The items here are mostly hard to authenticate, with some good and some bad. If you're lucky, you might find something valuable. If I remember correctly, someone in Pingsheng bought an extraordinary grade beast egg here last year. Extraordinary grade. Li Pengzi almost choked. How is that possible? Wouldn't strong cultivators recognize an extraordinary grade beast egg? As I said, the authenticity is hard to determine. Yifan shook his head. That extraordinary grade beast had some congenital defects and was later resold for only about 10 million. Only 10 million? An extraordinary grade beast egg for 10 million is quite cheap, Yifan explained. The market price is generally over 30 million, depending on the type of beast. Some special ones can be worth a fortune. Besides these, people have also found valuable jade, calligraphy, and martial arts manuals here. Wow, Li Pengzi exclaimed and then got excited. Let's go take a look. If we find an extraordinary grade beast egg, we'll hit the jackpot. It's not that easy to strike it rich, Yifan said, shaking his head in exasperation. Nonetheless, he led Li Pengzi and Chun Peng through the streets, observing the stalls along the way. Fat Li seemed to be suffering from delusions. He would pick up a jade bracelet one moment and a painting the next, excitedly asking, Is this valuable? Is this valuable? Yifan chuckled and answered, That bracelet is a high-quality replica, and the painting was probably done just yesterday. After having over a dozen items dismissed by Yifan, Fat Li began to realize just how tricky the market could be. As he hesitated, squatting in front of a stall filled with miscellaneous items, Yifan suddenly whispered, Fat Li, to your right, that jade pendant with the dragon design. Buy it? Dragon-shaped jade pendant? Hearing Yifan's words, Li Fati turned his head and indeed saw the dragon-shaped jade pendant on the right. The jade was smooth and warm, crafted into the shape of a dragon, with a striking streak of blood red running through it, exuding an extraordinary aura. Good eye, young man. The shop owner approached, a shrewd glint in his eye. This blood dragon jade pendant has quite a history. It's said to contain a trace of dragon beast blood. Wearing it not only nourishes your vitality, but also brings good fortune. Li Fati was stunned, turning to Yifan with a questioning look in his eyes. Yifan simply shook his head and looked directly at the shop owner. It's not dragon blood, and it doesn't have the effect of nourishing vitality. When it comes to jade, the craftsmanship and quality are what matter. The so-called dragon blood is just impurities. It likely got stained with blood during extraction, and the craftsman used it as a selling point. The shop owner was taken aback, his eyes flickering. Well, that's true, but this dragon jade pendant. I'm buying the jade, Yifan interrupted. This pendant is worth 4,000. 4,000. The shop owner's face turned bitter. I couldn't even buy it for that price. That's not true. Yifan waved his hand. Besides the decent craftsmanship, the quality is average. At 4,000, you still have a profit margin. The shop owner sighed and, After a moment of silence, said, "Young man, you have a sharp eye for your age." "Not really," Yi Fan replied calmly, signaling Li Fati to pay. He casually picked up the pendant, stuffed it into his pocket, and continued walking. Li Fati followed, slightly annoyed. "Yi Fan, you shouldn't have spoken up earlier. We could have quietly bought it. It's just a pendant, not worth overthinking." Yi Fan took out the pendant and examined it under the sunlight. Whether he heard me say 4,000 or not, we would still get it for 4,000. He then tossed the pendant to Li Fati. "When we get back, soak it in beast blood for 3 days. When it glows red, drop a bit of your blood on it, then wear it." "So complicated?" Li Fati hesitated. "Is this really just an ordinary pendant?" Yi Fan shook his head. "Of course not. It's meant to nourish vitality. The blood inside isn't high-quality dragon blood, just inferior dragon species blood. Worth about 10,000. Li Fati was speechless with shock. "My god. You said it was an ordinary pendant, but now you're saying it's a real dragon blood pendant?" "I only said we could get it for 4,000. Not that it's only worth 4,000, Yi Fan explained. "This kind of pendant is complex to make, and its use is not widely known. To someone who understands, it's a dragon blood pendant. To someone who doesn't, it's just a piece of decoration. That's why the owner was willing to sell it to me for 4,000. "I get it." Li Pengzi sighed as he looked at Yi Fan. "But Yi Fan, you know so much about breathing techniques, beast taming, herbs, and martial arts. Now you even understand these obscure methods of appraising treasures. To become strong, the more you know, the better," Yi Fan said, patting Li Pengzi on the shoulder. "The more skills you have, the more options you have when it counts." Li Pengzi couldn't find the words to respond. He carefully tucked the jade pendant into his pocket. The two continued to browse the streets. With Yi Fan's keen eye, Li Pengzi no longer rushed to make choices. He simply followed Yi Fan's lead. When Yi Fan showed interest in something, Li Pengzi would ask the price, and then Yi Fan would negotiate. Li Pengzi would happily pay. Their teamwork was seamless, and in a short time, Yi Fan had picked up 7 or 8 valuable items, including an unsharpened weapon, broken armor, and even a landscape painting. "Are you sure you're not just buying random stuff?" Li Pengzi asked, puzzled, as he wore the steel bracelet they had just purchased. "That one really is just a pile of scrap metal, worth no more than a few bucks," Yi Fan said, glancing at the bracelet. "But we just spent 20,000 on it." Li Pengzi exclaimed in shock. "If you knew, why did you buy it?" Yi Fan gave a knowing smile. "Because we still have more shopping to do. Wearing that bracelet, people will think you're an easy mark and try to sell you flashy but worthless items. So, do we actually buy them?" Li Pengzi asked. "Of course not," Yi Fan explained. "You need to give the impression that you're rich and gullible. That way, when you finally want to buy something good, people won't suspect anything, and you can save a lot of effort." Li Pengzi suddenly understood. No wonder the shopkeeper looked at me like I was a sucker when we paid. Turns out I really was a sucker, spending 20,000 on scrap thinking it was treasure. "Being a sucker occasionally isn't a bad thing," Yi Fan said meaningfully. "Keeping people guessing about your true intentions is a great habit." As he spoke, Yi Fan's attention was caught by a small shop nearby. His eyes lit up. "Let's go pick up some good stuff." Li Pengzi hesitated for a moment, then had a sudden realization. He smacked his forehead. He understood that when even those close to you don't know what you're up to, how could others possibly see through you? Yi Fan was teaching him how to conceal his true intentions through his actions. While Li Pengzi was still in a daze, Yi Fan had already stepped into the bustling shop. The storefront was small, with a golden plaque hanging above the entrance, bearing the crooked characters for Zhaohua Shop. The interior had a vintage charm, with intricate carvings on the walls and an overall setup that exuded a strong sense of history. Various items were displayed in transparent glass cabinets, each labeled with a price and a brief description. Yi Fan's eyes scanned over a few items. Protector's Token. A token from an ancient family, granting the holder the authority to command family members and enjoy protector privileges. Price: 1 million. Thunderwave Technique. An advanced breathing technique that, when fully mastered, can harness the powers of thunder and rain. Price: 4 million. Zhaohua Fruit. A legendary fruit said to unlock a second beast-taming talent, capable of transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary. Price: 15 million. Seeing the price of the Zhaohua fruit, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. If it were genuine, that price wouldn't even buy the seed. No one greeted them in the shop. Behind the counter, an elderly man wearing reading glasses was resting with his eyes closed in an armchair. Yi Fan didn't rush to speak, waiting until Li Pengzi and Chun Peng entered before saying, "Boss, we're here to buy some things." The old man woke at the sound, adjusted his glasses, and his eyes flashed with cunning as they landed on Li Pengzi's iron ring. "What can I do for you three?" he asked, standing up with a smile. "Just browsing for now," Yi Fan replied casually. But the boss was persistent, eagerly approaching them to introduce the items. Yi Fan thought to himself, "This man, Go Ming, is nicknamed Old Foxgo and is notorious for his deceit. Most of the items in his shop are fakes, and many have lost their fortunes here. In his past life, Yifan had been one of those victims. However, this visit had a different purpose. Yifan recalled a story from his previous life. 2 years later, someone bought a rare body technique from this shop and later sold it for several million. Based on the timeline, that technique should still be in Old Fox's possession. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yifan's eyes gleamed with a hint of a smile as he turned to Guming and asked, "Boss, do you have any good weapons here?" Guming was momentarily taken aback, his eyes flicking to the iron ring on Li Pengzi's hand before nodding repeatedly. "We have plenty of good weapons. Just wait a moment, and I'll bring out some of the best ones." Soon, Guming returned with a pile of weapons, dumping them in front of the trio with a clang. "Go ahead, take a look and see if there's anything you like." Yifan squatted down, pretending to carefully examine the weapons, before finally picking up a pair of brass knuckles. "How much for this?" he asked. Guming immediately began his sales pitch. "These are black gold brass knuckles, said to be made of pure black gold. Extremely sturdy, they can break through the defenses of a silver-level beast. You should know, black gold is the most precious metal, worth its weight in gold." Yifan nodded in agreement, but silently shook his head. These were indeed black gold brass knuckles, but the black gold content was likely less than a gram, with most of it being merely surface plating on iron. "How much?" Yifan asked. "It's not expensive. Considering you look trustworthy, 30,000 will do," Guming said sincerely. Hearing the price, Yifan's face darkened, but he quickly smiled. "All right, I'll take it," he said, looking towards Li Fati. Li Fati reluctantly pulled out a card. As he swiped it, he muttered, "Wow, 30,000 just like that. Good thing I brought the mercenary group's fund card." Guming's eyes flashed with joy as he listened. "Chun Peng, this knuckle duster is for you," Yifan said, handing it over. Chun Peng was taken aback. This is too valuable." "It's not that precious," Yifan replied with a hint of insinuation. He then turned to Guming. "Do you have any better weapons? Preferably larger ones." Guming, overjoyed, rushed into the warehouse and soon brought out several more ornate weapons. Yifan glanced at them and thought to himself, "These are all flashy but useless. The materials are ordinary. Guming really thinks we are easy targets." Guming enthusiastically introduced the weapons. "My friend, these are the finest weapons in Pingqing. Many of them belong to powerful warriors and carry their aura, making them incredibly lethal. Since we are destined to meet, you can pick anyone for 50,000 each." Yifan resisted the urge to punch Guming. He casually pointed to a massive black greatsword. "How about this sword? What's its story?" Guming immediately explained. "This sword is called the Nyelong sword. It's said to have once slain members of the dragon clan. Some say it was specifically forged to target dragons. It can absorb the soul and blood essence of any dragon it kills, transforming them into a sword spirit under the wielder's control." Yifan nodded. The Nyelong sword is indeed famous, ranking among the top 3 greatswords. But it was supposed to have disappeared with its previous owner. How did it end up here? He feigned difficulty. "I'll take this sword, but it's too heavy. I haven't trained in body techniques, so it might be hard to use." As he spoke, Yifan reached out and gripped the black greatsword. In that instant, a dragon's roar echoed in his mind, and the phantom of a reedied black dragon appeared. He felt his blood boil, and his hand holding the sword became scorching hot. He quickly let go and stepped back, maintaining a calm exterior while his eyes betrayed his immense surprise. A sword spirit formed from a dragon's essence. "Is this really the Nyelong sword?" he wondered. "Young friend, what's wrong? Is the sword not to your liking?" Gamin, with his sharp eyes, noticed Yifan's unusual reaction and asked with concern. Yifan's gaze remained fixed on the heavy sword, but this time he didn't reach out to take it. He turned to Gamin and quickly replied, "It's nothing. I haven't trained in body techniques, so my physical condition is quite average. This sword is exceptionally heavy. I can't lift it." As soon as he said this, Li Fati and Chun Peng, who were not far away, had strange looks on their faces. They thought to themselves, "It's true he hasn't trained in body techniques, but to say his physical condition is average? Just the other day, he killed a bronze 9-star rampaging bull with his bare hands in the arena. Is it really just because he hasn't trained in body techniques?" Gamin, with his back to the two, didn't notice their expressions. Upon hearing that Yifan hadn't trained in body techniques, he immediately became excited. "Body techniques? I have plenty in my shop. If you're interested, I can bring out a few for you." Yifan responded calmly, seeming a bit hesitant. "Well, I'm afraid that's not a good idea. We didn't bring much money today. After buying this heavy sword, we'll only have around 100 or 200,000 left." Gamin quickly replied, as if eager to take the last bit of their money. 100 or 200,000 is more than enough. Body techniques are not as expensive as breathing techniques. They don't cost much. Seeing Yifan still hesitating, he added, And since you've bought 2 precious weapons today, I can offer you a buy 1 free deal on body techniques, giving you the best price. That sounds acceptable. Yifan nodded in agreement. Gamim turned and went into the warehouse, soon emerging with a large stack of books, which he spread out on the table. Here are all the body techniques I have in my collection. Feel free to browse and see what type you want to practice. Yifan approached the counter, scanning the titles briefly. Battle Fist, Whirlwind Leg Technique, Thunder Palm. He picked up 2 books at random and couldn't help but shake his head. These weren't body techniques. They were more like anatomical sketchbooks, with lots of illustrations and very little description, certainly not the templates for body techniques. 20,000 for 2 of these? I could draw dozens of them in a day. Yifan's eye twitched, but his gaze suddenly stopped on a particularly worn-out book. This book was clearly old, with a damaged cover, leaving only the lower half with the words, General Outline. Frowning slightly, Yifan picked up the book and opened it. The pages were yellowed, and the ancient text was somewhat blurred. Gamine immediately started boasting. You have a good eye, young friend. This is the core manual of an ancient sect. It has been passed down through the ages and was once the body technique of a peerless master who dominated his era. It was lost for centuries before being recovered from some ruins and eventually acquired by me from a fortunate family scion. Hearing body technique that dominated an era, Yifan merely squinted. He understood the content of the first page, which turned out to be the self-introduction of the body technique's creator. My name is Luo Shui, known to the world as the Shadow Sword Saint. This straightforward, even somewhat blunt introduction left Yifan momentarily stunned. It was the first time he had seen a martial arts manual that directly included the creator's title. This Shadow Sword Saint seems to have quite an ego, Yifan thought. Yifan thought to himself, many powerful individuals are like this. Despite their immense strength, they care a lot about their reputation, or rather, their name. It's not surprising. As long as people aren't monks, they all have desires and emotions. Some love money, some crave power, some are driven by lust, and others by fame. That's just the way of the world. Yifan continued reading. I have followed the king of men for millennia. When my own path was exhausted, I pioneered the way of the sword. I once opened the heavenly gate with a single strike and defended an entire realm with another. I traversed the Milky Way for millennia and now, as I depart, I leave this sword technique for those who aspire to learn. Is it a sword technique? Yifan frowned slightly. In his memory, the invaluable martial art he had known wasn't a sword technique but a palm technique. Nowadays, with the rise of beast taming, swordsmanship, knife skills, and boxing techniques, which used to be categorized separately, are now collectively referred to as physical arts. Yifan's universal law is a typical internal cultivation method. Physical arts encompass a wide range of disciplines. In physical arts, external techniques like boxing and kicking are still in demand. As for internal techniques, they are mostly replaced by breathing methods. Although internal techniques can extend life and enhance physical strength, they do not help beast tamers open new beast spaces, so their decline is inevitable. Swordsmanship, as an external technique in physical arts, has fewer practitioners. Mastering the essence and power of a sword technique requires great effort. Since few people practice physical arts, most focus on self-defense skills like boxing or kicking, and no one dedicates themselves solely to swordsmanship. In Luo Shui, as far as I know, there's no record of a sword saint by that name in history. As for the king of men mentioned in the book, aside from an unverified legend, I haven't heard of any others. Yifan pondered for a few seconds, doubting the book's authenticity. He flipped through a few more pages. Although he couldn't determine how powerful the sword technique was, he was certain it was genuine. I'll take this one. Yifan decided without further hesitation. He needed an ancient physical art. Although this wasn't the highly valuable martial art he had heard a young man bought, it was fortunate he had that strange, heavy sword. An ancient sword technique would be a great match. In his case, he already had high proficiency in breathing methods and beast taming. He just needed time to grow and had enough energy to practice a sword technique. All right, I'll give you a good price for this one. Just 150,000. Guming agreed with a nod and added, as we discussed, you can pick another book? Yifan nodded, patiently scanning all the physical arts on the counter. Apart from 3 genuine ones, the rest were not authentic, and even those 3 were written by modern martial artists, inferior to some of the techniques in Yifan's memory. Forget it, I'll just pick one randomly. Yifan casually picked up one of the genuine physical arts books titled Gale Leg Technique and handed it to Chan Peng. Chun Peng, since you've been practicing boxing, this leg technique will complement it. Chun Peng was once again overwhelmed with gratitude and wanted to say something, but seeing Yifan's meaningful shake of the head, he simply responded, thank you, Captain. It's nothing, really. Yifan waved it off, picked up the swordsmanship book, and turned to Guming, boss, could you wrap up that heavy sword for me? Fatty, swipe the card. Before long, they left the shop. Watching Yifan carrying the box with the heavy sword and walking away with Li Fatty, a broad smile spread across Guming's face. 20,000 for the martial arts manual, 30,000 for the knuckle dusters, 50,000 for the heavy sword. Today's earnings, almost $1 million. 3 years without a sale, but one big sale makes up for it. These young guys sure are easy money. Leaning against the shop door, Gu Ming watched them disappear into the distance, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. But after a moment, a puzzled look crossed his face as he recalled a particular detail. He looked again towards the departing Yi Fan and muttered to himself, "That kid. I remember he said he couldn't lift that sword earlier. Yi Fan, do you think we've hit the jackpot this time?" Li Pengzi eagerly leaned in close to Yi Fan, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He lowered his voice, wary of being overheard. "That body technique must be incredible. I could tell from the start that you were baiting the boss to bring out that manual." Hearing this, Yi Fan's lips curved into a smile as he patted Li Pengzi on the shoulder. "You've made some progress if you could see that, Li Pengzi." He then shook his head slightly. "I was indeed baiting the boss to show the body technique, but not this one. This one's decent, but what might be even better is this sword on my back." "This sword?" Li Pengzi's eyes widened in surprise. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. "I'll study it more once we get back. For now, let's focus on picking a beast egg quickly. We've been out for too long. We don't want to attract unwanted attention." "Got it." Li Pengzi and Chen Peng responded in unison. The three of them, led by Yi Tong, soon entered a beast shop on the street. This shop was quite different from the others. It didn't sell ready-made beasts. Instead, it had various beast eggs displayed on the counters and tables, all without any descriptions. The shop was spacious and bustling with customers. Occasionally, someone would activate a beast egg, and as the shell cracked open, a beast either mediocre or elite would emerge, eliciting reactions of surprise or disappointment from the onlookers. In the ancient city, beast shops sell beast eggs with special disguises, making it impossible to tell their quality from the outside. Yi Fan explained to the two behind him as he browsed the shelves. Because the quality is unknown, these eggs could contain anything from low-grade to elite or even extraordinary beasts. That's why many ancient cities have these kinds of shops, and business is always booming. "Extraordinary beasts, too?" Li Pengzi asked in awe, a hint of longing in his eyes. "If we could get an extraordinary beast, we'd be set for life." Yi Fan shook his head, lowering his voice. "Extraordinary beast eggs do exist, but we won't be the ones to get them. The disguises on the eggs are placed by the shop owners, so the distribution of low-grade, elite, and extraordinary eggs is all controlled by them. For a 50,000 coin egg, there might be one extraordinary beast egg in 1,000. The extraordinary ones are just for show, and if one does appear, it's usually a plant by the shop, not something we'd get." Li Pengzi deflated instantly. "So, no matter how many eggs there are, as long as the distribution is controlled, the shop never loses money. What's the point then? It's just people lining up to give the shop their money." Yi Fan smiled knowingly and said, "But there's always someone who believes they could be the lucky one. Everyone thinks, if 1 in 1,000 gets it, why can't it be me?" With that, Yi Fan fell silent and focused on observing the beast eggs on the shelves. His eyes seemed to gleam with light, faintly revealing dark patterns covering the eggs. The restrictions were incredibly complex, given that this business had been flourishing in every city of the world for centuries, generating enormous profits for the financial groups behind it each year. As a means of securing these earnings, substantial investments were made annually to upgrade the restrictions, preventing anyone from uncovering their secrets. Yi Fan thought to himself, "If I hadn't practiced the sage ascension method in this life, I might have been truly stumped." He composed himself slightly, and the intricate restrictions on the beast egg began to dissolve before his eyes. Within seconds, the restrictions faded, and the form of the beast inside the egg became visible. These beasts were already mature, awaiting only the signing of a beast contract, with their forms already well defined. "A firehound. A relative of Little Fire," Yi Fan muttered, shaking his head as he moved on to inspect the next beast egg. The Sage Ascension method not only rapidly enhances one's strength, but also allows for an extraordinary absorption of spiritual energy, sharpening the practitioner's 5 senses. The greatest benefit is to the eyes. By the second level, one can see through certain restrictions, and at the highest level, one can discern the essence and truth of all things. This is the true power of the Sage Ascension method, explaining why it is said that mastering it allows one to transcend the ordinary and become a sage. At advanced levels, one can move with incredible speed, possess immense strength, have penetrating vision, and a body as resilient as bronze, bringing the transcendence of the mortal coil within reach. Yi Fan searched carefully, with Li Pengzi and Chen Peng following behind him. Perhaps due to Yi Fan's prior revelation of the truth, Li Pengzi seemed less enthusiastic, and Chen Peng even more so, as he was not a beast master and could not form a beast contract. Even if he trained a beast from a young age, he could not guarantee it would remain his. "The leader is really something, able to practice both body techniques and beast mastery," Chen Peng said, looking at Yi Fan's back with envy in his voice. "Yi Fan, You can't compare yourself to him, Li Pengzi said, pouting. Comparing yourself to others will only drive you crazy. You're pretty amazing yourself, with your body techniques. I might not even be able to beat you, Chen Peng replied. It's all thanks to the leader's training. If he hadn't given me the body techniques and breathing methods, I wouldn't have made such progress. The leader has been so good to me, even spending a fortune on my equipment and techniques today. I don't even know how to thank him. Li Pengzi, however, seemed quite clear-headed at this moment. Yi Fan has high standards. If he sees potential in you, your talent and body techniques must be exceptional. Otherwise, there must be something else special about you. Don't feel so awkward about it. Yi Fan considers us his own, and he hopes we can become his partners. Becoming strong and being able to help is the best way to thank him. That's well said. Chen Peng nodded repeatedly, then looked at Li Pengzi. Li Yu, why does the leader value you? Value me? Well, that's because I also have. Li Pengzi's voice trailed off. It's probably because of my friendship with Yi Fan. No special qualities? Well, there must be something, Li Pengzi said awkwardly, just as Yi Fan's voice came from the other side of the counter. Pengzi, swipe the card. Coming. Li Pengzi sighed in relief and quickly ran to the counter to make the payment. Yi Fan was already walking out with a pitch-black beast egg in his arms. He quickly followed after him. Yi Fan, what did you buy? What did you buy? Is it an extraordinary beast egg? Once outside the store and confirming no one else was around, Yi Fan nodded and gently patted the egg in his hands. Indeed, it is, he said, smiling at Li Pengzi. Have you heard of the Great Tengu? The Great Tengu? Li Pengzi was stunned, and then stared at the beast egg in Yi Fan's hands in shock. The one that devours the moon? Yi Fan nodded slowly, a hint of a smile in his eyes. He gently patted the beast egg in his hand and explained to Li Pengzi, this isn't a Great Tengu, but a smaller version of Ida Little Tengu. Li Pengzi's eyes widened in surprise. Didn't they say only the exceptional grade beast eggs are the best? What's a Little Tengu? At the very least, it should be a rare variant, right? Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively, avoiding further explanation. There are too many people here. Let's head back first. The three of them left the beast shop, with Yi Fan leading the way, contemplating how to handle his newly acquired heavy sword techniques, and beast. Li Pengzi followed closely, eager to see the Little Tengu in action. Chen Peng hesitated for a moment, then donned his knuckle dusters and quickly caught up. The bustling ancient city in the southern district paid no heed to their departure. Shortly after, two familiar figures entered the beast shop. The shop owner greeted them eagerly. Young Master Ji, what brings you here today? Long Wu stepped forward to stop him, leaving the owner awkwardly rooted in place. Ji Jie spoke coldly. Where's the beast egg I reserved a few days ago? The owner nodded repeatedly. It's here. It's here. I kept it aside especially for you. He turned to retrieve it, but found the shelf empty. Xiaoer, where's the beast egg I placed here? Xiaoer replied with a smile. Someone just bought it. The owner's face turned pale as he erupted in anger. You fool. That was a high-quality, exceptional-grade beast egg reserved for a customer. Ji Jie's face darkened. Are you joking with me? The owner quickly apologized and offered another exceptional-grade beast egg as compensation. Ji Jie responded icily. Who bought that beast egg? Tell them I'm willing to pay 5 million to get it back. Xiaoer nervously described the buyers. A young man with a sword, a chubby guy, and a strong middle-aged man. Ji Jie snorted and turned to leave, while the owner continued to berate Xiaoer. On the street, Ji Jie wore a grim expression. Long Wu cautiously asked, Young master, is that exceptional grade beast egg very valuable? Ji Jie explained, the upcoming grand competition is crucial. As the young master of the Ji family, I must secure first place. Raising two exceptional grade beasts is challenging, but for the honor of the Ji family, I have no choice. He added through gritted teeth. Ever since I crossed paths with Yi Fan, nothing has gone right. I can't even sleep well. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the Shunyi Tavern, Yi Fan placed the beast egg on the ground, with Li Pengzi and the others watching curiously. Yi Fan performed a blood ritual to activate the beast contract. The egg began to tremble, and cracks spread across its surface. With a crisp sound, the shell broke open, revealing a white dog head that let out a thunderous bark. Li Pengzi exclaimed, Wow, what is this? Yi Fan smiled as he petted the small beast and explained, the ancient texts call it a white-head beast. It looks like a raccoon but has a white head. It's known as Tengu, and its bark sounds like thunder. Because it resembles the Great Tengu but is slightly inferior, people call it the Little Tengu. Wang Lingxi suddenly raised her hand to speak, catching everyone's attention. She recalled, I've heard of the little heavenly dog. Our old house used to have a heavy energy, making it unbearably cold even in the peak of summer. We spent a lot of money hiring a specialist who brought the little heavenly dog to exorcise the place. After that, everything returned to normal. Yi Fan shook his head and clarified, the exorcism was a sham. The Een energy in your old house was likely some kind of hidden, special beasts that the little heavenly dog detected. He glanced at his newly acquired exceptional grade beast, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The little heavenly dog has an extremely keen sense of smell, capable of detecting unfamiliar scents within a 10-mile radius. Plus, it's incredibly powerful, able to absorb various types of spiritual herbs, elixirs, and pearls to learn different skills. Pointing at the little heavenly dog, Yi Fan continued, "Don't be fooled by its current puppy size. In a while, it could grow larger than my hellhound. Eventually, it might even become as big as a small mountain." Li Pengzi exclaimed in amazement, "That's incredible. Only you, Yi Fan, could get such an extraordinary beast right off the bat." Yi Fan modestly replied, "I was just lucky. Honestly, even if that shop had exceptional grade beasts, it's rare to find a little heavenly dog there." He paused, deep in thought, then addressed everyone. "Now that Li Ming and Chang Ji's issues are resolved, things should be calm for a while. I'll be going into seclusion for the next month to train. If you need anything, contact me through the communicator." With the freshman competition approaching, everyone needs to focus on their training. We'll put the mercenary group activities on hold for now, but aim to open another beast space before the competition. I'll come out a few days early to help you hunt for beasts. Li Pengzi immediately responded, "No problem." He practiced the gluttonous method, which allowed him to open beast spaces quickly, and he was eager for such arrangements. The others were equally enthusiastic, looking forward to a few peaceful days. After everyone left, Yi Fan called his father, Yi Linqing, and took out some harvest fruits and leaves from the Xuanji lotus. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yi Linqing said, "Fanner, it's a waste to give me such precious spiritual fruits. I'm getting old and progressing too slowly, still at low star bronze after several months. These fruits should be used by you young people." Yi Fan smiled, "It's only right to give them to you, Dad. Besides, our beasts can't benefit from the harvest fruits anymore." Hearing this, Yi Linqing finally nodded and accepted them. Yi Fan continued, "Dad, your strength needs to improve too. We had you and Mom stay with the mercenary group for safety reasons. Once it's safe in the city, you can return to the beast arena or the beast forest. Fighting with beasts is the fastest way to improve." Yi Linqing's expression changed slightly, and Yi Fan patted his back. "I know you're bored at the tavern, but you and Mom are the most important people to me. In dangerous times, I want to ensure your safety first. Once it's safe, you can continue chasing your dreams." Yi Linqing smiled wryly. "You really think everything through, don't you? All right then, focus on your seclusion. Your mom and I will manage the mercenary group." Watching his father leave, Yi Fan entered his beast space and took out the heavy sword he had bought earlier that day. Instead of picking it up immediately, he practiced his breathing technique and carefully observed it. Gradually, hidden patterns and strange runes began to appear on the sword. Yi Fan frowned. These are all talismanic runes meant to suppress evil. This heavy sword is definitely a malevolent weapon. The dragon-shaped spirit from before was likely formed from malevolent energy. He grasped the heavy sword again, and its blade immediately turned scorching hot and glowing red. In his mind, the dragon reappeared, roaring furiously. This time, Yi Fan was unafraid and shouted coldly, "If you were a real dragon, that would be one thing. But you're just a spirit in dragon form. How dare you act so arrogantly here?" As he activated his saintly power, a soft ringing and the sound of bells echoed in his mind. The dragon-shaped spirit was wounded and dissipated, and the heavy sword returned to its calm state. Yi Fan was unfazed. To use a malevolent weapon, you must first subdue the spirit within it and guard against its backlash. Of course, after paying the price, the weapon's power is indeed extraordinary. After examining the sword and testing its power, Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. Not to mention its specific abilities, just its durability and destructive force make it a formidable weapon. He slung the heavy sword on his back and took out the book of sword techniques. A person who claims to be a sword saint left behind this swordsmanship manual. Let's see what's so remarkable about it. Opening the manual, the first sword technique was revealed, drawing the sword style. This move marks the beginning of swordsmanship. The so-called drawing of the sword involves unsheathing it from below to above. At the moment the sword is drawn, one's energy, spirit, and essence reach their peak, allowing one to slay the enemy with a single strike. Drawing the sword. In the beast space, Yi Fan whispered these two words, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Gripping the heavy sword on his back with both hands, he drew it with a swift motion and then struck the ground forcefully. With a dull thud, the ground caved in, creating a noticeable indentation. Yi Fan held this stance for a long moment before slowly exhaling. This seemingly simple act of drawing the sword actually contained profound knowledge. At the moment of drawing, the wielder must concentrate their energy, spirit, and intent to the peak, which determines the momentum of the subsequent attack. This is especially challenging for users of heavy swords. Even though Yi Fan had reached a silver-level physique, a single draw still drained a significant amount of his strength. However, the power of this sword-drawing technique was equally astounding. All the expended energy was concentrated in the first strike, and combined with the sword's tremendous weight, it could easily destroy an opponent with insufficient strength. Yi Fan had slightly modified the traditional sword technique, evolving the sword-drawing move into a sword-drawing slash. While fundamentally similar, their styles were distinctly different. He thought to himself, this move will serve me well for a long time. Retracting the heavy sword, Yi Fan reopened the swordsmanship manual, his eyes reflecting a subtle change. From just this sword-drawing technique, he could sense the author's deep understanding of the sword, which was truly impressive. He decided to learn the second technique after some time. Standing up and stretching, Yi Fan heard the playful sounds of the little celestial dog and the hellhound not far away. Looking up, he saw that the little celestial dog had grown to be about the same size as the hellhound, reaching the bronze 9-star level. Its innate advantages allowed it to quickly absorb various spiritual herbs and fruits. As an exceptional grade beast, the little celestial dog was not restricted by bloodline limitations and would soon break through to the silver level. The hellhound had already reached silver 4 stars, and the slightly later wind eagle had also reached silver 3 stars. Silver-level beasts required a large supply of spiritual pearls, and the spiritual herbs and fruits Yi Fan had previously prepared were becoming less effective, slowing their progress. This retreat had been extremely long. Only about 20 days had passed in the outside world, while Yi Fan had spent nearly 2 years in the beast space. His progress was remarkable, with his physical strength breaking through to the silver level. Coupled with his swordsmanship and the heavy sword, he should be able to contend with silver 4 or 5 stars. It's time to check on the others. Yi Fan stretched again, contacted his companions via the communicator, and then exited the beast space. In the mercenary hall, Yi Fan didn't have to wait long before Li Fati, Ma Xiaoxue, and Chun Peng arrived one after another. Li Fati excitedly announced that he had opened a 4th beast space, earning a nod of approval from Yi Fan. Ma Xiaoxue, feeling a bit embarrassed, admitted that her breathing technique had not yet broken through. Yi Fan comforted her, advising patience, and handed her a scroll of the Fangjing method, explaining that it was an upper template of various schools' beginner breathing techniques, suggesting she switch to it to speed up her progress. Initially hesitant, Ma Xiaoxue accepted the gift under Yi Fan's insistence. Chun Peng then revealed that he had broken through to the silver level and demonstrated his newly acquired lightning attribute abilities. Yi Fan praised Chun Peng's progress and encouraged him to keep up the hard work. Li Fati interjected, mentioning that Chun Peng practiced boxing from 5 in the morning until 8 or 9, which put a lot of pressure on him. Yi Fan acknowledged this, believing that Chun Peng had already shown great maturity and just needed time and opportunity. Finally, Yi Fan announced the upcoming plan. First, they would help Li Fati capture his 4th spirit beast, then complete the freshman trial. After that, they would venture into the secret realm to seize opportunities. With a mysterious smile, Yi Fan said, by now, we've grown quite a bit. It's time to surprise everyone else. Silvermoon forced the place where Yi Fan and his companions have once again set foot. Now possessing strength on par with Silverdeer warriors, they ventured directly into the inner region. Li Pengzi scanned the area nervously and asked, Yi Fan, are there any snake-type beasts in the inner region? Yi Fan, carrying his heavy sword, responded as they walked, yes, there are hundreds of different beasts in Silvermoon Forest, and snake-type beasts are definitely among them. You'll have to find the one that suits you best. This time, I won't help you tame the beast. You'll need to be ready to fight and tame it on your own. Li Pengzi's eyes gleamed with determination as he answered firmly, no problem. Over time, Li Pengzi's transformation became evident. Leading the mercenary team and participating as the lead captain in every hunt had gradually shifted his mindset. Although his beast-taming skills still had room for improvement, he had made significant progress compared to the past. He was no longer timid and had greatly enhanced his ability to fight alone. In the following period, Yi Fan's group hunted within the inner region, encountering numerous wild beasts. Each of them took turns showcasing their recent improvements. Chun Peng, with his rich combat experience and enhanced physical skills, single-handedly defeated a wild beast of silver 3-star rank. Li Pengzi and Ma Xiaoxue were not to be outdone, each taking down a newly ascended silver-deer wild beast in direct combat. Yi Fan seized the opportunity to release his little celestial dog. Despite being only bronze 9-star, its combat prowess was formidable. Under Yi Fan's command, the little celestial dog effortlessly killed a wild beast of silver 3-star rank. Wang Lingxi watched as the little celestial dog picked up the corpse of the wild beast and couldn't help but praise. No wonder it's the little celestial dog. Such combat strength is impressive even among superior grade beasts. Yi Fan nodded in agreement, indeed. The little celestial dog can use and switch between various elemental powers, which is its key advantage, ensuring it holds its own against silverdeer beasts. Suddenly, a menacing beast burst out from the jungle, blocking their path and growling at them. A white-eyed tiger. Their expressions changed slightly. Yi Fan calmly analyzed, "We must have entered its territory." He signaled everyone to spread out while he lowered his stance, gripping his heavy sword behind him. "I'll try to handle this alone." Chen Peng expressed his concern. "Captain, this white-eyed tiger is silver 3-star. Are you sure you want to fight it alone?" Yi Fan waved him off. "It's fine." He bent low, focusing intently on the white-eyed tiger, his energy building up. Sensing the pressure emanating from Yi Fan, the white-eyed tiger growled deeply but did not retreat. It swiftly attacked, moving through the jungle with a paw strike. Yi Fan didn't immediately counterattack. He waited until the white-eyed tiger closed in before suddenly shouting, "Draw sword." The heavy sword unsheathed, and Yi Fan infused it with the power of the wind, striking heavily at the white-eyed tiger. The sound of the clash between sword and claw was resounding. Yi Fan took a slight step back, while the white-eyed tiger was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby tree. Without giving it a chance to recover, Yi Fan swung his sword again, forcing the white-eyed tiger to retreat continuously. Seizing the momentum, Yi Fan's heavy sword moved with great force. Though lacking specific techniques, his overwhelming presence allowed him to suppress the white-eyed tiger with strike after strike. The final sword strike landed heavily on the white tiger's skull, causing it to howl in pain and roll away. It quickly got up, glanced at Yi Fan, and then turned to flee into the forest. Chen Peng exclaimed, "What an incredible presence! Just the sheer force of it overwhelmed a silver-tier white tiger." Yi Fan calmly explained, "The key to the heavy sword is the advantage of the first strike. If it had blocked my initial attack, I wouldn't have had much of an upper hand. My swordsmanship is still immature. I've only mastered the draw technique, and I'm not very familiar with basic sword moves. There are still significant flaws." Li Fati praised, "One skill mastered to perfection can take you far. With that strike alone, any newly silver-tier beast wouldn't stand a chance." Yi Fan shook his head. "This move is sufficient for now, but I need to learn more. Our current opponents aren't strong. Overly simple attacks won't cut it." Yi Fan continued, "All right, let's keep moving. That white tiger likely has a lair nearby. If we encounter it, we should eliminate it. Beasts with such fierce temperaments will actively attack humans, and leaving it alive would be a disaster." Li Fati nodded in agreement, his gaze lingering on Yi Fan, marveling at Yi Fan's astonishing progress. Since choosing the Firehound, Yi Fan had rapidly advanced in beast mastery, physical techniques, and breathing methods. Now, he had also learned swordsmanship, simultaneously walking the paths of a warrior and a beast master, with a terrifying combat sense, making him a standout among his peers on both fronts. As time passed, Yi Fan's weaknesses were diminishing, and he was steadily moving towards perfection. Li Fati quietly sighed, "Forget about Jijia. Even a reincarnated beast master wouldn't stand a chance against Yi Fan. I need to step up my game, or I'll be left further and further behind." After searching the inner area of the Silver Moon Forest for most of the day, Yi Fan and his companions finally found a newly advanced silver 1-star beast in the afternoon. It was an ice python, an elite-level beast with a shimmering blue body, coiled in a forest clearing, flicking its tongue and watching the intruders warily. This type of python, which can harness ice elements, is somewhat countered by rock pythons. Yi Fan turned to Li Fati and whispered, "Be careful and agile during the fight. Make full use of your three-headed snake's coordination advantage, or it will be hard to win." Li Fati nodded solemnly and then commanded his beast to launch an attack on the ice python. The battle erupted instantly. Despite the ice python's silver-level advantage, Li Fati gradually gained the upper hand through numerical superiority and the well-coordinated training of his beasts. The rock python took the brunt of the ice python's attacks, creating opportunities for the other two beasts. After a fierce struggle, Li Fati seized the moment when the rock python entangled the ice python, releasing his beast contract and successfully subduing the silver-level beast. "Yi Fan, I have 4 snakes now." Li Fati waved excitedly. Although the battle was tough, the achievement of capturing a silver-level beast made his joy undeniable. Yi Fan nodded with a smile, watching as Li Fati summoned his 4 beasts. After a moment's thought, he said, "Now you have beasts corresponding to earth, ice, fire, and poison attributes. When they all advance to silver level, this diversity will give you a significant advantage in battles. However, commanding multiple beasts at once requires more practice." Li Fati nodded repeatedly, ready to respond, when suddenly, intense arguing erupted from the distant forest. "Chuji, I told you, that thing was originally mine. It was stolen by that kid, so taking it back is only right." An unfamiliar voice rang out, causing Yi Fan and his companions to frown, recognizing a familiar name. "Is Chu Gongdao fighting with someone again?" Yi Fan shook his head helplessly. The last time they had teamed up against Jijia in the secret realm, but there had been no news since. "You always encounter strange things in the Silver Moon Forest," Yifan remarked meaningfully, leading the group toward the sound. Pushing through the dense foliage, Yifan soon saw Chuji arguing with a middle-aged man. Each stood beside a bronze 9-star beast, tensions high. Chuji was clutching a map-like item, while the middle-aged man angrily accused, "What you're doing is no different from robbery." The sound of Yifan and his group's approach caught both men's attention. Chuji, surprised to see Yifan, asked, "What are you doing here?" "We were just capturing beasts and happened to hear someone cursing you by name," Yifan replied, his gaze falling on the item in Chuji's hand. "What's going on?" Chuji briefly explained that he had witnessed the middle-aged man stealing someone else's item and had tracked him down to reclaim it. The middle-aged man was furious upon hearing this, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Chuji, someone else stole my stuff. How many times do I have to say it? I only saw you taking someone else's belongings." Chuji responded calmly, which only further enraged the middle-aged man. Seeing the situation, Yifan decided to intervene. He asked Chuji for the item to examine it closely. As he unfolded the map, his expression changed dramatically. The map of the creation fruit. How did this end up here? Yifan's brows furrowed as he turned to the middle-aged man and demanded, "Where did you get this?" The middle-aged man hesitated briefly before confessing, "I bought it from a place called Chijingu in the southern part of the city." Hearing the name Chijingu, Yifan seemed deep in thought. He decided to return the map to the middle-aged man but issued a stern warning. "I suggest you don't go after what's on this map. The waters are too deep for you to navigate." Though reluctant, the middle-aged man thanked him with a cupped fist salute and left. Chuji, feeling awkward, made a hasty exit. After they left, Li Pengzi curiously asked, "Yifan, how come someone else has this map?" Yifan let out a cold laugh and analyzed, "Someone is stirring up trouble from the shadows. The creation fruit is about to mature, and they want to create chaos to profit from it." Wang Lingxi pondered, "This plan sounds somewhat similar to what we had in mind." Yifan nodded, his eyes sharp. This means that the knowledge of the creation fruit map isn't limited to the Wangchao organization. It might even be the Wangchao organization themselves trying to muddy the waters. Chijingu. It seems to be a shop operated by the official authorities in the southern part of Pingqing. Yifan muttered to himself, a deep glint flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing the words, Pingqing authorities, Li Pengzi paused slightly, his brows furrowing unconsciously. He turned to Yifan and asked in confusion, "Are the authorities also opening a shop in the ancient city in the southern part of town?" Yifan nodded and explained, "Yes, they are. After all, the authorities need funding too. In a place like Pingqing, the allocations from above are not very generous. It's not just Pingqing. Many small cities run their own businesses. Opening a shop in a place like the southern city, with official backing, can be quite profitable. The annual profit can be substantial if the business does well." Li Pengzi nodded thoughtfully but still looked a bit uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Can the dynasty organization infiltrate official businesses too? Aren't these enterprises supposed to be tightly controlled by the authorities?" Following Yifan these past days, Li Pengzi had learned quite a bit about the dynasty organization. From gang members to mercenaries, and even the guardians in the academy, each revelation had left him in shock. Thinking carefully, it seemed the dynasty organization had deeply entrenched itself in Pingqing, like a complex root system. The places Yifan had cleaned up on Mercenary Street were probably just the tip of the iceberg. Yifan shook his head, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Not necessarily. It could also be that the authorities have received some information and have their own plans. Wang Lingxi chimed in from the side. "So what do we do next? Do we still release the information about the map as planned?" "Yes," Yifan replied without hesitation. "Since someone has already muddied the waters, let's make it even messier. Starting tomorrow, make 500 copies of the map for the Fruit of Creation and release a mission on Mercenary Street to find it." Wang Lingxi nodded immediately. "No problem. I'll get it done as soon as we get back." Yifan waved his hand at the group. "Good. In 2 days, the freshman competition will start. Once you finish today's tasks, head back to the academy. I'll be going home to take care of some matters and will return tomorrow." Li Pengzi asked curiously, "Why are you going home?" A cold glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. "To prepare contingencies. The appearance of the Fruit of Creation in Pingqing is like a heavy rain that will likely draw out many hidden rats. It's a significant opportunity, but it also comes with many risks. I will only take you to compete when we have enough security. Since you are my partners, I won't lead you into danger, at least not now." The scene shifts to the Rare Treasures Pavilion in the southern city. This shop, located in the most luxurious area of the ancient city, occupies a vast space, and its classical and majestic architectural style highlights its extraordinary status. Inside, a wealthy-looking owner dressed in fine silks and brocades sits behind the counter, his eyes narrowing slightly behind his gold-rimmed glasses as he observes the customers coming and going. At dusk, a tall, imposing man enters the shop. Cloaked and with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, he draws the owner's immediate attention. The owner quickly sets aside his usual arrogance and respectfully guides the man to a private room in the back. Has the message been sent out? The man, referred to as Jean, asked in a steady and powerful voice. The boss quickly replied, "It's out. Today, through the coming and going of customers, about 400 to 500 copies have been spread." Jean nodded slightly. "Spread it for one more day, and then we can pull the information back." The boss agreed but hesitated for a moment before asking, "Jean, why are we spreading the news about the creation fruit? There are many remnants of the Pingqing dynasty. Isn't this essentially informing them?" "I got this map from one of the dynasty's remnants." Jin shook his head and explained, "I recently received information that the dynasty's organization has taken control of a secret realm around Pingqing. It's probably the place where the creation fruit blooms, as indicated on the map. The higher-ups are suspicious as well. While the details are unknown, the news about the creation fruit is confirmed. It's said that this secret realm has a level restriction, likely below the gold level." The boss frowned. "Below gold level? That seems to target Pingqing students." Jin nodded and added, "This year, over 100 students in their senior year have reached the silver level, about 30 in their junior year, and maybe 2 or 3 freshmen. If the level restriction is confirmed, both the Pingqing authorities and the school will decide to send students into the secret realm with the map." The boss immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. These students are the hope of Pingqing's younger generation. If something happens to them, it would be devastating for Pingqing. Jin explained, "That's why the higher-ups want me to spread the map of the creation fruit. Make the waters murkier, mix in some outsiders, and have our students disguise themselves. With more people, the risks can be distributed." The boss still had doubts, but this also brings more uncertainties. "Even below the gold level, if our students can unite, they can be quite formidable." Jin sighed. If that were possible, the higher-ups wouldn't have made this decision. The creation fruit, once obtained, grants a once-in-a-century dual talent, doubling the number of beasts one can command, multiplying cultivation gains, and offering countless opportunities. Such a thing, not just students, even we can't unite on this. The boss said helplessly, in the face of such opportunities, that's inevitable. It would be safer if we didn't compete for it. Jin resolutely replied, "It's a chance to change fate. How could we not compete? If I could enter, I would risk everything to bring back the creation fruit. Pingqing, and not just Pingqing, desperately needs a top-tier talent to grow. So, despite the risks, we must let the students compete." He continued to explain, "The dynasty's organization is resurging, gathering strength over many years of dormancy. We're already showing signs of weakness on the front lines, with the battle lines continuously being pushed back. The kings remain hidden, the strong conceal themselves, and the old generation of strong fighters are constantly being injured or retiring. The new generation of strong fighters is scarce. If this continues, we are approaching a critical moment. The situation at the front lines is dire. Our higher-ups have no choice but to negotiate and even compromise with the beasts that seek to enslave humanity day and night. We've lost the initiative on the front lines." The boss sighed deeply, as if recalling something. If the general hadn't been defeated back then, in 15 years, he might have been able to suppress everything. A fierce fire suddenly ignited in Zhen's eyes. The general may have been defeated, but he took down 100,000 rebel troops and pushed the front line back hundreds of miles. That gave us all this time. Otherwise, those beasts would have invaded our heartland and returned to the human world long ago. So, we must fight, even knowing the risks. We must fight. We are all striving to reach a pure land," the boss said, gazing at the steadfast guardian before him with a glint of respect in his eyes. This legendary member of the Zhantian army, although retired, still embodied an unyielding spirit of protection. His presence was like a monumental testament to the core strength of humanity. The boss murmured softly, "If everyone were like this, we could conquer the beasts across 3,000 miles." He paused briefly, then asked, "If the Zhantian army were to be reactivated one day, would you return, Guardian?" Guardian Zhan's eyes grew deep, as though traversing back to those war-torn days. He replied simply but powerfully, "Every night, I dream of returning to the battlefield, fighting alongside my comrades. Even in my dreams, my blood boils." Just as the boss was about to continue, a shop assistant burst in, clutching a map tightly. "Boss, someone is selling maps of the creation fruit at an extremely low price in Pingqing." The news struck like a bolt of lightning, and both the boss and Guardian Zhan furrowed their brows. The boss took the map and examined it closely, his expression darkening. "It's exactly like ours, but it lacks our shop's special mark." Guardian Zhan's sharp eyes fixed on the assistant, questioning, "Where did you get this map?" The assistant quickly reported, "The Shinai mercenary group in Pingqing's Mercenary Street issued a bounty task. You can get a map for 100 deposit. They've already distributed over 200 out of a 500 limit." Hearing the name Shinai, Guardian Jin mused. Shinai? Wasn't that mercenary group founded by Yifan? How did he get involved? Guardian Zhen's frown deepened as he recalled recent investigations on Yifan. That kid might really be the general's bloodline, sharp-minded. Could he have discovered something? The boss asked if they should take action, but Guardian Zhen shook his head. No need. Most of them are just students from Pingqing, probably with some ideas. They might actually be helping us. Before leaving, Guardian Zhen cautioned, the creation fruit may be nearing maturity. Pingqing might not be peaceful. You need to be extra careful alone. As for the secret realm, don't worry. No matter how much the dynasty organization schemes, they are ultimately a malignant tumor that can't see the light of day. The scene shifts to Yifan, sitting alone at a wooden table in the courtyard of his old home, quietly waiting. Before long, the sound of steady footsteps approached, and Old Yi appeared at the doorway. Fanner, you called for me suddenly. Is something the matter? Old Yi asked kindly. Yifan didn't mince words. I've run into some trouble. I'm going to fight for an opportunity and might need your help. Yifan laid out the situation regarding the creation fruit and briefly explained his plan. After listening, Old Ye's brows furrowed slightly. I know a bit about the creation fruit and have investigated it myself. The secret realm only allows those below the gold level, up to silver 9-star, to enter. You do have a chance, but I don't recommend you go. This matter could escalate into a conflict between the official forces and the dynasty organization. If you get involved, it will be extremely dangerous. Yifan answered firmly. I understand the risks, but a true warrior must seize every opportunity. Such a chance comes once in a century. Missing it means it may never come again. Seeing that Yifan had made up his mind, Elder Yi no longer tried to dissuade him. Then go ahead. You don't need to worry about anything else. I'll take care of it. If things get out of control, I'll step in. I've refined my true Dragon 9 transformations technique, and my power has surpassed its previous limits. Cleaning up some riffraff in Pingqing won't be a problem. Yifan gratefully handed over a list. This is a list of individuals I suspect to be remnants of the dynasty. Some have already been dealt with. You can check the ones that are not crossed out. As Elder Yi took the list, his expression gradually darkened. Even among the mentors and guardians of Pingqing, there are members of the dynasty organization. These tumors are deeply hidden indeed. Suddenly, Elder Ye's gaze fixed on the last line, and his aura surged with dragon-like majesty. He stood up abruptly, smashing the wooden table with a single palm, and roared, Yi Shunji, a member of the Yi family and my own grandson, colluding with the remnants of the dynasty. How dare he? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.